Chapter 1. The first step into Wushan. How much longer until we reach Wushan? This snow is relentless, and it's freezing. The incessant snowfall posed considerable resistance to the group traversing the valley towards Wushan. To be precise, it was a band of orcs, with several massive tigers carrying petite females on their backs, while the tigers, unburdened by the females, maintained a vigilant guard at the periphery. The shaman of the tiger tribe had reached the twilight of her life, regrettably leaving no successor to inherit her role. While other tribes enjoyed the stability of their shamans, the tiger tribe faced a dire predicament. In this world blessed by the beast god, the shamans closest to communicating with the deity were endowed with extraordinary shamanic powers. A clever and potent shaman could propel a tribe to unprecedented heights. The most formidable and experienced shamans were primarily concentrated in two locations: the hierarchical Beast King city under the governance of the great high priest Ming Wang, and the perpetually frigid and snow-laden Wushan. Although in theory, all tribes were under the dominion of Beast King city, in practice they were not required to pay any significant tribute. However, should one seek to invite a shaman from Beast King city, the cost would be exorbitantly high. Furthermore, the shamans there belonged to the followers of the great high priest Ming Wang, which meant they would inevitably be subjected to annual tributes. Thus, unless a tribe was particularly weak or directly under the authority of Beast King city, they typically sought shamans from Wushan. On a ledge of Wushan's cliffs, a frail, shadowy figure clung desperately to a branch, as if it were a lifeline, gritting her teeth and refusing to let go. After all, relinquishing her grip would mean plummeting into the abyss below. Although shamans possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, even they would endure severe injuries, leaving them incapacitated for months. Xianyu pressed her body against the icy cliff face, exuding an aura of hopelessness. She was undoubtedly the most unfortunate and feeble shaman, without peer. No other shaman in Wushan required energy fruits to cultivate their powers, nor did any display such a visibly frail condition, gasping for breath with every movement. Without the shaman's exclusive medicinal mud smeared across her face, combined with the black shaman robe enveloping her, her complexion could not merely be described as pale, it was ghostly white. Cautiously shifting her body, she took a deep breath. Channeling all her strength into her arms, she mentally counted down 3, 2, 1, and forcefully propelled herself upwards. Xianyu collapsed onto the ledge, panting heavily. Thankfully, she had not fallen, otherwise she would have been bedridden for months. Retrieving a small red fruit from her shaman bag, the very cause of her near tumble, she grimaced and shoved it into her mouth, the gentle energy radiating through her body, warming her veins and flesh. It seemed imperative to find suitable assistance. Relying on herself to procure energy fruits was indeed a cumbersome task. Xianyu pondered that perhaps she could contract a few powerful followers, much like her sister had. The primary hurdle was that no one wished to accompany her, and as a good shaman, she never forced beasts against their will. "Xianyu, your sister is looking for you. Hurry and come back with me," announced a giant eagle soaring through the sky, its talons grasping Xianyu, lifting her towards their dwelling. "Must you always carry me like this?" by the eagle. "Couldn't you just let me ride on your back? Is this how you show friendship?" Xianyu retorted, rolling her eyes against the biting wind. By the eagle paid her no heed, only increasing his speed, prompting Xianyu to let out a deep sigh. After all, she was a shaman, yet she felt utterly deprived of any elevated treatment. How lamentable. "Xianyu, prepare your belongings. We are heading to the tiger tribe," by the eagle announced as he set her down. Upon her arrival, Xianling greeted her, smoothing Xianyu's disheveled hair and the collar of her shaman robe. "All right, sister," Xianyu acquiesced. Once Xianling had arranged some distance, Xianyu's indifferent gaze fell upon by the eagle, now transformed into a handsome man standing beside Xianling. He was indeed a striking figure, yet she thought it amusing that he deserved to be treated like a pig for a couple of days. Upon locking eyes with Xianyu, by the eagle instantaneously shifted positions to stand behind Xianling. Despite Xianling's amiable demeanor, Xianyu's jealousy was palpable. A mere discontent would prompt her to poison him, though the harm was minimal. The insult was significant. He had likely endured such treatment hundreds of times. Fortunately, he was still alive, though he felt utterly exhausted. By the eagle could feel an itch on his face, accompanied by a slight sting. As Xianyu made a face at By the eagle, she turned with a flourish to return to her cave to gather her belongings. Typically, a tribe would have only one shaman. The tiger tribe was indeed fortunate to have invited her sister. This was a tough-her-own deal, a freebie that included her. What a stroke of luck for them. Though she was inept at most tasks and excelled only at eating, it mattered little. Xianyu relied on her sister Xianling for sustenance. The visitors from the tiger tribe were elated, having unexpectedly secured a shaman with such ease. According to the information they gleaned at the foot of Wushan, it was said that Xianling possessed formidable shamanic powers, cultivated through faith. This was splendid news. Surely Xianling would dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the tribe's welfare. The tiger tribe was poised for ascendance. Yet, they would also have to care for a younger sister. What a trivial matter. How much food could a small female possibly consume? Due to Xianyu's lack of notoriety, the guests from the tiger tribe were unaware that she was also a shaman. Most crucially, her dietary needs consisted of energy fruits. Sister, are you certain about choosing the tiger tribe? Having finished her preparations, Xianyu entered Xianling's dwelling, taking a seat on the stone bed while observing her sister direct By the eagle and the others unpacking their belongings. Upon reaching their tribe, we shall be required to provide 20 energy fruits at regular intervals, and they have agreed to this arrangement, Xianling informed her sister. Should it be possible, please remove the poison from By the eagle. I wouldn't want the tiger tribe members to perceive me as incompetent, she added. Very well, sister, you can simply remedy it yourself, Xianyu replied, suppressing laughter at By the eagle's swollen, pig-like visage. In an instant, the handsome By the eagle returned to his normal appearance. Fortunately, our journey to the tiger tribe will take us past several tribal markets. Perhaps you should consider contracting a few powerful followers, Xianling suggested. Why would a powerful individual become a follower? Xianyu scoffed, prompting a wave of discontent among the few orc volunteers who had chosen to be Xianling's followers. Politely termed followers or less charitably labeled slaves, the majority of shamans regarded their followers with pride, provided the shaman was indeed formidable. Under the heated glares filled with indignation, Xianyu merely touched her nose and quipped, "You are different, you are strong, and enjoy being followers, right?" Xianling's contracted followers were further incensed, interpreting her words as a derogation of their status. To be a follower of someone as powerful as Xianling was indeed an honor for the orcs. Xianling shot a disapproving glare at Xianyu. Xianyu, this is inappropriate. Lacking wisdom, Xianyu's propensity to bicker with the orcs was a source of concern for Xianling regarding her sister's cultivation. Xianling retrieved over 20 energy fruits from her shaman bag and handed them to Xianyu. These are for our journey to the tiger tribe. Before we arrive, I hope you refrain from causing any disturbances. Xianyu had often found herself injured after recklessly gathering energy fruits and being bedridden for 10 days to a fortnight, yet there were benefits. Her self-healing abilities had only grown stronger. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail and weak Xianyu possessed one of the most remarkable self-healing capabilities among the shamans of Wushan, a stark contrast to her outward appearance. Xianling never doubted that Xianyu's shamanic prowess was as exceptional as her reputation suggested. Most tribes preferred shamans with healing or divination abilities. Within the Grand Hall of Wushan, the departing group prepared for their journey. The elder priest was imparting final words of wisdom to Xianling, who was about to depart with the tiger tribe. Xianling, now that you have chosen the tiger tribe, your powers will undoubtedly grow stronger as the tribe flourishes, he proclaimed, waving his staff. A beam of light enveloped Xianling, seemingly binding her fate to that of the tiger tribe. Once finished, the elder's kind gaze fell upon Xianyu, and his aged hand gently stroked her head. Child, accompany your sister and take care. Yes, master. You take care as well, Xianyu replied, gazing longingly at the elder priest. The bond formed over the years spent in Wushan since her birth made the prospect of departure somewhat sorrowful. Throughout their journey, the members of the tiger tribe occasionally cast curious glances at Xianyu, who was clad in her black shaman robe. To their surprise, it turned out that Xianling's sister was also a shaman. Who would have guessed? Their exchanged glances seemed to communicate. So, our tiger tribe now has two shamans? Only Xianling is the shaman of the tiger tribe. Xianyu is not. She is merely Xianling's sister, By the eagle, seated beneath Xianyu, kindly clarified, dismissing the curiosity of the Tiger tribe members. After all, only Xianling had formed a bond with the Tiger tribe. If any issues arose, Xianyu felt no obligation to intervene. In a tribe, there exists a shaman. Yet Xianyu has not chosen the fierce Tiger tribe. Upon hearing this remark from Yingbai, the straightforward orc of the Tiger tribe appeared somewhat perplexed. The delicate female orc running beneath the giant tiger, under Yingbai's command, gazed quizzically at Xianyu and Xianling, both clad in identical black shaman robes, and inquired, "Is she not a shaman? Then why is she wearing a shaman's robe?" Seated upon the back of the giant eagle, Xianyu's playful gaze fell upon the female orc below, contemplating whether to engage her in light-hearted jest. However, recalling her sister's warning to maintain a respectful distance from the tribe's orcs, as it would serve her no beneficial purpose, she turned her head and closed her mouth, which had yet to fully open. Xianling also refrained from providing an answer. After all, mingling too closely with the orcs, thus diminishing their reverence for shamans, would not bode well. Her responsibility lay in addressing the tribe's issues rather than acting as a nurturing mother to answer the queries of younglings. In any case, should the tribe have matters requiring a shaman's resolution, you may seek out Ling, she stated. Yingbai, after a moment's thought, articulated, "I am Yingbai, this is Shui, and there is Xiongyi. We are all followers bound by a pact with Ling." Then, approaching Xianyu, he succinctly introduced, "This is Xianyu, the sister of Xianling." Tiger Yu directed a glance towards Tiger Yu and Tiger Nian, and the three females silently retreated to a corner within the cave. Meanwhile, Tiger Yu, accompanied by several males, gathered near the entrance, while Xianling and Xianyu settled inside the cave. Yingbai and his companions chose random spots nearby, ensuring they remained close to Xianling. Tiger Yu and his party occasionally cast glances towards Xianling and Xianyu, revealing that, were it not for their current proximity, a multitude of words would surely be exchanged. Contemplating something, Yingbai approached Tiger Yu and his companions. "How long did your journey from the fierce tiger tribe to the shaman mountain take?" "Surely this distance from the fierce tiger tribe is considerable?" "Approximately a month, indeed quite a distance," Tiger Yu replied. "Then along the way, you must have passed several tribal markets?" "Not many, based on our route, merely around 3 markets." Tiger Yu's gaze subtly flickered toward Ling, pondering whether she sought something. However, he lamented the absence of items for trade. "Oh, I would like to visit the market," Xianyu remarked, having sensed Tiger Yu's gaze. Observing the meager belongings on the backs of the tigers, she spoke with a hint of indifference. After all, orcs could not harness their powers like shamans to conjure bags for storage thus. The quantity they carried was merely a reflection of what they possessed. How impoverished they seemed, unlike her, who had amassed a mountain of crystal stones within her shaman's bag. Her master had gifted her the majority, while her sister had contributed the remainder. 2 pieces were earned through her own endeavors, a source of pride for her. Upon hearing Xianyu's words, Tiger Yu breathed a sigh of relief thankfully. It was not Ling who required anything, for they would have been compelled to offer something in return, and their hands were tied. Suddenly, Xianyu felt an urge. She exchanged a glance with Xianling, indicating her desire to step outside the cave. "Be cautious," Xianling replied, having sensed the energy fluctuations but refraining from obstructing her. She understood that Xianyu was not a fragile healer. The reason for her obscurity on the Shaman Mountain was her inability to indiscriminately poison powerful orcs to showcase her shamanic prowess. Tiger Yu and his companions regarded Xianyu's solitary departure from the cave with disapproval clearly. In their view, compared to the formidable male orcs, a shaman, though possessing unique powers and the ability to communicate with beast deities, was only slightly more capable than a non-shape-shifting female. Is it truly safe to let Xianyu venture out alone? Should we not have Tiger Yu or Tiger He accompany her? Tiger Yu inquired, his gaze landing on Yingbai. Yingbai, observing Tiger Yu's concern, disdainfully remarked, "No need should anything happen here. Xianyu will be unharmed." Upon hearing Yingbai's words, Tiger Yu and the other females momentarily misconstrued the situation, pondering why Ling's followers would exhibit such indifference toward Ling's sister. Could it be that Ling and Xianyu shared a strained relationship? However, their appearances did not suggest such. Tiger Yu scrutinized Yingbai's demeanor. Pondering deeply, it seemed that Yingbai harbored a distaste for Xianyu. Why would Ling's followers treat Ling's sister with such rudeness? Images of Xianyu's frail, emaciated form flashed through his mind, akin to a figure that had never known the satisfaction of a full meal. In an instant, Xianyu morphed into a pitiable creature, seemingly abused and unlikable. Ingbai, where is your sense of propriety? After testing poisons hundreds of times, tell me, who is truly the one subjected to maltreatment? Tiger Yu exchanged glances with Tiger He, who then rose and made his way toward the cave entrance, intending to accompany Xianyu and protect the sister of the newly initiated shaman. Watching Tiger He depart the cave, Ingbai silently rolled his eyes. The fierce tiger tribe appeared quite friendly. Yet could they truly keep pace with Xianyu? With a mere wave of her hand, she could effortlessly evade them, while they would be left scrambling through the dirt, heedless of advice. Such is the folly of stubborn tigers. Xianyu swiftly harnessed her shamanic power, reaching the location of the energy fluctuations, her figure perfectly concealed behind a nearby tree. Peeking out, she spotted a branch bearing energy fruits. What a delightful morsel! That branch was ensnared by the tail of a colossal serpent, and upon closer inspection, the serpent's scales glimmered with an enticing sheen, emanating the aura of a high-ranking beast. Opposite the serpent hovered a colorful feathered bird, its vibrant plumage equally striking, ideal for crafting garments. Hand over the energy fruit, and I shall permit your departure, the bird proclaimed from its aerial perch. Not a chance, you wretched avian. Whoever reaches it first shall claim it, retorted the serpent, its tail swaying the branch, causing the energy-laden red fruits to sway enticingly. The serpent's eyes glimmered with disdain as it regarded the airborne bird, poised to strike, while the bird remained on guard, awaiting its opportunity to act. Observing the swaying red fruit, Xianyu discreetly gestured with her fingers, preparing to watch the ensuing skirmish between the serpent and the bird unfold. How about you concede half to me? Neither of us benefits from mutual destruction, and this was originally discovered simultaneously. Merely that you reached it first, the bird proposed, unwilling to relent. 2 for you, 8 for me. Since I acquired it, it rightfully belongs to me. I advise you to recognize your place, the serpent boasted arrogantly. Very well, if you grant me my share, I shall take my leave, the bird acquiesced, its unexpected compliance puzzling the serpent. Surely, it must be a trick. Chapter 2. First out of Shaman Mountain 2. In the next moment, the bird transformed into a slender young man with red hair, while the serpent also morphed into a well-muscled human form. Xianyu mused to herself, how cowardly these two beasts are, not even daring to fight. Alas, Xianyu, as a poison shaman, could not recklessly harm orcs without cause. Thus, she would adhere to the rules established by the beast deity, merely striking lightly. As the bird and serpent prepared to depart after dividing their spoils, Xianyu leisurely stepped out from behind the tree, producing 10 energy fruits from her shaman's bag. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a shaman wielding a bounty of energy fruits, both the bird and the serpent instantly entered a state of high alert. Sizing up the two creatures before her, Xianyu noted, "Oh, I still don my shaman's unique attire. It seems your schemes have been thwarted before they could even manifest." With satisfaction, she stowed the energy fruits away, knowing that these two timid beasts would never dare to seize anything from a shaman. What a pity, though, that despite her frail and weakened state, she found herself in such a position. By the way, how about we split it upon meeting? What do you say? Xianyu inquired, feigning an ominous tone. Wait, you are a shaman. Is it fitting for you to compete with us orcs over possessions? Protested the red-haired bird, concealing the energy fruits behind it, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this seemingly weak shaman be so brazen? Clearly, it already possessed a considerable number of energy fruits, yet still coveted what he held. Let us split it equally. Each of you gives me half, and we shall call it a deal, Xianyu insisted, her gaze flitting from the red-haired bird back to the serpent. The man transformed from the great serpent bore a sharp gaze that revealed a complex emotion. Was this shaman's tribe truly so impoverished? A clan of shamans reduced to the act of pillaging energy fruits. I had encountered numerous shamans before. Their eyes were either benevolent or haughty, generally dismissive of material possessions. Yet, this shaman appeared utterly wretched. Could he even afford a meal with such a feeble form? However, just moments ago, he had casually produced 10 energy fruits from his hands. Contemplating this, the serpent slowly approached Xianyu, cautiously placing the energy fruits into the shaman's hands. "These are all for you." Coughing, Xianyu gazed at the energy fruits in her hands, then looked up at the serpent man, feeling a profound lack of fulfillment. What sort of gaze was this? Did he truly believe that fruits seized by force held no value? The red-headed sparrow watched the serpent's actions in astonishment. Was this truly permissible? In a flash, the sparrow took flight, casting a glance at Xianyu without intervening, for the serpent before her piqued her interest far more. "What is your name?" Xianyu inquired, her eyes fixed on the serpent's distinctly handsome features. This serpent was surprisingly accommodating if he offered his fruits so readily. What might he part with if she sought the entire serpent? Congratulations to him for catching Xianyu's attention, such exquisite fortune. "I am called Shibing." "Oh, do you have an elder brother named Shui?" Xianyu asked, recalling something. "Indeed. How did you know?" "He is my third brother, though he has not returned home in quite some time." Shibing's gaze was drawn to the frail shaman before him, shrouded in a black robe, his face smeared with dark medicinal mud. He seemed to be aware of his brother's whereabouts. "Oh, family tie." Xianyu found herself less intrigued. Having toyed with his brother on numerous occasions, she decided to spare him, for such agreeable individuals were rare. "I shall take you to find your third brother," she said, patting Shibing's head, urging him to transform. "You know what to say and what not to say." "Understood." In the end, Xianyu rode upon the serpent, returning to their resting cave, where who had been wandering about in confusion near the entrance, looked at her with surprise. In the midst of the reunion of the brothers, Shibing and Shui, Xianyu quietly picked up an energy fruit and began to eat. Truly, missing a meal could leave one feeling quite famished. Xianyu envied her sister and the other shamans who could forego meals. It had been far too long since she had savored something delicious. As she gnawed on the fruit, a sense of sadness washed over her. She reached for a flavorful shamanic energy orb and tossed it into her mouth to satisfy her cravings. Observing Xianyu's actions, Xianling shook her head in helplessness. Weeks passed, and during the rapid journey of the group, they finally covered more than half the distance. At this juncture, they felt a degree of relaxation and patience to stroll through the market. This market, situated near the Merfolk tribe, was organized by the Serpent tribe in conjunction with several neighboring tribes. It was not insignificant in scale, often attracting traders from far-off tribes. The trading market was set up on the outskirts of the Merfolk tribe, with high-ranking warriors from the Serpent tribe surrounding it to maintain order. An entrance fee of 10 green crystals was required. Crystals were typically harvested from various levels of exotic beasts, with different grades yielding green, blue, cyan, purple, and red crystals. Ordinarily, the beast people utilized green, blue, and cyan crystals for trading. Purple crystals were rare, only obtainable by the higher-ranking warriors of large tribes, while red crystals were even scarcer. Generally, one would encounter red crystals only within the trading venues of the Beast King city. However, for powerful beast leaders, the revered Great Priest, the Mountain Priest, and even their junior disciples, red crystals were not as elusive, as the potent energy they contained greatly aided in enhancing one's strength. Smaller or weaker tribes resorted to using animal skins as currency or engaged in barter. Not all tribes, like the fierce tiger tribe, had the strength to summon a new shaman from the mountain of shamans after one had departed. Many small tribes lacked the presence of a shaman altogether. While some tribes might vanish by the next day, fortunate beast people might merge into a new tribe, while others could find themselves enslaved. After paying the green crystals, Ingbai led the group into the market, where curious glances fell upon Xianling and Xianyu. It was peculiar that this group boasted 2 shamans. While shamans were not uncommon in the market, they typically appeared accompanied by a single warrior from their tribe. Those with unique shamanic powers capable of communicating with the beast gods tended to be aloof, preferring to monopolize their domain. A tribe could only have one shaman, as was the custom in the beast world. Approaching was a female draped in a white robe, her delicate face adorned with a look of utter disdain, followed by 4 robust males. Who are these country bumpkins? Look at their attire. Are they so lacking in ability that they must rely on their garb to assert themselves as shamans? The female speaking was a shaman from the Beast King city's affiliated tribe, Naya. She knew that shamans fully cloaked in garments typically hailed from the mountain of shamans or lesser tribes lacking in strength. In contrast, shamans from major tribes, or those of some standing, often donned attire akin to that of female beast people, merely enhanced with shamanic robes. After all, in an era where two pieces of animal skin constituted full attire, the quantity of clothing could sometimes signify power and status. Observing the female before her and sensing the shamanic energy emanating from her robe, Xianling understood that she was likely a shaman from the Beast King city. Xianling's gaze met Naya's, revealing a clear disdain. Her silent demeanor boldly conveyed that she regarded them as mere refuse. This expression provoked Naya further, igniting a sense of provocation that she directed at Xianling. "Are you mute? Huh? Can't even speak?" Could she endure this? Xianling remained aloof, refusing to engage with the provocateur. But Xianyu was not of the same ilk. "What do you mean by that? Do you wish for us to escort you to the beast god to learn some manners?" Upon hearing this, the warriors maintaining order in the market sensed the brewing conflict and hurried to summon the tribe's great shaman. For a quarrel among three shamans within the market would be detrimental to the order established there. The beast people behind Naya, as well as those supporting Xianling and the males from the fierce tiger tribe, advanced to take positions of confrontation. It was evident that Naya's side was at a disadvantage. Although she had initiated the provocation, she now exhibited some semblance of common sense in this tense moment. Feeling the palpable threat from the two unknown shamans before her, she realized that a confrontation would lead to a unknown situation. Moreover, her primary focus was on healing, which did not bode well for her in a fight. Thus, both sides remained at an impasse, refraining from making the first move. After all, it was merely a market. Exchanging barbs was acceptable. Yet should either side resort to outright violence, it would surely offend the tribes organizing the market. "Ah, look at this little mouth that can certainly talk. Which tribe's coward are you? We definitely have not encountered your kind before," Xianyu retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically, ensuring her contempt was unmistakable. You are too insolent." Naya, hearing Xianyu's taunts and perceiving her disdainful attitude, struggled to contain her anger. Yet, realizing the numerical disadvantage, she suppressed her impulse to retaliate. Accustomed to the adulation her healing powers garnered both in the Beast King city and among the tribes, her pride had grown considerably. However, now feeling trapped by her earlier provocations, she regretted her initial boldness. Fortunately, at that moment, the great shaman of the Serpent tribe arrived. The Serpent tribe's great shaman was of the Tingsha lineage, known for their ascetic nature and dedication to cultivation. First, Tingsha shamans could live for a long time, and secondly, they were devoted to their training. Lastly, this handsome man, exuding warmth, positioned himself between the two factions and with an air of authority, inquired, "This is a trading market organized by my Serpent tribe and others. It is generally meant for the exchange of goods. Would you kindly show some deference and disperse, each attending to your respective transactions?" "Ah." A powerful being with a long lifespan, Xianyu regarded the Tingsha shaman with a nod. It was said that Tingsha tribesmen took a century to reach maturity. This handsome man, clearly no youth, must have lived for several centuries. Truly, he was not to be trifled with. Her master had always advised, based on experience, to avoid provoking those who have lived long lives. Xianling, aware of the same, smiled and nodded at the Tingsha shaman, then gave Xianyu and Ying by a knowing glance, leading the group to explore the market. Remaining in place, Naya approached the beast people, pouting at the Tingsha shaman. "Gutung, they are bullying me, and you offer me no assistance." Tingsha, also known as Gutung, felt a surge of impatience, but replied curtly, "Naya, there are merely two tribes engaging in trade. You should not disrupt the order of my Serpent tribe's market. This is decidedly unfriendly." With that, Gutung cast a spell and swiftly departed, for one could only imagine his irritation at being summoned from his cultivation to restore order. Ordinary beast people could indulge in such trivial matters, but the tribe's leaders could typically resolve them. As a practitioner of witchcraft, one would expect a certain level of proficiency, yet these three individuals exhibit none of the requisite skills. Instead of diligently honing their craft to strengthen their tribe, they engage in petty squabbles on their own territory, rendering them unworthy of their title as witches. Naya, her face flushed with indignation, glared at the emptiness before her. After pursuing Gu Teng for so long, she had hoped that even if he did not reciprocate her affections, he might at least harbor some semblance of goodwill towards her. The callousness of his words and his abrupt departure left her feeling aggrieved, prompting her to storm away from the trading market in exasperation. Xianyu, weary of the incessant stares directed at her, mused about the ignorance of these orc shad they never encountered a witch before. Their relentless gazes were a constant source of annoyance. Sensing Xianyu's frustration, who he, walking beside her, kindly offered an explanation. Typically, it is only during significant sacrificial ceremonies that witches adorn themselves in such elaborate attire. On ordinary days, their garb resembles that of the orcs, merely draped in a witch's robe. Oh, I see. That explains it. If it weren't for my ability to sense witchcraft, I would never have guessed that rude individual was a witch at all. Yet, those who cultivate their skills on Witch Mountain do tend to dress in such a manner. As she spoke, Xianyu contemplated whether she ought to remove the medicinal clay from her face, as enduring the perpetual scrutiny of the orcs during her outings could become quite burdensome. This market is situated near the Merfolk tribe, and their garments woven from sea silk are both exquisite and comfortable, Huzwa chimed in, offering a reminder, though he could not afford them. Surely witches were generally affluent, were they not? Very well, let us seek out the stalls of the Merfolk tribe, Xianyu replied, to which Xianling readily concurred. The two witches who had just departed appeared to be dressed similarly to the orcs, more specifically akin to the powerful and wealthy among them, as not every orc could afford garments made of sea silk. Actually, the snakeskin garments crafted from serpent shed are quite commendable, albeit rather unappealing, Hui interjected into the conversation. Meanwhile, the keen-eared Shui and Shi Bing exchanged complex glances with Hui, silently questioning his lack of tact. Before long, the group adeptly located the stalls of the Merfolk tribe. Their certainty stemmed from the distinct, damp ambience of the area, reminiscent of the Merfolk's habitat. A Merfolk, displaying their true form amidst the bubbles of water, showcased a striking tail that sparkled brilliantly under the sun, captivating the attention of many female orcs who gathered around, their eyes brimming with admiration. Fortunately, Xianling and Xianyu's distinctive witch attire drew a clear path through the crowd of orcs. How do you conduct trade for your sea silk? Xianyu inquired. The Merfolk, eyes lighting up at the prospect of business, responded enthusiastically. Witches were typically wealthy, aside from those of lesser tribes with limited power. Observing the surrounding orcs, predominantly high-ranking members of the fierce tiger tribe, the Merfolk felt confident in their offerings. Without hesitation, they presented the exquisite sea silk woven by the Merfolk king and elders, each piece reflecting the myriad hues of the ocean. The higher the rank of the Merfolk who crafted the garments, the more stunning and superior the quality. Among the selection, one piece stood out, personally woven by the Merfolk king, both beautiful and functional, allowing for effortless breathing underwater. The Merfolk began to showcase the garments one by one. This piece, crafted by our 9th elder, requires 10 purple crystals. This one, marked by the 6th elder, requires 12. The 2nd elder's piece demands 20, and the grand elder's piece costs 30 purple crystals. They continued until they reached the most exquisite garment, explaining, this masterpiece, woven by our illustrious Merfolk king, is of exceptional quality and only requires 10 red crystals. Upon hearing the price, the surrounding females felt their hearts shatter like glass. Although sea silk was indeed costly, previous transactions within their tribe had suggested prices around 10 or more blue crystals. Yet, none of the sea silk they had previously encountered could compare to this selection. Tiger Yu felt equally disheartened, having initially hoped that her brother, Tiger Yu, could procure a batch of sea silk for her. Now, it seemed even selling her brother would not suffice to gather 10 purple crystals. Is this the standard price for sea silk? Xianyu asked, wide-eyed. Despite possessing a fair number of red crystals, they had all been procured from her master, the ancient high priest of Witch Mountain, who had lived for over 1,000 years. The Merfolk were astoundingly benevolent, choosing to negotiate rather than resorting to theft. Sensing a lucrative opportunity, one of the Merfolk added, if you purchase our sea silk, we can accompany you back to the Merfolk tribe and craft a custom-fit robe for you. Xianling, glancing at the dazzling sea silk while feeling the 20 red crystals in her witch pouch, experienced a newfound awareness of her own poverty. Unlike Xianyu, who was shameless, she could not even summon 100 red crystals from her master, leaving her feeling despondently impoverished. Tiger Yu and her companions gained a broader perspective, with Tiger Yu mentally scoffing, realizing the allure of the items came at an exorbitant price that could nearly buy an entire tribe. The sheer brilliance of the sea silk was blinding. Would anyone truly purchase such extravagance? It seemed the impoverished tribe only served to enrich the Merfolk. Do you also provide after-sales service? It's not as if you cannot make your own garments, Xianyu remarked dryly, noting that a witch with sufficient power could easily create a robe in no time. The garments woven from sea silk are seamless and imbued with extraordinary magic, the Merfolk continued, attempting to entice them further. What sort of magic? Tiger Yu queried, intrigued, as she had only heard that wearing sea silk allowed one to breathe underwater. The notion of magical properties intrigued her. It grants the ability to move freely in water, the Merfolk replied. Xianyu, who had never experienced intoxication but felt a sense of dizziness, found herself at a loss for words. The exorbitant price for such an item seemed outrageous, and every female present was captivated by the sea silk's allure. Xianyu and Xianling exchanged glances, both caught in the magnetic pull of the stunning garment, torn between desire and practicality. The Merfolk, recognizing their hesitation, felt confident that these witches could produce the necessary red crystals, even if they had yet to commit. Wow, that sea silk is absolutely beautiful. I want it so badly, a newly arrived enchanting female exclaimed to her male companion. Amidst the hushed admiration for the sea silk, this exclamation drew everyone's attention to the most beautiful female present, who stood out as the fairest of them all. Even the Merfolk were taken aback by her beauty, smiling as they showcased the most dazzling piece of sea silk woven by the Merfolk king, patiently explaining, for just 10 red crystals, you can take home our king's most exquisite creation. Yet, the most beautiful female, Yu, found herself unable to produce even a single red crystal. Her gaze filled with longing as she turned to the male beside her. She pondered whether the male, Yu, from the Beast King City tribe might possess 10 red crystals, as the orcs from that city were reputed to be wealthy. Feeling the focused attention of the beautiful female beside him, Yu found himself in an awkward predicament, realizing he did not possess the required crystals. Even though the wealth of Beast King City was well known, he surmised that only a select few could boast of 10 red crystals. In this tense silence, the Merfolk understood that the beautiful female lacked the means to purchase the silk, redirecting their gaze to Xianyu instead. The Merfolk's intuition suggested that this witch must be wealthy. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, which appeared fragile against the wind, she had managed to survive thus far, likely having expended considerable crystals in the process. Xianyu, sensing the directness of the Merfolk's gaze, felt exasperated, as if they intended to take advantage of her, further fueling her desire to sell her witch robes. Every diligent witch would never entertain such thoughts, knowing that the energy expended in their craft could not be easily regained and required gradual cultivation to restore. Crafting witch robes was a fundamental lesson for every witch, as they did not possess the robust constitution of the orcs, but rather relied on their regenerative abilities, necessitating robes that could withstand significant harm. Xianyu glanced between the most beautiful female and the most exquisite sea silk, making a joyful decision. Ultimately, she resolved against the purchase, noting the envious gazes of the other females surrounding her. This indicated a sobering truth. The males present were quite impoverished. If she were to buy the silk, it would surely attract unwanted attention and potential theft. It was evident that the most stunning sea silk would be better suited for the most beautiful female, yet it was unfortunate that her accompanying male could not even muster 10 red crystals. What a waste. Unlike her aged priest master, a mere 100 red crystals are of little consequence. She is utterly unfazed by the priest's reluctant gaze, trembling hands, and shattered heart. It's not that I am unwilling to purchase, nor is it a matter of affordability. Rather, the crux of the issue lies in the absence of any enticing gifts with your sale of the mermaid silk. For instance, acquiring the Mermaid King should ideally come with the most exquisite son of the Mermaid King. Wouldn't you agree? Xianyu remarked with a hint of reluctance, Pondering that the mermaid attire serves little purpose and would merely deplete her precious crystals, she would rather procure serpent shed from Shui and Shibing. Chapter 3. Buy one, get one free? The Merfolk Prince One must understand that the least expensive is often the most beautiful, and nothing surpasses the allure of something free. A chill swept over Shui. Born in the year of the snake, as an ominous premonition took hold. The beastmen who overheard Xianyu's words exchanged glances filled with complexity. Was this frail witch truly declaring war on the Merfolk? To purchase a mermaid silk, one would also need to acquire a son. Yet, acquiring an orc slave only cost a few green and blue crystals. Truly, the son of the Merfolk king commanded a steep price. Xianyu felt the merfolk's calculating gaze linger on her for mere seconds before recalling the hundreds of offspring the Merfolk king had, including dozens of younglings. After a moment, the Merfolk produced a stone and began to weave. Once the Merfolk finished their crafting, they smiled at Xianyu, eliciting a shiver down her spine. Surely, this was not the precursor to calling for reinforcements to punish her for her loose tongue? The Merfolk's cleverness was evident. They were determined to keep her occupied until help arrived, their smile devoid of malice. Exchanging glances with her sister Xianling, Xianyu signaled with her eyes, an unspoken message. Shall we run? Xianling composed herself, adjusting her robes calmly. It was no matter. They would not be harmed. Her sister appeared fragile but was quite resilient. Clearly, Xianyu's provocations had stirred a desire for a scuffle. Observing her sister's calm demeanor, Xianyu understood. Her sister was conveying that they could handle this. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, revealing the Merfolk king alongside the high priest, the turtle shaman. The Merfolk king presented a stern, middle-aged visage, wielding a trident, a clear indication of his formidable power. The turtle shaman, though referred to as such, belonged to the longevity-revered Xuanwu clan, embodying the image of an elderly man. Xianyu felt tears welling up. This ancient figure seemed to have lived even longer than her master. What a predicament! She was not equipped to confront such power. Xianling, too, found herself momentarily stunned. Surely, the punishment for mere words could not warrant the involvement of both the king and the turtle shaman. Glancing at Xianyu's petite frame, she mused that perhaps a few years of rest would be in order. Surely, they would not take her life for a mere slip of the tongue? Meanwhile, the snake beastmen tasked with maintaining order were equally at a loss, realizing they would have to seek out the great snake shaman once more, a task that would surely earn them a reprimand. I have heard you desire my most beautiful son? The Merfolk king's gaze fell upon Xianyu as he spoke. Then perhaps you should accompany me to the Merfolk domain. With a wave of his hand, the king, along with the turtle shaman, Xianyu, and Xianling, vanished from their location. The remaining members of the tiger tribe and the eagle white were thrown into a frenzy. The two witches had disappeared without a trace. What were they to do now? They hurriedly surrounded the still-standing Merfolk. Do not panic. Do not panic. It is nothing serious, the Merfolk reassured them. Truly, the Merfolk king was impressive. Xianyu marveled as she found herself already within the Merfolk territory. When might she possess such power? She could only teleport a modest distance. To reach the trading market of the Merfolk, she would need to teleport several times. Merfolk king, turtle shaman, what is this? Xianling inquired. Perplexed. Surely, with the Merfolk king's strength, they need not resort to further violence against her. Moreover, why had they included her in this journey? Was it her fault that her sister had not instilled better manners in Xianyu? Do not worry. Our prince will arrive shortly, the turtle shaman said kindly, stroking his beard. In recent years, the Merfolk had experienced an influx of offspring, as the essence of fertility descended upon their clan. The king and the elders began weaving mermaid silk to sell, as the responsibility of raising the young fell upon the parents. Unfortunately, the ability to create mermaid silk was limited. A typical Merfolk could only produce around 10 bolts, and the quality diminished as their power increased. The Merfolk king, being exceptionally powerful, was only able to weave 2 bolts, one of which was reserved for himself and the queen, while the other had just dazzled the crowd. In truth, the mermaid silk crafted by a powerful Merfolk would inherently possess unique attributes. For instance, the Merfolk king had control over water, and since the Merfolk adorned in his silk inherently shared this ability, the extraordinary properties of their garments had gone unnoticed due to their high prices and scarce market. Inside the grand hall of the Merfolk, the king sat upon a lofty throne while the turtle shaman stood beside him. The chamber was filled with hundreds of Merfolk, their shimmering, scale-adorned tails captivating all who beheld them. All my sons are present here. Choose one you fancy, and you may take him with a contract. The king declared, his tone suggesting a forced transaction. Upon hearing the king's words, hundreds of merfolk turned their gazes towards Xianyu, while a number of younglings took a step back, their tear-filled eyes pleading. Father can no longer afford to raise us. Is he truly selling us to this wretched old witch? The turtle shaman, dressed in his ceremonial garb, had lived for countless years. The older princes regarded Xianyu with indifference. Despite her being female, her dark and frail appearance displeased them, and they were not pleased with their father's words. Some princes, however, regarded Xianyu with curiosity. After all, their father had invited her to make a selection, and the odds of being chosen were slim. Xianling was equally surprised. The notion of purchasing mermaid silk with a prince included was tempting. Sister, you choose first. Once you have selected, I shall inquire if we can return for more. Xianyu found the situation rather appealing. Despite the disdainful glances from the handsome princes, she relished the challenge. Each prince was undeniably attractive, and as she surveyed them, she felt drawn to the one with the most potent energy, a silver-haired figure with ocean-blue eyes that held an ethereal quality. His striking physique, reminiscent of a character from a comic, was captivating in an instant. Xianyu felt her heart race uncontrollably. It was only then she realized the other princes had obstructed her view of him. As she approached, they quickly parted, allowing her to stand beside the silver-haired prince. May I purchase the mermaid silk for 10 red crystals and receive him as a gift? She inquired softly. The prince's azure gaze met hers, his expression indicating that her request was rather impolite, as if she were treating him as a mere commodity. That can be arranged, the Merfolk king replied with a nod, gesturing to the turtle shaman, who raised his staff and cast a spell. A warm glow enveloped Xianyu and the silver-haired prince. Feeling a gentle warmth on her collarbone, Xianyu looked down to find the Merfolk emblem, a perfect representation of the prince, etched onto her skin. Stunned, she turned to Xianling. Is this a bonding contract? Does it require my consent? Xianling nodded. Indeed, it is quite favorable. Her naive sister's impulsive words had led to the acquisition of a partner. Such fortune was rare, as few witches sought bonding contracts. While the implications were not without complications, the primary restriction lay upon the males, ensuring they could not harm their female counterparts and could only associate with their bonded partners. The Merfolk king retrieved the most exquisite piece of silk from the market, the one that had sparkled most brilliantly. With a wave of his trident, he tailored a long, flowing gown that beautifully accentuated Xianyu's form. Its sleeves cinched elegantly, the layers of the skirt a vision of splendor. This gown is truly stunning, Xianyu thought, pained as she retrieved 10 red crystals from her pouch and offered them to the Merfolk king. This amount would typically suffice for 2 garments, yet the king had transformed it into a magnificent dress. The gown, though appearing heavy, was surprisingly lightweight and exquisite, and satisfied with the transaction, the king nodded approvingly. A fine gift for my son. The dowry is 10 red crystals, while the trousseau is this exquisite silk dye in the realm of beast kind. It was customary for males to seek crystals and hunt in pursuit of a female partner. Indeed, the Merfolk king's son was exceptional. With another wave of his hand, the silk gown enveloped Xianyu, though an odd feeling lingered. All eyes in the hall were upon her, including that of the silver-haired prince. The breathtaking gown draped over her slender figure, yet Xianling could no longer bear to watch. Utilizing her powers, she removed the black medicinal mud from Xianyu's face and the feathers from her hair, revealing her flawlessly pale visage beneath. With her softly curled black hair, alabaster complexion, and the enchanting gown of pale blue, Xianyu radiated beauty, instantly elevated to a stunning appearance. Whispers spread among the princes. Had they known, they would not have been so dismissive. This delicate female, once cleaned up, was quite striking, though she appeared frail and difficult to care for. Yet, she was evidently wealthy, willing to part with 10 red crystals for mermaid silk, an amount their father had struggled to obtain for ages. Gazing at her reflection shimmering in the water, Xianyu contemplated loosening her robe, which could not fully conceal the flowing skirt, and turned to tie it around the silver-haired prince. The robe was a tad short, prompting her to channel her powers and extend its length. Perfection. A beauty looks splendid in anything she wears, evoking envy. The Sea King nodded in satisfaction, while the turtle shaman observed with surprise as Xianyu tied the ceremonial robe around Mingzhan's form. soon revealing a kind gaze. Following this, the turtle shaman, with a hint of salesmanship, directed his gaze towards Xianling and spoke. Our esteemed elder has quite a number of children. Would you be interested in acquiring some fish silk as a gift for your son? If it weren't for the fact that the king only has this one left, I would gladly offer another son as well. Xianling felt utterly speechless. It is said that this turtle shaman is a diviner, perhaps calculating the quantity of red crystals possessed by her and Xianling. Primarily, while she harbored an interest in the beauty, she had no desire for such contracts, for she aspired to lead her tribe to greatness as a formidable shaman. Far beyond the aspirations of mere beastmen. No, I prefer to don shamanic robes. They shield against the wind, rain, and harm. After all, unlike my sister, who is frivolous in her shamanic endeavors, my capacity to withstand damage is formidable. One might say I am resilient. Very well, the turtle shaman replied, his interest piqued. I had hoped to help the elder marry off another son. You may refer to me as Father King alongside Jiao Shi. Feel free to bring him back to play, as distance should not pose a concern for you. Once the turtle shaman finished his chatter, the Sea King regarded Xianyu with newfound warmth, stating, our aquatic kin possess numerous treasures. Should you be interested? Exchanges can be made. After a moment's pause, he added, alas, with so many offspring, it troubles this old father greatly. The turtle shaman had indeed foreseen that this young shaman bore numerous crystals. Certainly, Father King. Might you escort us to the market? The beastmen of the tiger tribe await our arrival, Xianyu inquired tentatively. Surely this matter had concluded, for she was now impoverished, her assets diminished by 1/10, which was quite painful. The Sea King nodded, waving his hand to transport Xianling, Xianyu, and their son Jiao Shi to the market stalls of the sea folk. The sudden appearance of the three drew the attention of all present, particularly focusing on Xianyu, who captivated those unaware of prior events. Mesmerized by the sight of the enchanting female clad in a splendid gown, absent were the shamanic robes and the black medicinal clay upon her face, nor the characteristic feathers adorning her hair. Those unfamiliar with her did not recognize her as a shaman. Observing the crowd, Mingzhan, in his transformed form, felt a surge of possessiveness for his partner, stepping protectively in front of Xianyu. The beastmen, mistaking him for a shaman due to his ceremonial robes, averted their gazes, as few would dare to contest a shaman for a female. Xianyu silently mused that the allure of a shaman was indeed unmatched. It seemed imperative to craft a robe that concealed her entire dress. For the gown woven by the Sea King was excessively eye-catching. Ling Shaman, you have returned. And who might this be? Tiger Yu, unable to recognize Xianyu's true appearance, hesitated, wondering if this beautifully garbed female could be the frail shaman he once knew. This is my sister, Xianyu, Xianling clarified, likely anticipating a drastic transformation once he shed his elaborate attire. Yet, glancing at his sister's dazzling gown, he realized that as a dignified shaman deserving of reverence, she should not be adorned in such ostentatious fish silk. Noticing the unwavering gazes of the surrounding females fixated on her dress, Xianyu sighed in exasperation. With a flick of her hand, she utilized her shamanic power to envelop the fish silk in a layer of dull mist, rendering it less striking. This act caused a 10-level beauty to instantly drop by 5, with hushed whispers circulating that the allure stemmed solely from the gown. Now that it appeared muted, she was not as captivating. In reality, Xianyu had also applied a subtle layer of black medicinal clay to her face, though it lacked the prominence of a full shamanic disguise. The frequent use of shamanic power left Xianyu feeling famished. She retrieved an energy fruit from her shamanic pouch and began to nibble on them one after another, consuming about 4 before her hunger finally abated. Mingzhan, observing from the side, was taken aback. Had he truly witnessed her treating the energy fruit as a meal? Although he had seen energy fruits before, her casual consumption was indeed singular. By the way, what is your name? I heard the Sea King refer to you as Jiao Shi. Could it be that your name is simply Shi? Xianyu, noticing Mingzhan's gaze, turned to inquire. Ah, the beauty has transformed into a human. Those long legs are quite impressive. You may call me Mingzhan. My father, in his wisdom, names us in the order of our birth. He explained. Meanwhile, a beastman promoting fish silk was introducing ordinary fish silk to the female beastmen, which, while attractive compared to animal hides, was primarily appealing due to its affordability, priced at merely 10 green crystals. Xianling, finding the fish silk visually appealing yet not overly ostentatious, purchased several pieces for future garments. The group continued to roam the market, procuring necessary supplies such as salt and other items lacking within their tribe. Xianyu focused primarily on acquiring various types of seeds while occasionally encountering formidable beastmen selling energy fruits, purchasing them all for 10 green crystals each. It was quite a spectacle. The beastmen of the tiger tribe, along with Mingzhan, recognized Xianyu's wealth in crystals, pondering why she needed so many energy fruits. After all, while energy fruits could enhance strength, crystals served a similar purpose, leaving them puzzled. Was it a display of surplus crystals? Sensing the curious gazes of the crowd, Xianyu felt no desire to clarify. This could indeed be considered her weakness. Energy fruits typically grew at the perilous edges of cliffs, guarded by dangerous beasts. Thus, only the most powerful male beastmen would venture to collect them for gifting to females or exchanging for crystals to procure goods. Additionally, there was Xianyu, a shaman whose vitality waned in the absence of energy fruits, frequently foraging for them. Having gathered hundreds, if not thousands, of energy fruits from the beasts guarding them, her shamanic pouch still contained only a meager few dozen, leaving her disheartened. Despite consuming a substantial quantity, her physical condition remained comparatively weak. Fortunately, her prowess derived from shamanic power rather than physical strength. After a thorough exploration of the market, the group ventured to the nearby snake tribe, as the salt mines were under their control, necessitating a visit for salt exchange. During the exchange, they encountered the great shaman of the snake tribe, who, understandably, displayed little friendliness due to the disruptions caused by Xianyu and her companions, interrupting his training on 2 occasions that day indeed. 2 troublesome shamans. After completing the salt exchange, they continued their journey, as dusk began to settle, eventually squeezing into a cave to rest. Xianyu playfully tugged at Mingzhan, reddening his face, while Xianling shot disapproving glances at her. Such frivolous behavior towards her partner in public was frowned upon, in Xianling's view. Males lacking strength to provide a suitable dwelling for their partners were indeed pitiable, devoid of any sense of shame. How base and lowly. Not at all. I merely wish to see what my contract pattern looks like. Xianyu explained sweetly, sensing that her sister's gaze may have misinterpreted her intentions. Hearing Xianyu's words, Mingzhan, his ears flushed, took her hand and placed it upon his chest. Xianyu paused, her gaze shifting to Mingzhan's exquisite face, feeling the warmth of his touch at her fingertips. Glancing down, she noticed a charming cat pattern adorning his chest. So, I am a cat. No, it must be a tiger. Yet, I have never heard of a shaman being a tiger before. Who are my father and mother beasts? The twin sisters, abandoned upon birth at the foot of the shaman mountain, were oblivious to their lineage. Meanwhile, Xianling remained unconcerned, while Xianyu felt a flicker of curiosity. Without the blood bond among beastmen, it would be impossible to ascertain that Xianling and Xianyu were indeed sisters of the same womb. Chapter 4. Exchanging crystal energy balls with the turtle shaman, counting the energy fruits within her shamanic pouch. Aside from those already possessed, she had procured over 20 more that day. Contemplating, she deemed this sufficient to replenish her shamanic power for crafting a new robe. Drawing inspiration from the Sea King's method of creating fish garments, Xianyu made slight modifications to the style of her robe, adding embellishments and borrowing color ideas from the less agreeable shaman she had encountered earlier. With one hand constantly munching on energy fruits and the other guiding her staff, Xianyu soon consumed over 30 fruits, successfully crafting a new robe of deep azure hue. Did you seriously embed blue crystals into the collar of this robe? Eagleby, idly observing Xianyu's actions, couldn't help but comment. Why not use red crystals instead? While blue crystals are not unattractive, it does make the robe appear somewhat cheap. Should you have any objections, keep them to yourself. This is not for your approval. As she spoke, Xianyu deftly wrapped the wizard's robe around herself, perfectly enveloping her entire being, including her ankles, thus elegantly concealing the fish-scale skirt she wore beneath. Mingzhan, observing the blue crystal adorned on Xianyu's neck, retrieved a transparent, pristine blue sapphire from his bosom and handed it to her. Ecstatic, Xianyu accepted the gem, initially contemplating the prospect of later acquiring a suitable gemstone to replace the casually imagined blue crystal. To her surprise, Mingzhan already possessed one. Without hesitation, she exchanged the blue crystal for the sapphire. For how could the blue crystal from the body of a fantastical beast ever rival the beauty and allure of a natural sapphire? As she witnessed Mingzhan's action of unveiling the sapphire, a sudden curiosity struck Xianyu. Surely you haven't ventured out today without anything at all? She inquired, considering that orcs typically carried visibly substantial items when embarking on journeys. Unlike her, who could conjure a personal wizard's pouch for storage. Mingzhan nodded, seemingly in agreement, admitting that his father had forgotten to ask him to pack anything. Apart from the attire he wore, the only possession he had was the sapphire he fortuitously clutched at the time. Xianyu mused, slightly perplexed. You left without packing anything, and now you're relying on me. Shall I take you back to gather some belongings? She offered. Mingzhan's eyes brightened at the prospect. In his haste, he had failed to bring along the gemstones he had collected. While he could sustain himself on terrestrial meat, he could hardly procure sufficient food in the meantime. Most importantly, he had yet to bid farewell to his close companions and inform his mother. All right, Xianyu nodded, her heart aching. What could possibly be amiss? Of course, we can go, though it will deplete my magical energy. Sister, Mingzhan and I will make a brief return to the Merfolk tribe to gather some items. We shall return before dawn. Amidst the bewildered gazes of others, Xianling nodded in agreement. Xianyu grasped Mingzhan's hand and, with a flourish of her staff, they vanished in an instant. After several swift flashes, they arrived at the grand hall of the Merfolk tribe, where they had spent the previous day. Mingzhan gazed at Xianyu in astonishment. Is it typical for wizards to possess such prowess? Not exactly, Xianyu replied proudly, recognizing the confusion in Mingzhan's gaze. Only the elderly and seasoned wizards, along with those like me, who are exceptionally gifted, can accomplish such feats. Is that so? My father can do it too, Mingzhan pondered, questioning why he himself could not, wondering if it was due to insufficient strength. Indeed, you understand that your father can, while you cannot, correct? Xianyu retorted, casting a bemused glance at Mingzhan, who dared to compare himself to the ancient Merfolk king. Humph, when I reach that age, I will be even more formidable. Mingzhan led Xianyu to his dwelling, his eyes glimmering with desire as he pointed towards a massive shell. That serves as my bed. Xianyu glanced at her own wizard's pouch, which spanned several dozen square meters, and realized it could indeed accommodate the 6-meter-wide shell bed. She felt as if she had found a delicate husband, urging her to refine her pouch to achieve greater storage capacity. It should be noted that a wizard's pouch typically only spans a few square meters. Fortunately for her, due to her penchant for unconventional pursuits, her occasional pouch refinements had yielded her the current spaciousness. Gratefully, the largest item was this bed, and soon Mingzhan's belongings filled the space with an array of beautifully colored gemstones and various beads. Finally, leveraging his advantage in the water, Mingzhan caught a selection of food. As Xianyu beheld the abundant assortment of fish and shrimp before her, she chose to overlook Mingzhan's longing gaze. After all, her pouch lacked preservation capabilities. After a journey of 10 days to half a month, these would surely spoil. Be good. Indulge in one last hearty meal, Xianyu said, her large, shimmering eyes betraying her struggle as she uttered this cold remark. She could only tolerate her magical energy-sustaining food such as fruits and seasonings, or dried meat that had been properly prepared. Freshly hunted food was simply out of the question. After a few moments of searching Xianyu's expression for a glimmer of hope, Mingzhan ultimately succumbed. All right, I will go eat my fill. Machim, do eat well, she replied. While waiting for Mingzhan to return, Xianyu idly waved her fingers, observing the streams of water that danced in response to her movements. To her astonishment, she successfully directed the flow towards a fish that was swimming nearby. Realizing that her magical powers indeed allowed her to control water, she reflected that perhaps it was because of the lavishly purchased fish scale skirt she had gifted to her partner. However, she had not heard of any special abilities associated with fish scale garments, so it must have been a trait of the Merfolk king himself. Ultimately, Xianyu concluded that the fish scale garments woven by the king not only enabled effortless movement through water, but also granted her the ability to manipulate it. Yet, the extent of this control was limited. It seemed suitable only for small fish and shrimp, and might come in handy for washing pots and dishes in the future. Feeling a tad bored, Xianyu wandered through the Merfolk tribe, encountering few individuals along the way. Asked the Merfolk tribe's lifestyle so regimented? Have they all retired for the night? As she ventured into the area with the densest magical energy, she arrived at an entrance illuminated by luminous pearls. Since I'm here, shall I take a seat inside? A voice belonging to the turtle wizard echoed from within the cave. Intrigued by the ancient creature that had lived for so long, Xianyu stepped inside. The cave, aside from the turtle wizard and the illuminating pearl, was utterly barren. The turtle wizard and Xianyu exchanged glances. Is it possible that remark was merely a formality? Xianyu pondered, genuinely curious whether the long-lived turtle wizard was impoverished or merely storing his belongings within his pouch. Ultimately, out of courtesy, she chose not to inquire further, not out of fear of reprisal but rather due to her respect for the elderly. Do you require energy fruits? I have 135 for sale. And in return, you may offer me 10 purple crystals. The turtle wizard stated, producing 135 energy fruits and placing them on the stone table he had also retrieved. Xianyu contemplated, concluding that indeed, the turtle wizard must be storing everything within his pouch. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was attempting to swindle her. Although the various colored crystals were distinct and lacked a precise exchange rate, something felt amiss. Isn't that a bit overpriced? Xianyu fixed her gaze on the fruits, scrutinizing the turtle wizard in silence, contemplating whether to proceed with the transaction. A mere 10 purple crystals could allow her to avoid the treacherous cliffs for more than half a month. Besides the crystal she had deducted from her master, those 10 purple crystals would suffice for her needs during that time. Perhaps it would be better to continue climbing cliffs and gathering fruits instead. How about this? I also possess energy spheres akin to the energy fruits. If you add just 1 purple crystal, I can provide you with one as well, the turtle wizard suggested, retrieving a crystal sphere brimming with energy. Xianyu stared in disbelief, astonished by the turtle wizard's apparent poverty. She sensed no error in her judgment. The energy within that sphere must have been infused by the turtle wizard's magical prowess. Turtle wizard, after living for so long, beyond divination, I have practiced my magical powers for over 1,000 years. I possess an abundance of energy and often play with a few crystal energy spheres. Xianyu handed over 11 purple crystals, gathering the energy fruits from the table, and took the crystal sphere from the turtle wizard's hands. As she held it, absorbing the energy within, she felt revitalized, her previous weakness dissipating. Without revealing her delight, Xianyu was internally elated, realizing that with minimal exertion of magical power, she could sustain herself for at least a month without needing to replenish her energy fruits. Turtle wizard. Do you have any more of these crystal spheres? I would be willing to purchase one for a purple crystal. What do you say? The turtle wizard, glancing at the hundreds of crystal spheres within his pouch, beamed at Xianyu with an exceptionally kind smile, pondering how many crystals would be fitting to exchange with this little wizard. He longed to divine her fortune multiple times, aiming to ascertain the number of crystals she possessed. Unfortunately, after Xianyu's departure earlier that day, he had attempted divination over 10 times, but the results had only yielded vague estimates, such as the price of crystals she might spend on her purchases and whether she could afford them. As a divination wizard, the turtle wizard possessed limited combat prowess, only able to predict fortunes and misfortunes. Despite his long life, his wealth was primarily tied to the tribe's prosperity in recent years, with the Merfolk tribe's dwindling affluence. He too had become impoverished, unlike Xianyu's master, the high priest, whose magical power was directly linked to his combat ability. The longer he lived, the richer he became. The paths of magical cultivation differed significantly. Thus, the disparity in the number of crystals stored in Xianyu and Xianling's pouches was largely due to this reason. The turtle wizard presented all the crystal spheres from his pouch, stating, "The energy contained in these spheres is fixed in quantity, so they are identical to the energy you just absorbed." Xianyu was astonished. "How abundant is your magical power, turtle wizard?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable, glancing at the hundreds of purple crystals and over 90 red crystals in her pouch. She proposed, "How about 1 purple crystal for 1 crystal sphere?" After some contemplation, Xianyu mused that once they reached the tribe, the use of red crystals for trade would likely be minimal, aside from today's trading fair. She had only heard of their use in Beast King City. Generally, when orcs possess red crystals, they directly absorb the energy within. She could do this as well, but exchanging them for energy fruits would be quite unprofitable, not to mention the energy clusters at hand. For her, red crystals primarily served as a means to barter for necessities. Or would you prefer red crystals? Offering you 5 red crystals for all the crystal spheres? Xianyu tentatively suggested. If not, 10 red crystals would suffice. Upon hearing the mention of red crystals, the ancient eyes of the turtle shaman gleamed with excitement. The king could only produce 2 strands of fish silk to gift to the prince in his lifetime. Yet 10 red crystals could be procured from the idle crystal spheres he had been toying with it, felt as though his entire turtle existence had reached its zenith. All right, with this affirmation. Xianyu instantly perked up, swiftly retrieving 5 red crystals from her shaman bag and collecting all the crystal spheres on the ground. The moment they entered her bag, she was aware of the exact count. 495 energy clusters. If you need more energy clusters in the future, do seek me out. The turtle shaman delightedly clutched the red crystals in his hands, reveling in the fact that his idle crystal sphere exchange for red crystals could also elevate his shaman rank. Truly, hope had dawned upon his turtle life. Xianyu was equally elated. After all, she was inherently different from other shamans. Her existence consumed shamanic energy, and the energy she could extract from crystal stones was pitifully limited. Utilizing her primary shamanic energy was hugely depleting, forcing her to incessantly consume energy fruits. Consequently, her shaman rank was several levels beneath the average of those in Shaman Mountain. Now, she could finally unleash her potential in her training, at least able to sustain herself for a considerable period. A satisfied smile graced Xianyu's face. Very well, Turtle Shaman, I shall take my leave for now. Returning to her previous spot where Mingzhan had been waiting for a hearty meal, she bore a radiant smile. Upon returning, she found no one there and searched several circles before encountering the smiling Xianyu, who appeared carefree. Mingzhan, having quietly wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, spoke, Xianyu, I finally found you. Where have you been? I even said my goodbyes to Mother. Oh, that is splendid. I shall take you back now. I in high spirits. Xianyu grabbed Mingzhan, and with a few flashes, they returned to the cave they had been in before. Tiger Yu and the others were astonished by Xianyu's sudden appearance. Did she just transform in like that? Ling Shaman, can we return just like that? Tiger Yu raised the question lingering in the minds of all present from the Tiger tribe. No, not all shamans possess Xianyu's peculiar abilities. Even Xianyu cannot teleport such a large number of individuals from such a distance, Ingbai replied. Although neither Xianyu nor Xianling had provided explicit explanations, after spending so much time living together on Shaman Mountain, they had an intuitive understanding that Xianyu's training method differed fundamentally from that of other shamans. Could Xianling accomplish this? Undoubtedly, she could, but it would leave her shamanic energy severely depleted for an extended period. Should any issues arise then, she would be even weaker than a typical orc devoid of shamanic energy. Xianyu's shamanic energy could be replenished with energy fruits, while Xianling's could only be restored through gradual training. Shamans possess ranks. Levels 1 to 5 are considered junior shamans, levels 6 to 10 are senior shamans, and levels above 10 are term priests, while those above 15 are great priests or elder priests. Xianling was a level 5 junior shaman. If she attempted to teleport others, the energy required would exceed the capacity of a level 5 shaman, resulting in her demotion. Utilizing shamanic energy within her rank would allow for natural recovery, whereas exceeding her rank would lead to degradation. Retraining would not enhance a shaman's prowess. Rather, it would require doubling the energy to advance in rank. Overexerting shamanic energy would ultimately leave one devoid of any power to wield. The most prudent approach would be to elevate their shamanic ranks, which would enable the use of greater shamanic energy during incantations. Xianyu was a level 2 junior shaman, capable of utilizing the energy reserves of her rank in addition to her life force. Due to the peculiarity of her training, her very existence consumed shamanic energy. If she invoked spells that exceeded her rank's energy reserves, her body would grow increasingly frail until she eventually lost her life. Therefore, as long as she supplemented her energy timely, exceeding her limits would not pose an issue. Problems would only arise when she overextended herself without replenishing her shamanic energy. Observing her sister return, brimming with vitality, Xianling was somewhat taken aback. It was known that Xianyu typically existed in a state of weakness. Had she truly consumed all her energy fruits in one go? Xianyu smiled at Xianling, choosing not to disclose anything given the presence of numerous orcs around. Instead, she retrieved crystal energy clusters from her shaman bag and began refining them continuously. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Xianyu, Xianling understood what her sister was up to. The shamanic intuition informed her that energy clusters held little value for her. Upon reaching level 5 as a junior shaman, she felt an inexplicable guidance from the beast god, indicating that she needed to assist her tribe in growth to garner faith points in order to ascend to a senior shaman. Thus, when the fierce tiger tribe arrived at Shaman Mountain, she readily agreed to accompany them back to the fierce tiger tribe. Before dawn broke, Xianyu tirelessly absorbed energy clusters, one after another, until her shaman rank surged to level 3. Propelled by the abundant shamanic energy in the valley devoid of blizzards, they would only encounter forests where stray orcs might dwell. Hence, for the sake of safety, I believe we should continue our journey without pause. Except for when we need to replenish our energy. Ling Shaman, do you think that's feasible? Tiger Yu suggested to Xianling. It's been quite a while since we've been without a shaman, and I'm unsure if there have been any changes in the fierce tiger tribe. We must hurry back. Xianling nodded in agreement. All right. Mounted on the back of Bear Knight, the females sat atop the giant tiger as they had on their way here, while Xianyu remained striding by. The only difference now was that Ingbai bore an additional passenger, the merman Mingzhan. As Ingbai soared through the skies, he grumbled, Xianyu, it's one thing to ride on my back, but now you're bringing along a fish. Among all the orcs here, I'm the only one carrying 2, Ingbai. While you may be my sister's companion, if we're discussing familiarity, we've spent the most time together. As for strength, you're the most formidable in flight. Wouldn't you agree? Xianyu replied, her tone laced with a hint of reassurance. Mingzhan nodded in agreement. Indeed, when it comes to flying, Ingbai is undoubtedly the best, as he is the only one among us who can fly. Ingbai rolled his eyes in exasperation. As for familiarity, what kind of relationship was that? If poisoning him day and night could be considered a bond, then any random orc could be deemed his true love. Nevertheless, Xianyu felt that Ingbai had a point. At least it sparked her interest in having a flying orc companion. Swimming in the sea is one thing, but soaring through the skies is another. Chapter 5. Arrival at the fierce tiger tribe. It's all right. Beauty is a good accompaniment to a meal. After pulling out an energy fruit to offer Mingzhan, she took one for herself and began to nibble on it, feeling generous. The landlord's family had ample provisions, and she could afford to share with her handsome little companion. Unlike other beasts who trudged along laboriously, Xianyu could leisurely nibble on energy fruits while simultaneously refining shamanic energy from the energy clusters she held. Following Ingbai and the others, they journeyed tirelessly day and night. As they approached the tribe, with only about 3 more to go, Xianyu, having consumed most of the energy clusters in her possession, reached a significant milestone in her life. Master, your child has made progress. In just half a month, I have become a level 5 junior shaman, turtle shaman. Yes, indeed. It merely consumed a few hundred years of my idle time, using shamanic energy to refine the crystal energy clusters. Counting the remaining crystal energy in her shaman bag, she found over 20 left, along with around 80 energy fruits, sufficient to sustain her for a while longer. Having attained level 5 as a junior shaman, Xianyu received a divine directive from the beast god to ascend to senior shaman. She was to venture to the steepest cliff, descend into the deepest valley, and seek out the highly toxic plants for a contract, which would become her most fitting battle partner. The joy of nearing the tribe allowed Tiger Yu and the others to relax, preparing to indulge in a hearty meal to restore their physical strength and energy to optimal levels. Typically, a robust male orc could go for half a month without food after a substantial meal, which is why the beast skin bags they carried were filled with jerky for the female orcs. Female orcs generally ate according to the day, and they could acquire the innate abilities of the first male orc they partnered with. If fortune favored them and their first male companion possessed formidable strength, it could significantly enhance their physical condition, potentially allowing them to thrive on just one meal every few days. However, female shamans would not inherit the innate abilities of their first partner. Similarly, if the first partner of a female orc was a male shaman, she would not acquire any innate abilities. Xianling and Xianyu awaited the return of Tiger Yu and the others in the cave, while Ingbai and Mingzhan remained behind for protection. Ingbai returned from outside the cave with a bundle of firewood, producing a flint to kindle a fire within. Xianyu retrieved a collection of ordinary small fruits she had gathered during her idle moments and shared them with everyone. As they formed a circle, it felt rather rude to indulge alone. With Mingzhan's handsome face as a backdrop, Xianyu playfully inquired, Mingzhan, how about I fetch a fierce beast's bone and craft a trident for you? Just like your father's, my father possesses a treasured heirloom, crafted not from the bones of fearsome beasts. Mingzhan earnestly rebuts, asserting, beast bones? I desire the bone of the ferocious king dragon. All eyes in the room converge upon Mingzhan's visage. A bold display of shamelessness. He is, after all, blatantly living off the generosity of others. Ingbai gazes longingly at Xianling, exclaiming, Xianling, my waist has been troubling me lately. I too wish to indulge in such comforts. Seek out Xianyu, for it is you who carries her when venturing beyond. It is only right. Moreover, the bones of a king dragon are plentiful enough for two. Xianling, casually nibbling on fruit, offers a sincere suggestion to Yingbai. Heeding her advice, Yingbai shifts his attentive gaze towards Xianyu. Xianyu, spitting out the pit of the fruit, glances at Ming Zhan's striking features and then at Yingbai's foolish countenance. Responding cheerfully, "Why not? It's quite trivial. I shall arrange it for you all in due time." Observing the radiant smiles blossoming on the faces of the fish and the eagle, Xianyu, while smiling outwardly, secretly revels in their innocence. These two naive simpletons. She knows she cannot contend with the king dragon now. As for the future, who can say how long she must wait? The gazes of the tigress present are rife with envy, contemplating whether they too should audaciously proclaim, "I desire that as well." Xianling shakes her head, deeming them still too youthful. Ming Zhan's lack of intellect is forgivable, yet Yingbai has fallen victim to his sister's antics countless times. How is it that he remains gullible? Oh, beast god, enlighten me as to who reigns as the wealthiest shaman in this world. Xianyu, feigning sincerity, clasps her hands together and exclaims, "It is undoubtedly the high priest Ming." Yingbai enthusiastically affirms, "Indeed. But how do you know?" The land-dwelling simpleton, accustomed to the depths of the sea, gazes at Ming Zhan with wide, azure eyes filled with curiosity. Xianyu shoots Yingbai a look of disdain. "Oh, you ignorant beast man. Humph, the richest shaman in the world must be my master, the old priest. I, Xianyu, am surely the second richest shaman in existence. It is not that her shaman pouch lacks red crystals, but rather that the moment when a single staff could fell a horde of king dragons to harvest their red crystals has yet to arrive. Please consider that the still living, roaming red-tier beasts are merely her mobile red crystals. Thank you. For the high priest is indeed formidable, but he is the high priest Ming." Yingbai responds with starry-eyed admiration, while Xianling casts a disapproving glance at him, and Xianyu rolls her eyes dramatically. "Ah, you traitor! You may choose to follow the shamans of Mount Wu, yet you dare to worship the shamans of Beast King City. Do you seek a beating, Yingbai? Wow, you may restrain my eagle form, but you cannot seize my eagle heart. My thoughts are free. This is known as eagle rights," Yingbai theatrically declares. Xianling facepalms, pondering whether this eagle willingly follows her, or if she had inadvertently knocked him unconscious and coerced him into a contract. "What nonsense is this? Heh, fool," Xianyu quips, choosing to disregard Yingbai's antics. As Beast King City continues to conquer tribes, it seems imperative for both herself and her sister to hasten their ascent in shamanic rank. They must not become shamans who are forcibly subdued. That would indeed be a disgrace to Mount Wu. After 3 days, during which no unforeseen events transpired, Xianling and the party led by Hu Yu arrived at the tribe. Greeted warmly by the leader, Hu Shao, who welcomed the newly arrived Ling shaman, a line of beast warriors stood at attention, indicating that the fierce tiger tribe was no impoverished settlement. It boasted many high-ranking beast warriors and a considerable number of females, suggesting a population of several thousand. Leader Hu Shao escorted the Ling shaman to her opulent cave, spacious and illuminated by luminous pearls, furnished only with a large stone bed. Nothing more. The atmosphere was one of serene simplicity. After delivering the Ling shaman to her abode to allow her time to settle, the leader busied himself elsewhere, leaving Xianyu, the overlooked younger sister, to fend for herself. "Brother Hu Yu, does the Ling shaman's sister not deserve her own private cave?" Xianyu inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief, while the pitiful gaze enhanced by Ming Zhan's beauty also turned towards Hu Yu. Pondering the absurdity of the situation, realized their father was likely unaware that Xianyu was the Ling shaman's sister, probably failing to recognize her shamanic guise. The pace of their accommodation was swift, leaving little opportunity for him to inform his father. It seemed he regarded Xianyu merely as a female of the tribe welcoming the Ling shaman, not realizing her true identity. Nevertheless, as the young clan leader, Hu Yu promptly arranged for Xianyu to occupy a nearby empty cave adjacent to the Ling shamans, though it was rather small. Observing the background Hu Yu regarded, Xianyu glanced at her own dark and cramped cave. The transition from Mount Wu to the fierce tiger tribe appeared to signify a decline in living conditions. Xianyu and Ming Zhan exchanged glances. Firstly, Xianyu retrieved a luminescent pearl from her shaman pouch, securing it to the cave's ceiling with her shamanic power. She then surveyed the dim cave illuminated by the pearl, gracefully releasing a shell-shaped bed that perfectly filled the space. Ming-Zhan, yearning for the vast shell bed of his underwater sanctuary, gazed at Xianyu with deep azure eyes, sorrow evident in his expression. I feel something is lacking in this room. It gives me no sense of security. This sorrowful expression, amplified by his striking features, rendered Xianyu defenseless. She reached out to stroke Ming-Zhan's head. Fear not, I understand what is missing. Please, sit on the bed and rest a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, she teleported to the nearest river she had spotted upon entering the tribe, utilizing the water-controlling abilities of her shark silk robe to conjure a large mass of water and subsequently teleport it back to the cave. She then cast a spell to contain the water within the room, glancing at Ming-Zhan with an expectant gaze. Darling, do you like this? Is this the sense of security you desired? Ming-Zhan was taken aback. You can control water with shamanic magic? Not precisely. It is the water-controlling feature inherent to the shark silk robe woven by your father. Then, is there no need to store provisions in our room? With all this water, can you truly adapt? Ming-Zhan lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the room's limited space, which only contained a bed, an unfriendly arrangement. I do not require food. Energy fruits can be moistened without spoiling. Moreover, wearing the shark silk robe poses no issues for me. Xianyu gazed at Ming-Zhan with feigned depth. I understand that to accept a fish is to embrace your affinity for water. Thank you, but that is quite unnecessary. Ming-Zhan rolled his eyes, lamenting the depths of his misfortune. Being sold by his father was already disheartening, especially to someone unwilling to offer shark flower crystals. Life seemed bleak. Ming-Zhan struggled to suppress his feelings of grievance, his voice tinged with stubbornness. I am not a fish. I am a merman. Xianyu inwardly chuckled, finding Ming-Zhan's adorably pitiful expression, enhanced by his beauty, utterly charming. She felt an irresistible urge to tease him further. She longed to witness the delicate male's tears. Xianyu, come quickly. A frantic voice echoed from the cave entrance. It was Ying Bai, exasperated. Who would have thought he merely sought someone and ended up being flung at the cave's entrance? Had he not heeded Ling's instructions, he would not have sought out Xianyu, the toxic shaman. Upon reaching the entrance and seeing Ying Bai, who appeared as though he had rolled in the mud, Xianyu could not help but laugh. Ying Bai, have you not yet tired of childhood games? Are you relishing the nostalgia? I'd rather not indulge in your childhood memories. The tribe is preparing a welcome ceremony for Ling. And seeing you, this burden, left uninformed, is quite unfortunate. Ying Bai conveyed the message, along with a touch of sarcasm. His spirits lifted considerably. He then turned to find Xian Ling, intent on supporting her. Teske, Xianyu remarked. Turning back to the still somber Ming-Zhan, come, Ming-Zhan. Your complimentary feast is about to commence. Upon hearing the words of the eloquent Ming-Zhan, one could only feel a profound sense of bewilderment as he trailed behind Xianyu like a pitiable little puppy. Truly, there was no prince more tragically unfortunate than he. An impoverished father, a miserly partner, and a self who was both strong and sorrowful. Xianyu swiftly stowed away her sorceress robe, waving her hand to disperse the gray mist that cloaked her shimmering fish-scale gown and the faint black mud on her face, dismissing her with disdain as she made arrangements for a small cave in the tiger tribe, where she could indulge in food and drink. With a quick turn, she helped remove the black sorceress robe from Ming-Zhan. Her gaze settling on him, adorned in his fish-scale robe, which similarly concealed the intricate contract design across his chest. A satisfied smile graced Xianyu's lips. Indeed, he was undeniably handsome enough to rely on his looks for sustenance. As they converged at the entrance of Xianling, following him to the tribal square, the only attention Xianling received was a slight reverence in the gazes directed at his fully adorned sorceress attire. While a continuous stream of envious and resentful female glances fell upon Xianyu's gown, alongside a throng of eager male eyes fixated on her, and the infatuated stares aimed at Ming-Zhan. Having spent considerable time with Xianyu, the likes of Ying Bai, Xiongye, and Shisui exchanged looks of utter disbelief. Truly, no sorceress could be more shameless than Xianyu, who concealed her identity, clearly intending to enjoy the spoils alongside her partner. As expected, upon their arrival at the square, Xianyu, having separated from Xianling, found herself surrounded by a throng of males bearing gifts of fruits and roasted meats. Little female, you are so beautiful. I can surely take care of you. Be with me too. I can care for you. Xianyu, who remained silent about promises, found herself inundated with a veritable mountain of food. Observing the towering heap of roasted meat beside him, Mingzhan glanced at the few meager fruits in his hand and the flirtatious glances from the females. Gradually, he moved closer to Xianyu, tossing his small fruits onto the mountain of food, and turning her face to align with his stunning visage, his azure eyes pleading with desire as he softly called out, "Xianyu, oh dear." The sparkle of affection in Xianyu's eyes nearly burst forth. She replied with a playful tone, "All right, it's all yours." The moment those words left her mouth, the males who had been offering food turned their ire towards Mingzhan. In the next instant, Xianyu produced the signature black sorceress robe from her pouch and draped it over Mingzhan. Well then, the male's eager intentions to confront him were swiftly extinguished. Woe is me! I shall never again offer food to this little female. Nearby, Hui and Huyu exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words, their minds racing to articulate something, yet their mouths remained sealed in silence. How could they possibly shout that Xianyu was a sorceress and that the merman was her partner? It would be far too awkward. Who knows what sort of sorceress Xianyu truly was? Better to remain silent than to risk inciting trouble. From his son's utterance, Hu Xiao learned of Xianyu's identity. He gazed from Xianyu to Lingwu, his expression one of sheer confusion, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. Well, it's clear that only Lingwu is the shaman of our tiger tribe. Everyone, quiet down. Hu Xiao bellowed, then walked beside Xianyu to introduce. This is our tribe's newly arrived Lingwu, and the three beastmen behind her, Xiongya, Shi Sui, and Ingbai, are her followers. After a pause, he gestured towards Xianyu, who stood at a distance. That is the sister of our Lingwu, Xianyu, he emphasized, and beside her is her partner, Mingzhan. The moment those words left his lips, the females who had been casting furtive glances at Mingzhan felt their hearts shatter. As for the male beastmen, it mattered little. After all, one female could easily attract multiple males. Yet, this particular female was rather cunning. Using the food they provided to curry favor with her partner. How shameless! Observing Mingzhan in his distinctive black sorceress robe, one could not help but wonder, was he not also a sorcerer? Why did the tribe leader not introduce him? It was understood that he was not a member of their tribe's sorcerers, hence there was no need for an introduction. As the leader concluded his introduction, the tribal square buzzed with life once more. Amidst the cacophony, some roasted meat was grilled, and others danced, though the latter was a sight hard to endure. Since the roasted meat was brought by hunters from their own catches, Xianyu found herself idly watching Mingzhan devour the roasted meat gifted by the male beastmen. How clever of her! This tribe was indeed quite frugal. The leader had someone bring 2 wild beasts for Lingwu, as it was customary to provide for their tribe as shaman. Although shamans did not require sustenance, their followers, being beastmen, certainly did. Well then, Lingwu's followers had their fill, while her sister was once again overlooked. However, it mattered not. Xianyu took Mingzhan, who had finished his delectable roasted meat but still yearned for more, to joining Bai and the others who were also grilling meat nearby. Darling, you ought to be a bit more amiable and learn to lend a hand. You understand? For instance, helping Bai with the grilling. Mingzhan widened his eyes in confusion. Ah, why? Xianyu took a skewer of roasted meat, placing it in Mingzhan's hands, and proceeded to savor the meat herself. Eating is such a laborious task, you know, the stunned Bai. Having his skewer and meat snatched from his grasp, rolled his eyes dramatically. I truly thank you. Not at all. I am simply that friendly, Xianyu replied with delight, before scampering off to join Xianling, indulging in fruits. Ingbai patted Mingzhan's shoulder, speaking with a tone of gravity. You've certainly had it rough, being paired with someone like Xianyu. Reflecting on his countless involuntary experiences with poisons and trials, he wondered how many times this particular fish could withstand such challenges. As the roasted meat was enjoyed, Mingzhan nodded in agreement. Indeed, she feasts daily on those delicious energy fruits, while I am left gnawing on this tasteless roasted meat. Xiongya and Shi Sui exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the sentiment of 2 fools. Their gaze landing squarely on Mingzhan. Truly, one could not deny that the saying held true. Like attracts like. With their shared shamelessness, Mingzhan and Xianyu were a perfect match. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao offered 20 energy fruits to Lingwu before taking a seat beside her. Lingwu, since your return this past month, many couples in the tribe have expressed a desire to bond. Would you be available tomorrow to officiate their unions? Certainly, Ling Wu affirmed with a nod. Additionally, we require testing for female fertility. As this holds significant implications for the tribe, we have united with several tribes for this testing. And what exactly will that entail? In previous years, we collaborated with the leopard, wolf, lion, and snake tribes, conducting tests in the wolf tribe, overseen by the great shaman Gudong. This year, it is rumored that the rabbit and fox tribes will also join us in testing the fertility of the females from our respective tribes. Chapter 6. Fertility testing among the major tribes. Indeed, the great shaman of the snake tribe is likely the closest in rank to a priest among the various tribes. However, after testing female fertility, we generally select a contract beast husband on the spot. Therefore, in previous years, besides bringing the females for testing, each tribe also needed to provide 200 single male beast men. This can also be considered a form of intertribal alliance. It is said that the rabbit tribe possesses high fertility but lacks combat prowess, while the fox tribe is known for its beautiful female beastmen. Hence, the rationale for their inclusion. Ling Wu questioned, why do we want these two tribes to join us? It seems like a losing bargain, because last year, the rabbit tribe brought in a 9th-tier beastman warrior, and the fox tribe has intentions of forming an alliance with the Beast King city. Regardless of which tribe falls out of favor, it would not bode well for us. The tribe leader appeared troubled as he spoke. What is the highest tier of warrior in the tiger tribe? Listening to Hu Xiao and his sister's discussion, Xianyu, who was munching on an energy fruit, couldn't help but interject. Our tribe only has warriors at tier 6, while the highest tier among the leopard, wolf, lion, and snake tribes is only tier 7. Thus, none of the tribes are willing to be the first to oppose the rabbit tribe's inclusion. And what if the fox tribe forms an alliance with the Beast King city? As a shaman visiting from Wushan, Xianyu held little regard for the Beast King city. Although it was said to govern all tribes in name, this was merely a facade. In reality, the Beast King city had no authority over the tribes. If the fox tribe, positioned centrally among the tribes, successfully allied with the Beast King city, it would bring no benefit to the rest of the tribes. Ling Wu fixed her gaze upon Hu Xiao, recalling that the shaman from the fox tribe, Gunyi, was under the command of the high priest of the Beast King city. Thus, we propose that the fox tribe may join, but they cannot form an alliance with the Beast King city, Hu Xiao cleverly stated. Xianyu regarded Hu Xiao with a complex expression. This level of cunning was indeed rare. The tribe's shamans were already under their command. How could they dictate terms regarding alliances? It was not prudent to be the first to voice opposition. After all, the Beast King city could easily annihilate a tribe if it so desired. Ling Wu nodded in understanding, recognizing that the rabbit tribe was merely here to siphon off strength, while the fox tribe was a traitor. It was imperative to prevent their warriors from joining these two tribes. The contracted male beastmen would return to the tribe alongside the females, correct? Ling Wu concluded. Indeed, that is the case, Hu Xiao nodded slightly. And Xianyu also reached a conclusion of her own. The tribal union this year was best avoided, yet it was a necessity. The tiger tribe truly embodied the phrase strong of body but weak of intellect. Who among the tribes had not a few useless members? If it were up to her, she would suggest taking all the warriors with poor battle prowess and questionable beast attributes to the union. It must be said that the sisters were thinking along the same lines. For the tiger tribe, which was bound to them, Ling Wu naturally hoped for its continued strength, rather than having a few warriors stolen by the rabbit tribe or a few traitors lured from the fox tribe. However, such discussions were not suitable for the public eye in this square. How about this, Chief? Let us first arrange the necessary unions for the tribe tomorrow, and we can discuss the remaining details then. Ling Wu concluded decisively. Hu Xiao nodded and departed, feeling somewhat bewildered, as it seemed that Ling Wu had said nothing during their discussion. After the square dispersed, Xianyu returned to her cave with Ling Wu. And it is worth mentioning that the seemingly simple-minded chief Hu Xiao also followed Xianyu back, eager to learn from Ling Wu. Ling Wu, I still believe we need to discuss the tribal union happening in half a month. We should finalize the candidates within a few days, Hu Xiao stated, steeling himself. After all, matters of the tribe were always deliberated upon by the shaman, who provided solutions to the problems raised. Seated around the stone table were Ling Wu, Hu Xiao, Hu Yu, Xianyu, Ming Zhan, and Ying Bai. The latecomers, Xiong Yi and Shi Sui, had gone out for a night tour of the tiger tribe. How many beastmen do we have in our tribe? Are there any specific requirements regarding the number of males and females that need to attend this time? Ling Wu inquired. Our tribe comprises over 2,000 beastmen, though we Haven T specifically counted the number of female beastmen. Who you responded promptly. We have 2 6th-tier beastmen and 25th-tier beastmen. Females needing fertility testing must go, while males only need to number 200, with no additional requirements. However, they need to be strong enough to protect the accompanying females along the way. Lin Wu felt overwhelmed. While ideas were present, a concrete plan had yet to be devised. How did you select candidates in previous years? Single beastmen who wished to go would sign up, and if the number exceeded the quota, they would fight it out. The winners would go as for the females. Those wishing to find more partners would also participate, aside from those needing fertility testing. So all the single beastmen would fight. And the last 300 who lost would then be judged based on their appetite. They can eat as much as they like, with the tribe providing food for free, and the top 200 would go. Lin Wu proposed her thoughts, adding that whether they formed bonds or left the tribe would ultimately be the male's choice. Single beastmen who did not wish to go could also opt out of forming bonds. I admire this approach, Hu Xiao remarked. And what about the females? For those who are interested in going, we should find a few low-tier handsome males to present to them, while those with bonding intentions would not go. After a pause, he added, then we should select a few high-tier warrior beastmen with partners to escort them. Xianyu silently applauded her sister's strategy, awarding it full marks. Hu wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. Feeling that Lin Wu, the newcomer, might have a cunning side, though it was hopefully directed towards the benefit of the tribe. Hearing Lin Wu's opinion, Hu Xiao raised a question about his limited understanding. What if those who wish to go have disagreements after winning? You select candidates this way, but the method of selection need not be common knowledge. Let the contest take place, and then bring all the males and interested females to me. I will decide who goes or stays, and you will only need to know who is in and who is out. If Lin Wu, you decide who goes and who doesn't, then why the need for contests? Hu Xiao, appearing slightly confused, posed the question. Hu attempted to stifle Hu Xiao's somewhat foolish inquiry, but was unsuccessful. Chief, you must be from a powerful tribe that inherited strength from your brothers. Xianyu exclaimed in admiration. How did you know? No, I'm merely a little stronger, Hu Xiao humbly replied. Then let us leave this task to Hu Yu as the young chief. He must shoulder his responsibilities. Lin Wu concluded, implying that he should handle matters requiring intellect in place of his less capable father. Hu Xiao patted his own head, realizing he should take his son along when visiting the shaman. In the past, the shaman had always entrusted matters to Hu Yu, and his gaze turned to Lin Wu with appreciation. Lin Wu, too, must have been like the previous shaman, caring for him and worrying he might tire himself out. Very well, Lin Wu, Hu Yu nodded, observing his father's sentimental demeanor with a somewhat complex expression. After Chief Hu Xiao and Hu Yu departed, Ingbai quietly remarked, Hu Yu's mother must be an exceptionally wise beast. Considering Hu Yu's intellect has not been hindered by the chief, Xianling took the 20 energy fruits given to her by the chief and handed them to Xianyu. The accustomed Ingbai rolled her eyes, while Ming Zhan's eyes lit up with desire for a sister of his own. Upon returning to the small, somewhat unsightly cave filled with river water, Ming Zhan consistently felt the ephemeral nature of life. When he saw Xianyu lying on her exclusive shell bed, smiling and waving, her stunning face tilted towards the moonlight at a 45-degree angle, tears like crystal droplets streamed down her cheeks. It was truly a sight that moved the heart and captivated the gaze. With a cheerful smile masking her inner joy, Xianyu waved her hand. Zhan baby, don't cry. You're not a mermaid, and your tears won't turn into pearls. Woo-woo, you find me repulsive, scoundrel shaman. Do you wish to find a mermaid to produce pearls for you? Ming Zhan exclaimed with wide, distressed eyes, feeling as if life had become unbearable. You want to keep her while still wanting to fish? No, Zhan baby, I only wish to find a bird to take you flying. Xianyu hastily clarified. What is so great about a mermaid? Those worthless pearls aren't as valuable as red crystals. I already have a fish swimming in the water. Next, I want something that flies in the sky. Ming Zhan pouted and flopped onto the shell bed, playfully pushing Xianyu inside, grumbling about her thoughts of birds. Xianyu smiled as she yielded a bit of space to Ming Zhan, who then snuggled up to her, contentedly drifting into sleep while caressing the merfolk's tail. In her dreams, she envisioned creating a large fish tank for Ming Zhan using transparent minerals, allowing him to display his beautiful tail. Ming Zhan, unreservedly, embraced Xianyu, enjoying the warmth of the bed. After all, His only role as a partner was to provide comfort. Humph, not even one red crystal for him. He would willingly give her his most cherished blue sapphire for her shaman robe decoration. Woo-woo, how heartbreaking. The following day, after sleeping until noon, the two finally stirred awake, mainly due to the noise outside. Otherwise, they could have continued sleeping. The entrance was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and it seemed that Ling Wu was holding a bonding ceremony for the beastmen in the tribal square. As soon as Xianyu woke, she encountered Ming Zhan's pretty face, which bore a look of grievance. "What's wrong, Zhan baby?" Xianyu sensed a hint of a temper in her beautiful companion. But it was nothing serious, especially considering Ming Zhan's unparalleled beauty. Unique and one of a kind. She was worth indulging and pampering, even with a little sulking woo-woo. "I don't have a bonding ceremony." "They do, but I don't." "Just a careless flick from that scoundrel shaman, and I'm heartbroken," Ming Zhan lamented. Her voice tinged with a mix of pride and sorrow, with a hint of disappointment. "Oh dear, my poor Zhan baby. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Let us go join them for the bonding ceremony and show off in a grand way." The tribal square was surrounded by circles of beastmen, bustling with excitement. Ling Wu stood atop a stone platform, awaiting couples ready to enter into bonding contracts, though she would only be needed for the final step of the contract. The female beastman Hu Yu, adorned in a stunning dress made of fish silk purchased with 10 blue crystals, stepped into the center of the crowd. The valiant 6th-tier warrior Hu Yi from the tiger tribe knelt on one knee, holding 2 large goose beasts and presented them with outstretched hands, offering the hardest teeth of a Tyrannosaurus rex. This gesture affirmed Hu Yi's strength and expressed his loyalty and love for Hu Yu. "Hu Yu, please bond with me. I am willing to dedicate my life to you." Surrounding them, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The fish silk dress on Hu Yu and the Tyrannosaurus teeth in Hu Yi's hands drew envious gazes from the females, while the males cheered for Hu Yi, affirming his strength. "I willingly accept." With a resounding roar, Tiger Rain responded, his proud gaze unwavering as it swept across the surroundings. The fervent cheers from the entire square grew even more intense. At the pinnacle of this jubilant moment, Tiger Rain accepted the dinosaur teeth strung together by Tiger One, adorning them around his neck. He then placed his hand in Tiger One's, who stood tall, leading Tiger Rain up onto the elevated stone platform. There, the shaman Ling Wu, standing atop the platform, waved his staff, and a beam of brilliant light cascaded upon Tiger Rain and Tiger One. Patterns symbolizing each other emerged on their bodies, radiating a warm aura. The design on Tiger One's hand and the tiger insignia on his chest signified the successful bond they had formed. Regardless of the distance between them, they could sense each other's presence. Should one fall, the other would instinctively know. If a female were to die naturally, the emblem upon the male orc would fade away. However, in the case of an unnatural death, the male orc would become a wandering orc, a punishment from the beast god for failing to protect his female. Thus, those marked with the cracked insignia were despised among orc society. In this realm that revered strength, the male orcs looked down upon these inept outcasts, and the female orcs shared their disdain. Female orcs were permitted to bond with multiple male orcs, acquiring the innate abilities of their first partner, while male orcs could only bond with one female, dedicating their lives to ensuring her safety, lest they become the stench-ridden wanderers. As the bond between Tiger Rain and Tiger One was completed, another female stepped forward from the crowd, followed by a male orc. They performed the same ritual, though differing in strength. The female was clad in animal hides, while the male orc had yet to conquer a creature as formidable as a Tyrannosaurus rex. Amidst the cheers of the tribe, they ascended the high platform, as the stronger participants naturally garnered louder acclamations. Xianyu, who had rushed over with Ming Zhan, felt a sense of calm. The bonding ceremony of the tiger tribe was rather inventive. Most importantly, amidst the cheers of their companions, they approached the platform to forge their bond. If it were to be her turn, there might not even be any applause. This coupling ritual was ill-suited for her and Ming Zhan. Contemplating this, Xianyu gently squeezed Ming Zhan's slender hand, awaiting his gaze. She retrieved a red crystal from her shaman's pouch and placed it in Ming Zhan's hand. "Be good, Zhan darling. It's not that I don't wish to celebrate, but this hasty ceremony hardly befits your nobility. I promise to arrange a more grand affair for you in the future." Xianyu whispered softly into Ming Zhan's ear, cautious of drawing unwanted attention. Clutching the red crystal, Ming Zhan's exquisite face blossomed into a radiant smile, contentedly placing the gem against his chest and softly entwining his fingers with Xianyu's. "I'll follow your lead." Elated, he exclaimed, "Father, I am now a prince of the deep with my own red crystal." As Xianyu dashed into the square, the keen-eyed Yingbai noticed her presence, and the somewhat brotherly Ling Wu also took note. Upon witnessing Xianyu handing a red crystal to Ming Zhan, Yingbai felt a pang of jealousy, casting a forlorn glance at Ling Wu. "Ling Wu, you're merely a follower, not a partner. What are you doing?" He chided, quietly retrieving 3 red crystals from his pouch and discreetly delivering them to Yingbai. Xiongyi, and Shui in the midst of the public spectacle, Ling Wu, still awaiting her turn to bond, maintained a careful awareness of her surroundings. As the 3 orcs felt the red crystals in their hands, they were filled with glee, mimicking Ling Wu by quietly storing them away. "Ling Wu, I am truly impoverished. That wretched Xianyu produces 1 while she claims 3. I can only wonder how many she possesses, as I am left with merely 17 red crystals." It must be said that these 2 sisters felt like misfits in this beastly realm. Though they were both shamans and females, the other females relied on males for sustenance. Yet they were different. They could support 10 males. Alas, it was her overwhelming strength that set them apart. Once the bonding ceremonies concluded, Ling Wu signaled to Tiger Yu. He then pulled the chieftain, Tiger Xiao, onto the stage. Clearing his throat, Tiger Xiao bellowed, "Next, let our newcomer Ling Wu witness the prowess of our tribe's single male orcs. We shall commence a contest of strength and appetite, with provisions supplied from the tribe's storeroom." The single male orcs below erupted in excitement, wondering if Ling Wu would choose a partner among them. Though shamans were typically powerful, they were eager for her approval. The male orcs, who often went hungry, were particularly thrilled at the prospect of a feast. Now, those with partners, retreat further back. The singles shall come forth and pair off against one another based on their strength. The top contenders will be rewarded with blue crystals. 10 for the first place, 9 for the second, 8 for the third, and so on. As Tiger Xiao spoke, the orcs erupted into even louder cheers, the adult males transforming into their beastly forms to compete. Meanwhile, the vice chieftain, Tiger Yu, gathered a significant amount of stored food from the warehouse. For the robust tiger tribe, sourcing food was not as arduous as for some other tribes. Thus, in this season of calm, the bounty from their hunts was plentiful, soon filling one corner of the square with provisions. The contests among the male orcs continued, with the cheers of the female orcs resounding, elevating the atmosphere of the tribe's square to a fever pitch. Observing the vibrant health and vitality of the participants, Xianyu nibbled on fruit, her gaze drifting to the cheering females nearby. Their darker skin and robust forms indicated that the female orcs of the tiger tribe were also involved in gathering food. "You can have that too," she mused. Following her gaze, Ming Zhan glanced down at his own pale complexion, voicing his dissent in a tone befitting a merman's aesthetic. "If you desire a tan, just bask in the sun." Xianyu interlaced her fingers with Ming Zhan's, appreciating the vitality around them. After all, it was merely a friendly competition, and the orcs easily discerned the victors. The top 10 received their blue crystals, symbols of their strength and honor, from the chieftain. Next came the trial of appetite. Regrettably, there were no rewards for the victors. It was likely that the orcs, who typically went hungry, would eat to their heart's content. Although the desire to win was present, overeating was not particularly pleasant for those who were rarely hungry. The food was apportioned in generous servings, exceeding the usual consumption for male orcs, and once the chieftain gave the command, the competitors began their feast in Ling Wu's name. Tiger Yu identified 200 single male orcs for the upcoming union. Given the scarcity of females and the limited number participating in this fertility test, it was agreed that 10 females would join. 3 days hence, Tiger Yu would lead the 200 single male orcs, accompanied by 10 females and a guard of 20 bonded male orcs, to the wolf tribe. Among them was Xianyu, along with Ming Zhan, and the reluctant Yingbai, who served as their flying transport. Trailing behind Tiger Yu and the other orcs, Yingbai was decidedly displeased, feeling very much like a burden. "Curse that Ling Wu, who does she think she is, following whom?" he grumbled, irritated by Xianyu's lack of boundaries. Meanwhile, in the rabbit tribe, a rare classic line echoed through the realm. "Rabbit Yun, you are a resilient and brave rabbit orc, unlike An, who is merely a fragile female. You have the duty to protect your parents and your brother. Yet An has only me." Rabbit Yun felt a whirlwind of emotions, facing the male orc she had rescued half a month prior, the 9th-tier warrior Zayin. Generally, in this world, a male orc who saved a female claimed her as his own. Yet, Rabbit Yun insisted that the injured and unconscious Zayin, whom her brother had carried back, should belong to her as well. All right, I'll give you 1 red crystal. Will that suffice? Zayin replied impatiently. Though he had been gravely wounded, his self-healing abilities had allowed him to recover in mere days, and the debt of gratitude felt burdensome. I'm sorry, Rabbit Yun. I didn't mean for things to be this way, but as a seemingly fragile female, I simply cannot fend for myself adequately. With a woeful expression, Tuan spoke in a soft voice, her envy akin to a cascading waterfall, unstoppable. She too yearned for the crimson crystal. Chapter 7. On the road to the wolf tribe, it was unfortunate that she saw Enz dressed like a wealthy beast man, approaching him during his injury, while daily depriving herself of the meager food she had to care for him, without receiving even a single green crystal in return. One must understand that she was a recently matured, rather unremarkable, delicate female without a beast husband, and securing food from male beastmen required cunning. Tu Yun's brother, Tu San, retrieved the red crystal from N's possession and quietly whispered near Tu Yun's ear, Yun, enough is enough. The entire Tu tribe cannot find another red crystal. You cannot force N's, especially since there are several major tribes' marriages coming up. You might want to seek out stronger beast husbands like tigers, leopards, or wolves. Moreover, if you contract with N's, given N's strength, he would certainly not allow you to seek a second beast husband. Tu San glanced at N's and advised Tu Yun in a hushed tone. After all, forcing N's to leave the Tu tribe would not bode well for them. The upcoming intertribal marriages were facilitated by N's influence. Tu San thought he spoke softly, but N's heard every word and felt it was quite well said. He preferred not to be bothered by Tu Yun again, as he had no fondness for such pampered females. If he had to choose, he would much rather favor a self-reliant female like Tu, and he was not the shallow type of beastman who admired beauty alone, nor did he harbor the inclination to treat lower-tier beastmen as servants for females. With a begrudging glance at N's, gripping the red crystal in her hand, Tu Yun turned to leave. Before departing, Tu San bestowed a sincere smile upon N's, offering a single red crystal to alleviate the troubles brought on by the so-called life-saving grace. In a good mood, N's turned to Tuan, taking her thin, dark hand, and solemnly promised, Tuan, since I joined the tribe, you have always cared for me. I will never abandon you. Tuan's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude, painting a unique scene upon her not-so-beautiful face. N's, you are the best. Shall we contract tonight? Once contracted, she could command N's to hunt for her delectable food. However, she confessed, but I currently possess nothing but a heart willing to accompany you for life. Tuan, you truly love me. N's was deeply moved. Unlike other females, Tuan did not require him to hunt. She would willingly prepare delicious meals for him. This was the first time he encountered such a unique female. It matters not. As long as I am with you, I can endure anything, Tuan said. Her tears mingled with sincerity and gratitude. No, you still possess a beautiful exterior and the strength to fell a tyrannosaurus with a single claw. Although your intellect may be somewhat lacking, fate has favored me by allowing me to meet you. Tuan in the future, their offspring could learn from her. There are 2 ways to contract. One is to find a shaman for a conditional contract, and the other is during a moment of deep emotion, where the female bites the male beastman in a vital area to seal the contract. With the intertribal marriages approaching, Tuan feared that the golden rabbit, N's, might flee. Secretly, she encouraged N's to contract with her before escorting the tribe's females to the wolf tribe. Little did she expect that upon bringing N's to her cave, the troublesome Tu Yun and Tu San would follow. To her surprise, N's resolved the issue with a single red crystal. Just 1 red crystal. It was heart-wrenching. From now on, N's would be hers, and his crystals would belong to her as well. She had never seen a red crystal since birth, nor even a green one. Tuan, N's called tenderly, gently placing the frail Tuan upon the stone. Be a moment of passion. N's, unable to contain himself, presented his chest adorned with reverse scales to Tuan's lips, his right hand withdrawing a scale and placing it in her hand. Tuan's lively gaze fell upon the slightly reddened area where the scale had been removed. It seemed this was N's softest spot. She gently yet resolutely bit down. In an instant, a dragon-shaped pattern appeared on Tuan's abdomen, radiating warmth, and a peculiar energy surged through her. This was the innate ability of the first partner. And excitement colored too N's joyful expression. She was no longer that defenseless, easily bullied female. The glowing pattern began to appear on N's chest as well, resembling a rabbit but with subtle differences. Unnoticed by the two busy, excited individuals. Meanwhile, the snake tribe and fox tribe were advancing towards the wolf tribe. Typically, shamans were to remain within their tribes to prevent unforeseen incidents. However, the great shaman Gu Tang had come to the wolf tribe to assess the fertility of the females from various tribes. The fox tribe's shaman, Naya, persistently clung to Gu Tang, despite his disinterest, which did not deter her from her relentless pursuit. In escorting the females while safeguarding their tribe, Naya was unlike the unwilling members of the tiger tribe. The fox tribe boasted a considerable number of beasts. With many males present, the count of females was several times greater than that of other tribes, clearly aiming to recruit numerous warriors to bolster their tribe's strength. The lion tribe also arrived with instructions from their residing shaman to avoid selecting the generally weaker beasts from the two and fox tribes while heading towards the wolf tribe. The leopard tribe chose to bring 200 male beastmen, ranked by strength, accompanied by females needing fertility assessments. Although tribes could determine who would marry, the choices typically relied on the preferences of the females and males. Lacking substantial control, for instance, some females found the giant snakes rather intimidating and could hardly withstand their two tails. Hence, it would be wiser to select two different types of beastmen, one for cooking and another for hunting. Facilitating collaboration. In terms of overall strength, the wolf tribe was the strongest due to its cohesion and the largest number of newcomers from the two tribe. Among individual strengths at the same tier, the snake beastmen ranked first, followed by the lion, tiger, leopard, fox, and finally the rabbit beastmen. Carnivorous beasts looked down upon herbivores. Although rabbit beastmen consumed meat, their smaller size hindered their hunting prowess, often resorting to nibbling on fruits and wild grasses. The two tribe was the poorest, with the only advantage being their high fertility rates. It is worth mentioning that the snake tribe also had a high fertility rate, with some females giving birth to as many as 10 offspring at once, while others could take up to 10 years to conceive. I keep flying while you keep eating. Are you two all right? Lamented the beleaguered Ingbai, who tirelessly flew through the air. Ingbai, it's not that we don't let you eat. It's just that eating while flying may cause you to choke. That I'm doing this for your own good. Yes, yes, echoed Xianyu and Mingzhan, munching on fruits in unison. Ingbai, exasperated, thought, these two truly are a match. They care not for appearances, while he had to endure flying for days on end. Watching the running Hu Yu below, who seemingly never needed to rest, he could only keep flying. Why was it that Xianyu enjoyed the spectacle while he bore the burden? Next time, he would definitely take Xianyu back to the tribe to explore, hoping to find a brother to replace him in this relentless toil. However, it would be best to avoid involving his own kin. Instead, he could take Xianyu to the market, in case they could purchase a flying slave from among the vendors. As long as it wasn't from his own tribe, the Tian-Ke tribe would suffice. Always competing for territory with his tribe, as the group traversed the forest, they occasionally spotted the shadows of stray beasts. However, it mattered little. In such a large troop, few dim-witted strays would dare approach them. They would merely gather in groups, lying in wait for solitary beastmen to wander by. Yet, Ingbai, soaring high above, seemed to have spotted something. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "Drop that female and come at me." In a moment of excitement, Ingbai charged forward, inadvertently shaking off Xianyu and Mingzhan, who were still munching on fruits. "Ingbai, I curse your ancestors," exclaimed Xianyu as he plummeted in a straight line. In those fleeting seconds, Mingzhan, embodying the unique charm of male beastmen, exerted every ounce of strength to tightly embrace Xianyu, perfectly cushioning his fall while becoming Xianyu's soft landing. With a thud against the stone, Mingzhan could not help but let out a grunt. Having never experienced such humiliation throughout his life, after all, he had always lived in the sea, possessing water manipulation abilities. He rarely found himself colliding with terrestrial rocks. Upon landing safely in Mingzhan's arms, Xianyu sustained no injuries and was merely startled, registering a shock level of 0.01. He turned to tenderly caress Mingzhan's pained visage. "Zhan, you did well. Let's keep this up next time." For the first time, a beast crafted a cushion for her. How many times had she plummeted from the cliff, each fall more harrowing than the last, yet she had never received such treatment before. Once she regained her footing, Xianyu pulled Mingzhan away from the stone behind them, gazing at his back, surveying him from left to right, and then back again. Zhan, what are you humming about? With such a short distance. You haven't a single scratch on you. Mingzhan was taken aback, realizing, oh, right? Why is that? Falling from a great height and crashing into rocks should hurt, he pondered, clad in the witch robe Xianyu had gifted him. Could it truly be that this garment offered protection against falls? His azure eyes sparkled with excitement. Does this mean that jumping off a cliff someday won't be an issue? Don't think too much. My dear Zhan, if you were to jump off a cliff, you might end up as a mere pile of flesh, Xianyu teased, unable to contain herself upon witnessing Mingzhan's astonished expression. She reminisced about her own reckless leap from a cliff after she had just finished crafting her witch robe, only to be rescued by the old shaman and spend months recovering. How did you know what I was thinking? Mingzhan asked curiously after the thrill of her revelation faded. Xianyu feigned profundity, shaking her head. She would never divulge her embarrassing past and instead turned her attention to find Yingbai's silhouette. That foolish creature must have deliberately dropped him. He was doomed. Meanwhile, Huyo remained stationary, awaiting the return of Xianyu and Mingzhan, who had been subjected to aerial debris, alongside Yingbai, who had dashed off with unknown intent. Yingbai noticed several stray beasts attempting to capture a female, rushing to their aid. He envisioned a scenario where he would charge in first, with Huyo and the others following to successfully scare off the strays. In reality, he dashed forward only to be surrounded by the pack. A clever beast does not fall prey to immediate peril. Yingbai swiftly tossed the female onto his back and activated his rapid flight mode, arriving before Huyo and his large troop, effectively halting the advance of half the strays. Huyo, this is the little female I just rescued. He pushed the female towards Huyo just as Xianyu and Mingzhan returned, having not strayed far from the main group. Hello, my name is Xianyu, from the Merfolk tribe. Thank you for saving me. The fair-skinned and beautiful female expressed her gratitude. Huyo stared blankly at Yingbai, who had already approached Xianyu and Mingzhan. Why was Yingbai offering him a rescued female when he had no need for one? What was he supposed to say? After a moment's reflection, he considered that perhaps Yingbai's rescue was indeed meant for him, and he could simply pass her on to someone else. He turned his gaze to the single beastmen of the tiger tribe behind him. Who among you is willing to carry her? A commotion ensued as a warrior named Wushan rushed forward, using his tail to hoist Xianyu onto himself. Very well, Huyo nodded. Let us continue our journey. The strays that had lingered in frustration, too cowardly to approach, could only watch in rage as the female they had sought departed with the tiger tribe. Xianyu and Mingzhan climbed back onto Yingbai's back, knowing they would require his assistance again, thus choosing to endure for the time being, postponing any reckoning for later. Yingbai, she's a mermaid. Her tears are pearls, you know, Xianyu remarked, her tone suggesting that Yingbai had missed out on something valuable. Mingzhan, fixated on Xianyu perched on the tiger's back, turned his head back and spoke with a tempting tone. If you make her cry, we could have a whole heap of pearls. Why are you so unfriendly to your own kind? Yingbai retorted, caught between his sense of justice and the temptation to acquire a few pearls for himself. I saved the little female's life. It's only fair she sheds a few tears for some pearls. Right? I'll ask Ling when we return if this is acceptable. Are you suggesting you want to beat her, or are you after the pearls? Xianyu remarked, finding Mingzhan's cleverness utterly adorable. Hmph, not at all. You all so wicked. How could you think so poorly of me? Mingzhan pouted. If she were a male mermaid, I would have struck already. What a delightful opportunity it would be to have both a punching bag and pearls. Could it be that the merfolk and the mermen also vie for territory? Yingbai mused, sensing Mingzhan's attitude towards the merfolk mirrored his own feelings towards the sky sparrow tribe. Mingzhan, I am far kinder than you. I merely wish to land a few hits, while you seem intent on making her a slave. How ruthless! Humph! Mingzhan tenderly caressed the witch robe Xianyu had gifted him, ignoring the banter. This robe could indeed ward off harm. Meanwhile, Xianyu felt a chill creeping up her back. Ignoring her family's protests, she had emerged from the sea, only to be fixated upon by a pack of stray beasts upon reaching the forest. Fortunately, a mighty eagle had rescued her. She remained unaware of the destination of this gathering of beasts. This was far from ideal. She felt no hint of the superior treatment afforded to females within her own tribe. After a moment's thought, she gently tapped the tiger beast man she was riding. Where are we headed? Greetings. I am Wushan of the Tiger Tribe. We are en route to the Wolf Tribe, he replied. Hello, I am Xianyu, from the Merfolk tribe. What is your purpose? She politely reintroduced herself and inquired further. We are escorting the tribe's females to the Wolf Tribe for the Great Shaman to assess their fertility, after which the males can seek suitable mates for bonding. Oh, I see. Xianyu nodded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. However, the experiences of recent days had taught her that as a female lacking combat prowess, venturing outside was perilous. She was not particularly interested in finding a mate, yet the dangers of the outside world loomed large, and she was uncertain whether the return journey to the sea would be fraught with peril. What if she encountered stray beasts again? Not every time would there be an eagle to rescue her. Speaking of which, her beauty was quite renowned in the Merfolk tribe, so why did the eagle that saved her not spare even a glance before departing? It irked her, and that fellow named Huyo had treated her like a burden, shoving her onto the backs of the other beasts. She glanced back at the females in the group, noting that they appeared somewhat robust and dark-skinned. Did this tribe prefer their mates strong and dark? Feeling her own delicate and fair arms, she sighed, somewhat relieved to have a beast escorting her. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to Xianyu and Mingzhan on Yingbai's back. The female clad in a drab grayish-blue robe next to the male in the black witch robe. Was he a shaman? He was so beautiful, even fairer than she. Yet, there was an inexplicable air about him that she found disagreeable. Mingzhan, sensing Xianyu's unwavering gaze, shot her a fierce glare. Startled, she turned away, feeling wronged that the males here were nothing like the gentlemen of her tribe and were even prone to bullying female beasts. Turning back, she noticed Xianyu occasionally munching on small fruits, while Mingzhan's eager eyes were fixed on her. I want to eat those delicious little fruits too. Xianyu nodded and retrieved a handful of ordinary fruits from her witch pouch. She had plenty, as long as they weren't energy fruits. Recently, her magical powers had surged, allowing her to refine her pouch for greater capacity. Mingzhan gazed enviously at Xianyu as she conjured fruits seemingly from thin air. He too longed for a personal space like hers. Isn't it strange? I heard that reaching a certain battle level allows one to unlock a personal space. You needn't always envy me. You can achieve it too. Mingzhan's longing gaze made Xianyu feel a bit overwhelmed. After all, a witch's pouch couldn't be gifted away like a witch robe. How many levels does it take? Yingbai interjected, intrigued as it was the first time he had heard this claim. Not too many, just about 10 levels, Xianyu replied slowly while nibbling on a fruit. This was something the old shaman had told her during her childhood studies of witchcraft. It was worth noting that some tribes had never seen a 10th level beastman. Thus, they wouldn't be aware of such matters. Mingzhan shook his head, thinking it best not to mention it. He had only recently reached the 7th level after absorbing the red crystal Xianyu had given him. The higher one climbed, the more arduous it became. He couldn't fathom how long it would take to reach the 10th level. This is remarkable. I could quickly reach it. Just think, I could casually store my belongings in a personal space. How cool would that be? Yingbai exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Having also reached the 7th level. 3 levels are trivial. It should only take a few years. If not, I can always try again in a few years. Oh, a few square meters of personal space is sufficient to store your belongings. Xianyu, struck by an unkind blow, pondered the immense effort and years she had devoted to forging her witch's pouch. The journey to unlock the potential of the orc's portable space was no small feat. It required substantial energy crystals to enhance its capabilities. Mingzhan, observing Xianyu, felt a surge of joy at having found a mobile storage companion, albeit lamenting that this repository contained nothing but fruit. Meanwhile, Xianyu contemplated embarking on a quest to the distant sky to seek the most toxic plant, lest her magical training fall behind. After venturing beyond Wushan, fortune smiled upon her as she procured over 100 energy crystal orbs from the Turtle Witch, elevating her witch rank from level 2 to level 5, an unexpected delight. Leaning contentedly against her stunning companion, she reflected on how fortunate she was that Mingzhan needed to return to pack, resulting in this extraordinary encounter. Perhaps the little mermaid had brought her some luck. She mused that she still needed to acquire a bird or beast. For if she were to be away too long, it would be better for Yingbai to remain close to her sister for protection. As they pressed onward without pause, the group from the Tiger Tribe soon arrived at the Wolf Tribe. They had arrived a tad early, primarily because the great snake which had yet to make her appearance. Coincidentally, the Lion Tribe also arrived, but with so many foreign tribes present, the wolf tribe could not accommodate them with ample caves. Leading both tribes to set up camp in the wolf tribe's square, Xianyu, intrigued, noticed that among the lion tribe, there was a lion with wings. Upon landing, he transformed into a somewhat roguishly handsome man. Contrasting starkly with Mingzhan's demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of attraction. Whether in his beast form as a flying lion steed or his humanoid shape, he was undeniably captivating. Just then, she noticed Huyo walking towards the winged lion, prompting her to follow closely behind. "Long time no see, Leo Xian. Who is this?" Huyo greeted first, his gaze also falling upon the flying lion. He had never heard of lions birthing winged offspring. Could their tiger tribe produce winged tigers as well? "Oh, this is my cousin from afar, the son of the Flying Lion clan's chieftain, Yufeng," Leo Xian introduced amicably, clarifying that their distant relation stemmed from both being lions, one who roamed the earth and one who soared through the sky. With a chiseled face, piercing eyes, and bronze skin, Yufeng's physique was covered only by 2 pieces of animal hide, barely concealing his impressive 8-pack abs. Xianyu mused, could I not use a crystal to knock him down? Or perhaps drug his food to ignite a forced affection? Such lewd thoughts revealed that Xianyu was not a virtuous witch, yet she was a female with a conscience. Secretly employing her witchcraft, she surreptitiously assessed that this male was unaccompanied. Yufeng, noticing Xianyu's unabashed gaze upon him, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. This dark-skinned female draped in a drab blue robe, standing next to a remarkably handsome male among the orcs, dared to look at him with such desire, truly a promiscuous and fickle female. With this in mind, Yufeng shot a fierce glare at Xianyu, causing Huyo, who noticed the tension, to jump back in surprise. Seeing the infatuated Xianyu and then glancing at the winged lion, Huyo happily decided to pull his old friend Leo Xian aside for a chat. It was best to avoid confrontation. Xianyu, directly confronted by Yufeng's fierce glare, felt her heart race with excitement. Mingzhan's sapphire eyes had always sparked a playful urge in her, but Yofeng's fierce gaze only intensified her desire to provoke him. The thought of a powerful male beast shedding tears from her torment was thrilling. Xianyu's increasingly bold gaze infuriated Yufeng to the utmost. This impolite female was utterly repugnant to him. While he had accompanied them this time without a care for finding a mate, he yearned for a refined and beautiful female. Confident in his own strength, he had no desire to share a companion with another male. With his rank of level 9, he was perfectly capable of supporting a female on his own. With countless females desiring to mate with him, yet he found none worthy. "You are far too ugly, not within my range of potential mates," he coldly declared, successfully igniting Xianyu's rebellious spirit, prompting her to shapeshift into her beast form and take flight. Humph! Xianyu's eyes sparkled with madness as she lunged forward, leaping onto the back of the flying lion and gripping his fur tightly. The sudden addition of a female on his back without his consent enraged Yufeng, who was prepared to throw her off without hesitation. However, despite his vigorous thrashing, he failed to dislodge her. The surrounding orcs were left in shock, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Mingzhan, in particular, found himself in a complex predicament. His partner was openly flirting with another man, inciting the man's ire. What should he do? Get angry or shout for her to stop? No, that would only tarnish his elegant demeanor. Instead, he gazed up at the moon from a 45-degree angle, an air of melancholy enhancing his already striking features. Huyo, well, at least she's a witch, so she shouldn't be in mortal danger from being thrown off. It's none of my concern. Leo Xian? Oh my, your cousin truly attracts attention. What a trivial matter. Just a little female. If he doesn't want her, he cannot force her, so let it be. The surrounding orcs were entertained, enjoying the spectacle as the tension heightened. Unable to shake Xianyu off, Yufeng decided to fly into the forest outside the tribe, searching for a suitable spot to rid himself of this troublesome female. Eventually, he discovered an empty cave tucked away in a corner. As he transformed back into human form within the cave, Xianyu, who had been clinging to him, seized the moment to shove a small fruit into his mouth. Caught off guard, Yufeng swallowed it without a second thought. In a swift motion, he yanked Xianyu off his back, glaring at her with fury. "You shameless female! What did you just feed me?" With a mischievous smile, Xianyu boldly scrutinized him from head to toe, then spoke with a playful tone. "Oh, it's merely a little fruit with a special ingredient." "You poisoned me," he exclaimed, gripping her neck tightly and pinning her against the stone wall. "Give me the antidote, or I will strangle you." Despite the tightening grip around her neck, Xianyu only laughed more defiantly, maintaining eye contact with Yufeng, refusing to speak. Gradually, as Yufeng's strength waned, he released her neck, allowing her feet to touch the ground once more. In disbelief, he watched as she gently pushed him back, causing him to stumble to the ground. Straddling his muscular abdomen, she playfully lifted his chin with her fingertips, locking eyes with his furious gaze. "Do you know why I am determined to grow stronger at the cost of my life?" Xianyu's voice dropped to a hushed tone, laced with unparalleled obsession as she leaned closer to his ear. "What does that have to do with me? Even if you seek revenge, we are strangers." Yufeng, filled with rage, never imagined he would be bested by a dark-skinned, unremarkable female, in a world where the strong prey on the weak. He had never considered himself weak, "because it allows me to bully you at will," Xianyu whispered, her words icy against his ear, igniting Yufeng's fury further. This female was insane, completely unhinged. He swore he would not let her have the chance. She must be eliminated. Rising, Xianyu's hand slipped beneath Yufeng's animal hide skirt, exploring his well-defined abs before descending further. Yufeng, a mix of embarrassment and anger, shouted, "You shameless, lewd creature. Stop this at once. Release me." His angry words only fueled Xianyu's amusement as she reveled in the sight of his growing frustration, the helpless sweat glistening on his brow bringing her immense joy. Finally, when she had had her fill of teasing, grasping something inappropriate, she spoke in a chilling tone, "Bond with me, or else I shall ravage it, and then set it ablaze, ensuring you live to witness it all." Yufeng stared at her in disbelief, his mind racing. He had thought the worst he would face was a night spent with her, concealing his vulnerability from this unattractive female. Yet, she sought to destroy his pride. His eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. What had he done to deserve this? Was it his fault for being too handsome and powerful? Gazing intently at Xianyu, he appeared defeated, his eyes filled with an expression of despair and resignation. "Eye in the abdomen. Just bite anywhere. You can decide." He refused to point out his most vulnerable spot, holding on to his last shred of defiance. "Tell me, do you wish to bond with me?" However, Xianyu was relentless, her chilling voice echoing once more in his ears. "I already told you. What more do you want? You truly are a beast." Yufeng, filled with indignation, reluctance, and vulnerability, roared vehemently. Xianyu, with one hand gently supporting Yufeng, turned his face towards himself, speaking in a tone that was both enticing and coaxing. "Be good. I want you to say that I, Yufeng, willingly enter into a mate contract with Xianyu." Despite his unwillingness, anger, and humiliation, Yufeng surrendered his resistance and recited word for word after Xianyu. "I, Yufeng, willingly enter into a mate contract with Xianyu." As Yufeng's words fell, Xianyu's other hand waved the wand. Following suit, as a beam of bright light illuminated the two, Yufeng gazed incredulously at the faintly warming area on his chest, where a pattern resembling that of a cat and a tiger emerged. Similarly, the emblem of a flying lion manifested on Xianyu's arm. "You are a witch!" Yufeng exclaimed in exasperation. "Damn it, witches cannot harm orcs without reason. Are you not planning to cultivate your witchcraft? You harm orcs." "No, I merely added a little fruit that would leave you feeling weak all over. It will wear off soon," Xianyu replied cheerfully, stroking Yufeng's sharply defined, handsome face. "This little lion is truly easy to deceive. You must know that for witches to form a mate bond, the male must express his willingness first. Witches cannot harm orcs without cause. A little bit of mild poison is easily remedied. How could I bear to harm you? After all, you are the orc I fell for at first sight." With a flick of his fingers, Xianyu dispelled the effects of the potion on Yufeng, who, now restored to strength, angrily pushed Xianyu against the stone wall. He felt a piercing pain, realizing that the contract bound the male from harming the female, dressed in which robes that mitigated the damage. Xianyu remained unaffected. Yufeng's crimson eyes glared at Xianyu, his pent-up fury threatening to overflow. "This is a deceit." He approached Xianyu, scooping her up into his arms and pressing her against the wall. His mind, clouded with rage, forced itself to push aside the blue-witch robe, fervently kissing and licking her neck, trailing down to the fish-like pattern on her collarbone, biting down with a fierce intensity. Xianyu tilted her head back. Filled with anger and pleasure, this kiss is exhilarating. She must be a bit of a pervert. Hearing Xianyu's blissful sounds, Yufeng's fury only intensified. He lifted his head and bit down on Xianyu's lips until blood was drawn, savoring the metallic taste as his rationality gradually returned. Woo-woo, I'm still young. Xianyu stroked Yufeng's head, signaling him to cease his actions. You speak nonsense. You have deceived me. Yufeng disdainfully set Xianyu down, to which she retorted. Who said that? My dear Yufeng, so easily fooled. Xianyu gazed affectionately at her new mount. Humph! Yufeng transformed into a flying lion, irritably tossing Xianyu onto his back. He returned to the square of the wolf tribe, feeling an overwhelming desire to avoid eye contact with Xianyu in this delicate atmosphere. Before long, Yufeng soared back to the square of the wolf tribe and gently placed Xianyu down beside Mingzhan. Retreating to a distance that was neither too close nor too far, lost in his own thoughts. Mingzhan, who was idly enjoying the moonlight bath with a hint of sorrow, turned back to Xianyu with an expression of indescribable sadness, gently caressing her lips, still slightly bleeding. What is so good about him? A brutish fellow. Does he possess my gentleness? The subtle sound, tinged with a sense of questioning and sighing, carried an ineffable meaning. He leaned down, kissing her lips that were still tender from the friction, withdrawing his fingers to gently lick at the wound with his uniquely cool tongue until the hopeful injury gradually healed. Xianyu's heart raced. Thump. 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 Eagle Bai. Incredible. Eagle Shang first understood what true beauty is, this atmosphere. The gazes of the surrounding females subtly gathered on Mingzhan's face. Although this male was undeniably beautiful, it was hard to describe. In those fleeting seconds, no one could look away. Not far off, a certain lion, exuding an aura of solitary indignation, clenched his fist tightly before slowly relaxing his fingers. Damn it, this lewd, deceitful trickster. Meanwhile, a nearby lion, curious about what had transpired with his dashing cousin, inched closer to Yufeng, sniffing out the chaotic atmosphere. Cousin, have you formed a contract? Yufeng, lost in a storm of thoughts to calm himself, answered casually. Noticing Yufeng's disinterest in conversing, the lion, having gathered the desired information, returned to Tiger Yu's side. The females of your tribe have some allure, huh? My cousin insists on finding an exceptionally beautiful female. Looking at Xianyu's somewhat dark complexion, she is rather unremarkable, yet the male beside her is undeniably stunning. Rarely have I seen such a beautiful male orc. Many females from our lion tribe wish to bond with my cousin, yet he has refused them all. It seems he is keen to see if any of the newly joined fox tribe, famed for their beauty, might catch his eye. She is the sister of our tribe's Lingwu, a witch who has descended from the Witch Mountain. Her appearance and garments are concealed by witchcraft. As Tiger Yu spoke, he lowered his voice, leaning close to Lion Sun's ear. That fish-scale dress beneath her blue robe cost 10 red crystals. What? Lion Sun could not contain his exclamation. Red crystals? 10 red crystals. Where did this female come from? Is she a goddess of wealth, a wealthy landowner? His loud voice attracted the attention of many orcs nearby. Tiger Yu shot a glance at Xianyu before disapprovingly looking back at Lion Sun. Brother, lower your voice. Thankfully, he did not raise his voice high enough for the main subject to hear. I in a corner. Yufeng twitched his ears, not that he wanted to eavesdrop, but the ears of a 9th-tier orc were exceptionally keen. A complex gaze flickered towards Xianyu. This deceitful trickster truly knows how to spin crystals. He couldn't find 10 red crystals on himself. He could only gather them from his parents back in the tribe. Where did she obtain so many crystals? Surely not through deceit. Days passed, with those needing rest resting and those needing to hunt going on their quests. Finally, the long-awaited tribes, the rabbit tribe, snake tribe, fox tribe, and leopard tribe, arrived in succession. The fox tribe, renowned for its beauty, caused a stir among the orcs of the other tribes as they entered the square. The proud fox which Naya walked at the center, her expression one of haughty superiority. Upon seeing Naya still clad in white witch robes, Xianyu could not help but sneer. Oh, not so rustic after all. Silently mocking, she was not intimidated, primarily disinterested in creating additional trouble for herself. Her gaze shifted to the snake tribe, where the familiar figure of the great witch from the Tang snake clan stood. A familiar face indeed. She had seen him before. Curious gazes from many orcs turned towards the rabbit tribe. having heard rumors of a 9th-tier orc warrior emerging from there. How can a creature known for its omnivorous diet, primarily as a food source, reach 9th tier? The crowd's attention ultimately landed on Enz, who appeared somewhat impatient, only allowing a smile to break through when it landed on the dark and unattractive female beside him. Yufeng's complex gaze also settled on Enz, despite them both being 9th-tier orcs. Why did he prefer beauty while Enz favored the ugly? This female was clearly less attractive than Xianyu. Could he, too, have been tricked into forming a contract? It did not seem so. The attention of the other orcs shifted, realizing that it wasn't the rabbit orc that had reached 9th tier, but rather that they had acquired a 9th-tier orc. They had thought the rabbit tribe was on the rise. It turned out to be a false alarm. The great witch of the snake tribe, Gutang, directed his gaze towards the various points of magical energy fluctuations, welcoming the wolf tribe's witch Mingqi. Along with Xianyu, who was hidden among the crowd at as for Mingzhan, who was merely clad in witch robes without any magical fluctuations, he was accustomed to it. More gazes fell upon Xianyu, who had seemingly transformed from a mere 2nd-tier witch into a 5th-tier witch in just a month, evidently experiencing some fortuitous encounter. However, every witch's cultivation path is unique, and there was no intent to dig deeper. Chapter 9. The Wolf Tribe Tests Fertility. Yufeng was clearly summoned to assist in forming contracts, as measuring fertility would be a reliable task for a great witch. With so many lesser witches present, it was an ideal opportunity to help orcs in need of contracts. Xianyu, I am of no use. I am merely a spectator. Why waste a witch's help when you lack a tribe? Xianyu retorted, moreover, if the snake tribe's great witch is called to measure fertility, surely some offerings are required. I refuse to work for free. Indeed, great witch, you are from the snake tribe, and the fox witch belongs to the fox tribe. While the wolf witch is for the wolf tribe, I am merely a lesser witch with insufficient power and no tribe of my own. Quickly provide a valid reason for your summons. It's not that I refuse to assist. It's simply that I am not on par with you all. I am merely a novice who needs energy fruits to utilize any witchcraft. Provide me energy fruits and I shall work. Just remember to guide me down the steps when I'm done. My current strength might just overpower your group of witches. Xianyu flashed a radiant smile at the great witch of the snake tribe. While behind her, Mingzhan's presence seemed to pale in comparison to her beauty. Yufeng, feeling vexed at the sight of this shameless trickster, thought, even the great witch of the snake tribe is being seduced. The great Serpent Shaman nodded, deeming Xianyu's request to be quite trivial. He possessed a considerable number of energy fruits, and their utility was not particularly paramount. With a wave of his hand, a pile of energy fruits was conjured before Xianyu, no more than 100 or so. Xianyu's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming that it was more than sufficient. With another gesture, she gathered the energy fruits into her shaman's pouch, feeling a surge of prosperity at the acquisition of 180 energy fruits. Serpent Shaman, should you require any assistance, I would be more than willing to serve you, she expressed, her demeanor brimming with joy and goodwill towards the Serpent Shaman. Mingzhan and Yufeng exchanged glances, incredulous at Xianyu's exuberance over such a meager bounty of energy fruits. How shallow, they thought, observing how this unrefined female charlatan was so easily pleased by a mere handful of energy fruits. Naya, witnessing this spectacle, felt a pang of jealousy, not due to the quantity of energy fruits, but because they were the fruits of the ancient vine, which had eluded her grasp for so long. You selfish shaman, your powers are pitiful and your disposition unkind. She rebuked Xianyu loudly, expressing her disdain towards this irritating individual who was only motivated by self-interest. Oh yes, you are so selfless, so impressive, and so friendly. Why don't you hand over all the crystals in your pouch to me? Xianyu scoffed at Naya, activating her highest level of mockery. Why should I? I wouldn't even give you a single one if I threw them on the ground. Do you think you deserve it? Ah yes, I beg you to scatter them on the ground. I won't pick up a single one. If you don't, I shall look down upon you. Naya, incensed, flung a handful of green and blue crystals from her pouch, creating a cascade of gemstones. Huh? You, a pauper from Beast King City, probably don't even have a single red crystal, let alone a purple one, Xianyu taunted, her heart brimming with delight at Naya's display of crystals. You are the one who hails from the impoverished Shanshan tribe? Naya retorted, producing a collection of purple crystals, interspersed with a few red ones. You, the destitute shaman, do you possess any? She proclaimed. The fox shaman has bestowed blessings upon us with crystal gifts. Everyone, come and collect. Xianyu declared loudly, prompting the previously unaware orcs to scramble for the fallen crystals. It must be noted that not all orcs possessed even a few green crystals, let alone blue ones. Being a shaman supported by an entire tribe undoubtedly conferred a degree of wealth. Just a handful of green and blue crystals? Naya remarked, retracting her green and red crystals and casting a disparaging look at Xianyu. You must be seeing a red crystal for the first time. You hypocritical pauper from Shanshan. Yes, indeed. You are worthless, yes. You are rubbish, yes. Hand over the energy fruits that the ancient vine gave you. That is out of the question. I will not give them, I will not. What will you do about it? Xianyu replied with a beaming smile and sparkling eyes, relishing in the folly of the foolish. Enraged to the utmost, Naya gestured angrily, and her companions rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Ingbai, along with Hu Yun and Shishuan, surged to Xianyu's side. Hu Yun, what business do I have here? I was dragged into this. Hu Yun protested. I merely wished to support my good brother, Shishuan added. Mingzhan and Yufeng exchanged hesitant glances before positioning themselves in front of Xianyu. Goodness, what is the atmosphere on the stage? A brawl? The orcs from various tribes wondered, as the tiger and lion tribes, witnessing their respective young leaders Hu Yun and Shishuan confronting one another, began to encircle the fox tribe. Realizing the brewing conflict, the wolf shaman quickly intervened, pulling the serpent shaman into the fray. Serpent shaman, it is improper to instigate a brawl within the wolf tribe's territory. Why must you involve me? Please, do not incite war among the wolf tribe, or else you shall be asked to leave. The serpent shaman will not conduct fertility tests for your tribe's females. That won't happen. The ancient vine will conduct fertility tests for the fox tribe's females. Naya insisted with unwavering confidence. That will not be the case, the serpent shaman retorted coldly, his icy words firm in their rejection. Thus, it is in your best interest not to cause trouble. Observing the lively scene involving the rabbit and leopard tribes, the serpent shaman remarked, if you wish to continue your skirmish, we shall stand aside and allow you the space to act. With a disdainful glare towards Xianyu, Naya signaled for her followers to retreat. Ingbai shot Xianyu a knowing glance, relishing in his cunning. Tasked with ensuring Xianyu's safety, he was determined to fulfill his duty as a competent follower. Well done, you deserve praise, Xianyu acknowledged with a nod. As Ingbai led Hu Yun and Shishuan away, Mingzhan and Yufeng also stepped back to stand behind Xianyu. The serpent shaman glared at Xianyu and Naya, finding these two shamans to be quite troublesome. They had caused a ruckus at the last market, and now here they were again. The serpent shaman was intent on eliminating all sources of disturbance, as his singular focus was to cultivate his shamanic powers and become a high priest as soon as possible. Next, let the females of the tribe step forward one by one to undergo fertility testing, and those who wish to find mates can approach you 3. This would enhance efficiency, allowing him to return to his tribe and continue his training sooner. The serpent shaman, along with the wolf shaman, Xianyu, and the tiger shaman, instructed the gathering, then waved his staff to remove the layer of grayish energy that enveloped Xianyu in an instant. Xianyu's fair face and the translucent azure robe could not conceal the resplendent glow of the fish-scale skirt that sparkled under the sun, activating her beauty to its highest level once more. Wow, what a beautiful skirt! What a stunning female! Did the serpent shaman make her beautiful? The transformation before the stone platform dazzled the onlookers, the sunlight illuminating the magnificent fish-scale skirt. As gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding tribes, so that's how it is, the serpent shaman mused awkwardly, gazing at Xianyu, who appeared magnified in beauty. She truly resembled a wealthy shaman, so strikingly radiant. Naya fixated on Xianyu's fish-scale skirt, glancing down at her own attire, wondering why the disparity was so vast. Xianyu's ensemble made her own seem drab by comparison. Yufeng observed Xianyu, now restored to her former glory. Pondering, so the deceitful charlatan can indeed be presentable. Shishuan quietly nudged his companion Hu Yun. Do you think she still seeks a mate? Is there any hope for me? Hu Yun, at a loss for words, regarded Shishuan with a pained expression. For Xianyu already had 2 partners, one of whom was his cousin. Why not give it a try? The serpent shaman cleared his throat, signaling to the orcs behind him. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Females of the tribe in need of fertility testing. Step forward to the serpent shaman. The orcs behind the serpent shaman projected their voices, ensuring that every orc present could hear. Should you find a partner and wish to bond, you may approach the shamaness with the most dazzling attire. This shaman, the wolf shaman, or the fox shaman, any of whom can assist you. Upon hearing that the serpent shaman was ready to conduct fertility tests for the females, the crowd fell silent, as the fertility value of females was of utmost importance to the orc tribes. The females lined up in front of the serpent shaman, following the order of the tribes: snake, wolf, lion, tiger, leopard, fox, and rabbit. The serpent shaman retrieved 10 crystal spheres, waving his staff to release a burst of light upon the 10 females. Now, place your hands upon the crystal spheres, the serpent shaman instructed. The 10 females stepped forward, resting their hands on the floating crystal spheres, which emanated a luminous aura. Moments later, as the light dissipated, each sphere displayed varying numbers, ranging from 1 to 10, indicating their fertility levels. The fertility values of the 10 snake females hovered between 3 and 5, which was relatively standard for their tribe. The male orcs, keenly observant, silently noted the females with a fertility value of 5, while those with poor memory simply hoped to remember in case any displayed a value of 0 or exceptionally high fertility. As the testing continued, 3 rounds yielded fertility values for the snake females, predominantly ranging from 3 to 5, with only one displaying a value of 2 and another reaching 6. Next came the wolf tribe, with 4 rounds revealing fertility values mainly between 4 and 7, without any significantly low or high values. The tiger tribe had only 2 rounds, with fertility values averaging between 4 and 6, also quite balanced. The leopard tribe tested 2 rounds of females, revealing fertility values between 4 and 7. Then, it was time for the fox tribe's females to undergo fertility testing, notably with 5 rounds of testing. After the test concluded, the serpent shaman's expression grew contemplative as he examined the fertility values. Among the 50 females, an alarming 8 displayed a fertility value of 0, 6 had a value of 2, and 5 registered a value of 1. The highest fertility value was 8, with 5 females, while 10 had a value of 7, and 11 recorded a value of 6. Such a wide disparity in fertility values could not be dismissed as merely problematic. It suggested a significant issue at hand. The orcs gathered below the stone platform were left in shock. While it was normal for fertility values to vary, the fact that the fox tribe had so many females with a value of 0 was indeed troubling. Moreover, it has become apparent that the fertility of the fox tribe exhibits 2 extreme ends. Either they are highly prolific or utterly barren. The truth likely lies in the handful of individuals whose fertility values stand at 0, lacking any contract, yet exuding an astonishingly modeled aura, known only to the great serpent shaman. The serpent shaman glanced at Naya, shook his head, and proceeded to the next round, the fertility assessment of the rabbit tribe's females. The rabbit tribe had 2 waves of fertility testing for their females, with an average fertility value ranging from 7 to 9. Notably, 2 females boasted a fertility value of 10, one being the offspring of the rabbit tribe's chieftain, Rabbit Yun, and the other, the rather unattractive female named Rabbit An, who had contracted with a 9th-tier orc. Additionally, a mermaid named Zhuni, who had inserted herself into the proceedings, was also tested by the serpent shaman, receiving a fertility value of 7. The serpent shaman beckoned the orcs behind him and whispered a few words in their ears. Subsequently, one of the orcs stepped forward and bellowed, "The fertility testing concludes here. Those interested in each other may take this opportunity to get acquainted, and we shall hold the contract ceremony on another day." The orcs below were puzzled by this announcement. Was it not customary to contract immediately after testing their fertility values? However, a few days of mutual understanding seemed quite agreeable. Standing on the platform, Xianyu noticed the serpent shaman's ambiguous expression during the testing of the fox tribe, which left her deep in thought. Could it be that he feared someone from his tribe would inadvertently select a female from the fox tribe, hence reserving time to notify them? The serpent shaman, noticing Xianyu's gaze, nodded and called for the serpent tribe orcs to leave the stone platform for reasons unknown. Seeing that the proceedings were over, Yufeng instinctively headed towards Shishuan to see what kind of partner his remarkably handsome cousin was seeking. Coincidentally, Huyu and Ingbai were also nearby, prompting Xianyu to bring Mingzhan along. They overheard Ingbai's discussion. Can you believe the rabbit tribe has 2 females with a fertility value of 10? What if their offspring turn out to be rabbits? Their combat prowess would be rather lacking. Ingbai exclaimed. Although he himself was not in search of a partner, he found the spectacle intriguing. Isn't the fox tribe's fertility also quite high? It's a pity that several of the most beautiful ones have a fertility value of 0. Shishuan lamented. catching sight of Xianyu approaching. Despite Xianyu having used her shamanic power to restore her rather unremarkable appearance, Serpent boldly remarked, "Little female, are you still in search of a partner? You could do far worse than me. I am capable and charming. Not looking for a partner." Xianyu coldly rejected him, finding Serpent's ruggedly handsome image less appealing. She preferred a strong beast rather than one that was easily obtained. With a glance at Yufeng, who inexplicably sensed a hint of shamelessness in Xianyu's gaze, he turned his head away in indifference. "This brazen, shameless, deceitful scoundrel," Mingzhan pouted, using his hand to redirect Xianyu's gaze towards himself. "Xianyu, you must be fair. If you glance at Yufeng, you must also glance at me." With his exquisite face and endearing expression, Mingzhan endeared himself to Xianyu. All right, I see you, my dear Zhan," Xianyu cooed affectionately. Observing Mingzhan's antics, Yufeng unconsciously clenched his fist in annoyance. "Foolish, this insufferable display of jealousy truly makes it hard for beasts to digest," Yu remarked, watching the antics of Xianyu and her companions with bemusement. Surely, this was not the time for them to flaunt their affections in front of a single beast like him. Was it? "Xianyu, do you think there's something amiss with the fox tribe?" Yu posed his question, hoping to inform the tribe's orcs if something was indeed wrong. "Something is definitely amiss," Xianyu affirmed. During the fertility assessment of the fox tribe's females, the Serpent Shaman's subtle expressions were quite revealing. "Where exactly is the issue?" Serpent inquired, scratching his head, failing to grasp the specifics of the anomaly. "What compelling reason could persuade the orc males of our tribe, who are enamored with the beauty of the fox tribe's females?" Uncertain, Xianyu casually remarked, for instance, "Perhaps they wear a few wild green hats." Yu and Serpent exchanged confused glances, bewildered by her words. Having spent considerable time with Xianyu, Ingbai pondered her distinctive style of speaking. Only contracted partners are responsible for providing for the family. Those without contracts are mere wildlings. Are you suggesting that the fox tribe engages in liaisons with the partners of others, yet they refrain from formalizing contracts with the males? Ingbai declared, thinking himself clever. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it captured the attention of nearby tribal orcs, many of whom hailed from the fox tribe. The orcs from various tribes cast peculiar glances at the fox orcs, while the fox people, filled with indignation, glared at Ingbai with palpable fury. Feeling the intense glares from the fox tribe, Ingbai quickly took refuge behind Yu and Serpent. "Dude, I've only got one eagle, and they're a whole pack of foxes. If a fight breaks out, it won't be a brawl. It'll be a beating, bro. I'm merely clarifying the situation for you," Ingbai said weakly, glancing at Yu and then Serpent. "You must protect me." Behind Yu stood a group of tigers, and behind Serpent, a group of lions, while in front loomed a pack of foxes. Serpent waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. If the fox orcs had a bit of sense, they wouldn't rush at us." The fox orcs harbored a desire to pummel Ingbai, yet they had no intention of confronting the orcs from the tiger and lion tribes. Distancing themselves from the two tribes in frustration, the orcs from the leopard tribe shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity for a skirmish. The delicate atmosphere had arisen for the second time. Why couldn't they thrash the fox tribe's orcs? Xianyu, meanwhile, found it strange that the wolf shaman was absent from this gathering, just as the serpent shaman and fox shaman were. Did the wolf tribe provide them both with a cave? Being shamans, Xianyu thought it unjust. Utilizing her shamanic powers, she sought the direction of their essence, which surprisingly led her to the forest outside the wolf tribe. Glancing at Ingbai, who was gritting his teeth in frustration, she mused that bringing him along would likely result in a group brawl with fox orcs trailing behind. Considering this, she nudged Mingzhan towards Ingbai. "Keep an eye on Mingzhan for me," Xianyu instructed. Producing a variety of small fruits, Ingbai stuffed his arms full, as did Mingzhan, while Yu and Serpent followed suit. They then beckoned Yufeng to transform into a flying lion and soar beyond the tribe's borders. Leaving the four orcs behind, each with their own thoughts, Ingbai grumbled, "You give me a bunch of fruits to do your bidding. So stingy." Mingzhan complained, "That fickle, ungrateful shaman only takes new partners out for a good time, leaving me with these measly fruits." Yu remarked, "Do you not enjoy fruits? Only the females seem fond of nibbling on them." "Well, free fruits that require no effort to gather do have their charm," he conceded. Elsewhere, the reluctant Yufeng followed Xianyu into the forest outside the tribe, listening to her instructions as they sought the whereabouts of the Serpent Shaman and Fox Shaman through the trail of shamanic energy. To their surprise, they halted at the entrance of a cave that Yufeng loathed immensely. Xianyu quietly approached, deftly using her shamanic energy to mask their movements. Concealing themselves behind a large stone, they listened intently to the sounds emanating from within the cave. Why, Gu Teng, do I love you so dearly, yet you treat me this way? Naya's anguished cries echoed from inside, perfectly igniting Xianyu's curiosity for the unfolding drama. Peeking from a well-concealed angle, Xianyu observed a sorrowful rabbit female hunched in a corner, who, upon closer inspection, turned out to be Rabbit Yuan, the one with a fertility value of 10. The Serpent Shaman appeared to be weakened, leaning against the wall, while Naya brandished her shamanic staff, pointing it accusingly at him. Her pure white robe lay scattered on the ground, a thin layer of fishnet failing to conceal her exquisite form. Watching the scene unfold, Xianyu mused, Naya has quite the figure. She's captivating, I've told you. I have no interest in forming a bond, even if you coerce me, Gu Teng stated coldly, devoid of desire as he gazed at Naya. What you receive from me is merely this shell. My heart remains unattainable. Only through mastering the art of the High Priestess shall you capture my gaze. I have pursued you for so long, Gu Teng. Is your heart made of stone? Naya's voice trembled with sorrow, tears threatening to spill. You disdain the Fox tribe's females for their promiscuity, yet I have maintained my virtue. Have I not done enough for you? Ah, does this even relate? Xianyu mused, though she found the dramatic narrative unfolding in the cave quite entertaining. My only focus is on cultivation. Cease your pursuits, Naya. I forgive you for your actions towards me, Gu Teng responded, his gaze fixated on Naya, attempting to offer counsel. After all, the effects of the drugs coursing through him would soon spiral out of control if he lingered any longer. No, I cannot control my feelings for you. Without you, I would rather perish, Naya screeched, reclaiming her shamanic staff and rushing towards Gu Teng. She grasped at his robe, struggling to remove it for what felt like an eternity. Xianyu could only roll her eyes at the foolishness of it all. How could one think to unfasten another shaman's robe by mere hand? As she contemplated the arcane energies dancing at her fingertips, Naya deftly unfastened the ancient robe of the vine, casting it aside to reveal the skin-tight garment crafted from serpent skin beneath. Gu Teng, taken aback, could hardly believe it. Was she truly capable of removing his robe with her bare hands? The calm demeanor he once wore vanished, replaced by a sense of urgency. The great Serpent Shaman was flustered. No, Naya, listen to me. This is not right. Chapter 10. Seizing the opportunity with the robe unfastened, Naya eagerly approached the attire made of serpent skin. Gazing at Gu Teng's stunning complexion and the 8 well-defined abdominal muscles encased within the serpent skin, it was evident that this garment could indeed be removed with ease. As she unveiled his upper body, Naya cast an irritated glance towards the corner where Tu Yun stood, her possessive gaze fixated on Gu Teng. Turning to retrieve her own robe, she nonchalantly tossed it onto Tu Yun. Enveloping the petite figure entirely, blinded by the sudden onslaught, Tu Yun, now obscured, made no effort to unveil her head. With her vision impaired, her hearing became all the more acute. The dark, ancient robe lay scattered on the ground. Gu Teng was seemingly pushed down by Naya, who appeared fierce yet exerted little force, plucking the feather from his hair as his long, ebony locks cascaded around him. Watching this scene unfold, Xianyu felt a surge of envy. Surprised by the alluring appearance of the typically stoic and focused Serpent Shaman, Yufeng, filled with rage, directed a glare at Xianyu, muttering under her breath about the undesirable company Naya kept. Sensing Yufeng's intense scrutiny, Xianyu tightened her grip on Yufeng's wrist, signaling her desire to watch the unfolding drama uninterrupted. Gu Teng, I love you. I like you. My heart yearns for you. Leave, I have no affection for you. I love someone else, so be gone, Gu Teng, incapacitated by the poison, responded coldly, defiantly tilting his head. Strangely, this alignment positioned him perfectly to face Xianyu, who was watching with keen interest. The once innocent Serpent Shaman, now stripped of his composure, suddenly found himself ignited with anger. He suspected he understood how his robe had been so easily unfastened. Though somewhat guilty, Xianyu decided to step forward with Yufeng. Ah, let us take a stroll. I never anticipated witnessing such a captivating performance. Xianyu smacked her lips, engaging in a mocking tone directed at Naya. Startled by the abrupt appearance of Xianyu and Yufeng, Naya was oblivious to how long Xianyu had been observing the spectacle, in her eagerness to indulge in the drama. She had inadvertently aided Naya's cause. Tu Yun, hidden beneath the robe, sensed the presence of intruding beastmen and excitedly removed her veil of white, only to find unfamiliar faces before her. Quietly, she closed her mouth and draped the robe back over herself to shield her vision. You? Naya shot a resentful glance at Gu Tong, then turned her ire towards Xianyu, striding purposefully toward Tu Yun, snatching her robe and donning it. Without her own followers present, she feared that if the beastmen accompanying Xianyu decided to act against her, her physical prowess would be insufficient to withstand any harm. Now, what do you intend to do? Naya inquired, as she assisted Gu Tong, still on the ground, in fastening his robe. This maddening sense of possessiveness was overwhelming. Shall I take my leave? Observing the scene, Xianyu shifted her attention to Gu Tong, offering a friendly demeanor as she tentatively posed her question. After all, the great Serpent Shaman possessed a power that eclipsed even that of the Fox Shaman. Perhaps this was merely a playful intrigue on his part, one that displeased him in the presence of an observer. Gu Tong's gaze towards Xianyu burned with indignation. This meddlesome shaman was witnessing his turmoil without offering aid. Do not leave. If you must go, take me with you. Gu Tong's emphatic words resonated in the air, prompting Naya to cast a heartbroken, disbelieving look at the Serpent Shaman. You would rather depart with her than remain by my side. The absurdity of the situation left Yufeng bewildered. Naya's logic was most peculiar. Did she truly believe he would stay and endure further coercion? Do you not understand? I have poisoned him with an unbreakable curse. He cannot escape without consummation. Naya glanced at Yufeng before redirecting her challenging gaze at Xianyu. TSK, I was not necessarily planning to take him away, but now, upon hearing Naya's words, Xianyu's resolve solidified. She would indeed claim Gu Teng for herself. An unbreakable curse, is it? Xianyu approached, pushing past Naya, wrapping her arm around Gu Teng's waist, playfully squeezing. Why? How delicate. Feeling Xianyu's touch, Gu Teng experienced a sensation akin to emerging from a fox's den only to find himself ensnared by a tiger. Yufeng cast a wary glance at Xianyu, who transformed into a flying lion, soaring away with Gu Teng in tow, leaving behind the parting words, my apologies, but your Serpent Shaman is coming with me. I have no intention of letting him slip away. With Naya's teeth gritted in frustration, they departed. Can you find a place devoid of beastmen to set me down? Gu Teng contemplated, weighing the loss of his purity against the prospect of death, ultimately deciding that he preferred to maintain a semblance of honor. What shall we do, Xianyu? Let us explore those abdominal muscles. You are outrageous. Gu Teng turned his head, glaring at Xianyu, while the flying lion beneath him remained her companion. Fixating on Xianyu's elegant hand, which now restrained him, Gu Teng pondered whether his earlier exhaustion from the cave had begun to dissipate. Xianyu grinned, her hand slipped beneath Gu Teng's robe, resting on his slender waist. Such smooth skin. Is it a trait of serpent beastmen? I am still alive. Alive? Where are you taking us? Yufeng, burdened by 2 passengers, grumbled indignantly, lamenting her unfortunate predicament of falling into the clutches of such a capricious and audacious female. She dares to lay hands on the great Serpent Shaman? Does she not fear his wrath upon recovery? She resolved that binding herself to a contract would be prudent. She had no desire to become a wandering beast exuding foul odors. With these thoughts, she flew toward a location further from the wolf tribe, having already incurred their ire. She was determined not to suffer the same fate as the fox shaman, who had failed to secure her prize. Bind yourselves to a contract, Yufeng muttered despondently. What nonsense is this? Losing my purity is one thing, but a contract? Such insolence. Gu Teng's furious eyes, with their crimson slits, bore into Xianyu. Teske, find an empty cave. Xianyu suggested, adding, far from the wolf tribe. Xianyu had no firm intention of binding herself to the Serpent Shaman. She understood her own strength. Gu Teng would find it challenging to eliminate her. Yet she had not yet exhausted her playful curiosity. Before long, Yufeng continued to search for an unoccupied cave while the poison cast by the fox shaman began to take effect on Gu Teng. Gu Teng's face flushed, exuding an alluring aura, as he emitted soft, distressed sounds. Xianyu repositioned Gu Tang to face her, observing him quietly. The initial poison had left Gu Tang with some strength, but Xianyu had since fed him a fruit that rendered him utterly powerless. The sounds escaping the Serpent Shaman were sweetly melodic to Yu Feng's ears, yet she could bear it no longer. With 24K titanium alloy lion eyes, she swiftly located a cave, depositing Xianyu and Gu Tang within before standing watch at the entrance. Gu Tang, overwhelmed by heat and weakness, collapsed onto the stone bed, his long hair cascading across it like a dark veil. Veins threatened to burst beneath the taut skin on his hands as he struggled to loosen the robe binding him. His half-removed garment hung precariously at his waist, exposing his pale chest, slender waist, and sharply defined abdominal muscles. While undeniably beautiful, the Serpent Shaman, now consumed by desire, seemed to have lost his grasp on reason. Such a beauty upon the bed, Xianyu mused, retrieving a small, azure fruit from her pouch. The Serpent Shaman, still retaining some semblance of logic amidst the overwhelming lust, is far more intriguing. Xianyu approached, embracing Gu Tang as she fed the fruit into his mouth. As it slid down his throat, the redness in Gu Tang's eyes gradually faded, clarity returning amidst the haze of desire. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Tang inquired, acutely aware of the yearning coursing through him, yet lacking the strength to cast off his robe. Caught in Xianyu's teasing gaze, he sensed a deep embarrassment, as though he had become a mere plaything for her amusement. "Oh, Serpent Shaman, what is it that you desire? I've heard the Fox Shaman say that the poison you bear will lead to your demise if you do not engage in consummation." As Xianyu spoke, her fingertips glided over the ancient vine's chest, releasing a refreshing chill in the areas they touched. "I willingly submit to you. I harbor no desire for vengeance," the ancient vine lamented. "Is that so? Yet, I am still not of age," Xianyu replied, a sudden thought striking her as she gazed at the ancient vine, whose expression was one of distress. "Not that I wish to deny the serpent sorcerer, but it appears that there are no females to be found in this place." Xianyu produced a crystal ball from her witch's pouch, channeling her magical energy as the orb radiated a peculiar glow. "What are you doing?" The ancient vine, sprawled on the stone bed, gazed at Xianyu with confusion, his face flushed. "Serpent sorcerer, it seems your foundational sorcery is rather lacking. I am merely recording your current captivating state." As Xianyu's actions unfolded and her brazen words echoed in his ears, the typically composed serpent sorcerer found himself unnerved. "You are being excessive." She retrieved a small green fruit, biting off a tiny piece and savoring it, the refreshing taste lingering only briefly on her tongue before she leaned down to kiss the ancient vine's lips. The serpentine sorcerer, feeling utterly drained, resigned himself to Xianyu's advances, relishing the warm sensation within his mouth. "What kind of fruit is she consuming? It seems quite delightful." As their kissing continued, the serpent sorcerer discovered a flicker of strength within himself. Not much, but just enough to forcefully push Xianyu away, who was still entangled in their kiss. "Serpent sorcerer, I was merely trying to restore a bit of your strength, and this is how you repay me." Xianyu, slightly leaning back after being pushed away, bore no trace of irritation. Suppressing the surge of discomfort within her, the ancient vine's gaze fell upon the green fruit in Xianyu's hand. "That fruit can replenish your strength." With a swift motion, the ancient vine reached out and snatched the remaining piece of fruit from Xianyu's grasp, preparing to eat it. Xianyu chuckled, her fingers weaving through the air as the green fruit vanished into thin air. "This is a little fruit I personally cultivated. Quite tasty, wouldn't you agree?" She delicately traced her lips with her fingertips, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the ancient vine. "You?" The ancient vine stared at the fruit that had vanished from his grasp, his voice tinged with frustration. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I wish to see your beast form, serpent sorcerer, and I would like you to craft several exquisite garments for me from your shed serpent skin. Lastly, I desire all the energy fruits from your witch's pouch. What do you think?" Xianyu casually made her wishes known, not having initiated this demand but rather responding to the ancient vine's inquiries. "The serpent skin of a beast man is only meant for a partner," the ancient vine replied incredulously, a complicated expression crossing his face as he could hardly believe Xianyu's audacity. "No matter. You can choose to be my partner and make me garments from your serpent skin, or you can refuse and still make them for me." Xianyu presented her options with an air of nonchalance, though the mounting discomfort within her threatened to overwhelm her. The ancient vine, aware of Naya's warning that he would perish without merging, realized the absurdity of allowing himself to die under such humiliating circumstances. Very well, I agree, Gu Tung. Swear by the name of the witch to the beast god that if Xianyu can save me, I will relinquish all the energy fruits in my pouch and craft garments for her from my serpent skin. With a pointed finger raised to the sky, he vowed, the promise solidifying. Once my poison is cured and my magical power restored, I shall reveal my beast form to you. Xianyu nodded, surprised by how easily he agreed. Perhaps my demands in this opportunistic moment were too modest. I suddenly recall that I possess a slight obsession with cleanliness. What? I dislike it when males I have touched are subsequently touched by other females. In the ancient vine's questioning gaze, Xianyu lifted his chin, meeting his slit pupils with a playful smile as she enunciated each word. The serpent sorcerer, languishing on the stone bed, felt a profound sense of helplessness mingled with simmering anger. What nonsense are you speaking? My sole focus has been on cultivation. Would you have me seek out other females to tarnish your cleanliness? With a mocking cluck, Xianyu waved her magical energy, summoning the floating crystal ball back to her. She then conjured another small green fruit, the poison that cannot be resolved without merging. I am curious if as a poison which can indeed counteract it. She placed the green fruit in the serpent sorcerer's mouth, who, too exhausted to resist, swallowed it obediently. The surging sensations within him gradually subsided as his magical power slowly returned. The strength he had lost coming back to him. So, you could have simply cured my poison from the start. Now revitalized, the ancient vine sat upright, meticulously adjusting his clothing before calmly fastening his witch's robe. An aura of danger radiating from him. Wow, serpent sorcerer, what do you plan to do now that your powers are restored? Perhaps a thrilling act of self-destruction? Having gathered himself, the serpent sorcerer gazed at Xianyu, whose playful demeanor remained unchanged, yet his calm eyes betrayed a strange intensity. Who had given her the audacity to toy with him? A fifth-level sorcerer? At that moment, Yufeng burst into the cave. Have you completed the contract? I see orcs approaching outside. Unaware of the events that had transpired within, Yufeng had shielded the cave's sounds and had not anticipated that Xianyu had taken the opportunity to mercilessly torment the serpent sorcerer or had dared to aid him in detoxifying and restoring his powers without formal agreement. Nearby, a group of orcs had successfully breached the cave, led by Ins, accompanied by Tuan and Tu, Yun.it must be said. Dragon beasts indeed had impressive speed in flight. Upon landing, Tu Yun dashed towards the serpent sorcerer. Serpent sorcerer, are you all right? Tu Yun, having been thrust forward by her tribe to seek out the serpent sorcerer, was discovered by Ins and Tuan.it. Seemed that Ins' status as a 9th-tier warrior instilled a sense of confidence in their ability to assist the serpent sorcerer. The group followed the lingering traces of energy, ultimately tracking him down here. Serpent sorcerer, should I be thankful that you are now fully clothed and detoxified? I am fine, the serpent sorcerer replied coldly, the night's events having instilled a deep-seated disdain for females within him. He would not easily forgive Naya, who had subjected him to such repulsive potions. With that thought, he headed towards the cave entrance. Pausing momentarily to glance back at Xianyu. Did you not wish to see my beast form? Come with me. I shall carry you back to the tribe, Yufeng. Having received no answer, interpreted this as confirmation that Xianyu and the ancient vine had completed their contract and proceeded to fly ahead towards the tribe. Observing the indifferent serpent sorcerer, Tu Yun's eyes reflected a sense of desolation. Meanwhile, Tu Yun's gaze flickered with a hint of mockery. After all, Naya and Xianyu were merely witches, while Tu Yun was just the scion of a fallen rabbit tribe. Daring to aspire to the serpent sorcerer, seated atop the serpent sorcerer's head, Xianyu was delighted to behold his beast form. A strikingly beautiful giant serpent, its scales glimmering like obsidian, smooth and lustrous. Serpent sorcerer. Your beast form is truly magnificent. The garments made from your serpent skin will surely be exquisite. Is that so? The serpent sorcerer, now in his beast form, carried Xianyu on his back with a somewhat peculiar sentiment. He had not traversed the forest in this manner for a long time, having maintained his human form to uphold the image of a sorcerer. The next moment, the serpent sorcerer transformed back into human form and effortlessly cradled Xianyu in his arms. Here is your beast form. He gently set her down and presented her with a collection of energy fruits. These are all the energy fruits from my witch's pouch. As for the garments crafted from the serpent skin, I will require some time. Xianyu's lively gaze fell upon the ancient vine, admiring his demeanor, stoic, handsome, and calm, evoking a desire to disrupt his composure. Feel free to take the energy fruits. There are over 300. They should last quite a while. I desire your green detoxifying fruit, the serpent sorcerer stated earnestly. That comes at a different price. Xianyu chuckled, amused by the ancient vine's unexpected priorities. He seemed less concerned with revenge. What price? He inquired, willing to negotiate for more if necessary. After all, should the need arise in the future, it would serve him well, and those in his tribe could benefit as well. Seeing the ancient vine's serious inquiry, Xianyu couldn't help but feel mischievous. Kiss me, and I shall grant you one. A dangerous aura flickered in the ancient vine's slit pupils, and he stared at Xianyu for several seconds before leaning down and fervently pressing 10 kisses upon her. I have kissed you 10 times. Grant me 10 of those green fruits. Xianyu stared in bewilderment at the ancient vine, feeling an utter lack of fulfillment from this teasing. The ancient vine, however, pondered whether he had not kissed enough in the cave. Why not offer him the fruits? Now a tender kiss accompanied by a small fruit. After having indulged completely, having gazed, touched, and kissed, is it not unjust to deny oneself the company of other females? What difference does this bear to a confession of love? Thus pondered Gu Tang. Meanwhile, a skirmish erupted within the tribe, as Naya returned to the den of the fox tribe, instructing the females to entice the males of the lion and tiger tribes. With their striking beauty and commendable fertility, they sought to allure the males into vying for the position of first partner. While intertribal warfare could be mitigated by the elders, the competition for females among the males was a long-standing tradition. Observing the fierce clashes between the lions and tigers, the serpent tribe's orcs stood at a respectful distance from the fox tribe. After all, the serpent tribe's great shaman had recently warned them against courting the females of the fox tribe. Ingbai, alongside Mingzhan, remained positioned behind Hu Yu and Shi Sun, watching the battlefield that had been transformed by conflict and the fox tribe orcs who scrutinized them intently, a foreboding sense brewing within them. Naya, the fox shaman, had hastily returned to the wolf tribe square, beckoning to the fox orcs and whispering something to them. Soon, a throng of fox orcs approached Mingzhan. Despite the ongoing fierce competition between some tiger and lion orcs for partners, Hu Yu and Shi Sun steadfastly shielded Mingzhan, likely due to their ties to Xianyu and her small fruits. What do you fox tribe intend to do? Hu Yu questioned, irritation evident in his gaze as he regarded the approaching group of fox orcs. We, the younger patriarch of the tiger tribe, merely seek to become Xianyu's partner. We have come to negotiate with her mate, the fox orc boldly declared, fixing his gaze on Mingzhan, his intentions clear. The pretense of seeking partnership was a ruse. The true goal was to heed the shaman's directive and deal a harsh blow to Xianyu's mate. Even if it is a competition for partners, it should be one-on-one. What is the meaning of this gathering? Shi Sun added, equally displeased, of course it is a competition. Our fox tribe will not violate the customs of partner contention. The fox orcs replied with sinister smiles directed at Mingzhan. The normality of this partner contention was something Hu Yu and Shi Sun could hardly obstruct. At most, they could prevent this shameless group of fox orcs from swarming Mingzhan. Ingbai stood before Mingzhan, his clever mind surmising that this malevolent group of fox orcs aimed to bully the poor Mingzhan. With so many villainous foes, did they intend to exhaust Mingzhan through a war of attrition? It was known that on land, Mingzhan, unable to wield water control skills, suffered a significant reduction in combat prowess as a 7th-tier beastman. You are not even Xianyu's mate. What is your purpose in blocking us? The fox orcs, undeterred by Hu Yu and Shi Sun's presence, split off to surround Ingbai, preventing his intervention in Mingzhan's battle. Mingzhan regarded the fox orcs fixated on him, transforming into his beast form to reveal his lower half and displaying a calm demeanor with his cerulean eyes as he faced the provocateurs. Despite lacking the advantage of water, Mingzhan was no pushover. Swatting away a few pesky foxes was a trivial task. Yet, he was no fool and had no intention of facing multiple opponents alone. Who will come first? He inquired. At this, a fox orc in beast form charged forward, an orc of the 5th tier. With a swift motion of its claws, it lunged at Mingzhan, but with a flick of his tail. The overwhelming pressure of their levels sent the fox orc flying into the ground, creating a vast indentation in the earth. The surrounding onlookers gasped, taken aback by the stark contrast between Mingzhan's ethereal beauty and formidable strength. As more fox orcs rushed in, Mingzhan dispatched them one by one with a mere sweep of his tail, leaving only faint claw marks upon it. "Wow, Mingzhan, impressive," Ingbai remarked, feeling reassured as he watched the spectacle unfold. Then turning to taunt the encircling fox orcs. "Look at your fox tribe males. What a pathetic display of strength. They can't even best a fish on land yet seek partners, feasting off the spoils of other males' hunts." The other male orcs from various tribes began to contemplate, vowing never to ally with such weak fox tribe males. Supporting the females was a duty, but few males would willingly sustain other males' partners. The fox orcs encircling Ingbai glared at him with fiery hostility, unable to restrain their anger any longer. Ignoring Hu Yu and Shi Sun, they charged at Ingbai in a furious uproar. Sensing the hostile intent, Ingbai swiftly transformed into a giant eagle, soaring to heights beyond the reach of the fox tribe orcs. His taunting voice echoed across the square, ensuring all present could hear. "You pathetic fox tribe males. Resorting to group assaults when you can't win. What hope do you have of finding a partner? Can 10 males not support even one female? Save face and withdraw from the competition. What a bunch of weaklings. I have never seen such pitiful males." The fox tribe orcs, their faces ground into the earth by the giant eagle, grew even more furious, their ire directed solely at Ingbai. Even the innocent foxes engaged with other tribes glared at him in indignation. The rabbit tribe, initially merely spectators, found themselves secretly exhilarated, realizing that the weakest tribe present was not their own. With no means to contend against the airborne Ingbai, the gaze of the fox orcs shifted back to Mingzhan, and the majority of the males from the fox tribe converged around him. Overwhelmed by their wrath, Mingzhan's beautiful tail bore fresh, bloody marks, as jealousy over Mingzhan's exquisite visage led the fox tribe to strike at him mercilessly. Leaving his own face marred with wounds, as chaos reigned in the square, Mingzhan, battered and unconscious on the ground, stirred with fury. Rising into the air, his narrowed eyes surveyed the fox tribe with a menacing glare. A sinister smile creeping upon his lips as he summoned his shamanic powers, unleashing a torrent of deadly poison that descended upon each fox orc present. "You've lost your mind. Shamans cannot harm beastmen," Naya exclaimed, incredulous, as she witnessed the scene unfold. A shaman should never inflict harm upon beastmen. Such actions defied the will of the beast god and were impermissible. "Who gave you the audacity to touch my kin?" An eerie red glow enveloped all the fox tribe orcs, inducing an unbearable itch that compelled them to scratch incessantly. Only through drawing blood could they find a momentary reprieve, and soon their once attractive faces became marred with crimson stains. Naya attempted to heal the afflicted fox orcs using her shamanic powers, but alas, she could only mend wounds. Antidotes were beyond her capabilities. Xianyu, having expended a significant amount of shamanic energy, approached Mingzhan, his complexion now pallid, and lifted him into his arms before teleporting away from the wolf tribe square. After several flashes, covering a considerable distance, Xianyu collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, a consequence of his aggression towards beastmen, a punishment from the beast god. His already pale visage grew even more ashen, with blood continuing to surge forth from his throat. He found himself gasping for breath, barely able to move, reminiscent of his initial struggles upon leaving the shamanic mountain. Fortunately, it was merely a depletion of his shamanic energy, leaving him weakened for a time without diminishing his shamanic rank. He retrieved energy fruits, consuming several to slightly restore his usable shamanic energy. Glancing at the still unconscious Mingzhan, shielded by his shamanic robe, he noted the absence of life-threatening injuries. Mingzhan had merely fainted from exhaustion. With a gentle touch, he swept the green glow over Mingzhan's face, which bore the marks of deep wounds, gradually restoring his once handsome features. Yet, Xianyu's complexion grew even more pallid. Continuing his ministrations, he focused on Mingzhan's bloodied tail, and as Xianyu's face paled further, the injuries on Mingzhan's body began to fade. He placed a small energy fruit into Mingzhan's mouth, and as Mingzhan awakened, fully restored and replenished, remnants of anger lingered in his eyes from the recent assault. As he turned to see Xianyu's pale visage beside him, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Scanning his surroundings, he realized they were no longer in the square besieged by fox orcs, but rather near a river, with only Xianyu, weak and battered, by his side. "What happened to you?" Mingzhan inquired, concern washing over him as he observed Xianyu's feeble state. "It's nothing. Do you remember the way home? Shall we stay by the sea for a while?" Contemplating the chaotic scene at the Wolf Tribe Square, where she had become an unwitting catalyst for turmoil, she decided that it would be best for her to remain hidden beneath the waves for a time. This would allow her to endure her current state of frailty before she reconciled matters with Naya. As for the poison she had unleashed upon the Fox tribe, well, if it could not be undone, they would have to endure the incessant itch. No one could harm her without facing consequences. Observing Xianyu, who seemed intent on slipping away, Mingzhan promptly enveloped her in his arms and plunged into the river. A fleeting, veiled glance passed between them. In the water, even the foul foxes would not dare approach him. Meanwhile, cradled against Mingzhan, Xianyu extracted a handful of energy crystals from her shaman's pouch, diligently refining them to replenish her depleted powers. As she consumed the remaining energy orbs, she relentlessly gnawed on energy fruits, successfully suppressing the salty taste that lingered in her throat. Life among the Merfolk was remarkably tranquil. Given the vastness of the ocean and the considerable territory of the Merfolk, their living quarters were not overly congested. Accompanying Mingzhan, Xianyu spent her days either experimenting with her poisons and toxic fruits or occasionally pestering an old turtle shaman. Once they had established some familiarity, she would insist on consulting him about when she might finally escape her weakened state. Mingzhan, spurred by the recent skirmish at the Wolf Tribe Square, busied himself daily, striving to enhance his combat prowess. He even sought out young, immature cubs to practice with the Merfolk King, eager to achieve significant progress. However, the Merfolk King, often burdened with various affairs, would swiftly dispatch the little ones with ease. "According to the guidance of the beast god, I surmise that your destination lies through the western continent, where the orcs differ considerably from us." After a brief pause, the turtle shaman continued, "Word from the outside suggests that the Fox tribe is actively searching for you. The poison you deployed that day has yet to be neutralized. While it may have marred their already unimpressive visages, they have gained a robust resistance as a result. In essence, they will endure a constant itch, but their resilience has been fortified." The turtle shaman, a seasoned practitioner, spoke with understated wisdom and depth. "It is unfortunate, but I am indeed a benevolent shaman. Though they have wronged me, I remain steadfast in my duty to protect them, as dictated by the will of the beast god." Xianyu humbly acknowledged, eliciting a series of admiring exclamations from the turtle shaman. "Speaking of which, you seek the most poisonous plant. I can assist you in your quest. However, I advise you not to reveal your identity as a shaman. The western continent is not particularly welcoming to shamans from the eastern routes." As he spoke, the turtle shaman produced a small, transparent blue orb, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. With a flourish of his staff, the orb emanated a brilliant white light, enveloping Xianyu. As the shaman's final words echoed in her ears, she felt an overwhelming wave of dizziness wash over her. "The first person you encounter will be a key figure in your search for the most poisonous plant." In the forest of the western continent, a female cub, clutching the blue orb, slowly awakened. Glancing at her tattered animal hide and her pallid complexion, she resembled a forsaken cub struggling to survive in the wilderness. Due to the differing flow of time between the western continent and the eastern routes, Xianyu, having traversed through the spatial orb, found herself compressed into the form of a small cub. As she scanned her surroundings, she found no orc in sight. Should she remain where she was, as the turtle shaman suggested, or venture out to seek someone? Stowing the orb, Xianyu hopped along with her short legs until she reached the edge of a cliff. Peering down, it did not appear too perilous, certainly less so than the cliffs of Wushan. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from below. Straining to listen, she discerned that someone was stranded on a rocky outcrop halfway down the cliff. Recalling the turtle shaman's words about the first person being essential for finding the poisonous plant, she quickly fashioned a vine, securing one end to a tree, and then tied herself to the other end before cautiously descending towards the sound. Upon reaching the figure hanging from a tree, Xianyu observed a peculiar female dressed in odd attire. Her hair was strikingly red, cascading in large curls, and she wore a garment akin to gauze that enveloped her entirely, complemented by a massive backpack. Unlike other females, whose fingertips were either soiled or pristine, hers were adorned with vibrant patterns, and her pale face bore an unusual tint that set her apart. Lin Yuan, dangling from the tree, watched as the small child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, approached her. Clad in a circle of animal hide, the child's thin arms and legs were exposed, and her ashen face, marred only by a few smudges from friction against the cliff, was rather disconcerting. It wasn't that the child was frightening in appearance. Rather, it was the sudden emergence of a strangely dressed child in the wilderness that seemed surreal. Is this a dream or some stage play? Lin Yuan pondered, gazing curiously at the silent child. Little one, where are you? Could you help me up? She ventured to ask, feeling a twinge of vulnerability, relying on a mere 5-year-old for assistance. Oh, helping you up? That's no trouble at all, Xianyu replied, landing lightly on the tree trunk that Lin Yuan clung to. With the vines securely wrapped around Lin Yuan, she exerted a forceful push, exclaiming, "Hold on tight." "Ah, help!" Lin Yuan's voice echoed as they soared safely to the edge of the cliff, effectively silencing her earlier cries. This was a maneuver Xianyu had perfected during her countless excursions to harvest energy fruits along the cliffs of Wushan. Had it not been for the presence of the person before her, she would have needed no vine at all. "Wow, little one, you are incredibly impressive," Lin Yuan exclaimed, her heart racing from the adrenaline of the near leap. She gazed at the child with wide eyes, a mix of excitement and admiration, yet found it strange that the child remained silent. "Child, are you perhaps mute?" Lin Yuan inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Xianyu, observing the peculiar girl before her, chose not to respond, adhering to the wisdom of her sister. In the absence of knowledge, silence may yield greater insight. Accepting the child's silence, Lin Yuan regarded her with a hint of sympathy. Surveying the towering trees and the oversized flora surrounding her, Lin Yuan pinched herself, the pain confirming her bewilderment. Had she truly traversed into another realm? Yet, what was this situation? She was utterly lost. And the child before her seemed far more capable than she, a mere rich second-generation slacker from the 21st century. How was she to survive in this strange world? "I am no ordinary cub," Xianyu proclaimed, struggling to untie the vine that had ensnared her waist. With a simple flick of her wrist, she effortlessly released Lin Yuan. "Thank you, little darling," Lin Yuan replied, her regard for Xianyu rising sharply, elevating her from mere child to beloved little darling. Feeling the weight of the unfamiliar backpack on her back, Xianyu decided to inspect it. As she unfastened it, a peculiar note tumbled out. "Congratulations on entering the beast realm. You are about to embark on a treacherous journey as a villainous supporting character. Accumulate malicious points to exchange for various items in your backpack." A friendly reminder, your backpack can be stolen. Binding it requires 10 malicious points. You have received a starter gift pack, including clothing, identity for the beast realm, nail polish remover, makeup remover, and hair dye.ina humanitarian gesture. Returning your current attire will grant you 10 malicious points to bind your backpack. "What is this?" Lin Yuan mused, watching as the note disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Transplanted into the beast realm with only a backpack as her golden ticket, she emptied the contents of the backpack. Confirming the note's claims, desperate to bind the backpack's attributes, she hurriedly found a secluded spot, exchanged her current garments for animal hides, and stowed them away. "Hello. Your clothing has been returned, granting you 10 malicious points." Binding your backpack was successful. The words manifested within her mind. The backpack vanished successfully. However, Lin Yuan could still sense its presence, albeit it was entirely empty. Meanwhile, Xianyu, who observed Lin Yuan's actions, appeared to be lost in contemplation. How peculiar, there were no traces of magical power on her, nor was she a high-ranking beast man, and yet she possessed a storage space. The individual before him seemed exceedingly weak. Aware of Xianyu's gaze, Lin Yuan thought it pointless to evade, considering the little cub could not speak. She then picked up the hair dye and nail polish remover that had just fallen to the ground and, with remarkable intelligence, applied them to her nails, instantly erasing her manicure. Pouring the dye onto her hair, it transformed into a deep black. Before Xianyu's eyes, the bizarre figure morphed into a seemingly ordinary female. Xianyu was momentarily bewildered. Was this a miraculous transformation? With Lin Yuan's change in appearance, a new notification appeared. Your identity is that of the chief's offspring from the cat tribe in the western continent. A well-known malicious female, due to your intent to forcefully claim the tribe's warrior, Zhe, who showed no interest in you, you were cunningly designed to tumble down a cliff. Lin Yuan felt at a loss for words. Fortunately, The notification included a map indicating the location of the cat tribe. Observing the considerable distance, she felt a pang of hunger and, mustering her courage, beseeched the only other living being, Xianyu, with her eyes. "Little cutie, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Xianyu glanced around, noticing numerous trees bearing edible fruits. With a deft flick of the nearby vines, she summoned a bounty of fruits that landed neatly before Lin Yuan. Chapter 12. The cat tribe. It was quite a spectacle, an impressive display of skill. Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to applaud. Were all the younglings in this beastly world so extraordinary? Xianyu, forgive my arrogance, but I alone am remarkable, having lived longer and mastered multiple survival skills. Little cutie, where is your home? Shall I escort you back? Xianyu shook her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, clearly expressing her desire to accompany her. So, you wish to follow me? Lin Yuan felt a fondness for the cub that had saved her. After all, as the chief's offspring, she ought to be able to care for a little one. Right? Xianyu nodded, understanding that accompanying the peculiar figure before her might offer the chance to discover the most toxic plants. Then let us return to the cat tribe together. Two seemingly feeble females, one large and one small, munched on fruits as they set off towards the cat tribe. Along the way, Lin Yuan was astonished by the forest's tranquility. Was it truly this safe? Not a single creature in sight. Just as she pondered this, the animals arrived. To be precise, a pack of stray beasts dwelling in the forest, drawn by the scent of the female, surrounded by a few foul-smelling creatures, including rodents magnified several times over. Wolves and snakes. Lin Yuan was paralyzed with fear as two giant wolves, a massive rat, and a fierce snake encircled her. Terrified, she clutched Xianyu tightly in her arms, desperately seeking a sense of security. Would she really be devoured? Lin Yuan trembled. Xianyu, understanding the situation, assumed a defensive posture. Though Lin Yuan's grip was uncomfortably tight, it was known that stray beasts generally did not harm females. Perhaps they were simply waiting for the beastmen to rescue them. For now, it was best to conserve her magical energy and observe. As she held the soft female cub, the foul creatures transformed into human forms before her. Lin Yuan gazed at the repulsive beings surrounding her, now appearing as several lanky, grotesque men. Xianyu, eyeing these unsightly figures, contemplated inflicting some punishment upon them, as stray beasts were not exempt from retribution for harming females under the beast god's decree. What do you want? Lin Yuan trembled as she took a step back, feeling an impending sense of dread. Emotions such as anger, disgust, aversion, sadness, despair, and jealousy can evoke negative feelings. The intensity of these emotions will determine the level of malice, which can be exchanged for protective items in the system shop. It is recommended that you provoke these stray beasts to acquire malice points for a paralysis needle. The prompt echoed in her mind once more. To infuriate the repulsive figures before her, you foul, ugly creatures, stay away from me. Your stench is suffocating. However, her sharp and caustic remarks bore little fruit. The surrounding stray beasts showed no signs of being deterred. Instead, their sinister smiles widened. Just imagine how delightful it will be for us, these ugly and smelly creatures, to possess such a fragrant female. Still nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, Xianyu sensed her trembling and the illogical words spilling forth. Realizing that Lin Yuan seemed deliberately attempting to provoke the nearby stray beasts. Help! Lin Yuan cried out, desperate in her hope for rescue. Her fortune. The beastmen from the cat tribe, out searching for their chief's offspring, were drawn to the commotion. Approximately 7 warriors quickly encircled the stray beasts. Release our chief's offspring, you wretched strays. 3 of the stray beasts attempted to seize Lin Yuan, but Xianyu's movement caused her to tumble to the ground, narrowly evading their grasp. The warriors then pressured the strays to retreat, with one warrior transforming into a large cat and flinging Lin Yuan and Xianyu onto his back. Could these be the beastmen searching for their tribe's offspring? Lin Yuan's fears were eased. Relying on their considerable strength and numerical advantage, the warriors successfully drove off the stray beasts. Yet, due to Lin Yuan's notorious reputation as the malicious offspring, no one dared to approach her. Though curious glances were cast upon Xianyu. Why was there an additional little cub in the arms of the chief's offspring? They returned to the cat tribe, where Lin Yuan was met by a middle-aged man, whose face bore a resigned expression. Approaching her, Yuan, why did you venture out of the tribe alone? Are you not aware of the dangers a female faces outside? I didn't. Zhe pushed me off the cliff. Lin Yuan replied directly, testing her father's reaction. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and Lin Wei, the tribe's leader, regarded her with evident disapproval. An obese man would harm a female. You must be lying, his gaze reflecting palpable disappointment. Yuan, where did this little cub come from? This is my little cub. Lin Yuan clutched Xianyu tightly, uncertain of her motives in making such a statement. She saved me from falling off the cliff. And I wish to care for her. The surrounding beast men exchanged glances, regarding Lin Yuan as a female who spoke without hesitation. How could a mere cub possess such abilities? It was likely another tale spun by Lin Yuan during her escapades. Having picked up this cub from who knows where, despite being supported by the chief, she was now claiming to care for a little one. Many beast men cast mocking glances at Lin Yuan. Observing her surroundings, Xianyu quickly deduced that Lin Yuan was not truly the chief's offspring, and that the beast men of the western continent were rather dim-witted. The abundant malice displayed toward a female was evident, especially concerning the one she had rescued. Xianyu felt a sense of displeasure at Lin Yuan being regarded as her property, which she could clearly sense the hostility directed at Lin Yuan, particularly from a tall and imposing beast man, whose animosity toward her reached a level of wishing her demise. So this was the Zhe whom Lin Yuan mentioned had pushed her down? The true offspring of the tribe's leader was likely dead, having been cast off the cliff by this Zhe. A flicker of ferocity crossed Xianyu's eyes. Those beast men who would harm a female deserved punishment. Ultimately, Xianyu followed Lin Yuan back to the cave belonging to the chief, Lin Wei, who bore no markings of a female that it appeared Lin Yuan's mother had passed away naturally, and no other female presence lingered in the cave. Yuan, you will soon come of age. Zhe does not favor you. He is not a suitable choice for you. Despite his frustration with Lin Yuan's fabrications, Lin Wei still harbored a deep affection for his only offspring. Father, it truly was him who pushed me off the cliff, just not with his own hands. Perhaps sensing this unique affection, Lin Yuan continued to struggle to justify herself. What if her father had no defenses against Zhe? And she found herself pushed off the cliff again? Lin Wei's gaze rested on Lin Yuan, silently observing her. Although his daughter was quite the liar, she remained forthright when it came to him. Could there be truth in her words? However, Zhe had also reached the 5th tier. If they were to clash, what if he were injured? What would become of Lin Yuan's sustenance then? Yuan's reputation within the tribe has already been tarnished. No male would be willing to take her under his wing. Let it be as it is. Yuan die in a few days. You may visit the tribe where your father beast socializes and see if you find a male to your liking. It is high time for you to find a mate. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan, sensing the leader's momentary conflict, felt her gaze dim. What a predicament! How many wrongs has this identity committed? It was evident that even the father beasts who cared for her did not trust her. Standing aside with little presence, Xianyu acutely sensed the similar energy fluctuations emanating from Zhe and Lin Wei. A flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. Was it not disbelief, but rather an inability to protect one's own offspring? What a feeble male beast, incapable of safeguarding his own cub. After concluding his instructions, Lin Wei's gaze fell upon Xianyu, who instinctively felt the weight of his scrutiny. Xianyu promptly concealed herself behind Lin Yuan, clutching tightly to her fur skirt, displaying a clear intention to cling to her. Aware of Xianyu's actions, Lin Yuan couldn't help but adopt a maternal expression, brimming with protective instinct. After all, this was her savior. Father Beast, you need only regard her as my cub, and I shall care for her. You can't even support yourself, let alone a little cub. That would make finding a mate difficult. What use is a partner who cannot even afford to raise a cub? Besides, Father Beast, you mentioned that one could contract multiple mates. Is it truly impossible to sustain one little cub? Having just conversed with Lin Wei, Lin Yuan had nearly grasped the dynamics of this beastly world. The notion of seeking several handsome males as mates was indeed desirable. As for being a mere stud for offspring, well, with so many females around, her absence would hardly matter. Late at night, Lin Yuan lay atop the large cat, observing Xianyu, who insisted on sleeping alone on the fur mat beside her. Ah, what a peculiar cub! How comfortable it is to rest against such soft fur. Xianyu, that is not my beast father. He has a slight case of cleanliness. She preferred to sleep alone, yet still felt the need to stay close to Lin Yuan. The turtle shaman had stated that the critical figure must approach the deepest cliff before encountering the most toxic plants. Until then, Xianyu believed it was necessary to protect this fragile female. Sighing at the seemingly inactive system in her mind, Lin Yuan temporarily referred to that sudden entity as the system. This wretched golden finger, that so-called malice value, was simply leading her to self-destruction. She had committed no wrongdoings, yet the orcs of the tribe held disdain for her. The crux of the matter was that this did not even account for her malice value, as she was compelled to act in a negative manner. She was certain that any further actions on her part would lead to her plummeting off a cliff before she could redeem any malice value. This garbage system offered little in the way of guidance, leaving Lin Yuan perplexed as to what sins she had committed. Fortunately, the orc who sought her had rescued her from the clutches of a wandering beast. Otherwise, it would have signaled the true onset of hell. At dawn, before Lin Yuan could awaken naturally, she was alerted by a cacophony at the cave's entrance. The large cat that had transformed into her mate was no longer beside her. It appeared that someone was searching for her, and her instincts warned her that it was not a good omen. Glancing at Xianyu, who was also awakening on the stone bed, she quietly raised her finger, signaling for silence, hoping the orcs at the cave's mouth would depart on their own. However, considering that the little cub seemed mute, she lowered her finger. Yet, it was of no avail. The ill-mannered intruders barged in. They were a group of rather unremarkable females. Oh, females indeed. Only one of them was somewhat presentable, albeit with an odd demeanor that made Lin Yuan feel a twinge of discomfort upon seeing her. Lin Yuan, you lazy and malicious female, all you do is sleep the day away. If it weren't for the tribe leader's generosity, you wouldn't even deserve a meal. A burly, dark-skinned female initiated the attack. Xianyu, what a foolish creature. Should it not be expected to care for one's own cub? What else is the food from hunting for, if not to nourish them? Ah, what is a dog? Is that truly a term that should exist in her vocabulary? Lon, do not be so harsh. Yuan is merely a bit lazy. As members of the same tribe, we should extend some kindness and encourage her to be a little more industrious. The female who had initially made Lin Yuan uncomfortable spoke up. Lao, you remain ever so kind. A vile creature like Lin Yuan does not deserve any favors. Another thin, dark female chimed in. Lin Yuan, confronted by this insolent gathering, could only think of them as a pack of wretches. How dare you all invade someone else's home and seek to berate them? Lin Yuan, regardless of your thoughts, today you must join the gathering team to collect fruits. The black-furred female insisted, her envy evident as she cast a glance at Lin Yuan's fair skin, tinged with jealousy. This lazy female's lack of labor had resulted in her unnaturally pale complexion. Indeed, Yuan, it is time for you to gain some understanding. Be a little kinder. You know how difficult it is for the tribe leader to hunt. You should contribute by gathering some fruits for our food supply. Lao feigned earnestness, pretending to advise her. Lao need not be so kind to Lin Yuan. Today she must go, whether she likes it or not. The tall female concluded decisively, asserting that such laziness was intolerable in their tribe. With that, the group of females forcibly dragged Lin Yuan outside. The passers-by did not intervene, seemingly believing that apart from Lin Yuan, the tribe was filled with benevolent souls. Surely, these kind-hearted females could not possibly wish ill upon the malicious Lin Yuan. They must only be attempting to help her become more virtuous. Xianyu, with her subtle presence, felt a flicker of darkness in her eyes as she closely followed Lin Yuan, noting the arrogance of the tribe's females. The beast tribe of the West was truly dismal. A tribe leader's offspring was treated with such casual disrespect. Reflecting on the previously revered members of the tiger tribe, who you, it was no wonder that no high-ranking warriors emerged from the West. Powerless, ignored, and devoid of any recourse, Lin Yuan swallowed her anger. Fine, I shall go. What is it but joining the gathering team to collect? With no semblance of personal freedom, she followed behind the three females to the assembly point for the gathering team. The male beasts guarding the female orcs frowned upon Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Yuan, what mischief are you up to now, wasting everyone's time? One male beast questioned, and the expressions of those nearby only deepened in disapproval. Not everyone has the tribe leader's support like you. Are you, this lazy female, wasting our precious time? Lin Yuan rolled her eyes silently, thinking, what a bunch of fools. There is no need for further dialogue. After all, they are incapable of understanding human speech. No, Lin Yuan merely wishes to amend her ways and join in the gathering, I apologize on her behalf. I am sorry for wasting everyone's time, Lao said, her face full of contrition as she gazed at the others. Lao, this is none of your concern. Indeed, the fault lies with Lin Yuan, not you. Yes, this malicious female Lin Yuan only knows how to bully you and covet Zhe. Xianyu, remaining calm, thought to herself, I am but a little cub, fortunate to be surrounded by foolishness, for the repulsive targets are not aimed at me. Lin Yuan pondered, so how exactly am I to accumulate malice value among this pack of beasts? They possess neither common sense nor the capacity to be repugnant. Feeling your desire to complete the task, the system grants you a deferred 1,000 malice value, providing you with the Beast World Knowledge Plan extension, which will assist you in better accomplishing your objectives. Receiving a plethora of botanical information, Lin Yuan gazed at the clear illustrations and their potential uses, feeling a surge of excitement, particularly towards the unremarkable yet poisonous plants. Those who had tormented her should brace themselves. In this life, Lin Yuan had never endured such humiliation, and she was determined to become truly malicious. Reluctantly compelled to harvest fruits, Lin Yuan observed a male accompanying a female, with Xianyu quietly walking between them, occasionally hearing their scornful remarks. Lin Yuan, you waste of space, all you do is squander our time. Had it not been for you, we would have reached the gathering site much sooner. A male beast transformed into a large cat, carrying the female on his back, remarked at you, do not speak so harshly. Although Yuan's malice has rendered her undesirable to males, she does not intentionally waste our time. As members of the same tribe, since Yuan acknowledges her faults and intends to shed her laziness, we should exhibit a measure of tolerance and endure her shortcomings. Chapter 13. The Crane Beastman indeed, Lin Yuan, I refuse to listen, I refuse to listen, I refuse to listen, like a turtle reciting scriptures. Xianyu felt that there was something amiss in those words, yet she could not quite identify what it was. Perhaps it was simply that her intelligent nature could not comprehend the thought processes of such foolish beings. Xianyu then produced a small fruit from her leather skirt and offered it to Lin Yuan. Upon seeing this delightful little fruit before her, Lin Yuan gladly accepted it, for she had eaten nothing since the early morning. Noticing that Xianyu was also enjoying a piece of the fruit, she wiped it and prepared to indulge herself to alleviate her hunger. However, unexpectedly, the large cat walking beside her bumped into her, causing the small fruit to roll away and fall to the ground. She could not discern where it had landed, and it obstructed her view as she attempted to locate it. Anger ignited within Lin Yuan. Yet she chose to endure her temporary disadvantage silently. Damn those wretched beasts, just wait. With a calm gaze sweeping over the large cat that had transformed, Xianyu did not produce another fruit for Lin Yuan. Instead, as she walked, her foot caught on a stone, and she unintentionally flung it against the large cat, inadvertently tearing away a tuft of its fur. The pain caused the male beastman to immediately shake off the female by its side and cast a furious glare at Lin Yuan, accusing her, you malicious female. You made the youngling pull my fur, causing Lan to fall to the ground. Lan, who had fallen, looked at her injured spot, fury rising within her, and lunged at Lin Yuan with a fierce intent. Fortunately, Xianyu, who was observing the scene, calmly extended a foot, allowing Lin Yuan to evade swiftly, leaving only Lan to crash to the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan gazed at Xianyu with admiration. Truly, she was her favorite person in this so-called beast world. The perception of host acquiring task value is arduous. Exception granted. May I ask if the host wishes to bind with the local character Xianyu to gain the ability to sense malice from other beastmen? Without obtaining a single malice value, the system grew anxious, seeking assistance for Lin Yuan. Is this possible? That would be splendid, she mused. Binding confirmed. Greetings, do you wish to bind with the malicious female supporting system? Xianyu, upon seeing a line of text appear in her mind, surprisingly understood the meaning of these words, which resembled the ones Lin Yuan had initially read on a note. She chose to ignore it. Who knew what this bizarre thing was? The greetings, the system is bound solely to Lin Yuan and will not pose any issues for you. You may also exchange malice values for items in the system marketplace. Chuckling, Xianyu observed the prompts in her mind with interest, but continued to disregard them. Lin Yuan's system? She had no interest in such fortuitous occurrences, upon witnessing Lin Yuan being bullied. She considered the system to be utterly useless. You can acquire substantial malice values based on the negative emotions you induce in other beastmen. The system marketplace offers a wealth of resources, including the energy fruits you require. The system, realizing the power of this local character, understood that failing to bind would not bode well for it. The marketplace displayed a plethora of peculiar items before Xianyu, who observed them with a disinterested glance. What anesthetic needles, a charm of unparalleled beauty, and the most potent poison witchcraft. This piqued Xianyu's interest slightly. If you agree to bind, the novice gift package will grant you the potent poison witchcraft, and you will share the malice values obtained with the main system in a 50-50 split. That was tempting, but not overly so. As she contemplated the split, she realized she was essentially working for the system. All malice values you acquire will belong to you, and should you assist Lin Yuan in obtaining malice values, you will receive an additional 20. This was a deal she could agree to. Xianyu silently affirmed her decision to bind. Lin Yuan has bound to the malicious female supporting system main quest, while Xianyu has bound to the malicious system side quest, successfully activating the system interface. System, online. Lin Yuan, online. Xianyu, online. Lin Yuan. So this is a group chat where 3 people can communicate? System, correct? Xianyu. TSK, this feature is rather impressive. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the small youngling beside her. Realizing that the little one was named Xianyu, why did she detect the coldness of adulthood in Xianyu's words? The most potent poison witchcraft had been transmitted to Xianyu's mind, primarily comprising the cultivation methods and properties of poisonous plants. With sufficient mastery, she could expand the space for growing poisonous plants. That was splendid. She wouldn't need to store them in her witch's pouch, nor would she require witch power to access them easily. Indeed, she could poison without fear of being detected by the beast god. Where did you find this little youngling, so malicious? A disapproving gaze fell squarely upon Xianyu, questioning whether this youngling was assisting Lin Yuan. Damn it, what a loathsome little creature. Indeed, Lin Yuan, you truly are the most malicious female, even in picking up a youngling. You are so vile. Lin, clearly aware that she had been tripped, rose once more, her eyes filled with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Xianyu, the culprit behind her fall. She reached out, intending to slap Xianyu. Fighting among females was permitted by the beast god. As the slap approached, Xianyu, easily sidestepping it, thought of something and turned slightly, allowing the blow meant for her face to land on her shoulder instead. Observing the red mark on her shoulder, Xianyu smiled at Lin. The punishment of harming a witch would be met with the beast god's wrath, and retaliation was also permitted. Had it not been for the poison she had administered to the group of beastmen from the wolf tribe to the fox tribe, Xianyu would not have been so cautious. You malicious little brat, seeing me so grievously injured, and you still laugh? With that, Lin swung her palm towards Xianyu once more. You vile little creature. Mingling with the malicious Lin Yuan, how despicable! Xianyu appeared to move slowly yet effortlessly evaded the attack, bending down to casually pick up a few stones in her hand, with a smile directed at Lin. She tossed a stone with precision, landing it right on Lin's eye, causing her to scream in pain. Blood. My eye is bleeding. Heh, foolish and weak beastmen, daring to harm a witch, casting a glance at the red mark on her shoulder. Xianyu smiled faintly at the group of beastmen, casually continuing to toss the small stones in her hand, her eyes glimmering with provocation. Care for another go? Ding, malice value gained. 100. Witnessing the youngling who casually blinded Lin with a mere stone, the beastmen gazed at Xianyu in disbelief. What a malicious little creature. Where did Lin Yuan find such a child? Lin Yuan also regarded Xianyu with incredulity. In a wonder the system insisted on binding with Xianyu. This malice was indeed formidable. Lin, clutching her bleeding eye, along with the surrounding fearful beastmen, felt a certain thrill coursing through her. The male beastman accompanying Lin, her mate, upon witnessing her condition, was overcome with rage and prepared to strike at Xianyu. However, this time, Xianyu would not wait for retaliation. As the large cat lunged at her, Xianyu swiftly flung 2 stones directly at its eyes. She certainly could not match the fury of an enraged male beastman, so she ensured not to leave him with even one eye intact. Teske, how kind of her. They were the ones who sought their own demise. Every foolish and weak beast must bear the consequences of their impulsive actions. Ah, my eyes! With blood streaming from both eye sockets, you let out a furious and pained roar. The other beastmen cast fearful glances at the small stones still being tossed in Xianyu's hands. Ding, malice value gained. 200. Quick, return and find the witch doctor, a beast man urged, and the group swiftly carried Lin and Yu back to their tribe. Only Xianyu and Lin Yuan remained behind. Lin Yuan silently gave Xianyu a thumbs up. Although she was a bit afraid of her, Xianyu had not harmed her after all. It seemed that in this beast world, lives were not valued highly. Lin Yuan. So what should we do now? System, offline. Xianyu. Well, we can't go back to the tribe, unless you wish to die. Lin Yuan. But my father is still there. Xianyu. Indeed, a male beast who cannot protect his young but can still accompany you to death? Or hand you over to save himself? Xianyu took out an energy fruit and began to munch on it, while Lin Yuan looked at the fruit that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. I'm hungry too. Do you have any more small fruits? Lin Yuan inquired, realizing she could no longer view Xianyu as merely an ordinary youngling. Looking at the earlier display from the beastmen, this one was a formidable weapon, indeed. With that, Xianyu retrieved a small fruit and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at Xianyu in disbelief. So you can speak, with a fleeting glance at Lin Yuan. Xianyu remarked, I never claimed I wouldn't speak. What you ought to ponder now is our next destination. Pausing momentarily, she added, you wouldn't wish to be captured and taken back, would you? Having damaged the eye of a female and blinded a male. Xianyu harbored no doubts that she would be deemed a naturally malevolent cub and executed. Yet, to be frank, Lin Yuan would not meet a favorable fate either. After all, in that tribe, apart from her feeble and ineffectual chieftain father, no one stood by her side. So, where shall we go? Lin Yuan, unfamiliar with the terrain, felt quite lost. Xianyu. System. Mark the location of the hostile tribe of the Cat Clan. System. 20 malice points required. Proceed with exchange? Xianyu. Exchange? Lin Yuan. Impressive. As they gazed at the map in their minds, Lin Yuan wondered if the distance was a bit too far, feeling a twinge of trepidation at the prospect of encountering wandering beastmen. System. There are mounts available for rent, traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Just 10 malice points for an hour. Lin Yuan. The malice points here read 0, dear. Xianyu. Let us rent for an hour and get away from this place where we could easily be recaptured. In an instant, a giant panda materialized, effortlessly tossing Xianyu and Lin Yuan onto its shoulders and racing towards the designated point on the mental map. The wind generated by its formidable speed ruthlessly tousled their hair. Main quest initiated. Disrupt the priestly ceremony occurring in the Western continent to earn 10,000 malice points. Lin Yuan. That's quite generous, but I truly can't manage it. Xianyu thought to herself. What does the matter of the Western continent concern her on the Eastern continent? Nevertheless, she didn't have much need for malice points anyway. Most likely, she would just accompany Lin Yuan and lend a hand. Are priests truly formidable? Do they possess any special abilities? Lin Yuan inquired, her gaze fixed upon Xianyu. Xianyu, how would I know? It's not like I'm familiar with the Eastern continent. They might have special abilities, such as being able to incapacitate you with just a pinky finger. With that remark, Xianyu pondered whether they could truly be defeated without some effort from the witch. An hour passed, and the panda mount set Xianyu and Lin Yuan down before vanishing into thin air. Observing the shifted icon on the map, they realized that the panda had galloped so swiftly that they had covered a substantial distance. At least, they were no longer within the Cat Clan's reach where they could be easily captured. This mount is quite impressive, albeit costly in malice points, Lin Yuan remarked, munching on a small fruit that Xianyu had shared. You could simply find a bear beast man, riding for free and getting protection as well. Xianyu considered this a splendid idea. Feeling the weakness of her own body, she preferred not to exert herself. It sounds feasible. I desire one who is strong, aesthetically pleasing in beast form, and attractive in human form. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, adding, the crux is that typically, those who traverse end up encountering heroes who come to their rescue, yet here I am, merely a cub. Well, at least someone might come to my aid. Xianyu's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, noting her fair complexion, slight curves, and long legs. It was hard to discern what beast type she might belong to. Surely, there would be many male beasts pursuing her. Especially after witnessing the stark differences in aesthetics at the Cat Clan. What if the prevailing beauty standards here favored the dark and muscular? Would Lin Yuan still find a beastman? What's with that look? Is there something wrong? Am I not stunning? Lin Yuan, sensing Xianyu's gaze, playfully tossed her hair. Nothing at all. I just fear that male beastmen prefer those who are dark and brawny in terms of beauty. Xianyu felt that no female or male could rival Mingzhan. Those unseeing fools, she mused, reflecting on her treatment at the Cat Clan compared to the derision faced by those unattractive females. Lin Yuan felt despondent. We must create our own opportunities. Let us first see if there are any male beastmen you fancy, and if so, we can secure him, Xianyu suggested amicably. Lin Yuan felt enlightened. System. Activate the locator for nearby male beastmen. System. Activating the locator for all male beastmen in the vicinity for a day requires 100 malice points. Would you like to proceed? Lin Yuan. I have none. I'm so poor, and I still owe 1,000 malice points, sob, Xianyu. Activate the locator. As they surveyed the mental map, both Xianyu and Lin Yuan felt drawn towards the concentration of males. Suddenly, Lin Yuan halted, sensing that the system's demeanor had been rather dubious. System. You won't mark wandering beastmen, will you? System. Host. That incurs an additional fee. Wandering beastmen lack contract attributes and are not marked, Xianyu. Excellent. Knowing we are safe is reassuring, she nodded. Before long, the two concealed themselves behind a large rock, observing the male beastmen ahead. Lin Yuan. They all seem to be in beast form. I can't tell which is appealing. System. Not online. Xianyu. No worries, you first check for the attractive beast forms. Once they finish hunting, they'll likely shift to human form. As Lin Yuan gazed at several deer in the distance, she realized that if asked which she'd prefer to eat, she could respond, but she truly had no other thoughts. Perhaps it's best to remain silent. Having spent 50 malice points to conceal their presence, the duo stealthily continued to the next designated point. Due to their slow pace, they decided to exchange for a mount again. Concealed behind a large tree, they spotted a group of sheep. Another herbivore, Lin Yuan mused, recalling the taste of lamb rolls. Xianyu, however, found herbivores far too weak. This was unsuitable. The pair rode the panda quietly towards the next male beastman location. Hiding in a thicket, they observed a group of bulls, with a few human forms interspersed among them. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of guilt as thoughts of beef stew crossed her mind. While Xianyu shook her head, what a sight! They are quite unattractive. They shifted to another marked location, yet were so engrossed in the males below that they failed to notice the white crane above. Curiously watching them, convinced of their concealment among the trees, Xianyu and Lin Yuan focused on a cluster of cranes on the hillside, nodding in satisfaction. I think crane beastmen would be delightful. What do you think? Having finally spotted a group of cranes after contemplating a multitude of options, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I believe they look quite appealing in human form. Xianyu nodded in agreement. Though they may not possess great combat skills, their ability to fly is impressive. What would it take to secure one as a beastman husband? Lin Yuan earnestly inquired, gazing at the crane beastmen on the hillside. Xianyu glanced at the cliff, and an excellent idea formed in her mind. Whoever saves the female is the one who claims her. Why not leap off the cliff above them? Typically, male beastmen would not turn a blind eye to someone in peril. But what if they refuse to help? Lin Yuan hesitated, staring apprehensively at the cliff. After all, she had arrived at this world while dangling from a tree at the cliff's edge. The white crane, resting nearby, rolled its eyes in exasperation. What a cunning female, willing to gamble her life for a chance at those graceful, exquisitely handsome crane beastmen. What was even more puzzling was that it was a mere cub proposing such a risky endeavor. Did this cub and the female beside her share some sort of bond? Could it be that this female, abandoned for carrying her own cub, had resorted to scheming against them for a chance at a new life? Sighing, the crane named Noel thought of his older brother, who had been left unbonded and abandoned. How pitiful, he resolved to intervene, believing it wouldn't be too burdensome to care for another female cub. With determination, he soared towards the hillside tribe, intending to ensure his brother caught the falling female. Yet, he realized that the cub's words were far from accurate. Objects falling from great heights traveled swiftly, and one could never ascertain what they might be. Typically, the crane tribe disregarded objects falling from the cliffs, treating them as inconsequential. No worries. If something goes awry, just shout for help, Xianyu stated, recognizing that the system clearly required Lin Yuan to survive. Is that truly the case? Lin Yuan mused. Does that mean Xianyu will save me? Meanwhile, on the hillside, Noel's brother, Nobel, was keenly aware of the impending high-altitude projectile. At the cliff's edge, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Inhaling and exhaling, before closing her eyes and leaping downwards. Help! Xianyu pondered whether she should jump as well, or wait for Lin Yuan to leap first. Surely, if she aimed for a mid-cliff jump, the distance would only leave her incapacitated for a few days. Right, brother? Look, a female is falling down. You must save her. Noel called out to his older brother, startling the surrounding beastmen. What? Where did this female come from? Nobel wondered, perplexed. As the speed of the descent intensified, Lin Yuan's cries for help grew increasingly shrill. Help! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. While Lin Yuan's mouth shouted, her heart raced with fear. Nuobi finally grasped the meaning behind his younger brother Noer's words. However, the tribe's foremost warrior, the warm-hearted Noyu, had already dashed away and successfully caught the fluttering Lin Yuan amidst the wind. Chapter 14. Emil Noer, observing his disappointing brother, stamped his foot as he watched the small figure plummet once more over the cliff's edge. There was no time to explain to his brother. The latter was simply too slow. By the time he finished explaining, the cub's life would have been lost in a moment of impulsivity. He launched himself toward the free-falling Yuan, too preoccupied to even shout for help, and caught the little cub, bringing it safely to his own body. Thank you for saving my life. I am willing to offer myself in return. Upon safely reaching the halfway point of the mountainside, Lin Yuan gazed at the handsome figure before her, starry-eyed. Noyu, taken aback, stammered, Huh? What do you mean? How can I not understand this? Is this a proposal for a contract? How ungrateful, Noyu. You did save her life, yet she repays you with such audacity. Noer chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As the foremost warrior of our tribe, countless females pursue him for a mate. If you truly wish to express your gratitude. With that, Noer pulled his older brother Nuobi over. Look at my brother, abandoned and still single. Perhaps you should consider him as your mate. Nuobi, feeling frustrated, clenched his fists. Another day of wanting to punch his younger brother. Shifting his gaze to Nuobi, Lin Yuan noted he was yet another strikingly handsome figure. While Noyu had the allure of a school bully, Nuobi possessed the charm of a campus heartthrob. Lin Yuan felt hopeful. Truly, brother, even though I carry a burden and may not appear remarkable, I am still a female. Noer looked earnestly at Nuobi, assuring him, brother, do not worry. I will take care of this little cub. Burdened cub? Unremarkable? Nuobi, the abandoned son of the Crane tribe's chief? Lin Yuan pondered. Why should she favor Nuobi? Forget it. Nuobi was so unfortunate that he couldn't find a female and had to rely on his younger brother to snatch one. She would help Nuobi after all, Lin Yuan thought. Only children make choices. I want them all, Xianyu remarked. Only the weak hesitate while the strong embrace everything. The chief, Yuan, arranged for Xianyu to stay with his youngest son, Noer, while Lin Yuan temporarily resided in the cave of her savior, Noyu. Pulling Xianyu into her brother's and her own cave, Noer stared blankly at the little cub before him. Having a close bond with his brother, Noer had always shared a cave with him. Xianyu allowed Noer to observe her, even taking interest in his youthful face. His wide, sparkling eyes mirrored her own youthful form, and she found them utterly charming. I heard what you and your sister said. Noer boasted, convinced of his cleverness. Oh, could you keep it a secret for me? Xianyu teased, addressing Noer. Noer's face inched closer to Xianyu's, his expression remarkably calm, which puzzled her. There was no hint of panic, not even a flicker of emotion. As Xianyu observed Noer's face up close, she felt an unexpected surge of attraction. I advise against tempting me. I might not be able to resist and would claim you. What? What are you saying? Noer's expression stiffened slightly. What impolite words were these from a mere cub? Truly, this little one was cunning. Look at what you are saying. You are still just a cub. Noer felt he was losing his mind, interpreting the cub's words with a seriousness that compelled him to retort, that doesn't affect our mate contract. Who would let a shaman bind a cub in a contract? You can't even handle your own affairs. Noer's playful face was filled with mockery. A fleeting shadow crossed Xianyu's eyes. She, too, was in need of a flying mount in the western continent. Care to try? Well, I am indeed intrigued. How shall we proceed? Noer's competitive spirit ignited as he faced this enigmatic little cub. Oh, really? What is your name? Noer. Xianyu nodded with apparent casualness. Then repeat after me. I, Noer, willingly establish a mate contract with Xianyu. Are you joking? Are we playing around? Don't come crying to me later. I won't, Xianyu smiled. Only you shall cry. Noer, are you afraid? Not at all. Noer scoffed at the little cub before him, uttering a phrase that left him feeling utterly bashful. I, Noer, willingly establish a mate contract with Xianyu. As Xianyu waved her fingers, Noer watched in disbelief as a tiger pattern emerged on his slightly warm chest. In an instant, Xianyu transformed into a dazzling female figure. Adorned in a shimmering fish-scale dress, with a crane pattern appearing on her wrist, Noer gazed in astonishment at the once small cub now towering before him. He stammered, "So you are not a cub? You are an adult." "Not quite. I merely assumed an adult form. My age remains that of a cub," Xianyu explained, reverting to her previous small form, while the tiger pattern on Noer concealed itself, though he sensed its existence. What is happening? Noer was still reeling from Xianyu's beauty, only to see the familiar little cub again. Ugh, not even a moment of tenderness. The cub form is temporary. Once my level increases, I will revert to my normal appearance. Oh, so my partner is not a little cub, but an incredibly radiant and beautiful female, just temporarily in cub form? Noer felt enlightened, joyfully cradling Xianyu, his thoughts lingering on the enchanting female he had just encountered. Xianyu contentedly nestled her head against Noer's neck. She was a creature of exquisite grace, a stunning white crane with wings adorned with dazzling patterns that shimmered in the sunlight in contrast to Xianyu's swift developments. Lin Yuan found herself in an awkward predicament. Little female, would you like something to eat? A platter of seemingly tender raw meat was presented before her. Or perhaps some fruit. A selection of somewhat shriveled fruits was offered. Lin Yuan, though once a wealthy heiress, had never experienced love or even flirtation, leaving her uncertain of how to pursue a romantic interest. System, do you have a recipe for Beast World cuisine available for exchange? Requires 20 malicious points, dear, Xianyu promptly replied, exchange. The process was straightforward. For now, she could only expend Xianyu's malicious points. To capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Hence, Lin Yuan rallied Noyu and Xianyu, while Xianyu grasped Noer, and Noer held onto Nuobi. The five of them set out for a mountaintop barbecue. Lin Yuan, pulling Xianyu along, searched for seasonings in the illustrated guide. Occasionally, Xianyu would collect poisonous herbs. While Noer diligently followed Xianyu, Noyu and Nuobi ventured off to hunt, for meat was essential, and some small animals would suffice. At last, as the sun set, the group reconvened at the cliff. Noyu and Nuobi returned with an assortment of small animals, while Lin Yuan and Noer were laden with fragrant plants for seasoning. Xianyu, however, came back empty-handed. Fortunately, Noer willingly took anything she needed, as her poisonous plants were automatically stored in her pouch. Nuobi cast a puzzled glance at Noer, realizing his brother held such affection for the cub. Did he wish to bond with the cub's sister to take care of her? If we start a fire here, it may attract unwanted attention. Let us return to the tribe's cave, Noyu suggested, observing the darkening sky. Thus, the group made their way to the cave shared by Nuobi and Noer, which was spacious enough to accommodate 2 adult males. Xianyu produced a firestone, while Noer gathered a pile of firewood, igniting a warm blaze. As Lin Yuan prepared the seasonings, Nuobi and Noyu worked to butcher the small animals they had caught. Finally, after completing their tasks, Xianyu and Noer engaged in light conversation by the fire. Time is short today. Perhaps another day I shall serve you exotic beast meat. I am quite skilled. I can take down one with a single claw. Noer boasted, eager to impress his female companion. That's wonderful. I look forward to it. Xianyu nodded approvingly, contemplating the day when her level would rise, allowing her to treat Noer to something exquisite like a tyrant dragon. I can fly quite swiftly. Wherever you wish to go, I shall take you. Noer continued to boast. That sounds fantastic. Yes, wherever I wish to go, I will bring you along. The bizarre style of painting left Lin Yuan, Nuobi, and Nuayu, who had just finished tidying up, utterly perplexed. Initially unable to bear the sight, Nuobi offered a piece of meat skewered on a twig to Nuaer. What was this display of courtship supposed to signify? After all, it was merely a young cub. Had the little brother turned peculiar? Was he about to embark on a journey of nurturing a partner? Xianyu also took a skewer of roasted meat, placing it over the fire while adding spices according to her mental recipe, even though she typically refrained from eating meat due to its unpalatability. This time, however, it was a novel experience for her. Lin Yuan engaged in the same ritual, roasting and seasoning, while Nua Air observed Xianyu's actions, attempting to mimic her, albeit with a different quantity of seasoning. Confused and somewhat dazed, Nua Bei and Nua Yu continued to grill their meat as usual. When Xianyu caught sight of the well-roasted meat that Nua Air offered, she noticed the distinct aroma compared to her own grilling and pondered aloud, "I truly admire orcs who respect their elders." Naturally, the first piece of roasted meat should be given to you, Brother Nua Air. Nua Air, finding some merit in Xianyu's reasoning, promptly shoved the meat into Nua Bei's mouth, looking to Xianyu for approval. Xianyu nodded in agreement, as if rewarding him, and offered her own deliciously roasted piece to Nua Air. Lin Yuan, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but think that the look directed at Xianyu was not one of disdain for the oddly seasoned meat. Nua Yu, the young cub, displayed such politeness and understanding. Meanwhile, Nua Bei hastily spat out the scalding meat that bore an odd scent, only able to describe it with one word: truly unappetizing and burning hot. Nua Air, however, relished the meat skewered on the twig, sharing bites with Xianyu, savoring the aroma of her roasted delicacies. This peculiar sensation re-emerged. Lin Yuan restrained her gaze, which always seemed to drift towards Xianyu and Nua Air, and managed to muster a gentle smile, offering her roasted meat to Nua Yu, suggesting, "Why not give this a try? It should taste delightful." Experiencing the first instance of a female roasting meat for him, Nua Yu felt his ears flush with embarrassment, as he had only received withered little fruits from those pursuing him. Just as he reached out to accept the roasted meat from Lin Yuan, a hand swooped in swiftly, snatching the fragrant skewer and delivering it to his mouth in a few quick bites, finally suppressing the unpalatable taste lingering within. Coming back to his senses, he noticed Nua Bei staring intently at him. Puzzled, "What is it?" he asked. This roasted meat is truly delectable, so different from what we usually prepare." The urge to punch someone was irresistible. "I consider you a brother, yet you steal my food." But it was all right. The act of hitting could be curbed. "I'll roast you another skewer. It will be ready shortly." Lin Yuan, observing Nua Bei's enthusiasm for her roasted meat, smiled at Nua Yu. After finishing the piece of roasted meat, Nua Air offered another slice to Xianyu. Although he wished to prepare meat for his female, he noticed his brother's behavior of spitting out meat was less than wise. "Be good, you roast, and I'll help you with the seasoning." Go be honest, that piece was insufficient, but since Nua Air was his chosen partner, Xianyu treated him with kindness. Xianyu took another skewer of meat, seasoning it for herself while also adding spices to Nua's eye in an instant. Both Nua Yu and Nua Bei, having learned from her, picked up their skewers, their eager gazes landing squarely on Lin Yuan. With a smile, Lin Yuan accelerated to 1.5 times her usual speed. Wearing a cheerful expression while inwardly feeling a twinge of sadness, she felt she had captured their appetites, yet their hearts remained distant. Meanwhile, Xianyu, feeling bored, initiated a chat to support Lin Yuan, asking Nua Bei, "Why do you say your brother is a chronically abandoned elder?" This statement drew the attention of everyone present, while only Nua Bei blushed slightly. "My brother has been an adult for 3 years, and I have just reached adulthood. Isn't he an elder?" Curious about why his female was inquiring about his brother, Nua Air's demeanor turned vigilant. "I am like the sun rising gently, while my brother resembles a wilting yellow flower." Humph! Observing Nua Air's proud demeanor, Xianyu found herself enamored. Nua Bei, feeling a surge of emotion towards his brother, couldn't help but think, "What a peculiar bond we share." "Ha ha ha! Yes, I believe you are right. Ah ha ha ha." Nua Yu, witnessing the usually serious Nua Bei in such a humorous predicament, felt joy bubbling within him, unable to contain his laughter. "There is no abandonment here. It's merely that her beast husbands are too numerous. I spent 1 green crystal to directly annul the engagement." "All right," Nua Bei quickly clarified, fearing that his younger brother Nua Air might utter some nonsense again. "But don't females have beast husbands?" Xianyu posed this question on behalf of Lin Yuan. "She has over 30 beast husbands. 3 caves cannot accommodate them all," Nua Bei retorted, though he could accept his female having other beast husbands. 30 seemed excessive. The way things were going, it appeared she had intentions of acquiring more, almost forming a small tribe. "It's not like I haven't seen females from small tribes with beasts. If anyone feels wronged, let them endure it. I certainly will not. Indeed, it is rather absurd." This month, I nearly couldn't secure a single night. Lin Yuan, ever understanding, remarked, although the way you're saying it sounds a bit odd. Isn't it pointless for two beasts to engage in what a multitude can do? Xianyu quietly chimed in, successfully drawing Lin Yuan's attention. Goodness, are you the cub, or am I the cub? Nua Air, attempting to comprehend Xianyu's words, could not articulate clearly as he devoured his roasted meat. Glaring at her, you scoundrel female. Feeling parched while munching on roasted meat, Xianyu nibbled on a small fruit, simultaneously offering one to Nua Air, successfully averting his displeased expression. Nuayu, also sensing a bit of thirst, pulled Nua Bei to find a ceramic jar to boil water for consumption. Squatting on the ground, Nuayu felt somewhat superfluous observing the young cub and Nua Air, his emotions swirling into a bewildering mix. Has he turned peculiar? He mused, sensing an unexpected chemistry between the cub and Nua Air. This is delicious. I want more. Xianyu, could you please continue adding seasoning? Nua Air requested, handing another skewer of roasted meat to Xianyu. Xianyu leisurely sprinkled seasoning, while Nuayu, having just finished eating, imitated her and placed his skewer before her. I want to add seasoning too. Nua Air shot a displeased glance at him, filled with possessiveness. Xianyu is not yours. Why should she season your roasted meat? Initially thinking it didn't matter since Nuayu was preparing meat for himself, Xianyu, upon hearing her partner's jealous remarks, retracted her hand and reserved the seasoning for her own skewer. Is this for real? Is this little cub your female? Nuayu scoffed, bewildered by Nua Air's possessiveness towards Xianyu, despite her currently juvenile appearance. Nua Air is indeed my female, he asserted firmly, and even though Xianyu temporarily appeared as a cub, the male's possessiveness over his female did not wane. Xianyu nodded in agreement. Yes, precisely. One must not allow their male to feel neglected or envious. Otherwise, one would not be a good partner. Once again, she fed Nua Bei a sweet little fruit, knowing that merely speaking without hydration could lead to discomfort. Nuayu, feeling exasperated, looked at Xianyu and suddenly thought Nua Air seemed rather peculiar. You re so odd. Does Niubei know? I know nothing. Niubei, returning with water, looked confused. What's wrong with my brother? Niu pointed at Xianyu and then at Nio Air. Nio Air claims this little cub is his female. Xianyu affirmed indeed. She is my female. Nua Air reiterated with utmost seriousness, and since Xianyu did not object, the remaining three stared in disbelief at Nua Air, then back at Xianyu. Have you only just met today? And this has ignited a nurturing spark? I'm merely temporarily in the guise of a young cub. This is not my true form, Xianyu clarified, pointing at Lin Yuan. My original appearance is quite similar to hers. Primarily due to our comparable ages. Goodness, Nua Air, you've truly rescued a female for yourself? Nua Bei exclaimed, astonished. Observing his brother's unwavering devotion, he wondered if Xianyu was indeed an exceptionally beautiful female. He distinctly remembered his brother had a penchant for appearances. Damn, Lin Yuan. Now I see where Xianyu's peculiarity originates. That gaze is certainly not that of a mere cub. Disappointed, she had previously thought the cubs in their world differed from those on Earth. Nuayu, recovering from his astonishment, placed the roasted meat before Lin Yuan, signaling her to add seasoning. Lin Yuan isn't even Nua Bei's female. She can still season my roasted meat, can't she? Nua Air, you're such a stingy male. Regrettably, I cannot assist with that. Xianyu, being able to endure is essential. Yet there are things that simply cannot be tolerated. I need and squeeze. I observe the dark hues in Noel's eyes deepening. And without hesitation, I stoke the flames of desire, indifferent to the need to quench them. Half reclining, half sitting on the bed, Noel pulls Xianyu down onto him, leaning in to kiss down the forehead, trailing kisses until he reaches the collarbone. He bites gently yet fiercely at the pattern of the merman etched on the collarbone, gazing at Xianyu with a hint of sulky grievance. You have other beast husbands. Be good. I like them. But I also cherish you. Well then, Xianyu concedes, for in a world where females are scarce and males abound, it is inherent for one female to have multiple suitors. The matriarchs have proclaimed their affection for themselves. What more could one desire? After reveling in the envy of well-defined abs, Xianyu lightly pats the unsatisfied Noel. Be good. I'm still just a cub. It's time for sleep. With that, he transforms back into the guise of a small cub, burrowing into Noel's slightly warmer embrace. The following morning, when the chieftain Noru, gathering the males of the tribe for a hunt, discovers his cub Nobi and the tribe's foremost warrior Noyu have thoroughly devoured their meal. He is left speechless by the feline pattern emblazoned on their chests. It's not that you can't form a bond, but shouldn't you at least inform me? Chieftain Nora glares at Nobi. His own cub, for such a significant matter as a bond, should have been shared with him. It is utterly outrageous. He is not the kind of inflexible figure who disrupts lovebirds. Nobi, still basking in the satisfaction of having just formed a bond. Beam's father. Wasn't he there something to attend to yesterday? Today's no different. Noru, gazing at his cub, is utterly dismayed, and upon glancing at Noyu, he realizes they share a striking resemblance. Teske, this little female is quite resilient. He muses, eyeing the sore and numb Lin Yuan, who lies on the stone bed. I'm numb all over, truly numb. Why does it feel as though I was drugged yesterday? Xianyu merely thinks to herself. I did it, the system announces. To alleviate fatigue and soreness, it requires not $9.99, nor $9.98, and certainly not $99. Merely 10 malice points are needed for redemption. You deserve this. Redeem it for her, Xianyu commands. Thank you, my dear sister, Lin Yuan replies, nearly shedding tears of gratitude. When Noyu and Nobi return from their morning hunt, they are astonished to find Lin Yuan, who had been lying in bed, now fully rejuvenated. After tidying up the spoils of their hunt, they gather in Nobi and Noyu's cave to roast their catch, 2 ceramic pots simmering over the fire. You, a member of the great cat tribe. How did you come to be stranded here? Noyu inquires, Lin Yuan. Allow me a moment to concoct a plausible excuse, she replies, reflecting on the events. Xianyu, I needn't even think about it. Lin Yuan's father is the chieftain of their tribe, who desires to replace him but lacks the strength to confront Lin Wei, Lin Yuan's father. Thus, they resorted to tarnishing her reputation, branding her as malicious and lazy. The tribe's most promising warrior, Zhe, conspired to send Lin Yuan plummeting off a cliff, only for me to save her. Upon her return to the tribe, Lin Yuan faced relentless targeting. They forced her out under the guise of foraging for fruits, denying her even a morsel of food. Driven by hunger, Lin Yuan attempted to nibble on a small fruit, but a male warrior harshly shoved her aside. Unable to bear it, I yanked a tuft of fur from him, only to be met with a fierce slap from his female companion, who then sought to continue her assault. Lacking the strength to endure their onslaught, I resorted to hurling a few stones at the female, inadvertently striking her in the eye in a fit of rage. Her male companion sought to kill me, prompting me to retaliate by targeting his eyes with stones. Ultimately, they took the injured male and the female back to the tribe to consult a shaman, abandoning me and Lin Yuan in a territory frequented by the outcast beasts. Thus, to survive, we had no choice but to distance ourselves from that dreadful tribe. Listening to Xianyu's account, Lin Yuan found it disturbingly plausible, offering no denial of the harsh truths presented. Indeed, that is precisely how it transpired. Noelle's heart ached for Xianyu. After all, she was but a small cub. How could those wretched beasts from her despicable tribe act so callously? Noyu and Nobi felt even greater sympathy for Lin Yuan, questioning the malicious nature of such a tribe that would treat a young female so cruelly. In our tribe, the capable claim leadership. If that is the intention, one simply needs to challenge the chieftain. But what of Yuan's father? Does he not care for you? Nobi queried, perplexed, as every father ought to protect his offspring. He does not believe me. He trusts no word I utter. Moreover, I was dragged from the cave by the tribe's warriors. Lin Yuan recalled that fateful morning, realizing Xianyu was right. Her father was a coward, utterly inept, for how else could the chieftain's daughter be treated with such disregard? Noyu's anger flared as he exclaimed, "What nonsense! A chieftain's cave should be off limits to others without permission." For Lin Yuan, her lack of understanding of the beast world left her unaware of the affronts she had suffered. She even felt that blinding their eyes was punishment enough. However, for the native beasts, any capable individual would not tolerate even the slightest insult, let alone repeated offenses. Your father is indeed a coward, inept and a disgraceful beast. Hold the title of chieftain yet fail to protect his own cub is unforgivable, Nobi echoed, each word laced with bitterness. He could scarcely fathom the extent of suffering his fragile female had endured alone in that wretched tribe. Lin Yuan gazed at Nobi in astonishment, realizing he echoed Xianyu's sentiments. However, Lin Yuan had yet to extricate herself from the structured world of the 21st century, where laws maintained order, while in the beast realm, only strength dictated the rules. If a female lived in such dire straits, her male counterparts would inevitably bear the stigma of cowardice and ineptitude. It is well known that the outcasts, governed by the rules of the beast gods, emerged from the failure to protect their own females, becoming the stench-ridden creatures they are. Xianyu, should we ever encounter those loathsome creatures, I shall exact vengeance for you, Noelle vowed with clenched fists. Xianyu, affirmatively stroking Noelle's head in encouragement, thought him a truly endearing male. Dings resounded, indicating a gain of 20 malice points. Dings followed, announcing an additional 40 malice points. Lin Yuan, witnessing the notifications, was astonished. This was her first time accruing malice points without having committed any wrongdoing. System, why did I suddenly receive 40 malice points? She inquired. Your narrative has incited feelings of anger in your partner, the system replied. Oh, it turns out one need not commit evil deeds, Lin Yuan realized. Negative emotions. Besides, who among us would be inclined to commit wicked acts? Xianyu mused. Indeed, the esteemed one speaks truth. We are all fine individuals with peculiar names, the system affirmed. Lin Yuan reflected. It seems the system has its moments of sycophancy. A thought struck her. If there were an opportunity for retribution, the tribes would gather for meetings periodically, and surely the impoverished Great Cat tribe would attend. Upon hearing Noelle's words, Noyu added, very well. Let us strive to bolster our strength in the meantime, accumulating crystal stones, and when the time comes, we shall seize whatever they possess. That wretched tribe deserves nothing. Nuabe exuded an air of confidence, especially considering that both he and Nuayu were formidable warriors of the 6th and 7th tiers, while the highest-ranked warrior of the diminutive cat tribe was merely at the 5th tier. He held them in contempt, determined to avenge his mate. During the period leading up to the tribal gathering, Nuayu and Nuabe busied themselves with slaying low-tier beasts to procure crystal stones. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, lacking in malicious value, remained in the cave, diligently researching recipes and preparing food to exchange at the gathering. Xianyu, on the other hand, took Nuaer on a quest to gather poisonous herbs, striving to master the most potent poison witchcraft and cultivate a toxic plant space, thereby minimizing the consumption of witch power. To their surprise, the cultivation of these crystal stones proved immensely beneficial, enabling them to absorb substantial energy from the golden crystal stones. Xianyu gazed at the dozens of red crystals within her witch bag, her eyes sparkled with delight. Given that the Western continent was considerably weaker in both order and combat prowess compared to the Eastern continent, few beastmen managed to acquire red crystals. Nuaer merely blinked in awe as Xianyu extracted one red crystal after another for her cultivation, while he rushed to join his brother Nuabe and Nuayu in their hunts. Amidst Xianyu's unblinking consumption of crystal stones, she finally cultivated a toxic plant space after expending dozens of red crystals. She only needed to plant and nurture the poisonous plant seeds she had gathered within this space to summon them effortlessly without using witch power. With her supply of crystals still abundant, Xianyu selected her favorite vine seed, known for its resilience and formidable barbs, which promised exceptional offensive capabilities. Xianyu absorbed the energy from the crystals. She transmitted it into the vine seed. With the rapid depletion of crystals, the vine seed began to sprout, producing slender green tendrils adorned with a dense array of barbs. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Xianyu's forehead. The vine continued to grow, thickening as the crystals vanished. With the crystals nearly exhausted, Xianyu's face paled slightly, but the vine had finally matured. Earning the name Binding, a mere wave of her hand caused the vine to sway in accordance with her will. Its roots firmly planted in the toxic plant space, on her wrist, a tender green bracelet materialized, with the vine's barbs softening upon contact, hardening as per Xianyu's intent. Looking at the few remaining crystals in her witch bag and then at her verdant bracelet, she felt reassured, knowing that the vine's power, cultivated alongside her mastery of the most potent poison witchcraft, would far surpass that of the red crystal-holding beast. With only Xianyu and Nuaer setting out to seek the violent king dragon, they ventured deep into a valley teeming with beasts, surrounded by their cacophonous cries. Blue crystal beasts, green crystal beasts, purple crystal beasts, and red crystal beasts. As they progressed, the sounds grew increasingly sparse and solemn, indicating the higher tiers of beasts, with the violent king dragon being the lowest ranked among red crystal beasts. Observing the beasts below, Nuaer flew steadily, cautious not to unseat Xianyu perched atop him. Fortunately, there were no airborne beasts nearby, and Nuaer remained calm, knowing he could still carry Xianyu away even if they encountered trouble. Typically, Xianyu relied on her intellect in battle rather than brute strength, unlike many other beast men. Chapter 16. Life in the Crane Tribe. Xianyu scanned the surroundings, urging Nuaer to approach a gathering of violent king dragons. Steeling her trembling heart, Nuaer deftly maneuvered closer. Xianyu cast a layer of sleeping powder, one of the poisons she had concocted from ground plants during her time at Witch Mountain when her progress had stagnated. Gazing down at the 15 slumbering violent king dragons, Xianyu gently tapped Nuaer to signal him to fly closer. Still perched on Nuaer, she observed the sleeping beasts. With a flick of her hand, she summoned the binding, which entwined the dragons' mouths delicately, wrapping around their bodies to ensure not a single sound escaped them in their dreams. The vine then plunged forcefully into the abdomen of a dragon, extracting a blood-stained red crystal and draining the blood from it, which was subsequently sent to the roots of the toxic plant space for her to collect later. In this manner, Xianyu effortlessly dispatched the remaining violent king dragons. Once the binding had gathered all the red crystals, Xianyu allowed the bloodthirsty green vine to consume the flesh of the 15 dragons, leaving behind just their bones. She commanded the binding to break off the hardest parts and stowed them in her witch bag. Ready to depart? System. The bones of the violent king dragon can be exchanged for malicious value. You can exchange those you do not need for 100 malicious value. Of course, she could. As they were merely useless refused to her, the system, understanding Xianyu's intent, promptly collected the remaining skeletal remains. After all, once these sturdy bones were crafted into weapons, they could be sold in the marketplace for a greater malicious value. This native character was indeed a true powerhouse. The system used, ding, 100 malicious value received. Watching the pile of bones vanish into thin air, Nuaer realized he had not merely found a mate. He had discovered a remarkable golden opportunity. Thanks to the minimal commotion, the scent of blood did not attract an overwhelming number of beasts, preventing any uncontrollable scenarios. Xianyu patted Nuaer, signaling him to continue searching for more gathering spots of violent king dragons within the vast valley. She aimed to reclaim the red crystals she had lost, and the blood of the energy-rich violent king dragons would only serve to strengthen the binding further, with the vine's barbs now shimmering with crimson specks. Exuding an otherworldly charm, after locating yet another cluster of violent king dragons, Xianyu successfully fed the binding to its fill. The tender green vine took on an even hue of dark red. Xianyu harvested 130 red crystals, a heap of sturdy bones, and an additional 400 malicious value. On their return from the valley, Nuaer could no longer contain his excitement. "Mistress, you are truly extraordinary," he proclaimed, calling her by the endearing title. "Calm down, Nuaer. We must remain discreet. Let us not speak of this when we return, shall we?" "Understood, mistress." Although uncertain of the reason, Nuaer found himself obediently adhering to Xianyu's wishes. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xianyu quietly summoned, System, present, esteemed one, how may I assist you? Do not disclose anything about my affairs to anyone, understood? System. Rest assured, esteemed one, we will not reveal any binding information. By the way, what would you like to create with the bones you possess? I can handle the crafting for you, requiring only a certain amount of malicious value, or a 20 share of the bones. I shall consider it later to ask for what to fashion from the bones. It could wait until the binding had absorbed sufficient energy. After all, it would be rather unseemly to use something created by external means for her partner. Wouldn't he it? On their journey back, Xianyu handed Nuaer 30 red crystals, instructing him to use them for cultivation upon their return. Nuaer's level was still too low at Tier 4. These red crystals should suffice to elevate him. Xianyu pondered that his flying speed would likely increase, and his appearance would grow more handsome as his strength improved. Thank you, Xianyu. You are so kind to me, Nuaer said, touched as he cradled the red crystals. However, he suddenly realized, but I have no place to store these, indeed. Silly boy, if I don't treat you well, who else would I treat kindly? Let us return. Xianyu nodded and took back the crystals, planning to give them to Nuaer during their evening cultivation. With excitement and renewed vigor, the journey home felt significantly shorter, and upon reaching the tribal square, they encountered Lin Yuan, who had been instructing the females in seasoning. Seeing Xianyu after several days, she exclaimed, "Where have you two been? I've missed you both, just picking fruit. We wandered a bit too far." Xianyu replied nonchalantly, not entirely untruthful, as she had indeed collected plenty of fruits along the way, though. Lin Yuan nodded, aware of Xianyu's penchant for gathering fruits. "Shall we all go out for a bite this evening?" The sky was still bright, and Nuayu and Nuabe were outside battling exotic beasts. Lin Yuan proposed, her gaze resting on Xianyu, this being her first encounter with Xianyu's adult form. She recognized him primarily through intuition, aided by the ever-present Nua heir at his side. Xianyu nodded in agreement and, together with Nua heir, returned to the cave, clad in a uniquely gray shark silk dress. With a slightly dark and world-weary expression, she exuded an air of aloofness. Lin Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that this was not Xianyu's true self. Watching Xianyu's retreating figure, she pondered that ever since Nua Bei formed a bond with Lin Yuan, the cave had become the domain of Nua heir, a solitary crane. Upon entering the cave, Xianyu retrieved a red crystal and placed it into Nua heir's hand, urging him to commence his training. Grasping the red crystal and sensing the profound energy within, Nua Bei began his ascension. Meanwhile, Xianyu contemplated the bones in her witch's bag for a moment, selecting a large bone to summon restraints and commence grinding. She also opened the malicious supporting character systems marketplace, searching for cold weapons to draw inspiration from their designs and shapes, preparing to craft a dagger as a gift for Nua heir. She extracted several naturally beautiful teeth to fashion a hair ornament for him, and recalling a lovely necklace she had seen in the marketplace, she thought it could also serve to protect Nua heir's slender neck. However, she realized that the orc transformation could interfere with decorations, and Nua heir had no place to store them. Nevertheless, with an abundance of bones at her disposal, Xianyu found a few naturally curved bones to cut and polish, stringing them together with sturdy vines to create a necklace. Ultimately dissatisfied with the outcome, she tossed it into her witch's bag and continued refining the dagger, carving a moderately sized hole in the handle to embed a purple gemstone. As Nua heir consumed the red crystal, he surged from the 4th to the 5th tier, then to the 6th, 7th, and finally the 8th tier, experiencing a violent energy surge due to the massive consumption of crystals. His eyes turned a chaotic dark red from the overwhelming energy. Sensing the tumultuous energy emanating from Nua heir, Xianyu employed witchcraft to extract the chaotic energy from him, infusing it into a crystal ball. With Xianyu's intervention, Nua heir's consciousness gradually cleared, filling him with a sense of strength. "Am I at the 8th tier now?" he wondered. Yet Xianyu's complexion grew increasingly pale. The extensive use of witchcraft to siphon off the chaotic energy had taken a significant toll on her body. A wave of coppery bitterness surged in her throat, and unable to hold back, she spat out several mouthfuls of blood. "Xianyu, what is happening to you?" Nua heir's excitement over his ascension was abruptly dampened by the sight of Xianyu's waning color and bloodied state. Xianyu retrieved energy fruits from her witch's bag, consuming them one after another, downing dozens to quell the urge to vomit blood. Although her complexion remained pale, the impulse had subsided. It's nothing. It's just that using too many crystals at once can cause an uncontrollable energy surge, leading to a gradual loss of reason for the orc. "But don't worry, I will be here beside you," Xianyu reassured, gazing at Nua heir, who had ascended to the 8th tier warrior, pride radiating from her smile. "My orc husband must be formidable, for I, Xianyu, am capable of anything. I merely extracted the chaotic energy. I will be weak for a while, but it's not a major issue." "Really?" Nua heir, still concerned about Xianyu's frail state, asked. "Did you just eat energy fruits? Let me fetch some for you. No need. I still have plenty." "This is for you," Xianyu said, presenting the dagger and hair ornament she had crafted. Receiving the gifts, Nua heir beamed with joy, donning the hair ornament immediately and fastening the dagger to his waist. "Nua heir, are you all in there? May we enter?" came the voice of Nuayu from outside, indicating that Lin Yuan and the others had arrived. Nua heir looked at Xianyu for permission, and with a wave of her hand, she stowed away the excess items and nodded. "Please come in." Nua Bei and Luoyu, witnessing Xianyu's adult form for the first time, gazed at her with curiosity, astonished at how Nua heir's mate looked. Lin Yuan noted that Xianyu appeared even paler than she had in the morning. With Lin Yuan's penchant for culinary exploration, the meal was not limited to mere roasted meat. They were having a hot pot with thinly sliced meat. Yu was astonished at the energy fluctuations emanating from Nuwa air, which seemed to surpass even her own. Have you eaten some miraculous food during your days away? Is this ascension not a bit outrageous? Nuwa exclaimed, eyes wide, pondering if his aimless younger brother had received divine blessings from the beast god. Indeed, I am formidable, Nuwa proclaimed proudly, no longer the 4th-tier orc he had been that morning, but an 8th-tier orc now. Xianyu, with a nonchalant expression, continued to prepare the meat slices, unwilling to elaborate on her husband's brief weakness. Spitting blood, or the consumption of numerous energy fruits, as it was all tied to her own life. Nuwa sensed Xianyu's demeanor and understood that she preferred not to draw attention to their situation. Thus, he resolved to ascend without explaining, even if questioned by his father. Indeed, what miraculous sustenance could be so extraordinary? Nuwa also expressed curiosity, believing it might relate to their own ascension. Unfamiliar with the challenges of orc ascension, Lin Yuan joined Xianyu in preparing the meat slices with a sense of wonder. Nuwa, who had grown up alongside Nuwa, regarded Xianyu with a hint of skepticism. Suspecting that perhaps it was due to his brother's choice of mate, we ventured into a valley teeming with exotic beasts to gather fruits. Nuwa consumed a peculiar fruit, which triggered the chaos, allowing him to slay a raging king dragon, leading to the current situation, Xianyu recounted, feigning recollection to dissuade Nuwa and Nuwa from considering a visit to that perilous valley. Even a 10th-tier warrior might struggle against a group of raging king dragons, and the orcs' battles would not be as silent as hers. At that moment, Nuwa noticed Nuwa's hair ornament and the dagger at his waist. So, this hair ornament is made from the teeth of the raging king dragon, and the dagger from its bones? Indeed. Am I not impressive? Nuwa grinned, proud of his clever mate. The purple gemstone on your dagger is quite beautiful, Lin Yuan remarked, captivated by the gem adorning the dagger. Right? I think it's lovely too, Xianyu agreed, noting that without it, the dagger would appear rather plain. Nuwa regarded Xianyu thoughtfully, sensing that his brother's mate possessed a wealth of hidden talents. An extraordinary female. Unlike other females who donned animal skin skirts, she wore a shark silk dress and had transitioned from a juvenile form to her current state, effortlessly producing precious purple gemstones. Upon closer inspection, he observed that aside from his brother, there were symbols of other orc husbands on her, prompting him to inquire, Xianyu, where are your other husbands? Concerned for his brother, Nuwa couldn't help but ask. Yufeng is quite capable. He should be fine, likely in the lion tribe or returning to the flying lion tribe. Mingzhan is diligently training with the Shark King and the Shark Clan. She replied, explaining that they were focused on their own cultivation. And what tiers are they? What types of orcs are they? Lin Yuan, intrigued by the mention of Xianyu's 2 other husbands, prodded further. One is a flying lion, a 9th-tier orc, and the other is a shark man, a 7th tier. I believe they may have ascended since we parted ways, Xianyu added, reflecting on her time away. Upon hearing that Xianyu had 2 other husbands, Nuwa and Nuwa were taken aback. A 9th-tier orc, they exclaimed, realizing that when Xianyu bonded with Nuwa, he had only been a 4th-tier orc, and now he was also an 8th-tier orc. Admiring glances shifted to Nuwa, who had been chosen by such formidable partners. How did you capture their attention? Those 2 are no slouches in combat either, they inquired. Nuwa, my mate surely loves me deeply. I owe my ascension to her support. I wonder if the other 2 feel the same way. Leaving my mate to fend for herself, Nuwa declared, oblivious to who truly needed protection. Xianyu affectionately patted Nuwa's head, smiling encouragingly. You are the best. Nuwa in the West Continent, it was crucial to have a flying companion by one's side. One that could warm the bed, serve as a means of flight, and be an adorable, obedient orc husband, truly delightful. Will you seek them out later? Lin Yuan mused, astonished that her close friend had 3 husbands, contemplating if she too should acquire another. Xianyu nodded slightly, and once she finished her tasks, she planned to head over. Glancing at the companion mark on her body, she knew they could come to find her once they were done, though she was uncertain if they could acquire the spatial pearls. The tribal market was just a few days away, not far from our location. It was organized by the Tiantu Wang tribe, which had a remarkably powerful shaman possessing the ability of word spirits. In the eastern continent, shamans are referred to as Wu, while in the western continent, they are categorized into shamanic healers and shamans based on their varying energies. Nearby and even distant tribes would gather here. The big cat tribe was likely to attend as well. Nob, well versed in the situation, elaborated on the details of the upcoming market. Typically, the currency exchanged primarily consisted of blue crystals and green crystals, occasionally purple crystals, which are derived from the bodies of various beasts of different ranks. However, bartering was also an option. Many tribes with limited combat strength or financial resources resorted to trade by goods. Therefore, it sufficed for us to prepare a good amount of blue or green crystals. Reflecting on the relentless hunting of exotic beasts during this period, Xianyu raised her hands, invigorating her beastly spirit, declaring, "Our goal is to strike the cat tribe, seize what they cherish, and annihilate them all. Anyone who dares to wrong my female shall face destruction, no matter the distance." "Excellent," she proclaimed, pausing to sense the awkwardness lingering in the air. Nob scratched his nose and said, "No need to elaborate further." Chapter 17. The cat tribe reappears. Lin Yuan silently fed a piece of meat to her beast husband, Xianyu, putting a stop to his disruptive antics in the night. What had triggered Nob's remarks? Savoring the morsel provided by his female, Xianyu felt he had reached the pinnacle of beastly existence. Why did he only feed himself and not Nob? It was simply because Yuan favored him the most. I mustn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, my good brother might feel disheartened. Lin Yuan pondered over the lack of malicious points accrued over the past period. Both male and female members of the Crane tribe treated her well, and she felt reluctant to harm them. She considered whether to exploit the cat tribe for a little profit instead. Meanwhile, Xianyu consumed the meat in the pot with an indifferent expression, unaware of when Lin Yuan would pass by the steepest cliff. Her opportunity to ascend as a great shaman must come naturally. The energy fruits were indeed scarce lately, and she hoped to see if they could barter for some at the market. As for the energy fruits in the system shop, Xianyu believed that relying on this unknown entity for specifics and practicality was less secure than depending on oneself. Then let us set off for the market with the tribe tomorrow. The next day, as dawn broke, the members of the Crane tribe gathered in the clearing halfway up the mountain. The tribe leader, Xianyu, personally led the expedition to the market. Upon meeting, he sensed the energy fluctuations of his little cub. Xianyu, looking at his headdress and dagger, the leader's eyes gleamed with pride. Xianyu had made progress. Turning his gaze to Xianyu beside Xianyu, he realized that both of his little cubs had formed bonds in such a short time without even mentioning it to him. A tinge of sadness washed over the old father's heart. Due to the scarcity of females in the Crane tribe, aside from Xianyu and Lin Yuan, all the others embarking for the market were male beastmen. The flock of cranes flew in an orderly formation through the air, a sight that was aesthetically pleasing. Nob and Xianyu carried females, flying in the middle of the group, while Xianyu led at the forefront. Tribe leader Xianyu joyfully soared in the company of his two cubs. Xianyu, I heard from your brother that you consumed a magical fruit and defeated a tyrant dragon. Recalling Xianyu's words from yesterday, Xianyu confidently replied, "Of course. Look at my headdress. It's made from the hardest part of the tyrant dragon. Its teeth. I didn't just defeat one tyrant dragon. I vanquished a horde of over 100. Alongside Xianyu, in essence, that rounded up to him having slain a tyrant dragon. Excellent, my cub. How about we team up another day to take down a few more tyrant dragons? If my youngest cub can take down one, with you, Nob, and the tribe's first warrior Xianyu, we can surely defeat several. It's worth noting that tyrant dragons are red crystal beasts. A few red crystals could enrich the entire tribe." "Huh?" Xianyu pondered. "But that was with my female master. My role was merely as a flying mount. If I were to face them directly, wouldn't he that be courting death? They swarm in groups, and even if I managed to defeat one tyrant dragon, I would likely be surrounded and killed by the others. However, that particular tyrant dragon was injured and limping, having been engaged in a battle with other beasts." Xianyu sought to align himself closely with his female master. Xianyu. Upon hearing this, Xianyu decided against pursuing the matter. Such luck was rare. One must first encounter a magical fruit and then come across an injured, solitary tyrant dragon. "Cub, you truly possess extraordinary luck, not something an ordinary beastman could claim." The tribe leader concluded profoundly, and those around him agreed. Xianyu's cub was indeed fortunate. It was no wonder that an 8th-tier beastman could slay a tyrant dragon. According to other tribes with 10th-tier beastmen, even they found it quite challenging to defeat one. Nob. Is that so? Last night, he genuinely believed his brother had slain an intact tyrant dragon during a fit of rage. He even hoped to drag Noyu along for a trial. He never imagined that what was vanquished was an injured tyrant dragon. Lin Yuan remarked, Xianyu, your beast husband is extraordinarily lucky. The system. Offline. Xianyu. Indeed. Lin Yuan. Are tyrant dragons really that formidable? Are red crystals particularly valuable? Xianyu. They are formidable, and they should be valuable. Lin Yuan. Do you think Noyu and Nob can work together to take down a tyrant dragon? Xianyu. I cannot ascertain that. It seems doubtful. What if they have other means beyond their inherent combat strength? After all, I am unaware. The flock of cranes had not flown for long before they arrived at the outskirts of the market. Taking around 3 days, the market would not commence until the following day, so Nornu led everyone to camp not far from the Tiantuong tribe, resting in anticipation of the market's opening. Typically, markets last for about half a month, with various tribes and beastmen coming and going to trade goods. Although the Crane tribe arrived early, many other tribes had already gathered near the Tiantuong tribe, preparing to exchange items. The Wang tribe was quite large, providing ample space for transactions and possessing sufficient power to maintain order at the market. For Xianyu, who had previously attended a market, the generosity of the Wang tribe was palpable. Entry to the market was free. Indeed, the Western continent was not as affluent as the Eastern continent. They couldn't even charge crystals for a market, TSK. The Crane tribe typically relied on crystals to purchase goods. Hence, they did not carry numerous items like other tribes. To avoid displaying her backpack space, Lin Yuan had Noiv craft a small leather bag for her, filled with various dried meats she had prepared. This way, even if she retrieved something from her backpack space, it would serve as a cover, and even if her malicious points were insufficient, she would still manage. Perhaps inspired by Lin Yuan, Nar also had a leather bag made for himself. Slung across his shoulder, appearing bulky yet containing nothing, Dai was merely a way to reach for snacks. He could just dip his hand inside when he desired a fruit. The accompanying beastmen were well aware of Xianyu's trait. She perpetually had an inexhaustible supply of fruits. No one knew how vast her appetite was. She constantly indulged in fruits, occasionally feeding her beast husband, Nuar, a fruit, believing he was thirsty and needed a snack. Just as Lin Yuan retrieved dried meat from her leather bag to offer to Xianyu, she exclaimed, Lin Yuan, you vile female. It had been quite some time since she had heard such a remark. Where's that wicked little cub of yours? Xianyu received the dried meat, gazing with interest at the newcomer. A beastman from the cat tribe, particularly familiar with a female named Luo. You know, because of you, Lan has lost one eye, and has even caused another to be abandoned due to blindness. You simply walked away and left the mess for the tribe leader to clean up. That is truly unacceptable. Once again, the familiar words, the familiar beastman, the familiar expression. Luo, enough. Let us take her back, Lin Yuan. This wicked female must be held accountable for her actions. It was that tall and robust female named Hua. The group consisted of 3 females and 7 male beastmen, with Lin Yuan and Xianyu recognizing Hua and Luo among the 3 females. Among the males, Xianyu's gaze swept over one with a notable energy fluctuation, whom she had seen briefly before, named Zhe. Lin Yuan's eyes turned to Xianyu, seemingly questioning what to do next. Xianyu, with an indifferent expression, continued munching on a fruit. She wasn't a fighter. Why should she concern herself? She is merely an audience member who enjoys watching plays, in a situation where the competition is evenly matched. And perhaps even slightly in favor, Lin Yuan still finds herself at a loss for words that would indeed render her utterly incompetent. The cacophony of shouts and curses amassed the attention of the surrounding orcs. And the chieftain, he knew, along with his kin, approached with ire. What are you doing? Are you attempting to provoke our He tribe? Nornu glared at the group encircling his female offspring, expressing his displeasure. Stepping forward, the speaker performed a gesture of greeting and endeavored to convey a sense of amiability, saying, we harbor no intention of provoking the He tribe. It is merely that a malevolent individual from our tribe has fled to yours. The female in question is Lin Yuan, standing right before you. She has harmed one of our females and a male, resulting in the former losing an eye and the latter losing both, thus impairing their hunting abilities. We simply request that you surrender this errant female. We wish for her to amend her ways and cease inflicting harm upon innocent males and females. Otherwise, having such a frequently errant female residing in your tribe poses a threat to the well-being of your other orcs. Could you please hand over Lin Yuan? Nornu's gaze shifted to Lin Yuan, indicating that she might explain herself, That's not the case at all. It is your tribe that has been slaughtering females and young. No Bei was the first to retort, exclaiming, "What kind of rubbish are your male orcs? How can they be blinded by a mere female? And what kind of cowardly beast is your chieftain? Allowing his offspring to be targeted and slaughtered?" Nor you followed suit, filled with righteous indignation. "What kind of life is this? Such rubbish beasts would be shamed to live in our tribe. They might as well take their own lives. If you can't even raise your offspring properly, don't blame the females. Indeed, your tribe is composed of such trash, slaughtering females and young while slandering us. Oh, you think our chieftain is like yours? That cowardly, ineffectual creature, bullying females right before their eyes, as if they are mere objects." No Bei and No Yu launched a verbal assault, successfully defeating their opponents in this exchange, challenging them to a physical confrontation. Lin Yuan gazed at her two beast husbands with stars in her eyes, overwhelmed with admiration. "Well, it is now abundantly clear that your tribe is nothing but trash, so your intention in surrounding our tribe's females is to engage in a confrontation with the He tribe?" Nor Nu appeared as if he were granting them an opportunity to explain, while he himself had already laid out the facts, making it evident that the fault lay with them, with a wave of his hand. The orcs of the entire tribe assumed a battle-ready stance. The cat tribe, witnessing this scene, clenched their teeth in anger, their expressions darkening. Despite having provided an explanation, the tribe showed no signs of surrendering Lin Yuan. She cast her gaze upon Lin Yuan, unwilling to resign, and said, "Yuan, can you truly bear to leave this mess for the chieftain to handle alone? Currently, Yu is entirely reliant on the chieftain for sustenance. And the chieftain must also support Lon, who is your beast father. Please, inform your chieftain that such a creature, who cannot even care for her offspring and burdens the young, should hurry up and perish." "All right." Before Lin Yuan could respond, Nor Yu interjected, "Males of the He tribe, has our tribe ever allowed others to bully our offspring?" As a chieftain's offspring, No Bei posed this earnest question loudly and the orcs of the He tribe roared in unison. Nor Nu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the group from the cat tribe, sincerely asking, "Do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, you may take your leave." The wave of malicious glares from the cat tribe members fell upon Lin Yuan. Wondering why this wretched female was still allowed to live, with a sense of indignation, the cat tribe had no choice but to withdraw and regroup, planning to return with reinforcements. Nor Nu's gaze swept over the grateful Lin Yuan and the indifferent Xianyu, before he and his kin stepped back to maintain some distance and continue their preparations. Lin Yuan looked at Nor Yu and No Bei with appreciation, saying, "Thank goodness you are here. Otherwise, I would have been bullied again. Protecting our females is our duty, indeed. Any male who cannot protect his female and offspring is nothing but trash." Reflecting on what had just been said, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort at the weight of responsibility resting on her beast father. "Lin Wei, to provide for you and Lon." Ugh, Xianyu glanced at Lin Yuan, wondering if she could escape any consequences after all the insults. What a kind-hearted female. Perhaps she had forgotten that she could earn malicious points to exchange for rewards. "Xianyu, you aren't going to say anything to support me? I'm saddened." Lin Yuan cast a look of desperation towards Xianyu, who coldly ignored her, leaving her feeling disheartened. "What's wrong? Did you forget how to speak?" Nor sensed the underlying complaint in Lin Yuan's words directed at his partner and retorted, displeased. Xianyu merely shot a glance at Lin Yuan without responding. She fed herself a small fruit and offered a sweet little fruit to Nor. No Bei, hearing Nor's unfriendly tone, intervened, eyeing Xianyu, who had not restrained Nor's words. Nor Yu remained detached from the quarrel between the two brothers, recognizing that Xianyu was rather aloof, only engaging in discussions that piqued her interest. As Nor munched on the small fruit, he shot an annoyed glance at his brother, savoring the unusually sweet and crisp fruit. After finishing, his eager eyes darted towards Xianyu's little leather pouch. "Xianyu, I want more of those sweet little fruits." "All right, here you go." Xianyu, gazing at Nor's adorable youthful face, cheerfully retrieved a handful of small fruits from her pouch, handing them to him. Observing Lin Yuan, who was consuming jerky without drinking much water, and connecting it to Xianyu's earlier indifference, as well as her selfish act of giving a handful of fruits to her brother without offering any to Lin Yuan, No Bei reproached Xianyu. "Aren't you being a bit selfish?" Xianyu silently smiled, casting a glance at No Bei, her expression clearly conveying, What do you think you are, bro? Are you challenging me? Nor air. Irritated by No Bei's tone towards Xianyu, sincerely asked him with a furious gaze. Lin Yuan quickly pulled No Bei away, sensing his anger, and quietly said, "Let's not provoke Xianyu. She is merely habitually aloof. She means no harm. She is still my savior, and I willingly share my food with her." Seeing Lin Yuan's gentle attempt to mediate, No Bei quelled his anger, patting her head. Lin Yuan was so kind and understanding, undoubtedly having endured much hardship in the past. Honestly, brother, that foolish beast should not be focusing on anything but his own female. I'll give him a good thrashing when I have the chance to relieve your frustration. Nor Air mumbled while eating the small fruits, casting a longing gaze at Xianyu for acknowledgement. Yes, Nor Air is wonderful. Ignoring foolish beasts will keep us from becoming foolish ourselves. Xianyu nodded, patting Nor Air's little head with a hint of affectionate care. Meanwhile, Nor Yu, who was still munching on jerky, pondered, "Who am I? What am I doing? What should I be doing? Never mind. I'll just continue enjoying this delicious jerky." Successfully averting a potential conflict between No Bei and Nor Air, Lin Yuan tugged No Bei back to their original spot. With a friendly smile tinged with a hint of apology, Lin Yuan offered Xianyu 2 pieces of jerky. Xianyu nodded, accepting one and handing the other to Nor Air, while she munched on her own. Nor Air, happily savoring the jerky, decided not to retaliate against his inconsiderate brother. The female leader is truly kind. She is willing to share her jerky with me. Chapter 18. Awaiting the market's commencement, the number of orcs arriving for the market grew increasingly larger, the majority of whom were male orcs. Observing the presence of 2 relatively attractive females from the He tribe, the single male orcs could hardly contain their excitement. Approaching in waves, a tall and robust orc, accompanied by several others, approached Lin Yuan, saying, "Oh, charming and beautiful female, are you in need of a beast husband?" Gazing at the burly orc of indeterminate species, Lin Yuan politely declined, "I do not require one. Thank you. Look, the males around you are so feeble. Only I, a strong orc, can ensure you grow plump and healthy. Lin Yuan, I truly appreciate your concern, but I do not need one. I am fine on my own." "Oh, what a pity." A few more male orcs approached. "Little female, do you need a beast husband? How about me? Just look at me. I have the strength to keep you well-fed and plump. I do not need one. Thank you." In this manner, Lin Yuan was oblivious to the countless advances from the male orcs. Niu Yu and Niu En, both eagerly engrossed in the spectacle, cast envious glances while thoughtfully offering her a few small fruits, believing that Lin Yuan might be a tad parched. Niu Air, observing her brother's anxious demeanor, found great amusement in the unfolding drama. She accepted the fruits from Xianyu, devouring them with fervor, while casting a glance at Xianyu, who appeared comforted by the absence of male or harassment. Lin Yuan pondered, unable to comprehend why she was so desirable, seemingly captivating to all. In truth, females were inherently scarce and thus generally garnered attention. The unwarranted pursuits by male orcs stemmed from their ability to sense the energy fluctuations of a female's mate mark, allowing them to gauge the strength of her beastly partner. Additionally, Xianyu, clad in an ankle-length fish-scale gown, was a testament to her elevated status and prowess. The more powerful the individual, the more lavishly they adorn themselves, leading to the perception of being untouchable or unmaintainable. Moreover, Xianyu's complexion, while pleasant, paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's radiance. "Xianyu, there are sheep tribes at the gathering. They sell garments made from wool. I too wish to envelop myself completely like you." Niu Air contemplated, now aware of her own femininity and the need for self-respect, vowing only to reveal her bare skin to Xianyu. Fish-scale fabric is somewhat costly, while wool is more affordable. However, wool can be quite stifling. If you desire a garment, I shall procure the fish-scale fabric for you. Wool, tsk, thick and unappealing, Xianyu mused, convinced that such attire was unworthy of her beastly partner. One may purchase expensive fabrics, but they must not be overly ostentatious, as they attract unwanted attention, and no need for extravagance. As long as it's something a male can wear, I'm content. As long as you buy it for me, I shall cherish it, Niu Air exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xianyu nodded in agreement, pleased by her compliance. Observing the interaction between Xianyu and Niu Air, Lin Yuan felt compelled to voice her thoughts, yet struggled to find the right words. "Is there fish-scale fabric available at this market?" she inquired. "Indeed, Yuan, If you wish, I shall procure it for you, Nuabe replied. Lin Yuan sensed something peculiar. Could it be that Xianyu exuded too much boyfriend energy? Truly, if one desires to buy something, one should simply do so without inquiring if the female desires it. With a brother like this, who possesses such foolishness, how could any female be interested? Thanks to my enthusiastic promotion. Nuabe clenched his fist, enduring his brother's irritating remarks. Nuayu, having learned from the situation, turned to Lin Yuan and declared, I shall buy everything I can afford for you. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. Realizing that this was unnecessary, Yuan, a voice called out, and upon following its origin, she recognized several members from the cat tribe, along with her beastly father, the tribe leader. Yuan, do you not wish to return to your beast father? I have searched for you tirelessly. Would you come back with me? The middle-aged man's affectionate gaze was tinged with longing, leaving Lin Yuan feeling somewhat helpless. What do you wish to take me back for? Ive told you, someone orchestrated my fall from the cliff. Do you not believe me? Are you aware that the orcs in your tribe target me? They invade my cave, forcing me to do things against my will. When you are not around, they would even kill me. That will not happen, Yuan. You are safe now. They merely wish to help you overcome your lazy habits. With me in the tribe, no one would dare harm you. Indeed, Yuan, you have misunderstood. We have never intended to harm you. We only wish to assist you in changing your undesirable habits, Nuawe added. Then why must you insist on taking me back? I am quite well here in the Crane tribe. Yuan, do you truly wish to abandon your beast father? Tears welled in Nuawe's eyes, lamenting the potential loss of his female. Yuan, please return with your beast father. I can hunt and provide for both you and you. Feeling utterly repulsed, Lin Yuan realized she could no longer converse with these beings who failed to understand human language. Reflecting on Nuabe, Nuayu, and Xianyu's words, she echoed, You old fool, do you not understand beast speech? I refuse to return to your tribe that harms females and slaughters cubs, a place of twisted morals. You, a male orc, allow your offspring to be bullied by the orcs in your tribe. What kind of leader are you? A slave, perhaps? No wonder you lost your females early. It must have been your weakness that drove them to despair. Is it not enough that my mother perished due to your negligence? You wish to bring me back and kill me with your incompetence? I implore you, take your rotten, vile tribe far from me. I would rather die than return. Ding, malevolence value increased by 500. Lin Yuan unleashed her pent-up fury. Nuawe stood in stunned silence, pondering what he had done wrong. His offspring no longer wanted him and had unleashed such venomous words. Nuabe and Nuayu stood resolutely in front of Lin Yuan, initially eager to retaliate, but the pitiful sight of Lin Yuan's beast father dissuaded them from confronting such a cowardly male orc. Yuan, how can you speak to the tribe leader in such a manner? He is your beast father. You are being utterly unreasonable, Nua added, seizing the opportunity to speak. If you wish to take him as your beast husband, simply say so. If that fails, find an opportunity to sleep with him. There is no need to put on a pretense before me. Look at me. I am not returning. If you wish to claim my beast husband, simply invade my cave at night, as you are accustomed to forcing others, then your desires shall be fulfilled. Ding, malevolence value increased by 500. Nua's face flushed with anger. What nonsense! The tribe leader was older than her beast husband by several years. Nuawe's form swayed unsteadily, realizing how increasingly venomous his offspring had become. Turning their malice towards him as well. Lin Yuan, how dare you disgust me? Just because I possess higher morals does not mean I will tolerate your repugnance. You are truly vile. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's scathing remarks directed at Nua, Zhe could no longer contain himself, rushing forward to point an accusing finger at her. Only a malicious and repugnant female like you would harbor such filthy thoughts. Xianyu, calmly nibbling on her fruit, remarked, Could we perhaps have something more entertaining? Just a verbal spat. Tiske. Na glancing at her brother, was disappointed. When a male orc verbally abused his female, why did he not confront him? Nuanu, noticing the situation as well, shook his head, losing interest in the verbal skirmish. Nuabe, why not confront him directly? Nuayu's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, questioning if she still wished to insult. Did the pause indicate she was exhausted from the verbal onslaught? He understood that in an instant. Nuayu transformed into his beast form and lunged at Zhe, his claws digging fiercely into Zhe's shoulder as he soared into the air. aiming for a sharp rock. He hurled Zay with force, resulting in a resounding crash as the spirited Zay was left half-conscious. Sensing the tenacity of this feline-like creature, Xianyu dove once more, seizing Zay's shoulder and slamming him against the rock again. Zay! The incessant noise from below began to irritate Xianyu, prompting another dive to grasp Zay, delivering yet another punishing throw, leading Zay to the brink of unconsciousness. Finally, he transformed back into his human form, standing defiantly before Lin Yuan. Is this the best your cat tribe has to offer? Will you continue to bother Yuan? Xianyu disdainfully regarded the cat tribe, raising a finger to his lips. Sure, the next one to speak shall meet the same fate. Ding, malevolence value increased by 100. Lin Yuan was suddenly struck by how dashing and cool Xianyu appeared. Xianyu, excellent execution, full marks. A glance toward Nuaer signaled her to take note. Nuaer, having received the silent cue, nodded vigorously to its, not that one cannot fight. Engaging in a war of words is just a waste of resources and Xianyu's fruits. Nuabe gazed at Lin Yuan, who cast a satisfied glance toward Xianyu, feeling melancholied. My brother acts without summoning me. Xianyu remarked, this is precisely the sort of behavior a crane should engage in. Bickering has stripped the crane of its elegance. The orcs of the cat tribe crowded around Zay, their first warrior. They cursed Lin Yuan, the malicious female, for the predicament. Luo, sorrowfully cradling Zay, wept, Zay is my first beast husband. Quick, take Zay to find a shaman. The cat tribe leader, overwhelmed by fear, made the most prudent decision, opting for treatment rather than allowing him to perish. But leader, our tribe's shaman has not arrived. It will take us over 10 days to return to the tribe. Xianyu interjected, Zay harbors ill will toward you. Do you intend to release him? Will he not have another opportunity to harm you, system? The esteemed one speaks wisely. Lin Yuan mused, the system is rather sycophantic. Shall I eliminate him now? Xianyu delicately picked up a fruit and began to nibble on it. Only when Zay, the so-called first warrior of the cat tribe, was dispatched with swiftness would the tribe quiet down. Such an adversary, only capable of engaging in verbal skirmishes, struck her as rather lowly. Lin Yuan pulled over Xianyu and Nobii, whispering something into their ears. Xianyu transformed into beast form, leaping forward to collide directly with the group from the cat tribe, flinging the nearly lifeless Zay before Lin Yuan. Since you are utterly at a loss for how to save Zay, allow me to lend you a hand. Upon finishing, he exchanged a glance with Nobii. Nobii placed his foot on Zay's neck, which was rapidly losing breath, and kicked with great force. Zay's eyes widened in shock, witnessing the departure of the beast god. Ding, malicious value gained. 500. Xianyu, the most obedient female. Truly was the best. The beastmen of the cat tribe were left dumbfounded. Zay was dead. Rage, fury, and a desire for vengeance surged within them, but they did not wish to meet the same fate. Thus, they left without even retrieving Zay's body, fearful that they might be the next to perish. What should we do with this deceased large cat, now revealed in its beast form? Bury it? Ignore it? Nobii inquired, for it was still a beast man, and the body was quite unsettling. The surrounding beast men, witnessing the annihilation of their kin by the crane tribe, felt a tinge of vigilance and wariness arise within them. However, the cat tribe had twice volunteered themselves to their demise, and they deserved it. Throw it away, far away. It's a nuisance, Noel replied, gnawing on his fruit, bemused by how foolish his brother had become. Was there really any need to ask? It was not one of their own, so why bother burying it and wasting energy digging? Nobii, having received this sound advice, listened to his brother and promptly took the limp cat corpse, flying to a distant place to dispose of it. The beastmen of the cat tribe were enveloped in the abrupt death of their first warrior, losing all inclination to confront Lin Yuan and drag him back to the tribe for punishment. Especially for Zay's female mate, she could not fathom why the crane tribe would be so unreasonable. Clearly, the tribes around her would willingly listen to her reasoning. Not only had they failed to bring back Lin Yuan to answer for the blind Yuan Lan, but they had also lost their most favored and capable first beast husband, Zay. Unable to contain herself, she broke down in tears. Equally sorrowful was Lin Wei, the leader of the cat tribe, who could not comprehend why the cub he had raised would be so malicious and filled with deceit. Fabricating tales that he had been pushed off a cliff, it appeared, she simply sought a powerful beast husband, rejecting him as her beast father. If the people within the tribe truly harbored such ill will towards her, how could Yuan still be alive and well? She was the one who wished to abandon the beast father who had raised her, leaving the cat tribe to attach herself to the mightier beast tribes. He had personally gone to fetch her, but she refused to return, hurling a plethora of venomous words at him. Lost in thought, Lin Wei felt as if sorrow had aged him considerably. He could not falter. The cat tribe still needed him. He had Yu, who had lost both eyes, to care for, and he needed to atone for Yuan's misdeeds while also providing for Lan, who had lost one eye. The little female mate was right. As a beast father, he must take responsibility for the wrongdoings of his cub, Yuan. Meanwhile, Nobii, having discarded the corpse, returned with 2 powerful beast men following closely behind. The entire tribe was thrown into an uproar. These were 10th-tier beast men. The powerful energy radiated from them, one adorned in a snakeskin robe, obscuring his true strength, while the other exuded the unmistakable aura of a 10th-tier beast man. The stubborn, aggressive-looking beast man strode directly toward Xianyu, his eyes ablaze with fiery anger, his deep voice barely containing his rage. You casually made a contract with me and unceremoniously cast me aside, Xianyu. You truly are a most despicable female, Xianyu, munching on a small fruit while also feeding Noel, lifted her gaze. This familiar scene, this adorable tone, this extraordinarily handsome visage, Yufeng. She couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise, knowing that her only beast husband in the western continent was Mingzhan. The surrounding beast men watched this interaction with confusion. So this formidable male beast man had come seeking the attention of this rather inconspicuous female? Ah, you still remember my name. Quite the achievement. Yufeng approached Xianyu and directly embraced her, unceremoniously snatching the fruit from Noel's hand and devouring it with ferocity. How dare you take my female? Noel protested, displeased at Yufeng's boldness in claiming his mate and stealing his fruit. This new male beast man was excessively arrogant. You dare steal my fruit? Noel retorted, but Yufeng's gaze fell upon him, fixated on the contract mark on Noel's chest that belonged solely to Xianyu. He held Xianyu tightly, expressing his displeasure at so. Is it true that a flower in the wild is more fragrant than one at home? You cast me aside only to contract with this? Seeing Noel's increasingly furious expression, coupled with Yufeng's firm embrace that was painfully tight, Xianyu offered no resistance, merely seeking to soothe the situation. Chapter 19. The Market of the Tiantu Eagle Tribe. Yufeng. Noel, you are both my beast husbands. With a simple introduction, Xianyu turned her attention to Yufeng. How could I abandon you? I just had a few matters to attend to. With your immense strength, I feel completely at ease. Ha! Hearing the softness of his female in his embrace, Yufeng felt a bittersweet relief. He knew that if this troublesome female did not soften, he would have no recourse. With a haughty snort, he decided to let the matter pass, not regretting his efforts to find her. Though he was tricked into a contract by Xianyu, protecting his female was the duty of every male beast man. Otherwise, with Xianyu's mischievous nature, he could easily find himself a stinking, wandering beast man should he let his guard down. Wah, my female master is bullying me, stealing my fruit, Noel complained. Not that he wished to fight, but Yufeng was a genuine 10th-tier beast man who had ascended through fierce battles against other beasts. He had no intention of seeking a fight. Calm down, my dear water-bearer, Xianyu interjected, swiftly stuffing a fruit into Noel's mouth before Yufeng could retaliate, followed by another for Yufeng. Yufeng cast a disdainful glance at Noel before sitting down on a clean stone while still holding Xianyu close. Noel, fuming, followed suit beside Yufeng, unwilling to distance himself from his female master. Nobii, observing the scene, chuckled as he noted the peculiar and almost ethereal appearance of the amnesiac snake beast man beside him. Am I truly that forgettable? He mused, only learning his name from Yufeng's mention. Gu Xian. Yu Xian sought to approach Yufeng, the only one who seemed to know his identity, but was met with a dismissive roll of Yufeng's eyes and a curt command, scram. This fellow, who had a decent appearance but was not on good terms with him, could potentially be a source of annoyance should Xianyu take a liking to him. Xianyu observed Gu Xian with curiosity, noting the resemblance to the detestable beastmen of the fox tribe. There was something familiar about him, a slight resemblance to Gu Tung. Noel, excited, looked at Yufeng, realizing that he had told another male beastman to leave without dismissing him, allowing him to sit beside his female master. As I suspected, I am still the most favored, Gu Xian, who had been scolded, turned his helpless gaze toward Nobai, who showed no objection, leading him to sit beside him. Lin Yuan, gazing at this strikingly handsome beast man with his upturned eyes and prominent nose, found herself secretly infatuated. Although Yu Feng also caught her eye, she did not wish to dwell on her sister's man. "Dear sister, I believe I have fallen in love. Do you think I could win his affection?" the system replied. The halo of love at first sight greatly enhances favorability. It merely requires 100 malice points. "You deserve it, Xianyu. You deserve it." Lin Yuan, exchange. "This is a dried meat I developed. You might find the flavor delightful." Lin Yuan activated the love at first sight halo and offered a piece of dried meat to Gu Xian, who had been maintaining a respectful distance. From Gu Xian's perspective, the delicate light cascaded gently onto the small female's face, illuminating her fair complexion with a sacred glow. "Oh, beast god, she is so beautiful and kind." Even offering this amnesiac beast man a delicious morsel, as he accepted the roasted meat, Gu Xian's other hand instinctively clasped his chest. How strange! His heart had been racing so swiftly just moments ago. Yu Feng, observing the scene with amusement, thought it would be entertaining if Gu Xian, in his amnesiac state, were to form a contract with another female. That would certainly stir up some trouble for his childhood sweetheart. Xianyu shifted in Yu Feng's embrace, seeking a comfortable position, while also handing a pouch filled with assorted flavored fruits to Noel, signifying that he should feed her in that moment. The surrounding beastmen gazed at Xianyu, perceiving her to be in a state of utmost enjoyment. "Where do you hail from, beastman? How could you be with me?" Nobai posed a sincere question to Gu Xian, and on his way back after disposing of a body, he encountered two formidable beastmen who silently followed him. Compared to the imposing figure of Yu Feng, Nobai chose to express his curiosity to Gu Xian. "I don't know. I have lost my memory. All I know is that my name is Gu Xian." Yu Xian looked distressed as he regarded Yu Feng, sensing that this individual was aware of his circumstances yet chose to remain silent. "Yu Feng knew of my situation but refused to divulge it." Nobai nodded, concluding that Gu Xian was merely an amnesiac beastman without any binding contract. Nearby, Xianyu, nestled in Yu Feng's embrace while nibbling on fruit, seemed to grasp the situation. This fellow was at odds with Yu Feng and likely hailed from the eastern continent. Observing his attire, which indicated he was a serpent beastman, she realized the familiarity. It resembled Gu Tang, suggesting a shared lineage. Moreover, the indistinct energy fluctuations emanating from him likely indicated he belonged to the Tangshi clan. "What is the situation with the beastman brought back with you?" Gu Xian pondered, his thoughts tinged with sarcasm. "Oh, have you taken a liking to him? Are you planning to ensnare him as you did with me in the cave, to make him your beast husband? Why do you divert your gaze from me? My dear female lord, you always seem to grow tired of the old and seek novelty, even if it was by coercion. Your interest wanes so quickly, does it not?" Yu Feng held Xianyu tightly, unable to fathom how one could treat him so disdainfully. Having employed such methods to claim him, how could he so carelessly cast him aside? Just because Ming Zhan suffered a trivial injury, he would rather endure the wrath of the beast god than harm the fox tribe present. Yet, he was left uninformed and abandoned, his pride forbidding him from appearing desperate, despite his belief that his female companion, now his unwilling partner, Xianyu, felt no remorse or pity for him. "However, despite your curiosity, my dear female lord, I find myself devoid of the desire to explain anything to you. What should I do?" Xianyu's overwhelming aura of obsession was intoxicating. "How I longed to torment him. Oh, is that so? Who's to blame for your lack of intrigue?" It barely sustains interest for a moment. Once Xianyu's words escaped her lips, Yu Feng's ignited fury blazed like wildfire, transforming into his beast form and tossing Xianyu onto himself. Observing the peculiar interactions between the female lord and the beast husband, Nuaer was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, transforming into his beast form to pursue them. "What is happening?" Lin Yuan, still at the same spot, felt a tinge of confusion. "Was there something they could not discuss in front of everyone?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Xianyu, are you all right?" The system responded. "Not online. I'm fine. Please do not disturb me," Xianyu retorted. Finding a secluded spot devoid of beastmen, Yu Feng transformed back into human form and forcefully pinned Xianyu against a tree. "Is your beast husband absent, leaving you unsatisfied?" You've contracted another beast husband so soon. How scandalous! But fret not. I am here now, and I shall thoroughly satisfy you. I in this tranquil space, free from the disturbances of other beast men. Yu Feng's lingering rage morphed into desire, seemingly intent on consuming Xianyu. With a powerful grip, he effortlessly lifted her, aligning her gaze with his, wishing to see if her eyes could maintain that calmness while witnessing the unfolding drama. His other hand ventured beneath her skirt, ascending her leg gradually. Oh, is that all? Xianyu mused, exhilarated by the madness of the moment. Keep going. I enjoy this. So, it seems that my waning interest in you and my unfulfilled desires are to be blamed on me? As Xianyu's provocative words reached his ears, Yu Feng's rationality began to unravel. Fixating on Xianyu's scornful, disdainful gaze, his grip intensified, intent on marking his territory upon her. I must ask, my dear female lord, what exactly are you two engaged in? Might I join? Nuwa Air's voice chimed in, playfully feigning innocence from a distance. Were it not for the bond of their contract, he might have struggled to catch up so swiftly. The difference between a 10th-tier beastman and an 8th-tier one was quite substantial. Ha! Do you really think there's any place left for you? I have no objections, considering how lascivious our female lord is. Aware that Xianyu had another beast husband behind her, Yu Feng continued his actions, now even more intrigued. Xianyu, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, felt as if she were venturing into uncharted territories. I want to embrace and kiss the female lord too, Nuwa Air declared, nonchalantly wrapping an arm around Xianyu's waist, pressing himself against her from behind. He planted a kiss upon her slender neck, while his other hand ventured beneath the veil of her skirt, caressing her ample bosom. Oh, Xianyu gasped, unable to suppress her reaction. Unwilling to back down, Yu Feng seized Xianyu's lips, his presence exuding an irresistible allure as he pried open her slightly parted lips. Following the rhythm of his movements, he felt her increasingly rigid form. With a sharp bite, his incisors pierced her tongue, and he deftly licked away the droplets of blood that oozed forth. The pain elicited further tremors from Xianyu. As Yu Feng's low, frenzied voice whispered in her ear, "This is your punishment for abandoning me for the first time." Meanwhile, at the Crane tribe, there was indecision about whether to venture out in search of Nuwa Air and the others. Concerned for his offspring and the beast husband Xianyu had found, the Crane chief, Nuwa, worried they might clash. After all, that beast husband was imbued with a fierce aura and considerable strength. Nobii, on the other hand, heeded the advice of his female companion, Lin Yuan, asserting that Yu Feng merely wished to have a private conversation with Xianyu, as the crowd was too large for convenience. Do not fret, beast husband. Yu Feng and Nuwa Air are both Xianyu's beast husbands. If any conflict were to arise, Xianyu would not allow it to escalate. Very well, if they do not return by dawn, we shall seek them out. Meanwhile, the amnesiac Gu Xian pondered the implications of Yu Feng being the unremarkable female beast husband. If he were to capture that female and threaten him, would he not glean insights into his own situation? Glancing at the female before him, Lin Yuan, Nobii's mate, he felt an inexplicable yet profound affinity towards her, despite a subconscious sense of repulsion, as if he had forgotten something of great importance. Is something the matter? Would you like some jerky? Lin Yuan smiled faintly, attempting to entice him while offering various treats from her hand, hoping to win over the beastman's palate. Accepting the food from Lin Yuan, Gu Xian cast aside his initial discomfort, reaffirming that Lin Yuan was indeed a kind-hearted female. Before dawn, as the gathering officially commenced, Yu Feng and Nuwa Air returned to the Crane tribe's assembly with the slumbering Xianyu in tow. Lin Yuan silently noted the crimson mark upon Xianyu's exposed neck, a clear indication of their fervent encounter. She pondered why Yu Feng and Nuwa Air radiated a similar aura of unfulfilled desire. Wondering if it was merely her imagination, as the assembly began and the gates of the Tiantu Wang tribe swung open, the bustling sounds of the surrounding beastmen stirred the sleeping Xianyu. A fleeting expression of irritation crossed her face as she awoke, prompting her to resume her habitual fruit nibbling. Who could understand the vexation of being awakened by noise? Only sweet fruits could quell the discontent within her. However, upon noticing Yu Feng and Nuwa Air beside her, her mood brightened instantly. Indeed, there was something amusing about tormenting her beast husbands. With the market now open, the designated stalls of the Crane tribe were set, allowing everyone to disperse and procure or exchange their desired goods. Xianyu, I'm planning to set up a food stall at the tribe's booth. Would you like to join me? Lin Yuan proposed. Producing a piece of animal hide upon which she arranged various delicacies. Xianyu shook her head, preferring to explore and see if there were any enticing spectacles to behold. The monotony of her lengthy existence left her craving excitement. Aside from her fondness for handsome men, she was wholeheartedly devoted to her training, yearning for the strength of a powerful witch. Reflecting on her memories of Wushan, she acknowledged that only through immense power could she attain everything she desired. Accompanied by Yufeng and Nuaer, Xianyu meandered through the market, though it was still early in the day, and few beastmen had displayed their wares. After all, the market lasted for half a month. And this was merely the first day. Occasionally, she noticed other females whose eyes lingered on Yufeng and Nuaer. Among them was one who, from Xianyu's perspective, appeared diminutive and somewhat plain. Yet her face was tolerable, adorned with excessive embellishments, and her attire was mediocre. Most importantly, this individual was the sole offspring of the Tiantu Wang tribe's chieftain, audaciously blocking Xianyu's path with a starry-eyed expression. Her gaze filled with longing as she beheld Yufeng. You, an unremarkable female, how could you be worthy of such a powerful male? My beast husband is the chieftain of the Tiantu Wang tribe. Only someone as striking and noble as I deserves a formidable male like him. Oh, is that so? Humph. I advise you not to be ungrateful, oh. What do you mean by oh? You better hurry and sever the contract for me. Or I shall not be so courteous. Very well then, feel free to be discourteous. Xianyu watched the female before him with great amusement. It was quite entertaining, even when she had barely cultivated any witchcraft in Wushan. No beastman dared to speak to her in such a manner. Truly, the impoverished Western continent is capable of nurturing one batch after another of ignorant beastmen. Upon hearing that a scuffle might ensue, Yufeng and Nuar immediately positioned themselves beside Xianyu, chattering away as if it were a pastime for females. If a fight were to break out, did they think they were invincible? Observing the male beastman she favored standing in front of another female. Tianling, the offspring of the Tiantu Wang tribe, was so furious that she stamped her feet in anger. However, there was no one behind her capable of contending with Yufeng and Nuar. Leaving behind a threat, you all wait. She turned to gather her allies. Ha! Xianyu could not help but chuckle, finding it amusing that a chieftain's offspring had to make a special trip to summon reinforcements for her own tribe. Nuar, are you saying that all these so-called chieftains' offspring are devoid of any governing power over the tribe? Xianyu was somewhat surprised. It appeared that the Western continent was indeed vastly different from their Eastern continent. With Lin Yuan having been tricked off a cliff, and now this peculiar creature before her, what did governing power even mean? Did it imply calling upon the tribe to brawl? Even a chieftain's authority hinged on whether the tribe members were willing to follow. As the young vice-chieftain of the Flying Lion tribe, Yufeng possessed governing power over the tribe that rivaled that of the chieftain. At her words, he too could not suppress a laugh, and no wonder the 100-yearly contest of beastmen's strength on the continent always saw the Western continent overshadowed by the East. It was like a scattered handful of sand. How was a chieftain selected, I wonder? Was it merely based on who had a good reputation within the tribe and got chosen by acclamation? Yufeng sincerely inquired, finding it hard to believe that it was based on strength alone. This meant that if any beastman within the tribe harbored ill intentions, the chieftain might not possess the strength to deal with them. Indeed, isn't that how tribes function? Nuar looked at Yufeng in confusion, marveling at how ignorant the beastmen were, capable of posing such questions. So, even if one offended the individual from earlier, it did not equate to offending the entire tribe. Xianyu nodded in understanding. No wonder that female spoke so arrogantly yet fled in cowardice. Chapter 20. The word sorcerer. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Why do you constantly wear that tattered dress? It is quite unsightly. Come, tell me what you desire, and I shall purchase it for you. Yufeng regarded Xianyu's dress of fish-scale silk, believing it to be woven by Mingzhan himself. Xianyu's complex gaze fell upon Yufeng. 10 red crystals were hardly shabby. Nuar scratched his head, having seen the true appearance of that fish-scale silk before. Was it truly unsightly? He felt inexplicably that he was the poorest among the beast husbands. Are you certain this market has any garments that you deem less shabby? Xianyu scoffed. After all, the female from earlier wore a similar outfit, and they had attended the market many times. Yufeng rubbed his nose. Remaining silent, he genuinely felt there might not be any. After wandering about, He pondered whether it was the Western continent's poverty or something else. The stalls were filled with furs, food, fruits, jars and bottles, and some even sold flint. Xianyu, who had yet to see any energy fruit, felt quite disappointed. Oh, the only thing that piqued her interest was a stall selling slaves. What kind of sources do your slaves come from here? Xianyu knew that on the eastern continent, slaves typically came from defeated tribes, some even possessing significant talents. Looking at the stall before her, filled with the elderly, weak, ill, and young, she thought, this is hardly suitable for finding slaves to serve oneself. These individuals were merely those who could not hunt enough food and had no choice but to be sold. Otherwise, who would willingly become a slave? Nuar explained. Yufeng lamented that the Western continent was quite democratic, allowing slaves to choose whether or not to serve. Such power was truly remarkable. It was worth his journey to find a female master. He had gained new insights. Xianyu nodded, pondering how difficult it would be to evaluate if there were truly people willing to buy these slaves. Oh, indeed there were. Female, you have successfully captured my attention. Brother, what have they done wrong? They are living beings too. It is too pitiful for them to feast one day and starve the next at this market. A vibrant female spoke up. Hearing this fresh and compassionate statement, the eyes of the crowd lit up, and the eyes of the slaves sparkled even more. However, you want me to buy them and have them wash clothes and cook for me? You claim the tribe's warriors have their own matters. They need not be constantly parading behind me. Why not simply buy these slaves? I do not mind them being old, weak, ill, or disabled. Why not spend a few crystals to acquire these bargains? The tall and handsome male beastman beside her looked helplessly at her. Nuan, dear, do not cause a ruckus. Keeping so many slaves will impoverish you. I do not care. They can eat less. Yes, this little female is correct. As long as they are fed enough to survive, it will suffice. The slave owner rushed forward to promote the deal, feeling that this was indeed a significant transaction, despite the low price. Yet, there was no sale to be had. Brother, look, the slave seller is saying the same thing. The tall and handsome male beastman, Dianshi, thought that it seemed he would have to resort to a clever trick. Nuan, however, our pouch of crystals went missing on the way to the market. Should I go and find you some exotic beasts? Just wait, I shall return shortly with that. He vanished in an instant. Huh? Dian was dumbfounded. Her brother had abandoned her just like that. Wow! She was about to head to the stall to report to her mother beast. Hey, are we still going to keep the slaves? The slave owner looked begrudgingly at the departing figure of the little female, calling out loudly in desperation. What a considerable deal, yet it fell through. Having just witnessed this spectacle, Xianyu noticed that the gazes of the onlookers had shifted back to her, in no other reason than that the troublesome offspring of the Tianshouwang tribe, Tianling, had returned. She came, bringing along a throng of beastmen from her tribe, as well as the sole sorcerer of the Tianshouwang tribe, the one reputed to possess the power of word spirit. The sorcerer, beastmen who frequently visited this market were familiar with the sorcerer's abilities, and they unconsciously adopted a respectful demeanor, causing the surroundings to fall silent. The word sorcerer, you lot bullied me, Tianling brazenly accused. Pointing at Xianyu and her companions, the word sorcerer, an old man with white hair, fixed his sharp gaze upon Yufeng and Nuar, then casually glanced at the seemingly insignificant female, Xianyu. You dare bully a female of our Tianshouwang tribe at the market we host? As he spoke, the old man forcefully struck the ground with the wooden staff in his hand, raising a small cloud of dust. Gazing at the old man before her, Xianyu pondered deeply. Was this truly the formidable sorcerer said to possess word spirit powers? What was that stick? Did he need it as a cane for unsteady footing? She had never seen such an unrefined staff before. On the eastern continent, staffs were typically conjured from the sorcerer's own powers and, in any case, even a slender rod would not be lacking in aesthetics. They could be summoned whenever needed and would dissipate when not required. Thus, Xianyu's complex gaze fell upon the oddly shaped, grotesque staff that was nearly half the old man's height. She felt quite conflicted. Why did the sorcerers of the western continent seem to lack sophistication? Looking again at the old man, whose white hair suggested he was nearing the end of his life, she wondered what kind of beast he was with such a short lifespan. Ultimately, Xianyu concluded that he was truly pathetic. How have we bullied you? Nuar protested, looking at the word sorcerer, who initially inspired a modicum of respect, now appearing as a meddlesome troublemaker. Tianling, please explain how they bullied you, so that they may understand the gravity of their actions. The word sorcerer adopted a stance, as if he were about to advocate for Tianling. That female stole my male beastman, Tianling shouted, pointing accusingly at Xianyu. The word sorcerer nodded, then turned to look at Xianyu and her companions, implying that they had the opportunity to defend themselves. Which male beastman are you referring to, you ugly creature? I would never take a fancy to such a hideous being. Noir glared at Tianling, enjoying the chance to make this self-important female uncomfortable. Or are you talking about Yufeng? Haha, you think I would desire an ugly creature whom you do not fancy? I can assure you, there are many females pursuing me. Among them, this one before me is the most shameless. Yufeng too looked disdainfully at Tianling, least his female master was of top combat prowess, cunning, and capable of scheming her way into his heart. Her appearance was also passable. What was this ugly female? A mere creature from a broken tribe on the western continent? Any female from his flying lion tribe could easily defeat her, and she dared to covet him. You all are too much. Woo-woo, word sorcerer. Look, they are bullying me. Tianling was so provoked by the male's mockery for the first time that she burst into tears. The orcs trailing behind her exchanged glances, clearly aware that the chief's offspring was attempting to claim a female from another only to fail miserably. Moreover, the two males bore expressions of disdain towards her. The mage, Yen, struck the ground forcefully with his staff, acutely aware that his days were numbered. He typically refrained from using his magical powers unless absolutely necessary, relying instead on the prestige he had accumulated over the years to resolve most matters. How dare you two males speak so harshly to a female? Such behavior will not endear you to your female leader. Xianyu, are you asking me? Forgive my candor, but I adore it. I simply cannot resist. Embarrassed, Yin surveyed the three before him and quickly realized that the two male orcs were indeed the mates of the female clad in a shimmering skirt. He also noted the ornamental headpiece and dagger at Nua's waist, crafted from the teeth and the hardest bones of a dragon. Furthermore, he felt the tumultuous energy emanating from Yufeng. A wise mage does not suffer fools lightly. Yin prepared to withdraw, declaring, "You disrespectful lot. I have nothing further to discuss with you." Wait, did I say you could leave? Xianyu cast a glance at Yufeng and Nuaer, prompting Yufeng to block Yan's path. Fully aware of Yan's capabilities, Nuaer advanced, drawing the dagger and pressing it against the old mage's throat. I hear that your words are quite powerful. Yan, tell me, do you think the dagger at your throat could strike faster than your speech? Xianyu stepped closer, determined to ensure Yan understood the mockery in her gaze. The surrounding orcs were taken aback. How dare they show such disrespect to Yin, the sole mage of the Tian-Tu Wang tribe? Tianling, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. She had no intention of harming Yan, though not overstep. Our mage only wished to speak with you and meant no harm. An orc from the Tian-Tu Wang tribe interjected. The cold touch of the dagger on his neck rendered Yin speechless. Fearful that any movement might be misconstrued as an attempt to unleash his powers, resulting in a fatal cut, he could only cast a furious, fearful glare at Xianyu. Ding, malicious value gained, 100. Is that so? Well, I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to borrow a few hundred energy fruits from you and your tribe, with no intention of returning them. What? A few hundred? Our tribe does not possess such a quantity. The orcs of the Tian-Tu Wang tribe were astounded. Was this a demand for their mage's life in exchange for energy fruits? It was not that they were unwilling, but they simply did not have them. The restrained Yin widened his eyes in disbelief. This was an egregious affront. Throughout his life, he had only amassed a meager 100 energy fruits. Oh, is that so? Your tribe is in such dire straits, yet you dare to provoke me? Is it the yearning to meet the beast god so strong? As Xianyu's words fell, the eyes of the Tian-Tu Wang tribe orcs widened. This female was exceedingly arrogant, yet Yin was in the grasp of her mate. In truth, even Nuaer was astonished by Xianyu's bold demand for several hundred energy fruits. Yufeng, however, was accustomed to such demands. Recalling how Xianyu had once easily extracted nearly 500 energy fruits from the great mage Gu Tung, I have no choice. My kindness compels me. Very well, a flat price, 300 energy fruits. If you cannot meet this demand, feel free to seek elsewhere. There are plenty of tribes in the market, though judging by your impoverished state, I think I shall lower my asking price. I will return your mage to you unharmed. Otherwise, I trust you are aware that the language of magic requires the use of one's tongue. Xianyu's dangerous gaze landed precisely on Yan's throat, her tone laced with threat. Unless, of course, you prefer a mage incapable of casting spells. Ding, malicious value gained. 100. Even as Yan was held captive, the orcs of the Tian-Tu-Wang tribe had already informed their chief, Tian Wang. Upon receiving the news, Tian Wang rushed to the scene with all his might. Little female, I advise you not to be so brazen. Release our mage, and let us speak civilly. Tian Wang, a tall, middle-aged man, cast an irritated glance at Xianyu. Even if your mate is powerful, this is our territory, the Tian-Tu-Wang tribe. Xianyu found his tone deeply displeasing. A fleeting glance passed between her and Nuaer, who tightened his grip on the dagger, drawing a thin line of blood across Yan's neck. So, the mage is expendable to your tribe? Xianyu's gaze, rich with mockery and sympathy, fell upon Yan. A mere mage cannot possibly be worth 300 energy fruits. It would indeed be a hardship for your impoverished tribe. As the dagger pressed against Yan's throat seemed poised for use, Tian Wang grew increasingly anxious. If Yan were to perish, it would spell the end of their tribe's magical lineage. I will exchange. Remain calm. I will seek out the leaders of other tribes to procure the energy fruits. I will ensure you receive every last one. Oh, is that so? 300 energy fruits was the initial price. However, it has now risen to 400. As Xianyu's words hung in the air, Tian Wang's expression shifted to one of pure fury, yet he dared not utter another word, fearing that this shameless female would demand even more energy fruits. Seeing Yin held captive, any other orcs from different tribes who foolishly attempted to intervene were swiftly dealt with by Yufeng. Given their lack of worth compared to Yin, he merely incapacitated them for his own amusement. Yufeng, after all, was all too aware that there was a struggle for resources between the eastern and western continents. Taking down a few orcs from the west was a welcome diversion. Furthermore, what concern did the mages of the west have for the orcs of the east? After several displays of force, the area fell silent, and Yufeng returned to Xianyu's side. Nuaer maintained the dagger's position against Yan, keeping him standing beside Xianyu. While they awaited Tian Wang's return with the fruits, Xianyu, feeling bored, began to nibble on a fruit, her gaze curiously fixed on the silent mage. Yin, I permit you to move your fingers. Hand over the energy fruits in your pouch. Surely you do not believe the Tian-Tu-Wang tribe can procure so many fruits. Yan's furious glare met Xianyu's amused gaze. How could this female know of her pouch? She was not as simple as she appeared. Xianyu rolled her eyes. Given Yan's aged appearance, one would assume she could at least master a pouch. Under Xianyu's watchful eye, Yin trembled slightly, attempting to comply. Eventually, a mere 100 energy fruits floated before Xianyu. Unwilling to reveal her identity as a mage, Xianyu signaled to Yufeng. With a wave of his hand, the energy fruits were stored in the spatial pouch of a 10th-tier beastman. The moment they entered, Yufeng was aware of the exact quantity. 110 energy fruits, leaving a deficit of 290. Upon hearing this, a member of the Tian-Tu-Wang tribe rushed to inform their chief. And soon after, Tian Wang returned, hurriedly holding a leather pouch filled with bright red energy fruits. Yufeng stepped forward, accepting the pouch and transferring its contents into his spatial storage. He carelessly tossed the empty pouch back to Tian Wang, nodding at Xianyu to indicate that the quantity was sufficient. You require several hundred energy fruits, yet you need to gather them from multiple tribes. It would be prudent not to provoke me, as I would feel quite remorseful for causing you such hardship. Xianyu scoffed, dismissing the situation as she removed the dagger from Yan's throat, signaling that the mage was free to leave. However, just as she released the dagger, the elderly mage erupted with magical energy, his lips moving as if to catch Xianyu and her companions off guard. With no hesitation, Xianyu delivered a swift kick to the old man's backside, sending him sprawling and effectively halting the surge of magical power. If you wish to meet the beast god, continue to act foolishly. Do you truly believe that by removing the dagger from Yan's throat, I would be intimidated by you? Xianyu's smile grew more audacious, declaring, the dagger was merely a means for you fools to comprehend the situation. Do you understand? Ha! Did they think she would provide Yin with the opportunity to retaliate? It takes time to cast spells. Should she be blamed for that? Absurd. Humiliated and defeated, Yin glared at Xianyu with a fierce intensity. With Tian Wang's assistance, she managed to stand and softly utter, "Let us go. Do not provoke them further." In that fleeting moment, the sharp pain seemed to awaken the old man to the realization that Xianyu was not to be trifled with, and that she was indeed capable of taking action against him. Having traversed the long years of his life, the old man's patience was always somewhat remarkable. Ding, malicious value. 100. Chapter 21. By Zay's appearance, the surrounding orcs gazed at Xianyu with expressions tinged with horror and complexity. This little female bore no reverence towards the wizard. Moreover, the beast man beside her was exceedingly formidable, making her an unwise target for confrontation. They all made a concerted effort to steer clear of Xianyu and her companions. As for Tianling, who had instigated trouble, she also tucked her tail between her legs and followed Yin the wizard back, no longer daring to act arrogantly before Xianyu. She simply could not fathom why. During her initial provocation of Xianyu, the latter did not retaliate. Accompanied by Yin the wizard to seek retribution, it was perplexing that Yin, who spoke less grandly than she, was treated in such a manner. Xianyu, after all, was not one to waste her efforts on the likes of her. Even if she were to engage, it would have to be with something of value. After all, even if she were to leave Tianling half dead, it would not yield 100 energy fruits. Having found little of interest, Xianyu returned to the stall area of the Crane tribe with Yufeng and Nuar to check on Lin Yuan's business. "I heard you all gave Yin the wizard a good thrashing." Upon their leisurely arrival at the stall, the entire market seemed to buzz with the news. A female clad in a fish-scale dress had, along with 2 beastmen, beaten up Yin the wizard from the Tian Wang tribe. Naturally, the Crane tribe caught wind of this, and Nuanu's complex gaze swept over Xianyu and her companions. "There are still 50 energy fruits. I exchanged them with them. I see. In the future, if you have energy fruits, you can directly trade with me. In light of my affection for Nuar, I'll give you 1 crystal for every 10 energy fruits. How does that sound?" Ignoring the complexity in Nuanu's gaze, Xianyu sincerely proposed her idea. "That is agreeable." What objection could Nuanu have? This was even more favorable than the Tian Wang tribe's previous offer. Although energy fruits grew in perilous locations guarded by ferocious beasts, they were not as difficult to acquire for a skilled flying tribe as they were for those on land. However, the utility of energy fruits was relatively limited for the orcs. They were either harvested for the females or offered to the tribe's wizard. Thus, wizards tended to possess a greater quantity of them. Of course, for a wizard like Xianyu, who was a unique exception, had it not been for the excessive consumption of energy fruits, she would undoubtedly have been the one possessing the most. In reality, she often had hundreds at her disposal, though at times it dwindled to just a few. The orcs of the Crane tribe, familiar with Xianyu's daily habits, exchanged knowing glances. She truly was a female with a penchant for fruit, often seen nibbling on them, if she treated energy fruits in a similar manner. It was no wonder she had thrashed Yin the wizard, extorting over 100 energy fruits from him. "Lin Yuan, sister, you're incredible. In just a short while, you managed to create such a stir." System, offline, Xianyu. Calm down. Standing behind Lin Yuan, Gu Xian regarded Xianyu with a contemplative look. It seemed that Yofeng's female was quite fond of energy fruits. He had a fair number in his own space. Perhaps he could test the waters someday to see if he could glean information about her origins. Noticing Gu Xian's gaze, Xianyu shot him a glance. This male was indeed strikingly alluring, resembling a fox beastman more than a snake beastman. Yufeng silently stepped forward, positioning himself between them, glaring fiercely at Xianyu. "You flirtatious female." Teske. Feeling Yufeng's jealousy radiating towards her, Xianyu could not help but marvel inwardly. This was quite the contrast to the indifference he had displayed when he first facilitated her bond with Gu Tong. It appeared that the enchanting Gu Xian had a certain effect after all, at least serving to provoke her otherwise aloof beastman. Lin Yuan. "Flirting with men is so difficult. I don't know how to quickly win Gu Xian over as my beastman." Xianyu. Lin Yuan. "With so many females coming and going in this market, what if Gu Xian takes a liking to someone else?" System. Dear, you can spend 500 malicious value to inquire about Gu Xian's most vulnerable point. Lin Yuan. "What nonsense, Xianyu. It suggests you drug him to force a bond. You might even earn some malicious value in the process." Lin Yuan. "Why would I earn malicious value for bonding? That's outrageous. Am I really that unremarkable?" System. Dear, Spending 2,000 malicious value can reveal Gu Xian's life experiences, but you owe a debt. It cannot directly mention emotional experiences, lest it become exposed. Xianyu, why not give it a try? For instance, after you bond with him, you could obtain a memory recovery potion from the system. Watching the drama unfold is never too much trouble. System. There is a memory recovery potion available here for just 40 malicious value. However, it can only be purchased after you bond with Gu Xian. Lin Yuan. I feel as though you were trying to trick me. There's no good in this. Lin Yuan's sparkling gaze fell upon Xianyu, brimming with allure. Come on, let us see the Luckbringer. By Zhe, Lin Yuan. System. Locate by Zhe. System. Understood. Deducting 20 malicious value. The map has been transmitted. Xianyu. Let us go see what he looks like. Nuayu. Nuabe. Let us pack up our stall and go for a stroll. Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Xianyu and beckoned her. Xianyu nodded, leading Yufeng and Nuar along. The idle Gu Xian trailed behind them, casting curious glances at Xianyu. Lin Yuan's seemingly casual wandering was, in truth, guided by the coordinates relayed by the system. Fortunately, they were within the Tian-Tu Wang tribe, so the distances were not excessively vast. Female master, didn't we just stroll through here? Nuar, following behind Xianyu, queried in confusion, bored, let us wander some more. Xianyu responded nonchalantly to it. Seemed that among their group, 2 females were present. Yet the orcs who had not witnessed the earlier events could not ascertain that Xianyu was indeed the one who had assaulted Yin the wizard. Before long, beneath a large tree, Lin Yuan spotted their target. There, a tall figure squatted, leaning against the tree, with a stall set before him. As Lin Yuan drew closer, her heart momentarily constricted. The man possessed a flawlessly pale visage, marked by sharp angles that exuded an air of coldness, with deep, dark eyes gleaming alluringly. His thick brows, prominent nose, and exquisite lips all radiated nobility and elegance. Xianyu, forgive my ignorance and crudeness. This male beast-man rivals Ming Zhan in beauty. What does he have for sale at his stall? Xianyu crouched down, scrutinizing the various plant seeds and beautiful gemstones displayed on the coarse animal hide. There was also a fabric made of an unknown material, light as gossamer yet opaque, feeling quite pleasant to the touch. It would be perfect for making clothes for her beastmen. Do not touch my wares with your filthy hands, you impure female. His perfectly sculpted lips parted to deliver this icy remark. His deep-set eyes brimming with derision. He had witnessed Xianyu, emboldened by her formidable beastman, brandishing a knife against Yin the wizard's throat, extorting 400 energy fruits. My goods are not for sale to you. Meeting his scornful gaze, Xianyu calmly produced a fruit, suppressing her rising ire. Very well, a handsome male would indeed be granted certain privileges in her presence. The prerequisite being, of course, that this beauty could be trifled with. As she glanced at Yufeng, who allowed her to have her way. Upon hearing the beautiful man's insult directed at her, Lin Yuan's infatuation with his beauty was abruptly shattered. You scoundrel! How dare you insult my female master? What manner of being are you? Could anyone insult Xianyu and go unpunished? Nuar could not tolerate it. Yufeng had already entered a state of readiness, waiting for Xianyu's signal to teach this ill-mannered fellow a lesson. However, Xianyu showed no intention of letting him take action. Why won't you let your beastman retaliate against me? By Zayas frosty, mocking gaze struck directly at Xianyu. Let me guess, perhaps you are enamored with my appearance? There are always malicious females who, in order to compel him into becoming their beast husband, feign innocence before him. He is certainly not the type to be easily deceived, nor is he a shallow male beast man. Thus, even when I witness your disgraceful moments, you must still present yourself as kind and naive in my presence. Yufeng relinquished his battle-ready stance, casting a gaze akin to that of a simpleton upon Bays. Envious of the need to feign kindness while yearning for a beast husband. Recalling his own experiences of being bound by a contract, he increasingly felt that this male beastman before him was destined for a tragic fate. Xianyu gnawed at a fruit, fixating on Bays' face, silently observing without uttering a word, deliberately ignoring Bays' provocative remarks. With a mouth that was both annoying and quite handsome, how should one punish his impertinence? Lin Yuan, Xianyu, have you lost your wits from being scolded? Why don't you react? System. Not online. Xianyu, TSK, what reaction should I give? Is it that the females are so enamored with me that they are left speechless? Bays, observing Xianyu's indifferent demeanor as he munched on the fruit, felt quite displeased. Teske, are you trying to seduce me? Xianyu cast a cold, unfeeling glance at Baze, congratulating him. Congratulations, male, you have successfully piqued my interest. A punishment for your interest? Lin Yuan, astonished, thought, the female tyrant is right beside me. What Baze says seems more like provocation than seduction. Did your mother beast not teach you that as a male beast? You should maintain some decorum? To openly seduce females like you do is utterly debauched. Ding, malice points gained. Tinned, seeing Baze's angular face bloom with pale humiliation and fury, Xianyu felt immense joy. Yufeng, this familiar scene. The female master truly is becoming increasingly shameless. Noelle, the female master can sometimes be quite shameless, but it's all right. She is still his favorite female. You're talking nonsense, you shameless one. I wouldn't even consider seducing a foreign beast like you. Oh, you don't spare even foreign beasts, huh? Although I must admit, there are fewer females around, your temperament is rather unappealing, your strength is a tad lacking, and your looks are merely passable, so there's no need to be so desperate. Ding, malice points gained. 10. As Baze's expression grew increasingly enraged, Xianyu spoke even more audaciously. Given your audacity to openly entice me, I might begrudgingly accept you. Lin Yuan. Ah, you've mastered the art of manipulation. Noelle? Indeed. Xianyu is truly a remarkable female. It seems this male beast man is so unappealing that no female wishes to claim him. Thus the female master will do a good deed. Perhaps he ought to refrain from intervening. Yufeng, don't settle. There are plenty of beast husbands available, so don't take him. Get lost, you malicious and vile female. For the first time, being insulted so rudely made Baze's humiliation reach its peak. Ding, malice points gained. Tinned, observing the handsome male beast man being bullied by Xianyu's words until his face turned pale. Some nearby females could no longer contain themselves. You, female, how can you speak such lies? It's one thing to say he has an unappealing personality, and perhaps his strength is somewhat lacking, but to say he is unattractive is simply false. This male beast man is undeniably handsome. Thank you very much. Baze, overwhelmed by the praise of females who had admired him over the years, felt a flush of warmth at the compliments. Where is it that he lacks in personality or strength? These duplicitous females only serve to make him feel miserable. Unlike cultivation, which would render him stronger, you're welcome. I speak only the truth, especially since you are so good-looking. Coincidentally, the female speaking bore a striking resemblance to someone Xianyu recognized. Oh, it was the one who attempted to purchase a slave but fled earlier that morning. Flushed with embarrassment, Baze suddenly felt self-conscious, as if Xianyu's jabs had instilled doubt within him, and he began to heed the words of the fleeing female. Lin Yuan gazed dreamily at Baze, her eyes sparkling as if ready to burst forth in a dance of flirtation. Xianyu, irked, squeezed her fingers. Was she being ignored? She continued to gnaw on her fruit, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama between Baze and Lin Yuan. As if the earlier quarrel had no bearing on her in that moment, her presence seemed to diminish, and she refrained from investigating the peculiar items on the stall. Truth be told, sometimes being disliked made her feel a twinge of sadness. But it was all right. She had long since grown accustomed to it. If nothing in this world could voluntarily belong to her, then her quest for strength through cultivation would be her means of attaining what she desired. She recalled the memories of Wushan, a place filled with recollections that brought her both joy and sorrow. It was all right. She would grow stronger and obtain everything she sought. Right or wrong, only the strong could dictate the outcome. Lin Yuan, is there even a chance of obtaining anything? Is this not a scenario where dislike is at its peak? System. Dear, only through challenges can there be rewards. If all else fails, one can still possess him without winning his heart. Lin Yuan. System, are you telling me cold jokes? System, not online. Xianyu. TSK. Everything is possible. As Baze found himself increasingly agitated by the crowd gathering around his stall. He momentarily regretted having mocked Xianyu, not out of guilt, but out of fear of attracting trouble. How long do you intend to linger at my stall? If you have no business here, please vacate the area. What are these items on your stall worth? Lin Yuan picked up a piece of uniquely textured fabric that Xianyu had previously touched. Chapter 22. Bullying Baze, if you like it. You may take it as a token of gratitude for your earlier chivalrous words. Baze glanced at Xianyu and then smiled at Lin Yuan. He had seen the sparkle of desire in Xianyu's eyes when she looked at the fabric. So in an attempt to align their moods, he thought it only fair that the instigator share in his discontent. Xianyu cast a cold, unfeeling gaze at the fabric, then fixed her eyes on Bei's. Staring intently for a while before smirking disdainfully, she turned on her heel and departed, with Yufeng and Noel naturally following suit. Xianyu, that male was hardly charming at all. Strangely, Noel felt that Xianyu was somewhat displeased at this moment. What is so great about that rag? Why act so pretentiously? The silk on your body is far superior to that piece of cloth. Yufeng sensed something odd about Xianyu, as she had so easily dismissed the harsh-tongued male. Clearly a victim of her obsession with looks, and no wonder she had gone to such lengths to possess him upon their first meeting. Alas, it was all due to his striking appearance. Yufeng transformed into a beast man, scooping Xianyu up and soaring towards the mountain peaks outside the tribe. Noel, wanting to follow but recalling something, halted her motion, silently making her way back to the market stalls. Lin Yuan, however, remained at Bei's stall. Even though Bei's had disappointed Xianyu, this good sister still held interest in this male who could bring good fortune. Once the female who had criticized Bei's looks departed, Lin Yuan lost interest in lingering, clutching the free fabric as she sought her brother to make her a garment. "Why did you say that about Xianyu?" Lin Yuan inquired of Bei's, although she was not genuinely curious, merely seeking conversation. After all, it was widely known throughout the market that Xianyu had given the witch a beating. "Who is Xianyu? The female that just left?" Bei's asked with a mix of disdain and confusion. Lin Yuan nodded. "I don't mind. What business is it of yours? Why are you so unfriendly to everyone?" Noel, observing Bei's demeanor towards Lin Yuan, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. "What does it matter? I don't need to be friendly." Bei's glared irritably at the group before him. "Why are you still lingering? If I recall correctly, you all were with that malicious female earlier. What good company can you be? What right do you have to dictate my presence? Is this road yours, or did you plant this tree? I can stand here as I please. What can you do about it?" Lin Yuan, faced with this obstinate male, activated her own thick-skinned mode. "What kind of beast men does this system recommend? To contract him, I'd have to resort to forced affection. That would surely be a flow of fleeting love and a steady accumulation of malice points. Lin Yuan, system, is there anything to enhance my combat prowess? In this beastman world, I don't even qualify for forced affection. Xianyu, not online. System, there is, but you will need to search and redeem it in the system shop. Alas, with such a venomous score exceeding several thousand." Lin Yuan lamented. No wonder the system refrained from recommending it to her. Upon hearing the nonsensical prattle of the female before him, Bai impatiently gathered his wares and transformed into his orc form. Turning away to depart, he had initially set up his stall merely for amusement, but now, with his spirits dampened, he thought it wiser to retreat home for a long slumber. On another peak, Yofeng's keen gaze spotted a cave, and he promptly led Xianyu inside. Observing that this was the sole cave in the vicinity, he had presumed it to be a temporary shelter excavated by other orcs. However, he was surprised to find a stone bed and animal hides within. The cave was stocked with ample provisions and small fruits, as well as gemstones of various hues. Yet, Yufeng remained indifferent, for he had more pressing matters at hand. "How many beast husbands do you desire? You were eyeing that male at the market today, weren't you?" Yufeng placed Xianyu upon the stone bed, leaning in closer. "You previously expressed to Guteng that you disliked your males being touched by other females. Do you believe your actions towards me, Mingzhan, and Nuaer, as well as Guteng, are fair?" Xianyu's gaze remained fixed upon Yufeng, silently observing. "Are you aware of your cruelty? You covet me, contract me by any means necessary, only to discard me at will. You humiliated Guteng, who was rendered powerless, imposing harsh terms upon him, gazing upon his form, claiming his shedding without even leaving him a partner's contract. And what of Ming Zhan? Nuaer was also deceived into becoming your beast husband, was he not? Do you genuinely harbor affection for any of us? Your indifferent gaze is rife with apathy. Xianyu, even if each of us was acquired through your machinations. The partner contract is authentic, a responsibility inscribed within our lives. Shouldn't you place each of us within your heart, caring for our sentiments?" At that moment, Yofeng's sharp eyes brimmed with determination. "You have dictated our freedom. Claiming all that we are, you ought to hold us dear, Xianyu." Xianyu reached out, caressing Yofeng's chiseled visage, her indifferent and frigid gaze seemingly infused with a different hue. I shall treat you well. Yufeng's large hand tightened around Xianyu's waist. His glare fierce. You know that is not what I mean, Xianyu. Xianyu complied with Yufeng's grip, pressing her entire form against him, relishing the warmth emanating from his body, which provided a sense of comfort to her long cold, energy-depleted frame. That I like you. Yufeng, a fleeting crimson flickered in Yufeng's eyes as he held Xianyu even more tightly. You claim to be a cub. What must you do to reach adulthood? Energy. I require a sufficient amount of energy. Xianyu sighed internally, recognizing her frail state, the frequent exertion of her magical powers rendering her perpetually on the brink of survival. The only solution lay in diligently elevating her magical prowess to harness more power and achieve a quicker recovery. Yufeng, I feel so weary. May I sleep in your embrace for a while? Her eyes sparkled softly as she nestled her head against his chest, his silent gesture affirming her request. Meanwhile, at the Heron tribe, Nuaer sat beside the despondent Nuaer, who was slumped on a stone. Where is Xianyu and her beast husband, Yufeng? Why are you here alone, brother? Why do females seek so many beast husbands? What do you mean? I sense that Xianyu has taken an interest in that male vendor from today. Yet, it appears he shows no interest in her. What troubles you? I am simply a bit saddened. Although our time together was brief, it pains me to see Xianyu approached by her other beast husbands, including one whom I have never even met. Nuaer, you must understand that females cannot possibly have just one beast husband. But those are fragile beings deserving of protection. He knew well that Xianyu was already quite strong. Nuaer, everyone has traversed this path. But even if I were not present, is Yufeng not sufficiently strong and handsome? Why then does the female master desire other males? If what you say holds true, then having Yufeng should suffice, and you would not be Xianyu's beast husband. I simply cannot help but feel a twinge of sadness. The memories of the time spent with Xianyu brought forth a wave of sorrow at the thought of other males sharing similar moments with her. Nuaer's frustration surged, tears welling in his eyes, casting a foggy veil over his gaze, rendering him pitifully vulnerable. Upon returning from her stroll, Lin Yuan was taken aback by the sight of her dear friend's beast husband in tears. Why does he look so wronged? Who has wronged him? I must speak to Xianyu when she returns. Are all females so fickle? Gu Xian observed Nuaer thoughtfully before posing a sincere question to Lin Yuan. Ah, how can you say such a thing? Look at the ratio of females to males in the beast world. Your grievances could very well fortify another male's household. Lin Yuan could hardly admit to her own fickleness. So, Nuaer's tears were due to this reason. Wait, Xianyu's beast husband crying has nothing to do with my own fickleness. Gu Xian's inquiry seemed rather inconsiderate, quite excessive. Hearing the female's response, Gu Xian felt an inexplicable irritation. Why should he endure grievances to support another male? How audacious! What do you mean, how audacious? Lin Yuan was perplexed. Why was Gu Xian at odds with her? Why should I suffer for the sake of another male's household? Ah, is it inappropriate for me to ask you this? Lin Yuan was stumped by the question, contemplating that she had yet to mistreat him. Perhaps it is best to redirect the question. Why not ask Xianyu instead? Are you too timid to do so? Because I feel that it is you who holds my interest, not Xianyu. Yu Xian smiled faintly, his alluring visage radiating charm. Feeling the weight of Gu Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yuan became flustered. Had she been so transparent? If Yufeng easily accepted Nuaer, why could he not do the same? Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's expression momentarily turned cold. Ah, the cunning female always finds a rationale for her fickleness. Witnessing the change in Gu Xian's demeanor, Lin Yuan felt her composure falter. This seemed to lead them further apart. Her panic, she blurted out, So, if Xianyu holds no interest in you, are you afraid to pose this question to her? Does this mean you believe you can leverage my affections to impose upon me? Who says I am afraid? When she returns, I will ask her. Gu Xian turned his head away, frustrated. What a cunning, fickle and detestable female. It baffled him how he could harbor feelings for such a one. Even in the beast world, where females were scarce and males abundant, a strong male capable of protecting his partner could easily choose to have one female or several. It was only the weaker males who banded together to share a partner. Indeed, Yufeng was not among the weak. He too pondered why he shared a partner with other males, casting a disdainful glance at the pitiful Nuaer. Gu Xian felt it was Yufeng who ought to feel wronged, possessing such strength yet still needing to share a female with such a feeble male. Meanwhile, back at the cave, Bai Zhe was bewildered. How dare they enter his cave without his permission? He had merely made a bit of noise upon returning, only to find himself bound and discarded. He glared at the sleeping female upon the stone bed, who looked strikingly familiar. She was none other than the venomous female from the market today. Her beast husband swiftly bound him and then quietly returned to embrace the venomous female, his eyes warning Bai Zhe not to disturb her slumber. Bai Zhe was puzzled as to why this vile female possessed such a powerful and handsome beast husband, who appeared utterly devoted to her. Looking closely, he noted her pale complexion, clad in a drab fish-scale dress. Xianyu was hardly attractive, nor did she seem healthy. She had threatened and extorted energy fruits from the sorcerer and the Tian Tu Wang tribe, truly a vile character inside and out. And what of Yufeng? Could this strikingly handsome and formidable male truly be blind? No, both seemed unworthy. This male invaded his cave and left him bound to watch them sleep. How outrageous! If the mood struck them, would he be forced to witness their mating? Ugh, such thoughts were too foul to entertain. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All they do is sleep, Bai Zhe thought. Feeling utterly exhausted, it had been ages since he had enjoyed a proper slumber, and yet, he was the one being tormented. How much longer must he endure this? As the sun descended, accompanied by Bai Zhe's fervent thoughts, the deep night quietly approached. After a day of slumber, Xianyu finally awakened in Yufeng's warm embrace. With Xianyu's movements, Yufeng's eyes fluttered open. Do you find pleasure in the sight of this male bound to the ground? Xianyu, still somewhat dazed from sleep, turned to gaze at the restrained Bai Zhe. A hint of confusion crossed his mind. How did this fellow end up here? Bai Zhe was taken aback by Yufeng's words. What did he mean by liking him? Was there a chance that he would be forced into a contract? If you like him, I can assist you in binding him, Yufeng inquired earnestly, his dark eyes laced with inscrutable emotions. The system had mentioned a male imbued with good fortune, yet in that moment, staring into Yufeng's determined gaze, Xianyu felt as though all his thoughts had faded into insignificance. Xianyu shook his head. If you don't fancy him, then I shall refrain from making a pact. Let us offer him to Lin Yuan instead. Why must he be contracted? Upon hearing Xianyu's words, Yufeng's expression grew inexplicably complex. Was it simply because he didn't dislike the idea of a contract? And what nonsense was this about gifting him to Lin Yuan? Did they truly have so little regard for the dignity of the male? I advise you not to be so brazen. If you wish to contract me or give me away to another female, I will take my own life. Bai Zhe's indignation flared. Who sought to contract him without consulting his will? The very idea of being handed over to another female was utterly disgraceful. His eyes reddened with rage. He lamented his earlier impulsiveness. What had he done to provoke such malevolence? Xianyu disregarded Bai Zhe's protests and explained to Yufeng, I may require his assistance later. Was that the reason? Yufeng proposed. In that case, why not bind one of his hands with vines and secure one of yours as well? That way, a contract is unnecessary. You heard him. If he is contracted, he will take his own life. Since it was not a matter of instant affection, Yufeng deemed it tolerable. Let us bind him up. If he is indeed a harbinger of good fortune, I concur. Nodding in agreement, Xianyu summoned restraints that directly fastened to Bai Zhe's wrist, appearing to link to his own wrist through a slender vine, which was, in fact, a manifestation within the toxin space. Yufeng and Bai Zhe were both taken aback by the sight. To their eyes, the bracelet on Xianyu's wrist transformed into a vine that extended to Bai Zhe's wrist. The visual presented a delicate green bracelet on both their wrists, connected by a fine vine, its length governed by Xianyu's intentions. This vine bracelet is quite impressive, Yufeng remarked after a moment of silence. He then proceeded to loosen the vine binding Bai Zhe, who stood up and immediately attempted to strike at Yufeng. However, the vine swiftly seized his wrist, inflicting pain and drawing forth blood, pulling him directly in front of Xianyu, whose gaze bore no trace of emotion. Can you now behave? Aside from being with us, you may pursue whatever else you desire. Aside from being with you, may I observe your coupling? That is permissible. Yufeng's indifferent tone struck at Bai Zhe's vulnerable psyche. Alternatively, you may join us. Bai Zhe met Yufeng's earnest gaze. What had begun as a provocation turned into a spiraling madness. In an impulsive move, Yufeng pushed Bai Zhe, compelling him to sit upon a stone bed. subsequently leaving the battleground to Xianyu. Xianyu shook his head in bewilderment. What is happening? This Bai Zhe is rather handsome. Perhaps I should bestow a kiss. He pressed his lips to Yu Feng's corner, declaring it a reward. This outrageous act left Bai Zhe breathless. You two are lunatics, perverts. Ah, dear mistress, do not be unfair. Be a good sport and turn around to kiss your newly acquired little consort. Yu Feng's deep voice whispered enticingly in Xianyu's ear. With a turn of his hand, he guided Xianyu to face Bai Zhe's flushed visage. Xianyu playfully pinched Bai Zhe's face. All right then, a kiss for you. Yu Feng's murmured reassurance reached Bai Zhe's ears. Fear not. Our mistress is not unattractive. As Xianyu pressed his lips against Bai Zhe's, he couldn't resist caressing Bai Zhe's impressive abdominal muscles. Yu Feng mused, what an admirable beast husband I am, a splendid spectator. The air was thick with an unsettling tension, the atmosphere rife with an inappropriate charm. Bai Zhe stood in shock, feeling violated. I, Bai Zhe, have been wronged. How dare you consume my dignity? He was determined to uphold the honor of his kind. Observing Yu Feng adjusting Xianyu's attire without a single wrinkle in his own, Bai Zhe resigned himself. Fine, I shall tidy myself up. There was no need to wait until Yu Feng had finished dressing the mistress before attending to his own appearance. Well then, if that is the case, let us contract. Bai Zhe stated awkwardly, I am no longer worthy of other females. Xianyu rolled his eyes and bestowed a brief kiss, his hand brushing against Bai Zhe's thigh and abdominal muscles. Must you be so reserved? Bai Zhe's eyes widened in shock, realizing the implications of Xianyu's words. This malicious female had toyed with him without intent to take responsibility. Tears welled in his eyes as he turned to Yu Feng for solace. You conspired with her to torment me. You have gone too far. After your amusement, you will abandon me. Bai Zhe felt utterly aggrieved, lamenting his innocence. He had never even held a female's hand. To be bullied like this? I wish to perish. He glared at Yu Feng, who rubbed his temples in exasperation. It was Xianyu who instigated this. I did not lay a finger on him. This expression is quite misleading. Realizing Xianyu's penchant for mischief, Yu Feng deduced that he intended to torment Bai Zhe for his own amusement. As anticipated, Xianyu watched with interest as Bai Zhe cried, adopting an expression of nonchalance. As if to say, I bear no responsibility. I merely take pleasure in your distress. Dear Bai Zhe, you shall accompany me and Yu Feng. We wish to revel in your presence. Once we are satisfied, you may depart. You are being unreasonable, Bai Zhe exclaimed, his stoic demeanor cracking as he wept. You are too much. His tears flowed freely, revealing a vulnerability that Xianyu found amusing, intensifying his desire to tease further. Look at how many females are enamored with you. Surely a few will not mind your soiled reputation. You may even choose the more appealing one. Now, do not cry. Upon hearing of the possibility of being offered to another, Bai Zhe's sobs grew more fervent. Yu Feng exchanged glances with Xianyu, foreseeing the turmoil that lay ahead. Bai Zhe's propensity for tears seemed to guarantee that Xianyu would relish in tormenting him daily. No, I can sew, cook, and even procure beautiful gems for you. Ah yes, you will also provide fabric for other females. Bai Zhe froze at Xianyu's words. Was she truly holding a grudge? Was it because of a mere piece of fabric given in a moment of unfamiliarity? Seeing Bai Zhe's dazed expression, it was clear he had taken Xianyu's words to heart. Yu Feng, feeling a pang of sympathy, interjected, Xianyu, enough is enough. If you continue, he may flee. Bai Zhe's vacant gaze shifted to Yu Feng. A pitiful sight indeed. The once aloof male now revealed a simplicity that was unexpected. All right, I shall protect him, Yu Feng resolved, having realized his own involvement in this charade. Having had his fill of teasing, Xianyu turned Bai Zhe's face towards him, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. Fear not, I was merely jesting. I would never abandon you. Now repeat after me. I, Bai Zhe, willingly enter into a partnership contract with Xianyu. I, Bai Zhe, willingly enter into a partnership contract with Xianyu. As Xianyu's fingers danced, the contract was sealed. Feeling a warmth blossoming in his chest, Bai Zhe hastily removed his garments, revealing a white tiger emblem that ignited his spirit. Upon witnessing the mark exclusive to him upon Xianyu's wrist, joy surged through Bai Zhe. Xianyu then released the bindings. We must return. Nor is still at the Crane tribe gathering, Yu Feng noted. Why not stay with me? The market lacks even a cave. Bai Zhe mused that residing with Yu Feng would be much more agreeable. Shall we return together tomorrow? Yes, let us go back. Upon their return to the Crane tribe gathering, Bai Zhe, trailing after Yu Feng like a devoted spouse, astonished the onlookers. Lin Yuan remarked, "Speedy work, sister. How did you manage that? He is transformed from aloof to utterly clingy." The system chimed in, "The Great One is impressive." Xianyu. SK. If one can overpower, seize the advantage. If one cannot, resort to underhanded tactics. If utterly unwilling, simply resort to seduction. Nonsense, merely a sisterly jest, indulging in a bit of foolishness to observe the spectacle. Lin Yuan. Your beast husband, Nor, has been reduced to tears. Xianyu. Xianyu's gaze fell upon Nor, whose eyes were indeed tinged with red. Noticing Xianyu's attention, Nor sauntered over slowly, calling out, "Mistress." Xianyu patted Nor's head, stuffing a sweet fruit into his mouth, and then placed various flavored fruits into his hands, a clear attempt at coaxing him. "Be good. Don't see our wide out of tea that moment." A voice interrupted. "Is it not odd that these once hostile males during the day return at night as your beast husbands? Are you females so fickle?" The speaker was none other than Gu Xian, whose peculiar gaze fell upon both Nor and Xianyu, casting a suspicious look at the latter. What is going on between these two? Yu Feng's dark eyes brimmed with crimson as he stared at Xianyu, thinking he had been patient enough. Was this to be a series of confrontations? Nor's eyes also glistened with a hint of redness. While the oblivious Bai Zhe clung tightly to Yu Feng. Could Xianyu endure this? With a frosty gaze, she directed her cold words at Gu Xian. "I have no interest in you. So what is your complaint?" "Leave." As she spoke, she gently held Yu Feng's hand, soothingly adding, "Yu Feng, you know that I only need you. I have no feelings for him." Although Yu Feng's anger was quite captivating, Xianyu's keen intuition told her that she needed to placate him occasionally. This successfully diminished the crimson hue in his eyes, and he cast a disdainful smile at Gu Xian, saying, "Did you hear that? Your self-importance has come crashing down upon my mistress." Gu Xian clenched and relaxed his fists, silently retreating to a corner, his enchanting visage displaying a hint of desolation. Even without his memories, he sensed that Yu Feng shared a similar pride. Yet he realized it was merely his own misplaced feelings. Goodness, Lin Yuan, with a dazed expression, gazed enviously at Xianyu. Why is it that despite being of the same gender, she exudes such audacity? Xianyu's beast husband is truly captivating. She then turned her attention to Gu Xian in the corner, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. If only she hadn't inadvertently provoked him today, would Gu Xian have been so blunt in retorting to Xianyu, thus leading to this somewhat awkward situation. Rubbing her nose, Lin Yuan found it all rather taxing. Perhaps she could indulge in more food tonight. Today, she had managed to exchange for rice at the sheep tribe, and thus planned to prepare a wooden tub of steamed rice. Naturally inviting Xianyu along, Nor, Xianyu, Yu Feng, Bai Zhe, Nuayu, Lin Yuan, Nua Bei, and Gu Xian formed a circle. "Ji Xian, I feel awkward, yet I do not find it embarrassing. The allure of food cannot be forsaken. It must be said that Lin Yuan is quite the culinary expert, preparing a ceramic pot filled with delectable seasonings and the game caught by Nor and Nua Bei." Many eyes were drawn to Bai Zhe. The new beast husband contracted to Xianyu. Whether he harbors feelings for Xianyu remains unknown. Yet it is certain that Yu Feng holds a special place in his heart. Occasionally, she would place pieces of meat into Yu Feng's bowl, her misty-eyed gaze filled with hope always landing squarely upon him. Lin Yuan, sister, are you attempting to ignite a harem? System. The monitor requires only 10 malicious points. Xianyu. TSK. I do enjoy witnessing their camaraderie. Lin Yuan cast a glance filled with unspoken words at Xianyu, who was contentedly observing the interactions between Bai Zhe and Yu Feng, feeling an inability to comprehend Xianyu's strong and stable demeanor. Xianyu, however, shifted her gaze toward Gu Xian and Lin Yuan, wondering if they had yet to solidify their bond. Compared to her swift capture of affection, Lin Yuan had yet to secure a formidable beast husband. When would she dare to venture towards the steepest cliffs and the deepest valleys? Her gaze flickered towards Bai Zhe, thinking perhaps she could bring him along. To her surprise, despite his spiky demeanor, a few kind words from Yu Feng had him sticking close by. Bai Zhe truly is an amusing and easily swayed character. Bai Zhe felt a chill creeping up his back, casting an anxious glance at Xianyu. This new mistress always left him with a sense of insecurity. There's a situation at the Flying Lion tribe. I must return. If the mistress does not mind, I would like to bring Bai Zhe along. Nora's gaze was awkwardly fixed on Yufeng and Bai Zhe. What is this dynamic? Why do Yufeng and the mistress newly contracted Bai Zhe appear so intimately connected? Shouldn't a beast husband remain at the mistress's side? Xianyu. System. After contracting with Bai Zhe, I will be influenced by his good fortune wherever he goes, correct? System. Indeed. Lin Yuan. Such a handsome fellow. And he's merely a good luck charm? Sister, you are truly squandering a treasure. Xianyu nodded. Since there were no adverse effects, why not take him along? Receiving confirmation, Yufeng nodded as well, thinking it best to bring Bai Zhe back this time. Perhaps he could borrow a bit of Bai Zhe's luck, which is better than none. Bai Zhe cast a pitiful glance at Xianyu. Although he didn't mind accompanying Yufeng to the Flying Lion tribe, Xianyu's casual decision about his fate without a word of persuasion left him feeling somewhat wronged. Was his opinion of no significance? This wretched mistress clearly coveted his good fortune, rendering his own beauty almost insignificant. After Yufeng departed with Bai Zhe, Nor was undoubtedly the happiest, at least for a while, as the mistress would belong solely to him. A riot was brewing at the Flying Lion tribe, and the chief sent word to the only male cub, Yufeng. Thus, the scene unfolded with Yufeng returning to the Flying Lion tribe accompanied by Bai Zhe, who possessed unique enhancements. For the following half-month, Lin Yuan would remain at the trading market of the Tiantuong tribe. This held little interest for Xianyu, who yearned for strength and improvement, so she briefly departed with Nor, intending to return to the Crane tribe to find Lin Yuan later. In truth, Lin Yuan could not comprehend what Xianyu wished to do together. She felt quite lost about Xianyu wanting to stay with her. Xianyu, where are we headed? Your beast rank has dropped and has yet to undergo the baptism of battle. This is not good for you. Let us hunt some exotic beasts. Transformed into beast form, Nor sped towards the area with the highest concentration of exotic beasts, ready for a fierce battle to showcase the mistress's prowess. Which indeed had potential. With the main combatants away, it seemed rather unfriendly for Lin Yuan, who was always in Xianyu's company. Upon learning of Yufeng's departure, the Tiantuong tribe, which Xianyu had previously offended, sought out Lin Yuan. Fortunately, there was Gu Xian, who had lost his memory but not his strength. However, upon realizing that Gu Xian had no mate contract and was still a single beast man, numerous females flocked to the stall near the Crane tribe. The diverse array of charming females left Lin Yuan feeling like she could shatter her molars in frustration. Yet, there had been no progression with Gu Xian. Jiu Xian was steadfast in his desire for a female partner, insisting that he could only have one male. Though she had contemplated underhanded tactics, it was perplexing how Gu Xian seemed to always uncover her schemes, driving him further away. This was evident in the increasing malicious points accrued during her interactions with him. It seemed he lingered near the Crane tribe solely to await Xianyu's return. Then her beast husband, Yufeng, arrived alongside her. Lin Yuan, undeterred by Gu Xian's relentless pursuits, sometimes inadvertently hurt Nuabe and Nuayu. Yuan, even if you may have other powerful beast husbands, you must also consider the will of the males themselves. You cannot force a male who does not like you to amicably interact with your favored beasts. Observing the pain in Nuabe's eyes and the disapproval on Nuayu's face, Lin Yuan found herself in a moment of confusion. It seemed she was inadvertently comparing herself to Xianyu. Thus, when Xianyu had her eye on Bai Zhe and promptly made him her beast husband, Lin Yuan felt that she too could achieve similar success. Why, then, had she not progressed with Gu Xian despite her interest? Nuabe and Nuayu were different from Yufeng. Yufeng would assist Xianyu in contracting the male she fancied, while Nuabe and Nuayu would advise Lin Yuan to respect the male's wishes. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, Yufeng was merely concerned that Xianyu's harsh treatment of the males would lead to dire consequences, fearing that his uncontracted female would perish, leaving him to become a wandering beast. After all, he himself was reluctantly made Xianyu's beast husband. If he, with his pride, could accept it, why could not the other males? He disapproved of Xianyu's pattern of flitting from one male to another. That was her affair. Yet if a male rejected Xianyu, that was a reflection of his own shortcomings. First, he must defeat Yufeng. Yuan, if you truly desire more formidable beast men, you might consider participating in the fertility test held in Beast King City in the latter half of the year. At that time, renowned males from tribes across the western continent will gather in Beast King City. Yu suggested that every 3 years, there is a fertility test for females in Beast King City, where distinguished males from various tribes seek companions. Fertility test? Lin Yuan gazed at Yu with a perplexed expression, as if she had just grasped the reality of her transmigration into the beast world. While she could accept the notion of a female having multiple beast men, she could not reconcile with the idea of being evaluated as a mere breeding machine. Thoughts of Xianyu crossed her mind. Could it be that she too would be assessed based on her fertility to retain a powerful beast man? Lin Yuan felt engulfed by her confusion. She sensed that Xianyu was not merely a breeding machine. Yet she lived freely and unrestrained. Why could she not emulate Xianyu? What was the fundamental difference? Seated alone on a stone bench in the Crane tribe's gathering place, Lin Yuan pondered her bewilderment. Bei and Yu were preoccupied with her food stall, while Gu Xian's whereabouts were unknown. Suddenly, a rustling from the grass caught her attention, and as the foliage parted, a familiar middle-aged male emerged, her beast father. Lin Wei. Fortunately, the Crane tribe's gathering place was populated with other Crane beastmen. A single shout from her would summon them. So Lin Yuan felt little fear, only annoyance at Lin Wei's unexpected appearance. What brings you here? Yuan, your beast man has simply missed you too much. Oh, there's no need for that. I am perfectly well. Yuan, please leave at once. The sense of powerlessness that had enveloped Lin Yuan upon her arrival resurfaced. Just as she had needed the youthful Xianyu to rescue her from the precarious branch overhanging a cliff, she had once been dragged helplessly in the cat tribe's cave until the system aided her escape. She had taken in Bei and Yu not out of affection, but rather out of necessity for protection. Observing Lin Wei's reluctant departure, Lin Yuan seemed to come to a realization. Her recent entanglement with Gu Xian was less about genuine affection and more about coveting his strength. In her weakened state, she felt profoundly insecure in this beast world. Even now, without the protection of Bei and Yu, she could not live as freely as she desired. System, how can I become stronger? System, you must enhance your existing strength. It cannot be conjured from thin air. You can earn malicious points to acquire items in the system store that will empower your beastmen. Existing strength, so I can improve my fertility, correct? System, with sufficient malicious points, that is indeed possible. While you cannot become powerful out of nowhere, the system offers numerous means of survival. As long as you have enough malicious points, you can thrive even without a beast man. Thrive even without a beast man? It seemed that earning malicious points was not as daunting as she had imagined. Her recent entanglements with Gu Xian had garnered her thousands of malicious points. Lin Yuan chuckled, uncertain whether to feel sorrow over her unattainable desires for Gu Xian or joy over her amassed points. A faint sound from behind interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she saw Gu Xian, his enchanting face coldly fixated on her. Lin Yuan merely regarded him with indifference, refusing to approach him with her usual cheerful demeanor. Instead, she averted her gaze and stood to seek out Bei and the others at the stall. Seeing Lin Yuan's frosty expression, Gu Xian felt a pang of discontent. Why had she not greeted him with her usual smile? What, have you lost interest in me already? He taunted. Lin Yuan froze momentarily at his sarcastic remark. Without turning back, she felt a wave of relief wash over her as she responded coolly, indeed. I have lost interest in you. A complex emotion flickered in Gu Xian's eyes as he observed Lin Yuan, who no longer approached him with her customary cheer. He felt a strange dissatisfaction within him. Fixating on her retreating figure, Gu Xian stepped forward and turned Lin Yuan to face him. The playful smile that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of warmth. Although he occasionally found Bei and Yu's affection for Lin Yuan tiresome, he could not fathom why she, who had so recently been enamored with him, was now indifferent. He touched his own face, reassured that he had not become less attractive. After all, he had endured the vexing gazes of her beastmen and had repeatedly shielded her from the difficulties posed by the Tiantu tribe. He had tolerated her transgressions time and again. Why, then, did she no longer smile at him? Was it merely because they lacked a contract? Now that they had no shaman, and with Xianyu having offended the diviner, was she truly so eager to turn against him? The thought of enduring her two beastmen's irritating stares was almost unbearable. Ding. 100 malicious points credited. Lin Yuan stared incredulously at Gu Xian. Even in her current state of inactivity, did he truly find her so intolerable? Forget it, Lin Yuan thought despondently. At least I still have my malicious points. She cast Lin Yuan a cold glance. Feeling a surge of discomfort and unwillingness to engage with him further, she turned to leave once more. Gu Xian, no longer composed, felt a rush of anxiety at her dismissive gaze. He had only seen such an expression in Xianyu's eyes when she showed disinterest in him. Chapter 24. The Flying Lion tribe was Lin Yuan truly prepared to abandon him. He recalled the days when she would greet him with a smile, present him with delightful treats, and persistently entertain him with jokes. The infatuated expression that clung to him was now but a memory. Fine, he thought, isn't it just about craving his body? If that's all she desires, then he shall oblige. If her other two beastmen become bothersome, he could easily deal with them. Ding, 20 malicious points credited. With this resolve, Gu Xian transformed into his beast form, using his tail to fling Lin Yuan onto his back as he headed towards an empty cave he had excavated days prior. Seated atop the massive serpent, Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? As she touched his cold, scaly surface, she realized that Gu Xian was a snake. She had assumed his striking appearance belonged to a fox spirit. No wonder his gaze sometimes appeared so peculiar. Upon reaching the cave, Gu Xian gently set Lin Yuan down on a stone bed. Still in a state of confusion, she wondered what his intentions were. Really, if all you want is my body, then you can have it. Just stop giving me that cold shoulder. Why not smile to make him happy? Gu Xian thought, feeling his ears warm with embarrassment. What? Crave his body? Crave what, exactly? Lin Yuan glanced down at Gu Xian's lower half, questioning, am I really after just those two? Yes, Lin Yuan can recognize it. Or maybe not. Besides, don't you dislike me? Isn't it too casual to offer your body just because I crave it? Gu Xian's eyes widened at her words. Could it be that her two beastmen are spreading rumors? When did I ever express hatred towards you? Ding, 20 malicious points credited. The familiar sound of points being credited collided with Lin Yuan's thoughts. System, what is this malicious point credit for? System, because you have made him jealous and feel disdain towards your beastmen, which has resulted in negative emotions. Ah, so those thousands of malicious points were accrued for this reason. Lin Yuan gazed at Gu Xian in astonishment, pondering the true source of her earlier distress. Moreover, Gu Xian's earlier comment about wanting to give her his body, was it truly meant in that way? Having unraveled the misunderstanding that Gu Xian did not harbor any dislike for her, Lin Yuan's mood lightened considerably, and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her dissipated. Feeling her cheeks warm, she looked up at Gu Xian, whose face was marred by a look of grievance, and her heart raced. Nua Bei and Nua, you have not spoken ill of you. They merely believe that you do not hold affection for me and do not wish for me to chase after you incessantly. Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Gu Xian furrowed her brows tightly. Wasn't it considered slander if she was not allowed to approach him? How could she possibly feel that she disliked Lin Yuan? Anger surged within her. These two insufferable beast men, they spouted nonsense. Who among the males would tolerate you while being weary of you? Ding, malice points credited. 20. Feeling the cold indifference from Lin Yuan today, Gu Xian's temper soared. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was fixated on the fact that Gu Xian had led him to the cave to bond. If you like me, why haven't you bonded with me? Gu Xian exclaimed incredulously, her expression one of disbelief, as she looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of grievance. Oh, you truly like me? Or is it merely my body that you desire? We've barely known each other for half a month, and already you're cold towards me. I have even been willing to tolerate your two beastmen for you. Gu Xian approached Lin Yuan. Her aura tinged with reluctance. This little female was truly excessive, acting on a whim. She lavished affection when she liked him, successfully worming her way into his heart, only to inexplicably claim he didn't like her. Contemplating giving up on herself, Lin Yuan, you are truly unreasonable. You profess your affection today, only to abandon me tomorrow. How casual is your affection? If you like me, why do you tease me at will? Then turn away when you grow weary. Are your words mere fabrications? Have you grown tired of me and are merely seeking excuses to dismiss me? You deceitful, fickle-hearted creature. Speak up, Gu Xian insisted, adamant. I won't listen to your explanations. Lin Yuan, unable to defend herself, rubbed her head in frustration. How could she explain this? That she had a system which accumulated malice points, leading her to believe he was displeased with her? Yet this malice point system was also linked to Xianyu. If she casually revealed it, would it not backfire? A chill crept over her, and Lin Yuan realized she could not disclose the existence of the system so freely. At least she needed Xianyu's approval first. No, Gu Xian, I am not tired of you. If you aren't, then why were you so indifferent to me today? Gu Xian felt Lin Yuan was merely brushing her off, as she wouldn't even meet her gaze. Not even a glance in her direction, the little deceiver. I was simply in a bad mood today, which is why I was a bit cold towards you. Your bad mood is my problem? You dismiss me, you despicable female. You are truly both heartless and unreasonable. Gu Xian's anger intensified. Even the excuses she offered were so casual. Lin Yuan, in truth, was feeling down due to Gu Xian's distress. However, seeing Gu Xian's furious demeanor, she refrained from stating the truth, knowing it would only add fuel to the fire. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of Xianyu, wondering what he would say at this moment. Forget it. If she couldn't make sense of it, she would toss the question back, I like you so much, yet I see no response from you. Gu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils dilating. She felt Lin Yuan was blatantly lying. Do you have no conscience? When the Tiantu Wang tribe came seeking trouble, who was it that shielded you every time? You provided me with food, and I devoured every morsel. Those mundane jokes you told. Did I not laugh along? Is that not enough affection for you? Lin Yuan felt as though Gu Xian was taking advantage of her limited education. Yes, she reluctantly acknowledged his protection during the Tiantu Wang incidents, but what was the rest of it? Her food was delectable. Who wouldn't clean their plate? As for her jokes, they were hardly dull. Lin Yuan puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Gu Xian, feeling her own temper rise. You simply do not care for me enough. If you truly liked me, you would bring me delicious treats and entertain me with jokes. Gu Xian was slightly bewildered. Was liking a female supposed to entail such things? With his memories lost, he desperately wished to recover them. Was it possible that the key to bonding was something more significant that he simply did not know? Perhaps it would be better to delay the bonding for now. He would remain by Lin Yuan's side regardless, so there was no rush. As Lin Yuan flew back atop Gu Xian, she felt she had missed something crucial. Why hadn't she fully pursued her desire for him and completed the bonding? Well, now that she knew Gu Xian liked her, it would be just as well to seek an opportunity later for the bond. Once more, she caressed the icy scales beneath her, her heart brimming with joy in the East Continent. After Xianyu had poisoned all the Fox tribe members at the Wolf tribe square, the beastmen who returned to the Fox tribe endured a prolonged period of suffering, scratching at their skin in agony. Eventually, with the assistance of other shamans in the Beast King city, the Fox shaman developed a healing remedy. Yufeng previously sought the Tortoise shaman from the Merman tribe to learn of Xianyu's whereabouts. The Tortoise shaman, upon seeing the maid insignia belonging to Xianyu on Yufeng, informed him of her fate. Yufeng acquired the spatial pearl from the Great Snake Shaman. The Great Snake Shaman's cousin, Gu Xian, learned from Yufeng that his serious cousin had been trifled with by a female and had not taken responsibility, which led him to insist on accompanying Yufeng, with whom he had a less than amicable relationship, to the East Continent. Upon arriving in the East Continent with the same spatial pearl, Gu Xian declared he would take severe action against Xianyu. Yufeng, unable to contain his anger, ended up in a scuffle with him, resulting in Gu Xian's amnesia after a hard knock to the head against a boulder. After losing his memory, Gu Xian incessantly queried Yufeng about his identity, but Yufeng would not divulge it, instead directing him to cause trouble for his mate. Annoying and meddlesome, Gu Xian might as well continue in his state of amnesia. As for Xianyu and the Great Snake Shaman, from Yufeng's perspective, it was a mutually accepted arrangement. Otherwise, why would the Great Snake Shaman lend out the spatial pearl? Yufeng also knew that Gu Xian had a favored female in the Lion tribe. Had he not been so preoccupied with pursuing that female, they would not have clashed. Ultimately, their encounters in the Lion tribe were due to their shared interests. Ji Yuxian's intention to prepare bonding gifts for his beloved female in the Lion tribe led to their meeting at the Great Snake Shaman's. Gu Xian was prepared to abandon his female and become a stray beast. Yufeng was merely an onlooker, hoping that Gu Xian would, in his forgetfulness, fall for another female, bonding with someone else, only to regain his memory later. How amusing! The Fox tribe had been searching for Xianyu's whereabouts, eager for revenge but unable to locate her. They were aware that her beastman, Ming Zhan, was in the Merman tribe, yet the Mermen were dominant in the water. Not to mention, in recent years, the population of Mermen had surged. Trouble was not worth courting. They also knew that Yufeng was Xianyu's beastman. But he was the young patriarch of the Flying Lion tribe, another formidable opponent. Even if they found Xianyu, it was likely they could only punish her without endangering her life. Otherwise, how could they withstand the wrath of Ming Zhan, the offspring of the Merman King, and Yufeng, the scion of the Flying Lion tribe, becoming stray beasts? Eventually, they lost interest in tracking Xianyu's whereabouts altogether. The fox shaman's act of poisoning the great snake shaman angered Gutang. Yet she was swift in her escape, hiding within the fox tribe or retreating to the Beast King city. The great snake shaman silently bore the grudge, forbidding intermarriage between the snake and fox tribes. However, after Xianyu's poison had taken effect, the sight of the once beautiful fox beast men, now marred and desperate, left the other tribes disinterested. In contrast, the less formidable rabbit tribe females, filled with joy, found mates among the beastmen. The fertile rabbit Yun attracted suitors from every tribe, while Rabbit and remained unperturbed due to her existing 9th-tier beastman. Other tribes continued as usual. The males of the rabbit tribe, however, saw no increase in popularity. Whatever females they brought home remained consistent. Eagle Bai relayed the events surrounding Xianyu to Ling Wu in the tiger tribe, who then dispatched Eagle Bai to the merman tribe. Upon learning that Ming Zhan was safely residing in the merman tribe, Ling Wu understood that his sister was not in grave danger. Every shaman had a path to traverse, and Ling Wu did not overly interfere in the Flying Lion tribe, utilizing the spatial pearl. Yufeng returned to the East Continent with Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was astonished to discover that Yufeng was a beastman from the East Continent and possessed a spatial pearl. It was known that only shamans of profound cultivation would possess such pearls. Although Bai Zhe was wide-eyed in astonishment, Yufeng offered no explanation. Upon returning to the Flying Lion tribe, Yufeng soon realized that the so-called turmoil in the tribe was merely the patriarch yearning for his offspring, along with a desire to arrange a match for Yufeng. Upon Yufeng's return, seeing the same bonding insignia on him and Bai Zhe, the patriarch Yudai was taken aback. When had his offspring acquired a female? And why was he bringing back the female's other beastmen? It was known that Yudai's female was the only male in the Flying Lion tribe. Although his offspring had not yet inherited the patriarch's position, their prowess was nearly on par. Why would he willingly share his beloved female with other males? Yudai gazed at the Bai Zhe that Yufeng had brought back, noting that it was nearly on par with his own offspring, albeit slightly weaker in strength. Nevertheless, among all the male beastmen, it ranked among the finest. What on earth was happening in this world? Yudai found himself somewhat perplexed. What was it about Yufeng's female Xianyu that held such allure? Not to mention, he learned from Yufeng that Xianyu had 2 other beast husbands. In contrast to Yudai's bewilderment, his wife, Yufeng's mother, Bai Yuan, was somewhat displeased, believing her child deserved the very best. Yet now, even the time spent with her beloved female had to be shared among other males. Yufeng wore a look that suggested he had endured a great injustice, and he regarded the Bai Zhe he had brought back with little fondness. Fortunately, most of the cold stares and occasional awkwardness were skillfully deflected by the well-acquainted Yufeng. Go be honest. If the awkwardness were directed at Xianyu, he would have simply let it go. However, Bai Zhe had been ensnared by him, and his conscience would not allow him to ignore it. As for the female antelope from the Tianke tribe, their previous matchmaking had naturally come to nothing. However, as the young patriarch of the Flying Lion tribe, it was still necessary to entertain this distant guest, especially since the antelope's beast husband and his own shared a deep bond. Yet, as a good comrade with a sense of beastly ethics, it was impossible to spend time alone with another female while concealing it from his own. Thus, he brought along his female's beast husband. Bai Zhe, Yufeng Gij, I truly envy your female, for she has such a handsome and powerful beast husband like you, the antelope said, gazing at Yufeng with an innocent expression, all the while silently sighing. Few beastmen possessed such strength and beauty as that male from before. Yet, it seemed she had a bit of a wandering heart. If she had a male as splendid as Yufeng, she would never look at another. In saying this, she cast a somewhat indignant glance at Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, why are you staring at me? What is wrong? Just because Yufeng is with me doesn't he mean you can't have me too? Besides, there are still 2 other beast husbands. Having one more doesn't make a difference. Females like you who are so devoted are rare, Bai Zhe replied, acknowledging her point. Yet, as he nodded in agreement with Yufeng, a sense of irritation began to swell within him. It was Yufeng who had captured him to serve as Xianyu's beast husband, And now he was being made to feel superfluous? Humph. There are plenty of handsome males around. What is the harm in looking at a few more? The antelope gazed at Bai Zhe, her expression one of innocent surprise. Yufeng Gidge, what's wrong with him? Is he mad at me? He seems so fierce. I was merely expressing my thoughts. I meant no harm to your female. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with unshed tears as she looked toward Yufeng. Bai Zhe, unwilling to yield, fixed his misty gaze on Yufeng as well. Observing this scene, Yufeng felt a twinge of discomfort. Was something amiss? No, Bai Zhe is just being cheeky. He doesn't mean to be upset with you. Yufeng habitually spoke up for Bai Zhe. After enduring his mother's attempts to trouble him over the past few days, Bai Zhe had developed this habit. Oh, I see. It's my fault then. Bai Zhe Gidge is just a bit cheeky, and I misunderstood him. For some reason, the term cheeky, when uttered by Yufeng, seemed harmless, whereas when the antelope said it, it irked Bai Zhe. Who are you calling Gidge? Don't take advantage of me. There are plenty of beastmen like you around. In this world of beastmen, Bai Zhe was unique, and he wouldn't allow anyone to elevate their status at his expense. Yufeng Gidge, look at him woo-woo. He is bullying me. The antelope cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, each droplet crystal clear and enchanting. Yufeng, seeing the antelope seemingly on the verge of tears, felt a bit bewildered. He couldn't help but think that the antelope, when crying, was not as charming as the merman Ming Zhan who had once been by his female side. Yufeng absent-mindedly touched his nose and offered a token remark. Bai Zhe, don't bully her. Bai Zhe widened his eyes at Yufeng, his misty gaze taking on an ethereal quality as he incredulously and somewhat sadly replied, Yufeng Gidge, am I no longer your favorite male? You re-favoring her. I am clearly more handsome than she is. The female Yufeng cherished could be left for Xianyu, but the male he adored must certainly be Bai Zhe. After all, it was Yufeng who had persuaded his female to accept Bai Zhe in the first place. Moreover, every time Bai Zhe faced difficulties within the Flying Lion tribe, it was Yufeng who came to his aid. In Bai Zhe's heart, he and Yufeng were meant to be the best of brothers. Witnessing the sorrow of Bai Zhe, whom he had previously wronged and who trusted him so deeply, Yufeng felt a surge of urgency. He reached out to pat Bai Zhe's head, speaking the most sincere words, be good, you are my favorite. You are the most handsome. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe's expression transformed from one of grievance to one of challenge as he turned to face the antelope. Did you hear that? Stop pretending. No matter how much you try to flaunt your ordinary face, you will never be as good-looking as I am, nor will you ever earn the affection of my Yufeng Gidge. Yufeng found himself utterly speechless. The antelope felt as though she had swallowed a pound of fly dung. She had never felt so nauseated. But Bai Zhe had managed it. All right, let us go explore the tribe, Yufeng said, stepping forward. Bai Zhe closely followed, intentionally creating distance between himself and the antelope. Humph, that annoying female is unworthy of touching his beloved Yufeng Gidge. Ugh, Gidge my foot. How disgusting. Females who attract contracted males are never good news. Bai Zhe's thoughts ran deep. The antelope gazed intently at the backs of Yufeng and Bai Zhe, contemplating how wonderful it would be if their female were to perish. Even if Yufeng became a smelly stray beast, she would still be willing to keep a place for him in her heart. However, strays are ultimately foul. If she could have a night with such a powerful and handsome male, it would certainly satisfy her curiosity. As for that cheeky Bai Zhe, he too would be worth a night. Though his mouth was troublesome, his face was undeniably beautiful. Bai Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to glance back, he caught sight of the antelope's expression of longing directed at him. Unable to suppress a shiver, he thought it utterly repulsive. This was certainly not a good female, if she was already drooling over him. He had to keep a close watch on her around Yufeng. Bai Zhe, when are we going to find Xianyu? If we're not around, she'll keep collecting beast husbands until there is even a cave left to live in, Bai Zhe remarked. Hearing this, Yufeng's expression darkened as he contemplated something, his deep eyes taking on a fearsome aura. That fickle female who collects one beast after another truly infuriated him. Very soon, let us pack up, and we'll set off in a couple of days. Chapter 25. Guxian's Malice. Xianyu, don't be ridiculous. I will only attract one beast after another and then eliminate them. Bai Zhe replied, satisfied with the answer he sought. He would never allow himself and Yufeng to fall prey to the shameless female's desires. The antelope had not anticipated that her dark thoughts would be interrupted before she could act upon them. The very person she aimed to influence was about to leave. Yufeng, are you really not going to stay in the tribe for a while longer? Bai Yun gazed sadly at her child, feeling a sense of melancholy as she pondered how long this departure would last. Beside her, Yu Dai mirrored her expression of sorrow and reluctance. I will bring Xianyu back to see you. Amu, Father Beast, Yufeng promised, pulling Bai Zhe along as they activated the spatial orb, heading toward the western continent in the valleys teeming with alien beasts. Xianyu and Nuwa Air had been locked in combat for over a month. It was primarily Nuwa Air who attacked, while Xianyu stealthily poisoned her foes. They had accumulated a considerable number of crystal stones, and the once pure presence of Nuwa Air was now a distant memory. Now, he was a being steeped in bloodlust from prolonged battle. The most significant change was the pendant hanging from Xianyu's wrist. The binding it seemed that due to consuming too much beast blood and crystal stones, it was no longer the verdant vine it once was. Now, it radiated an eerie red glow. Xianyu discovered that absorbing the energy from the crystals could enhance the binding's power. Aside from leaving one spare crystal in her witch bag, all the crystals collected from slain beast foes had been absorbed by the binding. Gazing at the undeniably striking red bracelet on her wrist, Xianyu felt an uncontainable sense of elation. With the binding by her side, her combat prowess was among the best in the eastern continent. However, for a delicate witch like her, one plant was still insufficient. During battles, her true form needed protection. So it would be best to find the most toxic plants, those that belonged to her. Toxic plants to guard her, the binding for combat, a perfect combination. Nuwa Air, we should return to the Crane tribe. All right, let's go. Crane tribe Lin Yuan and Gu Xian returned from the market, their relationship blossoming, mere steps away from a contract. Little did they know, at that moment, a peculiar guest arrived at the Crane tribe, a female. She held a black scale in her hand, which radiated heat as she approached Gu Xian. She claimed to be Gu Xian's female, yet there was no aura of a bond between them. Looking at the scale in the female's hand, Gu Xian fell into deep contemplation. This was indeed his reverse scale. As he turned to glance at Lin Yuan once more, he scrutinized the female before him. For the first time, Gu Xian felt a profound sense of disorientation due to his amnesia. Who am I, and who are you? What exactly is our relationship? The female who sought him was named Shi Yin. The sole female offspring of the Lion tribe's chieftain, Jiu Xian, had gone missing just as they were about to bond, prompting her to consult the tribe's shaman for guidance. Through divination, she discovered his whereabouts and borrowed a spatial pearl. Following the trail of Gu Xian's reverse scale to the Crane tribe, Jiu Xian, have you forgotten me? I am Shi Yin. She gazed at him with sorrow, while behind her, the Lion tribe's male beast men, who had escorted her, seethed with anger. As a male, forgetting the promises made to a female, particularly their tribe's little princess, was unforgivable. Shi Yin could have bonded with numerous males, but chose to remain with Gu Xian alone. Observing the reverse scale in Shi Yan's possession, the amnesiac Gu Xian felt an instinctive yearning to reclaim it and present it to Lin Yuan. Yet, reason told him that this was unwise. He needed to recover his memories. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan felt a deep sadness. In her darker thoughts, she wondered why she had not bonded with Gu Xian sooner. Had they bonded, even if this female had come to find him, Gu Xian would still belong to her. I no longer remember you. The female I now favor is someone else. Jiu Xian spoke to Shi Yin, each word deliberate. Shi Yan's face blanched, tears of sorrow welled in her eyes, and she stared at him, speechless. Gu Xian, you are despicable. Have you forgotten the vow you made to the beast god? You shall face punishment. The male beast men accompanying Shi Yin could no longer contain their fury. Indeed, Gu Xian, did you so easily forget the promise you made to me? Shi Yan's tear-streaked face wore a look of pained laughter. Why couldn't you have just died instead of falling for another female? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could no longer hold back. He merely suffers from amnesia. What crime has he committed? Do you truly wish for him to die? You are cruel. Shi Yin, with tear-filled eyes, turned her gaze to Lin Yuan, realizing that this was the female Gu Xian now favored. Why had he forgotten her and chosen to love another instead of simply perishing? Shi Yin turned back to Gu Xian, her tears subsiding, her sorrowful tone becoming cold. So, what is it that you wish to do now? I wish to reclaim the reverse scale that belongs to me and gift it to Lin Yuan, Gu Xian stated, adhering to his current desires word by word. The chilling words pierced Shi Yan's heart. She slowly lowered her gaze to the reverse scale in her hand, remaining silent for an extended period. Memories flooded back. Gu Xian had been rescued by her, leading the warriors of the lion tribe. Initially, she had been indifferent to him, but he had persistently pursued her, breaking her defenses and inching his way into her heart. She did not care about the reasons. All she knew was that Gu Xian had changed his heart. The one who turns first must be punished. Have you truly made your decision, Gu Xian? This is your final chance. Will you decide now, or will you wait until your memories return? Seeing Lin Yuan's sorrowful expression, Gu Xian was overwhelmed by emotion. Losing his rationality, he affirmed once more, I wish to reclaim the reverse scale and present it to Lin Yuan. Ha! You will not reclaim it. As she spoke, Shi Yin crushed the hard scale into powder, letting it scatter with the wind. Gu Xian coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, his aura gradually fading from a 9th-tier beastman to a mere 1st tier. He stared at Shi Yin in disbelief, questioning why she would do such a thing. Did she not realize that losing the reverse scale would drastically diminish his power? Lin Yuan, seeing Gu Xian's state, rushed to his side, her eyes filled with resentment directed at Shi Yin. Although she did not understand the situation, she instinctively knew it was linked to the reverse scale that Shi Yin had shattered. As Shi Yin met Gu Xian's vacant gaze, she suppressed her sadness, speaking each word with intention. You told me yourself. I need not even lift a finger. With just a thought, your reverse scale would turn to dust. This is the love you once had for me. Since the Gu Xian who loved me no longer exists, then the proof of that love may likewise dissipate. When Gu Xian had entrusted the reverse scale to Shi Yin, he had said, Shi Yin, if I ever change my heart, you need not the beast god. With just a thought, you can punish me. Shi Yin looked coldly at Gu Xian, enunciating each word, since you are the one who has changed first. Then all the promises I made to you are null and void. We shall leave. Shi Yin departed with the beastmen of the lion tribe. Previously, she had never understood the meaning of sorrow. Now, having laid her heart bare, she discovered that her genuine feelings were inconsequential. How laughable! As Gu Xian watched Shi Yin's retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable chill from the ground. His heart seemed to constrict with pain. Had he truly erred? Lin Yuan looked at the fallen Gu Xian with immense concern. System, system, system. Lin Yuan called out. System, system, system. Here, what is it you wish to convey? The system is ready to assist. Xianyu, not online. System, do you possess any means to restore the reverse scale? Xianyu, this is not a system. This is a wish machine. System, it is not possible. It cannot be done. Noble and Noyu observed Gu Xian's condition with deep sympathy. Unaware of the specifics, Lin Yuan could only see Gu Xian's outward symptoms. They knew full well that he had plummeted from a formidable 9th-tier beastman to a mere 1st tier. As if he had never trained at all, left with nothing but a life severely wounded. Such a strikingly handsome face could easily attract the unwanted attention of predatory females. However, when they had been in the Tianshou market, Gu Xian had protected them for quite some time. Although he had developed feelings for Lin Yuan, they did not mind providing him with protection in return. Yuan, you are all I have left. After remaining silent on the ground for a long while, Gu Xian gradually stood up and softly uttered these words. Yuan, heart aching, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with her clothing. When had he ever appeared so fragile? Let us bond. We shall bond tonight. In an effort to provide Gu Xian with reassurance, Lin Yuan disregarded his weakened state and expressed her intentions. Gu Xian nodded, murmuring, all right. He felt he was no longer worthy of Shi Yin. The female who had tempted him into error should bear the weight of that error with him. Noble and Noyu exchanged glances, silently agreeing to allow Lin Yuan and Gu Xian to bond in their cave, while they sought refuge in Nua Air's cave for the night. Though they intended to abandon Gu Xian, considering his current weakness, the sentimental Yuan would undoubtedly disagree. Yuan seemed to harbor deeper feelings for Gu Xian than they had anticipated, perhaps because he had invested considerable effort in winning her over. That evening, within Nua Air's cave, Noble and Noyu strained their keen ears to listen to the sounds emanating from their cave. Noble chuckled wryly, saying, I see Nua Air sitting on a rock in tears, lamenting that his female master has taken an interest in another male. I do not understand. What is there to be sad about? This is how it is, Noyu replied, stuffing a withered fruit he usually ignored into his mouth. Come on, from the sounds of it, This does not seem like something an injured beast would be capable of. It is said that snake beastmen have two. Rounding up, one of them is doing the work of two beasts every night. Ha, you seem unhappy. Cheer up. You cannot be sad every time. What if there are countless times to come? Indeed, speaking of my previous so-called marriage, that female had over 30 males at her beck and call. How could she manage? Noble, do you think that when a female has many males, we will become marginalized, only able to enter the cave once a month? We have been together for several months. Yet I wonder why our female master has never conceived. Having our own offspring would be nice. Noyu, what do you think? I believe our female master appears too frail to easily conceive. Nevertheless, your brother Nua's female seems not only frail but exceedingly weak. Noble shook his head. Noyu, we have misjudged. Nua's prowess has grown significantly due to his female master. Moreover, look at Xianyu and the other males. Yufeng and Baizhe are stronger than Nua, and they possess a rare handsomeness among males. Noble, do you think that handsome males pay little attention to the female's appearance? Xianyu appears quite ordinary, lacking the charm of Yuan. Noble shook his head once more. You do not know Nua. He places great importance on appearance. Thus, his female master's looks may not be as we perceive. Ah, is it really that significant? I had no idea there were hidden depths to appearance. Perhaps you are overthinking it, Noble. How did we end up discussing your brother's female master? Well, this way, the melancholic atmosphere has dissipated. Nuayu continued, Nua, why does Xianyu envy so many females? Does she not see her own flaws? I believe that so far, only 3 beast husbands belong to Yuan, and she is truly a worthless female, isn't she? Chuckling at the thought of Yufeng, Nuayu reflected on how her younger brother often described Xianyu as a wretched female. Nua shot Nuayu a glance, replying, perhaps it's because her shortcomings do not affect you. Even if she were to acquire dozens of beast husbands, it would not hinder your entrance into Yuan's cave. Sighing, Nuayu pondered aloud whether Xianyu had any standards for selecting her beast husbands, noting the diverse appearances of her companions. Surely, we in Yuan do not possess such peculiarities, do we? She mused, haha, certainly not. Nua agreed. Nua couldn't help but feel that her younger brother was not a simple beast man. It seemed that the other beast husbands of her brother's female companion were also formidable. Enough, let's sleep. Nuayu.hmm.as Their conversation meandered. Nuayu and Nua had long since shut down their keen senses. Meanwhile, the commotion in another cave did not cease with their slumber. Yu Xian's gaze, sharp and penetrating, focused intently on Lin Yuan and beneath him. Lin Yuan's face flushed with emotion, and she averted her eyes. As dawn broke, the cave returned to its tranquil state with the rising sun. Illuminating the surroundings, observing the bruised female beneath him, Gu Xian's piercing gaze deepened with an air of despair. Yufeng, he thought, I, Gu Xian, will not let him escape. I shall slay Xianyu and render him a homeless vagabond. After a while, Xianyu and Nua, having hastened their journey, finally returned to the Crane tribe. It was primarily due to Nua's swift flight, while Xianyu leisurely sat upon his back, indulging in fruits. Shortly thereafter, Xianyu stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Gu Xian had already formed a bond with Lin Yuan, and more importantly, her keen senses, honed by her witchcraft, detected the overwhelming malice emanating from the seemingly indifferent Gu Xian. Upon closer inspection, she noted that his energy had diminished significantly. Had he suffered a decrease in his beast rank? He appeared quite feeble indeed. Xianyu had never indulged a beast man who harbored malice, especially one weaker than her. Is this Gu Xian? He seems considerably weaker now, she remarked. Unaware of the underlying malice in Xianyu's words, Lin Yuan innocently offered an explanation for her savior's plight. A female crushed his reverse scale. How cruel! At the mention of cruelty, a fleeting glimmer passed through Gu Xian's eyes. Lion Yin, it is not cruelty. This is what he deserves, he sneered. How amusing it is to see a male whose reverse scale was crushed by a female, reduced to such weakness and ineptitude. An outsider might not grasp the significance of the reverse scale, but Xianyu certainly did. Unable to suppress a smile, she regarded Gu Xian with malicious glee, her eyes glinting with derision. This time, Lin Yuan distinctly sensed Xianyu's animosity directed at Gu Xian. She stared blankly at Xianyu, bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. In the incident involving Gu Xian and Lin Yin, she had leaned towards Gu Xian due to her emotions. Yet now, caught between her affection for Gu Xian and her gratitude towards her savior, she felt indecisive. Xianyu, why do you harbor such malice towards Gu Xian? Lin Yuan inquired. The system remained unresponsive. Perhaps he deserves it, Xianyu replied. Gu Xian merely observed Xianyu in silence, his seemingly indifferent gaze laden with hidden malice, evoking a profound sense of loathing within her. No air. I detest his eyes upon me, Xianyu stated, tilting her head slightly as she summoned No air. Though Nuo Air was unaware of the unfolding situation, his experiences battling fierce beasts alongside Xianyu had instilled in him a strong habit of obeying her wishes. As soon as Xianyu's words fell, Nuo Bei swiftly transformed into his beast form and lunged at Gu Xian, forcefully hurling him against the nearby stone wall. Gu Xian, still nursing his injuries, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Had it not been for his faint human form and the shallow breaths he drew, one might have thought he was no longer alive. His gaze remained fixed upon the ground. The other beastmen present were stunned into silence. Nuo Bei quickly positioned himself in front of Nuo Air, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his younger brother. Xianyu, what is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan gazed sorrowfully at the fallen Gu Xian. Momentarily lost in thought, her complex expression fixed on Xianyu. Xianyu regarded Gu Xian's prostrate form, a disdainful laugh escaping her lips as she ignored Lin Yuan's presence. Humph, how dare a worthless being like you harbor malice towards me? Gu Xian turned in surprise towards Xianyu, questioning how she possessed such sharp perceptions. His gaze shifted to Lin Yuan, perplexed as to why he faced such oppression without having acted against her. While she remained indifferent, Lin Yuan stubbornly fixed her gaze on Xianyu, unwilling to look away. She believed their relationship to be one of intimacy. Even the system binding them together had never disclosed anything to Nuo Bei or the others. Why did she act against her beast husband without offering an explanation? Her eyes, persistently locked on Xianyu, longed for an answer. Seemingly sensing her mistress's confusion and sorrow, Nuo Bei interposed himself before Nuo Air, glaring at Xianyu with a mixture of anger and accusation. Xianyu, how can you indiscriminately harm Yuan's beast husband without offering her even a shred of explanation? Xianyu's indifferent gaze shifted towards Nuo Bei. Slowly assessing Nuo Air took a step forward, his eyes meeting Nuo Bei's fierce glare, hesitating only slightly before speaking. Brother, temper your anger. I have no intention of clashing with you. You are not my match at present. Nuo Air thought to himself that if he were to strike, he would merely sustain injuries. However, should Xianyu act, the consequences would be uncertain. Hearing Nuo Air's words, Nuo Bei's furious expression morphed into one of heartbreak. Did his brother truly intend to engage him in combat? Watching the confrontation between his two sons, the Crane tribe leader, Nuo, felt his temper rising. Nuo Air, are you truly considering turning against your brother? I shall not refuse any requests from the female leader, Nuo Air stated calmly, clenching his fist. So brother, please refrain from directing such disdainful looks at the female leader. Xianyu was not a female who sought trouble. If trouble found her, it merely indicated that the beast man had issues of his own. Nuo Air's youthful countenance, typically cool towards his father and brother, softened only in Xianyu's presence. He turned to her, adopting a playful demeanor, seeking her praise. Unlike their father, who commanded the entire tribe, and his brother, who had their father, Nuo Air had Lin Yuan, Nuo Yu, and the three beast husbands at her side. Right now, I am the only one by her side. I shall not permit anyone to bully her, even if she were to mistreat any one of you. Nuo, bewildered by the drastic changes in Nuo Air over the past few months, wondered what had transpired to mold him into this icy figure. The sharpness hidden within him seemed to have emerged with the growth of his power. Chapter 26. Only because Ming Zhan is too beautiful. Well then, as long as Nuo Bei and Nuo Air do not come to blows, Gu Xian's injuries are of little consequence. That is a matter for Lin Yu and to worry about. Xianyu smiled as she approached Nuo Air, encouragingly ruffling his hair. Nuo Air, dear, let us not quarrel with your brother or our father. With that, she directed a somewhat genuine smile towards Nuo, before turning to Nuo Bei, her expression becoming expressionless as she slightly raised the corners of her mouth. This was the one who always relied on being Nuo Air's brother to provoke her. As soon as Xianyu's words left her lips, It was as if a switch had been flipped in New Air, and he reverted to his former adorable self. Beaming, he dashed over to Nuwa, seeking forgiveness, proudly displaying the crystal stones he had collected, eager for praise. Observing the pile of green crystals interspersed with a few purple ones, all claimed to have been collected by Nuwa Air alone, Nuwa felt a surge of emotion welling up. It was known that acquiring purple and green crystals was no small feat, as it typically required a group of warriors from the tribe to achieve such results. Yet here was Nuwa Air, a single beast man. Nuwa gazed at Xianyu with a complex expression, noting her indifference toward the crystals in Nuwa Air's hands, and even a hint of disdain. His youngest cub, once carefree and powerless, was now engaged in the most brutal of battles. Nuwa Bei, standing nearby, shared his incredulity. What could possibly motivate Nuwa Air to fight so fiercely against the beasts? They are simply unaware that this is a matter of life and death for them. While in Noer's case, it is merely a struggle for survival. Xianyu will ensure his safety. Lin Yuan silently approached Gu Xian, attempting to assist him, yet his strength seemed lacking. Xianyu hurried over to lend a hand. After helping Gu Xian to his feet, Lin Yuan quietly returned to his cave. Bei followed closely behind Noer, after casting a glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Xianyu found a spot to sit and began to munch on some fruit. Patiently awaiting Noer and No Nu to reminisce, casting aside the unpleasantness that had just transpired, leaving only joyful matters to discuss. Noticing Xianyu's content demeanor, No Nu couldn't help but wonder about the identity of Noer's female counterpart, which allowed her to exude such an air of indifference. After all, he was the chief of the Crane tribe, Noer's beast father. A glance caught No Nu's eye, as he noticed a bizarrely red bracelet adorning Xianyu's wrist, evoking an inexplicable sense of fear within him, as though he were stepping into a sea of blood. As their conversation flowed, Noer instinctively shielded his female companion from his father's gaze, sensing the air of unapproachability surrounding her. In an effort to foster a more amicable relationship with his beast father, he thought it best for them to avoid one another for a while. After their casual chatter, Noer led Xianyu back to his cave. With Noer returning with Xianyu, No Bei and No Yu decided not to seek shelter there any longer. Xianyu, who taught you to adopt such an aloof attitude? Upon entering the cave, Noer embraced Xianyu and tumbled onto the stone bed. You usually have plenty to say. Why do you fall silent when surrounded by so many beasts? Xianyu wrapped her arms around Noer's neck, her tone imbued with a playful air. My sister advised me to maintain an aloof demeanor. Oh, but now that you're back in your beloved beast husband's embrace, you seem anything but aloof, he teased. Am I not your favorite beast husband? Noer asked with a hint of pride in his soft, endearing voice. Indeed, you are my most cherished little beast husband, Xianyu replied promptly. Ming Zhan is her favorite little husband, Yu Fang is her preferred partner, and Bai Zhe is her favored good fortune accessory. Wow, she truly is a witch who values fairness, having affection for each of them. Xianyu, why did you want me to take action against Gu Xian? I see he hasn't done anything wrong. Noer couldn't help but inquire once more. I perceived a great deal of malice in his eyes. If you were to hand him a knife, he would surely use it against you. What? Upon hearing Xianyu's response, Noer was taken aback. Then I should just go and kill him. Why keep such a repulsive fellow around? That's unnecessary. After all, he is Lin Yuan's beast husband, and Lin Yuan is your brother's beast husband. Although your brother often seems to dislike me, glaring at me and questioning me without reason, I still hope for peace between you. Hearing this, Noer felt a surge of indignation for Xianyu. My noble female master should not be bullied by my brother. How can my esteemed female master endure such treatment from him? To prevent my brother from facing my wrath, Xianyu has truly endured great injustice. Noer huffed. Xianyu, do not defend my brother. He is bullying you. I will go and give him a good thrashing to relieve your grievances. This is simply too much. Noer was utterly oblivious to the fact that Xianyu would not be so easily bullied by No Bei. Even No Bei's use of force might not intimidate her. In No Bei's cave, No Yu assisted Lin Yuan in placing Gu Xian on the stone bed. Unable to uncover any answers from Xianyu, Lin Yuan turned his complex gaze upon Gu Xian. Gu Xian, have you offended Xianyu in some way? This question left not only Gu Xian wide-eyed, but also No Yu and No Bei in a state of bewilderment. What kind of spell had Xianyu cast upon Noer and Yuan? It was clear that Gu Xian had been unjustly assaulted at Yuan. You cannot allow Xianyu's powerful beast husbands to distort the truth before your eyes. Before Gu Xian could respond, No Bei grew anxious. How can you see Xianyu as anything but a capricious, impolite, and rather malicious female, Yuan? I am at a loss as to what I have done to warrant such a misunderstanding from you. If you must think this way, there is little I can do. The weakly reclined Gu Xian was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of desolation. Sadness washed over No Bei and No Yu, both feeling the urge to confront Noer. After all, it was Yuan's beast husband who was being bullied, which indirectly meant they were all being bullied as well. Lin Yuan gazed anxiously at the trio, secretly hoping that Gu Xian was indeed in the wrong. After all, Xianyu had saved her life on multiple occasions. System: why did Xianyu act against Gu Xian? System: query indicates that 2,000 malicious points are required. Realizing Lin Yuan's dilemma, the system seized the opportunity to quote its price. You're such a dog, system. Go ahead and investigate, system. In simple terms, Gu Xian harbored murderous intent toward Xianyu, which she detected. For a more detailed explanation, an additional 4,000 malicious points are required. System: are you just waiting to see how many malicious points I have left before speaking? Lin Yuan retorted. Take 1,000 malicious points and investigate as you please. After all, she knew Xianyu was likely innocent. If Gu Xian had ill intentions, then he deserved his punishment. System: 2,000 malicious points. This matter also pertains to you, host. Then proceed. System: to elaborate, Gu Xian's amnesia was caused by Yu Fang's actions, resulting in him missing out on true love and forming a bond with you. Now that his memory has returned, he intends to kill Xianyu and turn Yu Fang into a rogue beast. Understanding the truth, Lin Yuan directed a complex gaze towards Gu Xian. Missing out on true love and forming a bond with her. What did that make her? Never mind. She could only blame herself for coveting his beauty and strength. Yet, she felt a twinge of frustration and sadness, wishing to avoid Gu Xian for the time being. System: do you have any healing potions to treat Gu Xian's injuries? System: yes, for 2,000 malicious points. It can only address physical wounds. It cannot rectify the degradation caused by a damaged reverse scale. Exchange. A pill appeared in Lin Yuan's hand, as she coldly stared at Gu Xian, roughly forcing the pill down his throat. Unsurprisingly, Gu Xian choked, staring incredulously at Lin Yuan's crude actions. Lin Yuan wore an excessively false smile. Gu Xian, in the future, please avoid Xianyu. She is my savior. Today must have been due to your improper method of opening your eyes, which is why Xianyu struck you. Be good. Next time, open your left eye first, then your right, and you won't go wrong. With that, Lin Yuan waved her hand, signaling a bewildered No Yu to take her away. Gu Xian, still stunned on the stone bed, and No Bei, standing by the bed's edge, could only absorb Lin Yuan's words in utter confusion. Open your left eye first, then your right. Who opens their eyes separately? He mused, patting Gu Xian's shoulder. No Bei encouraged him. Brother, strive to open your left eye before your right. I shall take my leave. With that, he hurried after No Why You Die in the cave. The still dazed Gu Xian noticed that his injuries seemed to have healed completely. Why? Could it be the little pill Lin Yuan had just pressed down his throat? He attempted to pursue them, only to realize Lin Yuan had taken No Bei and No Yu to find Xianyu. Was she seeking revenge? No, given Lin Yuan's earlier words, it seemed more like she was looking for Xianyu to share a meal. A wave of desolation washed over him. Why was he being treated this way? To be honest, Gu Xian had guessed correctly. No Bei and No Yu were equally perplexed, as Lin Yuan shamelessly sought out Xianyu for a meal. Upon entering the cave and greeting everyone, Lin Yuan perfectly witnessed Noer's dual nature. He was currently cuddling Xianyu, playfully rolling around and acting cute. Lin Yuan boldly pushed Noer aside, who glared at her in annoyance as she clung to Xianyu, saying, Xianyu, I was wrong. I should not have questioned you over such a trivial matter regarding a mere male. To express my apologies, how about I prepare a lavish dinner for you? No Yu and No Bei exchanged glances, perplexed by the term mere male. Did that include them as well? Ah, is Yuan unwell? They mused. Well, given her life-saving grace, they felt they were unworthy. Xianyu calmly nodded, gently pushing Lin Yuan aside to return to Noer's embrace, feeling more comfortable with her beast husband. No Yu, go to our cave and fetch the game. Only take the game. Not bring Gu Xian. Lin Yuan instructed No Yu. Understanding his female master's intent, No Yu gathered all the cooking supplies from the cave, deliberately ignoring the desolate Gu Xian still lying on the bed. Gu Xian, Why is no one paying attention to me? He lamented. I must practice. Low-tier beastman Lin Yuan does not love. As she pondered, Lin Yuan had acquired him, yet she now treated him with such indifference, leaving behind not a shred of communication as she departed. Nuayu felt a shadow pass behind her, but in her haste to reach Nua Air's cave, she paid it no heed. Nuayu retrieved the cooking utensils, and Lin Yuan, brimming with confidence and adeptness, commenced her culinary endeavors in this unfamiliar beastly world. Cooking was undoubtedly her sole passion. Xianyu observed Lin Yuan, who was meticulously preparing the seasonings, as she sat by the fire awaiting Nua Bei and Nuayu to finish slicing the meat. With a handful of assorted flavored fruits, she extended them to Lin Yuan. With a face radiant with joy, Lin Yuan accepted the fruits as if they were priceless treasures. Picking one up, she placed it in her mouth, savoring its sweetness, and as she swallowed, she remained motionless, gazing intently at the fire. Slowly, Lin Yuan spoke, Xianyu, I am uncertain of my standing in your heart. Yet, you are the person I trust most in this world. In my moments of helplessness, it was you who stood by my side. Although your actions often lack coherence and you seldom provide explanations, I understand that there are reasons behind them. You were the one who saved me from the brink, the one who offered me fruits in times of hunger, and ultimately, it was you who led me away from the cat tribe. She realized that all the items she had initially exchanged for through the system had been earned with the malicious points Xianyu had collected. In this world, you are more vital to me than my very life. I wish to remain by your side, for that would alleviate the loneliness of this existence. Xianyu quietly regarded Lin Yuan, feeling the overwhelming sincerity emanating from her, as if it were about to engulf her. This sensation was peculiar to Xianyu, reminiscent of the strange feeling she experienced when Yufeng spoke to her in the Baizhe cave, albeit different in nature. A tingling sensation arose within her, as if the restraints on her hands were about to blossom faintly. With her gaze fixated on Lin Yuan, she did not miss a single nuance of expression on her face. Meanwhile, the three beings preparing the meal seemed to fall into silence, leaving only her and Lin Yuan, who was gently conversing with the fire, in this world. Xianyu glanced at the restraints on her wrist. The mysterious bracelet had sprouted a faintly pink flower, which quietly faded away. She retrieved a dazzling red gemstone and deftly traced the image of the extinguished flower within it, which she referred to as the protection of the witch. Taking a slender piece of restraint, she threaded it through the gemstone and presented it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan accepted the red gemstone, gazing at the faintly beautiful flower within. She placed it around her neck, and the slender restraints aligned perfectly, consuming its final essence. The gemstone, etched with the faint image of the flower, exuded an aura of enigma. At this moment, the previously silent three beings finally felt their presence, particularly Nua Air, who glared at the red gemstone hanging from Lin Yuan's neck, entwined with the tendrils of restraint. Jealousy surged within him. After all, the restraints had devoured countless crystals from Xianyu. How could the female master so readily bestow a portion to Lin Yuan? Moreover, she had casually produced a precious gemstone, one he did not possess. Nua Bei and Nuayu were equally astonished by Xianyu's actions. Bewildered by her casual generosity with gemstones, and the fact that this red gemstone was adorned with a flower, so beautiful, so radiant. Was this string of gemstones truly a vine? It appeared almost exquisite, resembling delicate metal rather than a vine. However, Nua Bei and Nuayu, who lingered in the background, overheard Lin Yuan's words. They sensed that their status as Xianyu's beastly spouses paled in comparison to that of a female in Lin Yuan's heart. They resolved never to fall into conflict with Xianyu, having learned from the cautionary tale of Wushan. After receiving a response from Xianyu, Lin Yuan joyfully grasped her hand, eliciting a reaction from everyone present that was far from joyful. Xianyu, how bothersome. I wish for the little beast Nua Air to feed me meat slices. Nua Air, the detestable fellow, was he truly vying for the attention of the female master? Nua Bei and Nuayu reassured her. You really need not concern yourself with my feelings, Yuan, as long as you are happy. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Xianyu coldly pushed Lin Yuan away, her indifference belied by the joy with which she leapt into Nua Air's embrace. Leaning comfortably against Nua Air, she savored the pleasure of Lin Yuan's feeding service. All right, Lin Yuan, how brazen of you to feed me again. I shall endure. After all, since the female master was happily nestled in her embrace. Nuaer decided not to mind Lin Yuan's eager servitude, and he contentedly devoured the meat slices. Nuabe, Nuyu, you truly need not concern yourselves with my feelings. I simply cannot find joy in this. At last, dinner concluded, and Lin Yuan departed with Nuabe and Nuayu. Xianyu, this wretched torment has finally come to an end. She gazed at Nuaer, her eyes radiating longing, yearning to caress his abs, to plant a kiss on his sweet lips, and to soothe her wounded spirit. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yuan discovered that Gu Xian had vanished without a word, and the glimmer of joy in her eyes gradually dimmed. She touched the red gemstone at her chest and let out a soft sigh. Perhaps this is for the best. Let things unfold naturally. At dawn, Yu Feng returned, bringing good news for the recently awakened Xianyu. Xianyu beheld the three figures standing steadily by the bedside. A gentle touch reveals that Nuaer is still on the bed. Upon closer inspection, the sight of that enchanting face tilted at a perfect 45 degrees sent Xianyu bolting upright. Mingzhan, my dear, how did you come here? Was your journey exhausting? Saying this, Xianyu hurriedly pulled Mingzhan to sit on the stone bed, gesturing toward a half-bed full of fruits. Mingzhan, my dear, you must have endured so much. Are you hungry? Come, have some fruits. This display of affection successfully ignited the ire of the neglected Yu Feng and Bai Zhe, who felt overlooked by Xianyu. As her gaze was solely fixated on Mingzhan. Female master, you are so insufferable. Why do you not inquire if I am hungry or if Yu Feng is tired? Your eyes are only for Mingzhan. Bai Zhe lamented, but Xianyu remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed on Mingzhan's exquisite visage. You two are tough-skinned and hardy. Find your own food. Unlike my dear Mingzhan, who requires tender care. Hearing Xianyu's words, Mingzhan nodded in agreement, pouting as he complained, Xianyu, I had such a hard time finding you. The food was scarce, the water insufficient, and I had to keep moving. Xianyu nodded in sympathy. Indeed, my dear Mingzhan has suffered greatly. With that, she offered a handful of red crystals. Mingzhan, my dear, you have worked so hard. Here are some red crystals for you to enjoy. Upon seeing the handful of red crystals, Mingzhan's eyes sparkled, his beautiful face illuminating with joy, as he hesitantly reached for them. After a period of absence, Mingzhan had successfully ascended 10 levels in cultivation, acquiring a personal space. Bai Zhe looked at Yu Feng with a sense of grievance. Isn't this a bit unfair treatment for the female master? Suddenly realizing something, Yu Feng patted Bai Zhe's head. Mingzhan is a member of the Jiaoran tribe. The higher their cultivation, the more alluring they become. It's more ridiculous than the Fox tribe. Upon hearing this, Mingzhan cast a pitiful gaze at Xianyu. Xianyu, do you truly favor him solely because of his high cultivation and beauty? The look of yearning and distress was palpable, prompting Xianyu to grasp Mingzhan's small hand. How could that be? I adore you just the same. Yu Feng, clenching and unclenching his fists, could no longer contain himself. He brushed past Mingzhan's stunning visage and slammed his fist against the stone bed. Can we behave normally now, female master? There are 4 beastly husbands in this cave. With a sudden thud, Xianyu, who had toppled from the stone bed, was taken aback, only to notice Mingzhan's startled expression. Xianyu shot a fierce glare at Yu Feng, softening her demeanor as she comforted Mingzhan. Yu Feng, why did you have to bring this fellow, who was happily cultivating in the sea, to seek out Xianyu? Nuaer, who had also fallen from the stone bed, called out to the female master in a pitiful manner. Yet Xianyu ignored him entirely. Bai Zhe, regardless of posture or angle, felt utterly invisible to Xianyu. It was only when Lin Yuan suggested having breakfast with Xianyu at a clearing halfway up the mountain, concerned that Mingzhan would go hungry, that Xianyu stepped outside, holding Mingzhan's hand protectively, as if fearing a fall on flat ground. Later, as the members of the Crane tribe, either hunting or preparing to eat, witnessed a rather peculiar scene and became enamored with Mingzhan's beauty, many paused their tasks. Xianyu fed Mingzhan roasted meat while seated nearby, while Yu Feng, Bai Zhe, and Nuaer sat there, gritting their teeth as they gnawed on their own roasted meat. Lin Yuan yearned to cling to Xianyu, but upon discovering Mingzhan's presence, she was met with indifference, not even a glance from Xianyu, which left her feeling dejected. Nuyu, how is it possible for such a beautiful male to exist? Nuabe quietly inched closer to his brother, casting a glance at Mingzhan, and remarked, Is it today that you have revealed your top-tier beauty? It's utterly worthless. This provoked a fierce glare from the three beastly husbands surrounding Xianyu. The Crane tribe leader, originally preparing to organize a hunt, halted in his tracks, captivated by Ming Zhan basking in sunlight. His beauty unmatched. What fault could Xianyu possibly have? It is solely the fault of this beastly husband and his damned, peerless beauty, which is utterly addictive. So stunning. Chapter 27. The Monster Yu Feng. I can't hold on any longer. The heart of a beast longs for a blade beast. It has not paused for a moment. Yu Feng cast a fleeting glance at Bai Zhe. Recalling how Ming Zhan had merely suffered a superficial injury, while the formidable Xianyu bore the brunt of the backlash from witchcraft, poisoning the entire fox tribe, I advise you to restrain yourself. A beast lacking self-control is destined for a grim fate. Xianyu's methods are ruthless. Why? Is it merely because he is more handsome? Observing the female master's lack of restraint, he scoffed, I concur with your sentiments. Yu Feng, what I say is indeed accurate. I am only urging you to suppress your desire to harm Ming Zhan. Ming Zhan remarked, this is too much. Xianyu replied, indeed, dear, I shall cool you down. I wish to drink some water. Certainly, I shall serve you some soup. This roasted meat is rather salty, don't worry. I shall eat this piece and prepare another for you. Noel sat in stunned silence, pondering if they truly needed to be so melodramatic. Bai Zhe, gripping the roasted meat tightly, seethed with indignation. Exactly. As if anyone here is unattractive. Must beauty be accompanied by such theatrics? Yu Feng endured, but his patience was wearing thin. Damn it, infatuated female master. Why must I endure this torment knowing he is present? It's outrageous. Since this beast husband arrived, Xianyu has no longer left a place for me in his heart. Woe is me! Lin Yuan wept heartbrokenly, and No Bei consoled her. Yuan, do not despair. There are still 3 beast husbands without a place in his heart. Precisely. Why should you be the most distressed? No, Yu added, offering a comforting touch. The beast husbands, who were supposed to be more sorrowful, cast deep, resentful glances at No Yu and No Bei, as if to say, the female master's little darling cannot be harmed. You two irrelevant bystanders are fair game. Ina bid for self-preservation. No Bei and No Yu tightly covered their mouths while attempting to console Lin Yu and one of the trio, Bai Zhe, who had always sought recognition yet remained overlooked, made a bold move. He produced a simple yet exquisite dress crafted from a special material by their tribe for Xianyu, forcefully wedging himself between Ming Zhan and Xianyu. Xianyu gazed up at the elegantly simple dress, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes as he observed Bai Zhe's eager expression for praise. He patted Bai Zhe's head, engaging in the customary exchange of fruits. After laboriously crafting the dress for so long, receiving only a few fruits in return vexed Bai Zhe, who pouted and turned to Yu Feng, tears brimming in his eyes. The female master is so biased. Thus, Xianyu, along with her 4 beast husbands and Lin Yuan, lingered in the Crane tribe for an extended period. Until one day, Lin Yuan vanished without a trace, leaving behind only anxious yet utterly perplexed No Bei and No Yu. Also missing was Xianyu, leaving behind 3 equally bewildered beast husbands. They attempted to locate Xianyu's whereabouts through the patterns of their contract, but to no avail. It appeared that the patterns, which once allowed them to sense their partner's presence, had suddenly lost their function. What could be the reason? Lin Yuan surveyed the shadowy valley, questioning why she had been transported to such a place. Fortunately, she had been unknowingly holding on to Xianyu, which was why both of them had been inexplicably summoned here. Calling out to the system in her mind yielded no guidance whatsoever. Xianyu was also assessing her surroundings. Cliffs? A valley? A significant figure? Her gaze landed on Lin Yuan, pondering if this could be the location of the most toxic plant she sought. The good news was that she seemed to have found a clue regarding the plant's whereabouts. But the bad news was that her witchcraft abilities appeared to be prohibited. This meant she could not even consume the fruits stored in her witch pouch. Towering flora loomed around her, and the valley's depths echoed with the distant roars of strange beasts, indicating a perilous situation for both Lin Yu and Xianyu. We must remain silent. Xianyu raised a finger to her lips, signaling Lin Yu and to minimize any noise. Provoking a beast would certainly not bode well for them. A faint call from the witch beckoned her in a particular direction. Xianyu pondered. Was this the guidance of the beast god towards the most toxic plant? My intuition tells me we should proceed in that direction, she asserted. Lin Yuan, however, indicated a direction completely contrary to Xianyu's instincts. Unspoken was her belief that it would be best for her to venture alone. Xianyu nodded in agreement, indicating that they could temporarily part ways. After all, in this valley, no one could discern where was safe and where was not. Overwhelmed by the fervent call of her instincts, Lin Yuan disregarded the unease of being in an unfamiliar valley, summoning her courage to follow the guidance of her heart. As she watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Xianyu turned her gaze in the opposite direction. She did not understand why her witchcraft abilities were unavailable. If she did not replenish her energy fruit for an extended period, she would perish. In comparison to the plants outside, those within the valley appeared disproportionately gigantic. As Xianyu navigated along the roots of the plants, she encountered scarcely any flora shorter than herself. Occasionally, she had to push aside obstructive plants, her hands accumulating a sticky residue, for these plants were excessively supple. Gazing skyward, she noted that the valley, shrouded in perpetual darkness, was devoid of sunlight, only illuminated by the faint purple glow emanating from the stone walls, which contrasted sharply with the dense swarm of tiny insects. So minuscule were these creatures that she could not discern their shape with the naked eye. Once proud and self-assured, Xianyu now felt a twinge of uncertainty. She realized she knew far too little about this unfamiliar corner of the world. All she possessed were the lessons learned from Witch Mountain, even though she understood more than most witches and beastmen. Having grown up in Witch Mountain, a place abundant with witches, she witnessed the weak and inept lose their resources. A master could seize anything that could be taken. For those witches whose ranks failed to rise, the scornful gazes from others were inevitable, yet that was merely the beginning. An innate pride forbade her from displaying weakness. Even if she appeared fragile, lacking sufficient witchcraft, she resolved to draw upon her life force to practice. Endlessly, monotonously, she persevered in mastering everything she could, transforming herself into a formidable force. Day after day, she would venture to the cliff's edge to extract energy fruits from guardian beasts, transitioning from a state of numerous injuries, sometimes lying at the cliff's base for months, to effortlessly achieving her goal. With unwavering determination, she pressed forward in the direction indicated by the beast god, unperturbed by the uncertainties ahead. As she journeyed, Xianyu encountered a river cutting through her path, the dark purple waters shimmering ominously. She knelt beside the river, cupping her hands to gather some water, allowing it to trickle through her fingers. Observing her weathered hands, she noted that the water's dark hue seemed harmless to her skin. Gradually, she stepped onto the river's surface, as her attire of fish silk allowed her to manipulate the water, solidifying the surface beneath her feet like stone. However, just as she reached the midpoint of the river, an unusual occurrence transpired. A creature emerged from the water, blocking her path. Its upper half was humanoid while its lower half resembled a fish tail, its skin exposed and covered in scales. Unlike Ming Zhan's resplendent tail, this one was hideous, resembling a tail fashioned from burlap. Its dark brown tail bore no scales, only deep scars, and the scales on its body resembled those of a snake, densely packed. Most alarmingly, it appeared emaciated, raising doubts about whether this was truly a living creature. How grotesque, Xianyu thought, blinking as she recalled Ming Zhan's beauty, attempting to clear her mind. The creature spoke, its voice hoarse and grating, enough to cause discomfort to her eardrums. "I have a tale to tell you." Xianyu, confronted by the creature before her, found it impossible to ignore. Once upon a time, a man from a superior tribe fell in love with a woman from an inferior tribe. He brought her back to his tribe, yet she fell in love with his father, murdering his mother and banishing him from the tribe. As it spoke, the monster's ugly eyes bore into Xianyu. "Do you believe that woman deserved to die?" Xianyu lowered her head, rubbing her ears in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort caused by the noise. Frustration welled within her. She longed to eliminate this creature. Yet her power was insufficient, so she endured. This monster is an orc from the northern and southern continents. Only there do they refer to men and women. In the eastern and western continents, they merely use the terms female or male. I don't know. What do you think? She should die. That vile woman deserves death. The volume escalated, forcing Xianyu to recoil, covering her ears as irritation bubbled within her. "Then she should die. Keep your voice down. My hearing is quite sharp. Is that so?" The monstrous figure fixed its eerie gaze upon Xianyu, a sinister grin twisting its already grotesque features. were it not for the necessity of remaining vigilant to her surroundings. Xianyu would have long since closed her eyes. Long, long ago, a sorcerer had fallen in love with a man, believing the man to have forsaken everything for him. Yet, the man abandoned him, choosing instead to be with the sorcerer's sister. The man sought out another sorcerer to use magic to usurp his gifts. Should you speak of sorcery, Xianyu would be intrigued. What sorcery? How was it stolen? What gifts? In an instant, a fierce flame of anger ignited in the monster's eyes as it attempted to step forward. Reaching out a hand to place upon Xianyu's shoulder, intent on shaking her from her stupor. Fortunately, ever wary, Xianyu deftly retreated a pace. Is this the crux of the matter? You imbecile, did you not grasp the essence of my words? A piercingly shrill voice echoed near her ear, while Xianyu's cold gaze, laced with disdain, scrutinized the creature before her. What on earth does this dimwit intend? What do you want from me? Do not obstruct my path. I want you to listen to my tale. Is my story not captivating? Why do you exhibit no sign of emotional response? Allow me to illustrate. A lion fell in love with a sheep, only to devour it out of hunger. I might even envy the lion for having a feast in its time of need. The monster's gaze lingered on Xianyu, silent for an extended moment. It seems you are not the sort to relish my stories. Yet, despite this, it has been an eternity since anyone has graced this place. Promise me one thing, and I shall no longer hinder your passage. Should you refuse, we shall remain here in this stalemate. Xianyu regarded the hideous creature before her, reluctant to acquiesce to any request. However, an instinct born from her sorceress lineage warned her that this monster was beyond her current capabilities to defeat. What do you wish of me? You, a dullard who has no appreciation for tales. I shall not recount my story again. You shall learn everything once you agree to my terms. The monster's expression shifted to one of sorrowful contemplation, rendering its already grotesque visage even more peculiar. If I refuse your request, you will obstruct my passage across the river. What benefit would agreeing to your terms confer upon me? Xianyu forced herself to maintain a steady gaze, suppressing her discomfort as she scrutinized the creature before her. There is no advantage to be gained from this. Truth be told, even under unequal circumstances, Xianyu held little interest in compliance. For instance, even if I were to agree to your demands, I could inform you of how the sorcerer's powers were stolen, the method employed, and how to safeguard against such theft in the future. As she spoke, the monster extended a crystalline orb towards her. Xianyu's intuition suggested that this orb held great value, and it posed no threat to her, prompting her to accept it. The moment she grasped it, the orb transformed into a chilling sensation that surged through her body. A beam of contract energy illuminating the space between Xianyu and the monster. The vow was established. Having taken the monster's offering, Xianyu was now bound to resolve the matter it had spoken of. Xianyu's gaze was filled with complexity as she regarded the creature before her. The moment the orb melded with her essence, she sensed an awakening of powers akin to the icy abilities possessed by the Ice Dragon clan of the northern continent. As a gift inherent to the Ice Dragon lineage, its application required no assistance from sorcery. Furthermore, she felt the presence of a personal space, an expanse of icy realms that dwarfed her previous confinement within the sealed space of her sorceress pouch. Who are you truly? If the disparity between the eastern and western continents is vast, then the chasm between the eastern and western continents and the northern and southern continents is beyond measure, one akin to clouds in the sky and mud upon the earth. The eastern and western continents are the mud, while the northern and southern are the clouds. It is only the inhabitants of the northern and southern continents who distinguish between high and low ranks. The orcs of higher tribes typically possess unique abilities. In contrast, the sorcerers of the eastern and western continents surpass the orcs, while the high-ranking orcs of the northern and southern continents stand on equal footing with the sorcerers. This question seemed to evoke a sense of sorrow within the monster, now bound by the contract, which had achieved its purpose. Falling into a silent mode, it extended its hand once more, offering a luminous sphere of memory. When you prepare to depart from this canyon, absorb this memory orb, and you shall uncover all that you seek to know, as well as the task I require you to fulfill. With a wave of her hand, Xianyu placed the memory orb into the icy realm. In the next moment, without so much as a farewell, the monster vanished as silently as it had appeared. What a trickster, promising to divulge the secrets of the stolen sorcery, yet revealing not a word. let us first seek the most poisonous plant and its corresponding elixir. Without any hindrance, Xianyu swiftly traversed the peculiar river shimmering with a violet glow. The scenery on either side of the river appeared starkly contrasting. On one side, the plants were pitifully diminutive, and a moment's inattention could lead to trampling a few of them underfoot. Continuing onward, guided by an inner compass, the allure grew stronger and clearer, as if the most venomous plant was within reach. At last, Xianyu stumbled upon a hollow little cave, where a plant seemed to beckon her. Its surroundings were barren, devoid of any other flora, radiating an air of dominance. This plant appeared harmless, with merely 2 green leaves. Yet it danced wildly in the stillness of the air. Xianyu cautiously approached, a strange fragrance enveloping her senses, momentarily disorienting her. With a swift motion, she drew a sharp ice blade from the icy realm, making a deliberate incision on her chest, allowing her lifeblood to drip rhythmically onto the leaves. This was the ritual to forge their covenant, as the small plant absorbed enough of her essence. Its roots began to rise from the ground, embedding themselves into Xianyu's pulsating heart. It seemed to undergo a transformation, as a luminous green starlight manifested upon her beating heart, restoring the long-lost magical prowess in an instant. Rich and overflowing, breaking through the confines of its fortress. The wound on Xianyu's chest gradually healed, her heartbeat coursing with the toxic essence. Having fulfilled her purpose, she retrieved a memory orb and pressed it against her forehead, allowing it to dissolve slowly. Yet, she seemed to overlook the peculiar fragrance she had sensed before forging the pact with the small plant, which now accompanied the dissipating memory orb, subtly wreaking havoc. As the memory orb faded, an irresistible energy altered her appearance and lifted the covenant markings from her body. In the northern continent, there exist 4 prominent high-ranking tribes: the Ice Dragons, Fire Phoenixes, Wind Sparrows, and Qilin. Members of these tribes, regardless of gender, possess their unique innate powers. The Ice Dragons harness the energy of ice and snow, the Fire Phoenixes command flames, the Wind Sparrows wield the powers of wind and thunder, while the Qilin control earth and stone. The strength of their abilities is determined by the magnitude of their innate powers, in stark contrast to other beastfolk whose genetics are chaotic. These 4 races primarily inherit their powers through lineage. Unlike other beastfolk, where one female often mates with multiple males, the 4 major tribes typically seek only one partner and exclusively within their ranks. Offspring are sent to the awakening grounds at the age of 3 to determine whether they inherit their father's or mother's innate abilities. Ensuring the continuity of these powers. One day, the son of the Ice Dragon tribe's chieftain, Yu fell in love with a woman from the Merfolk tribe named Chufu. Consequently, he annulled his engagement with Jiwei, the daughter of the Wind Sparrow tribe's chieftain. Unbeknownst to him, Chufu harbored affection for his father, the chieftain of the Ice Dragons, and conspired with the Merfolk shaman to murder his mother, casting a curse upon Yu. This curse transformed him from a handsome gentleman into a loathed, hideous monster, cast into the darkest depths of the canyon's shadowy river, where he would see no light for eternity. What he did not anticipate was that the Merfolk shaman was in fact the partner of a Qilin. And even more astonishing was that this Qilin was the brother of Yui's mother. Chufu was merely a pawn. She had loved Yui's father, Yui, in her youth. However, Yui had no interest in her, preferring instead his younger sister. Suna. In her bitterness, Su Yin repeatedly used her magical powers against Suna. Unlike the visible use of innate abilities, the implementation of witchcraft was insidious and difficult to counter. Yui sought the tribe's shaman, rummaging through records to employ a forbidden spell that directly swapped the air to strip Su Yin of her magical talent. Without magical ability, even a shaman could no longer wield their powers. Fortunately, Su Yin retained her innate Qilin ability to control earth and stone, thus remaining quite likable among the beastfolk, even earning the affections of a merfolk which, little did they know that the cursed and castaway Yui would eventually encounter a woman who would love him sincerely, and together they would bear a child who inherited his innate powers. Perhaps moved by the woman's acceptance of his monstrous appearance, their child took on the surname Xian, named Xianyu. Chapter 28. The wedding of the Wind Sparrow tribe. Xianyu felt a pang of sorrow for her father's plight. Harboring resentment over his inexplicable transformation into a grotesque being, sealed away in the abyss of the shadowy river. Finally, in her coming-of-age year, she resolved to traverse the canyon and seek vengeance for her father. Awakening in the Wind Sparrow tribe. Xianyu was momentarily bewildered. Why was her hideous father imprisoned in the depths of the canyon, while her beautiful mother prepared for marriage? Rubbing her head, she sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. "Young miss, you have finally awakened. We were all so worried about you." A festively dressed girl rushed over, pulling Xianyu along. "We must hurry to the wedding ceremony. This is a grand union between the Wind Sparrow and Ice Dragon tribes." Xianyu pondered. "So, my mother is to marry my half-brother? How intriguing." It appeared that the hybridization between Merfolk and Ice Dragons had not diminished the Ice Dragon lineage. Rumor had it that the son born of this mermaid had awakened the innate powers of the Ice Dragons. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, Xianyu spotted several familiar faces from her father's past. Her father's former fiancé Yi Chufu, her grandfather Yu Hui, her uncle Su Yin, and her mother Jiwei, along with her stepfather, especially. What a situation! Only the innocent bystander, her father, was injured in this scene, and curiously, Xianyu felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate these individuals, devoid of any righteous fury on behalf of her father. How peculiar! Perhaps it was because her father was too foolish, leading her to develop a disdain for his foolishness. Jiwei was the first to notice Xianyu's arrival, her eyes shimmering with maternal affection as she called out, "Xianyu, you have come. How amusing." She had even changed her name. "Why do I bear the surname Xian while my mother is Ji? Something feels off." Xianyu's instincts alerted her to a discrepancy. Meeting her mother's tender gaze, Xianyu nodded without uttering any words that might be deemed inappropriate. She believed that speaking too much would only lead to more mistakes. Following Jiwei's gaze, she noticed several scrutinizing eyes upon her. The disdain in her stepfather Yuyi's and Chufu's expressions, along with Su Yan's emotionless appraisal, contrasted sharply with Yohui's momentary comprehension, his trembling hands revealing the gravity of his realization. "Good child, come live with your mother in the Ice Dragon tribe from now on. Rest assured, we will treat you as well as we do your mother." Chufu feigned kindness, masking her malice. Xianyu remained nonchalant, while Jiwei blushed and nodded in agreement. How peculiar! She had thought that Chufu merely held disdain for her as a burden, but now it seemed she had also ensnared Jiwei in her web. Xianyu's gaze drifted between Jiwei and Yuyi, sensing an absence of genuine bond between them. How strange! Was it not that the covenant merely signified companionship? Was it not possible that the absence of such a bond could lead to peril for her mother? Standing at the wedding venue, Xianyu observed the chaotic rituals, yet the absence of any mention of the covenant left her perplexed. "Mother, is this how your wedding is to be completed? I have seen other weddings where the partners bind themselves in covenant." Feigning innocence, Xianyu inquired, her gaze subtly landing on Chufu and Yuyi. Upon hearing her words, both Chufu and Yuyi's expressions shifted, as if her inquiry was an unreasonable demand. "Of course, I will bind my covenant with your father when we reach the Ice Dragon tribe." Jiwei responded with a shy smile. Xianyu scanned the crowd of onlookers, none of whom seemed to question this matter. How troubling! Upon arriving at the Ice Dragon tribe, she would be amidst those wretched individuals. Her stepfather would simply take her mother to bed, yet without revealing her vulnerabilities, there could be no covenant. Would it not be futile to bear siblings if no covenant was formed? She could not shake the feeling that her mother was a tad naive. Xianyu pressed on, determined to facilitate her mother's covenant, for she understood that such a bond held only benefits for females. Why is this so? Could it be that the Ice Dragon tribe lacks anyone capable of wielding magic? But fear not, for we of the Wind Sparrow tribe possess such abilities. As she spoke, Xianyu directed her pleading gaze toward her maternal grandfather, the chieftain of the Wind Sparrow tribe. "Grandfather, could it be that my father resents me as a burden to my mother, unwilling to bind himself to her on the day of their wedding?" With a tone of envy and grievance, she lowered her head. Reflecting on her treatment within the Wind Sparrow clan, Xianyu was certain that her grandfather did not harbor any dislike towards her and was indeed fond of his granddaughter. As expected, the clan leader, Ji Hua, did not allow Jiwei to utter another word before summoning the clan shaman to prepare for the binding contract between the two. In an instant, both Chu Fu and Yu Qi's expression soured considerably. If the contract were to be established, Yu Qi would only be permitted to have Jiwei as her sole female partner in the future and would be barred from causing any harm to Jiwei. This meant that if Jiwei disallowed it, even Xianyu would find it difficult to interact with her own offspring. Surely this isn't necessary. We come with utmost sincerity to unite with the Ice Dragon clan. Even with Jiwei already having a child, You have shown us no trust whatsoever. It's not that we refuse to bind, but rather we prefer to do so upon our return to the Ice Dragon clan." Chu Fu spoke with a hint of indifference, casting a disapproving glance at Xianyu. It seemed that Ji Wei's motherhood had humbled her, as she bowed her head in guilt and timidly suggested, "Father, we can wait to bind the contract until we reach the Ice Dragon clan." Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of disappointment flashed in Ji Hua's eyes, and he shook his head, perplexed by his daughter's apparent weakness. Xianyu, upon hearing these words, felt a pang of displeasure. "What is this? Do you scorn me? No longer pretending, are we?" Her indifferent gaze swept over Chu Fu and Yu Qi, and she coldly remarked, "If I recall correctly, Madam belongs to the Merfolk clan, right? And your stepfather is a hybrid of Merfolk and Ice Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. TSK, I've heard that a single female from your Merfolk clan can attract numerous males. My mother only brought me along. She is not my father. You ought to be grateful that this." Both Chu Fu and Yu Qi were instantly inflamed with anger. Referring to individuals as female or male in the northern and southern continents was considered an insult, as it implied a belief that the beastmen of the eastern and western continents were inferior. However, Xianyu perceived that while the four major clans of the northern continent could be regarded as noble, the Merfolk clan held no distinction from those of the eastern and western continents. "Jiyu, do not speak nonsense," Ji Wei said, her gaze shifting to the fury evident on Chu Fu and Yu Qi's faces. As she grew increasingly anxious, she had not anticipated that her typically gentle daughter would utter such sharp words. Ji Hua's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Xianyu, and he noted that his granddaughter seemed to have changed. He recalled how she once shared her mother's softness, and he was genuinely surprised by her incisive remarks. Displeased by his daughter's submissive demeanor, Ji Hua recognized that their supposed union was merely a guise for Ji Wei's affection towards Yu Qi. Just as Xianyu had articulated, the offspring of a Merfolk and an Ice Dragon did not belong to the ranks of the four major clans. What kind of union was this? How could they dare to look down on Ji Wei for bringing along a child? If it were up to him, he would not even consider a union with a Merfolk, regardless of whether she brought 10 children or not. The term hybrid deeply enraged Yu Qi, who, in a fit of anger, directed a shard of ice towards Xianyu, only to be thwarted by Ji Hua's tempestuous intervention. Ji Wei stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Would her wedding still proceed? Why did her daughter speak so rudely to Yu Qi? And how could Yu Qi dare to act against her own child? What, is it forbidden for my granddaughter to speak the truth? Ha, as if you could claim to have no Merfolk blood coursing through your veins just because you can control ice. Ji Hua's cold gaze settled sharply on Yu Qi. The next moment, he directed his attention towards Yu Hui, remaining silent but signaling for the Ice Dragon clan leader to provide an explanation. In his eyes, both Chu Fu and Yu Qi were unworthy of his consideration. "Yu Qi, how dare you lay a hand on Ji Wei's child? Apologize to Jiyu at once." Yu Hui merely tapped the table lightly, his tone apathetic. Just as Xianyu had mocked Yu Qi, the latter seemed to disregard her words altogether. Upon hearing this, Yu Qi's fury surged, and the veins in his tightly clenched fists throbbed with exertion. Such was the case. No matter the circumstances, his father had never favored him. Even when he was ridiculed by others in the clan due to his Merfolk heritage, he was merely expected to apologize. The loathsome term hybrid had shadowed his growth, as he endured bullying in his youth before awakening his innate abilities, only to be doubted as unworthy of succeeding as the young clan leader. Thus, despite his disdain for Ji Wei's perceived weakness, he complied with his mother's wishes to win her affection, aiming for a union, all while bearing the burden of her child, to further his aspirations of succession. Overwhelmed by anger and resentment, Xianyu found amusement in the spectacle before her, noting how unfriendly the dynamic seemed between Yu Hui and his mother. "I'm sorry. I should not have struck at a weaker opponent," Yu Qi declared, addressing Xianyu, prompting her to respond with incredulity. "Indeed, isn't that so? I wonder, uncle, at my age, wouldn't you also be considered a weakling? I doubt you would have acted so ruthlessly back then." Yu Qi, upon receiving Xianyu's taunt, tightened his fists but remained silent, casting a deep, meaningful glance at her. It was evident that were they not within the Wind Sparrow clan, he would have readily extinguished Xianyu. Seemingly aware of his inability to control the rebellious child, Chu Fu's displeasure shifted towards Ji Wei. Receiving the unspoken cue, Ji Wei found herself flustered once more, for Chu Fu was the mother of the man she loved. It was all her fault for not managing the situation properly, allowing her daughter to disrupt the wedding. Xianyu, let us cease this discussion, shall we? Be a good girl, Jiwei implored, her eyes pleading with Xianyu, who felt her heart sink. Witnessing his daughter's lack of resolve, Ji Hua's anger dissipated, leaving only disappointment. He rapped the table firmly, declaring, "This marriage shall proceed, or we shall bind the contract now." Regardless, once the contract was established, Ji Wei would merely gain a beastly husband she did not favor. Concerned by the uproar, he feared for the safety of Ji Wei and Ji Yu once they arrived at the Ice Dragon clan. Ji Yu, must you accompany your mother? Would it not suffice to remain within the Wind Sparrow clan? Ji Hua's earnest and heartfelt advice echoed in the air. How wonderful it would be to remain within the Wind Sparrow tribe, where under her watchful gaze, who would dare to bully her granddaughter? Experiencing Ji Hua's genuine concern, Xianyu could only shake her head in resignation. She had to venture to the Ice Dragon tribe to avenge her grandfather. Despite her grandfather's good intentions, she could only regard it as a fool's errand. Observing her granddaughter's unreasonable demeanor, Ji Hua could only acquiesce. With a deep sigh, he produced a peculiar small shield, its transparent exterior revealing a swirling tempest within. Brimming with energy and exquisitely shaped, he hung the shield around Xianyu's neck as a necklace, then waved his hand, unleashing a wave of energy while murmuring an incantation. This small shield will transform into a fire shield when you find yourself in imminent danger, protecting you from harm. Must it be life-threatening to activate? If someone were to attack me, like today, would it work? How many times can it be used? Xianyu inquired, adding, "Grandfather, you are truly kind to me. It will manifest when you are attacked with sufficient energy fluctuations. Once the flames within are expended, the shield will lose its power. However, you can return to me, and I shall replenish the tempest within." Ji Hua patiently explained, hoping this would encourage his granddaughter to visit the Wind Sparrow tribe more often, allowing him to confirm her safety and well-being. Xianyu nodded, her grateful yet moved gaze directed at Ji Hua. Her grandfather's kindness was something her mother had never provided. She felt a responsibility to care for her mother on behalf of her grandfather. As for your mother, well, perhaps it is best to let that be. If she refuses to heed your counsel, prioritize your own safety. Ji Hua sighed deeply, perplexed by his daughter's apparent weakness and foolishness. He could not persuade her, let alone his granddaughter. He could only hope Xianyu would exert herself and avoid being bullied while away. "I will do my utmost to care for my mother, grandfather," Xianyu assured him, reflecting on her mother's innocent state during her wedding, recognizing that she might struggle to provide adequate care. After all, she had to protect her own mother. Ji Hua nodded, still feeling a tinge of unease. Eventually, he decided to assign a capable warrior from the tribe to accompany Xianyu, ensuring her safety until Ji Wei and Ji Yu grew accustomed to life in the Ice Dragon tribe before their return. Once Ji Hua had escorted the Ice Dragon party out of the tribe, Ji Wei, perched atop a dragon, finally noticed that Xianyu was seated upon a Wind Sparrow. "What is this?" she inquired. Puzzled, "Can warriors from the Wind tribe simply take others away? This is a bodyguard arranged by my grandfather. He fears I might be bullied in the Ice Dragon tribe," Xianyu explained nonchalantly. "Isn't that the case? Grandfather must mean that." She felt her answer was quite satisfactory. Nearby, a jovial Ice Dragon warrior, a cerulean dragon, hovered close to Xianyu, grinning as he interjected, "Not at all. Our Ice Dragon tribe does not harbor the sort who would strike a woman." "Really? Then why was I nearly attacked at my wedding?" Xianyu retorted, a hint of mockery in her tone. The dragon, finding Xianyu's wit amusing, lowered his voice playfully. "Our Ice Dragon warriors typically come from noble lineages within the 4 great tribes. We possess elegance and refinement. Just look at our dragon forms. They are undeniably more beautiful indeed," Xianyu acknowledged, silently giving a thumbs up to the cerulean dragon for his audacity. "Your name is Ji Yu, correct? I have heard your mother call you that. I am Qing Kong. Let us get to know each other. I'll show you around the Ice Dragon tribe." Xianyu nodded in agreement, appreciating the sentiment that an enemy's enemy is a friend. "That sounds delightful." Then, Qing Tsong continued, "Is your father also from the Ice Dragon tribe?" Xianyu, taken aback, regarded Qing Tsong with surprise. Her rather unattractive father was indeed an ice dragon. However, female dragons usually maintained a humanoid form. How did Qing Tsong know this? Observing Xianyu's curious gaze, Qing Tsong cleverly responded, "I can sense a strong aura of ice and snow emanating from you. That's our ice dragon tribe's unique innate power. Your mother hails from the wind sparrow tribe, so you must be a purebred ice dragon, just like us. Qing Tsung's assertion left Xianyu bewildered. Purebred? So, does that mean those born from unions between the four great tribes are considered purebred? Xianyu cast a sidelong glance at Yu Ji, contemplating whether such exceptions would be labeled as hybrids. As if on cue. Yu Ji's dragon form stiffened momentarily, his resentment palpable, even contemplating a confrontation with Qing Kong. However, should he lose, he would face punishment, and winning would incur the wrath of his father. For as the successor to the position of clan leader, how could he harm a tribesman, even if he had yet to officially assume the role? A malicious glare was directed at Xianyu. She was merely an unwelcome burden to him. Xianyu sensed Yu Ji's animosity, and Qing Tsung did as well. You must be cautious of that vile individual. His bloodline is tainted with malice. His mother is not only a lowly beast but also a promiscuous, wicked mermaid. Xianyu listened, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Qing Kong. Chapter 29. The foolish Ji Wei, this newfound companion, was quite audacious. He spoke freely, and Xianyu found herself wanting to hear more. Her father, cursed and sealed in the abyss, transformed into an ugly creature. How innocent he was! Such despicable beings deserved every ounce of malice. Don't dwell on it. I am not one to speak ill of others unless they truly deserve it, Qing Tsung clarified, seeking to establish his reputation. Initially, he should have despised the child of his mother and Yu Ji. However, since Xianyu had caused a scene at her wedding, Qing Tsung quickly recognized her as one of his own. She valued bloodlines. Xianyu, what if I simply dislike them for no particular reason? Our former clan leader's wife was an exceptional being, a noble Kirin with innate abilities, cruelly slain by a lowly mermaid. Qing Tsung expressed his fury, unbothered by the presence of Yu Ji and Chu Fu, who could hear every word. The most abhorrent part is that this vile mermaid somehow transferred our clan leader's contract to herself. How ridiculous it is that our entire ice dragon tribe faces ridicule from the other three great tribes because of her. Xianyu felt this was a blind spot in her knowledge. Why do I feel I should know about this? She pondered, perplexed. Our previous foolish clan leader caused his own mother's demise, ruining everything and bringing shame upon the clan leader. If he had not defied the clan leader's wishes and insisted on bringing back that lowly mermaid, none of this would have happened. He even caused the death of his own sister and crippled his brother's legs. All of that was the doing of that despicable mermaid and her offspring. Xianyu nodded, realizing that the root of the problem lay with her unattractive father. But really, she is just a mermaid. How could she have achieved all this? That wretched, lowly mermaid certainly did not rely on strength. If it were based on strength alone, she would amount to nothing. Thus, you must keep your distance from her. Being near them will only bring misfortune. They will never accept you. The wind sparrow tribesman flying beneath Xianyu shuddered involuntarily, understanding why the clan leader was so adamant about sending someone to protect his granddaughter. During Qing Tsung's not-so-quiet tirade, Ji Wei listened intently. Unable to contain herself, she defended her beloved man's mother. How can you speak such nonsense without any evidence? You cannot label my mother as malicious. Clearly, you place too much emphasis on bloodlines, blaming all problems on my mother. You mentioned strength. Mermaids are no match for ice dragons or Kirins. Are you suggesting my mother is intelligent while they are not? How can you place all the blame on her? Listening to Ji Wei refer to Chu Fu as her mother left Xianyu momentarily speechless. Where did I come from? If my mother was unaware of my father's identity, how did she bear me? As Ji Wei's voice rang out, a fleeting smirk passed over Yu Ji's face far ahead. Evidence? Intelligence? No wonder you fell for Yu Ji's trickery. If strength is not enough, then they must resort to cunning. Another fool akin to you has emerged. This time, he shall not save an undeserving soul. Initially, I could not bear to see you deceived and endeavored to reveal the truth to him. Yet, ultimately, it led to the demise of my beloved daughter, Su Na, and now, my eldest son, who has lost both his legs, along with my own helpless state, all for the sake of a simpleton. Had I known, I would have let him perish back then. I shall not converse with such a fool. Silence yourself, Qing Tsung retorted bluntly at Ji Wei. Ever since Yu Yi's emergence in the tribe, disdain towards foolishness has burgeoned. Watching this scene, Xianyu seemed unperturbed by Qing Tsung's outburst towards her mother. Am I truly so callous? Observing Ji Wei's momentary expression of grievance, perhaps she does harbor love for her mother. But perhaps she merely detests foolishness? As for the others present, aside from Xianyu and Ji Wei, the only one was Feng Che from the Feng Ke tribe, who was also in a dilemma. Should he offer a token retort to Ji Wei? However, the chieftain had stated he was there to protect Jiyu, and since Jiyu had not spoken in defense of her mother, he felt no obligation to do so either. Very well. He decided to remain obediently as her means of flight for the time being. Ji Wei, feeling wronged for being so rudely rebuffed, called out plaintively, especially as she received no response. She surmised that Yui must have grown accustomed to being bullied by the Ice Dragon clan. Hence her hesitance to retort. Then, she cast a hopeful glance towards her daughter. Xianyu averted her gaze quietly, finding it all too foolish. Just look at the disdain in that dead fish-like gaze. In Chu Fu's eyes, there was a wealth of mockery directed at Ji Wei, as if blaming her for being a worthless person even in a quarrel. Noticing that Xianyu did not speak up for her obstinate mother, Qing Tsong eagerly leaned in once more to engage in casual conversation, not wishing for Xianyu to feel caught between him and Ji Wei, and therefore refrained from discussing Chu Fu and Yu Yi. Jiyu, upon arriving at the tribe, do not stay with your mother. I will arrange a place for you near my residence. I have many friends in the Ice Dragon tribe, and we can play together. Sounds good. Xianyu agreed to this suggestion, fearing that she might be killed by Yu Yi if she stayed with Ji Wei. Upon hearing Xianyu's approval, Ji Wei cast a sorrowful glance in her direction. Xianyu once again turned away, resolutely ignoring her. She would never gamble her life away. I have many sparkling beautiful stones I can share to decorate your abode. Hearing this, Xianyu glanced at her empty spatial storage. The ice domain, barren except for ice, and snow. So, the ice dragons can manipulate ice and snow at will because they directly draw from the ice and snow in their spatial storage? Then, could it be that her grandfather's spatial realm is engulfed in a storm? Looking at the bizarre red bracelet on her wrist, Xianyu felt a slight sense of incongruity. Am I truly an ice dragon? As a female, she cannot transform to verify, yet the ice domain undeniably exists. Xianyu casually touched a block of ice to her face, noticing some resemblance to Yu Hui and Ji Wei, but she felt so unfamiliar. Perhaps not pale enough? Are you looking in a mirror? No need to check. You are exceedingly beautiful and must be quite endearing. Xianyu pondered, is she truly the kind of beauty that attracts admiration? Gazing at her soft and adorable reflection in the mirror, she indeed appeared charming. I think you were right. Although, Xianyu felt that Qing Tsong's words were quite accurate. Being affirmed made Qing Tsong feel quite pleased, and soon a cluster of red berries floated before Xianyu. Evidently retrieved from his spatial storage, Xianyu effortlessly collected them and popped one into her mouth. This familiar energy fluctuation, this action of eating fruit, felt oddly familiar. These are the energy fruits I harvested before. I knew you girls would enjoy this. Xianyu smiled, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I do like them very much. Well, since you girls cannot transform, it must be difficult to gather energy fruits, and no worries, I will take you to pick them in the future. Qing Tsong said happily, affirming his own abilities while expressing enthusiasm for his companion. As they flew, Feng Che, the chieftain's son, pondered, what is my purpose here? I seem rather superfluous. All right, with someone to accompany her in gathering energy fruits. Xianyu felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, akin to wanting to fill her spatial storage with them, but with the vastness of the ice domain, she could only dream. Qing Tsong chattered away. Time flew by, and before long, they arrived at the Ice Dragon tribe, where Xianyu fully experienced Qing Tsong's claim of having a plethora of friends. Once on solid ground, Qing Tsong transformed into a cute little chubby boy. Clearly not very old, and a group of similarly aged youths surrounded him, inquiring if he enjoyed his time at the Feng Ke tribe. In stark contrast, the atmosphere near the chieftain was markedly different. Aside from those with matters to discuss with Yu Hui, hardly anyone approached. Upon landing, Chu Fu and Yui found that those around them would rather maintain a distance of 10 meters. Ji Wei glanced towards Xianyu, then at her own surroundings, feeling perplexed. Could it be that the ice dragons so readily exclude Yu Yi over a mere bloodline issue, leaving even the chieftain with few welcoming faces? Meanwhile, Xianyu was warmly introduced to Qing Tsong's friends, and Feng Che followed suit, marveling that he was there to protect his granddaughter. This chieftain's daughter certainly made a poor match. What treatment? This is our newly acquainted friend. The granddaughter of the Feng Ke chieftain. Her mother is a Feng Ke, and her father is an ice dragon. Upon hearing this, the companions welcomed her enthusiastically, clearly recognizing her as one of their own. Even Feng Che received a warm welcome, receiving a plethora of sparkling stones. Unlike the Feng Ke, who showed little interest in gems, Xianyu expressed her delight at the lovely decorations. Subsequently, Qing Tsong led Xianyu and the others to explore the caves. While there were those who preferred to build houses, they still favored the sturdiness of caves, as long as they were decorated attractively. Ji Wei, left behind and feeling somewhat forlorn, found herself ignored by everyone. Yu Yi remained silent, and she could only follow him in solitude. What saddened her further was that Chu Fu did not reside in the same cave as the chieftain but had opened another cave in Yu Yi's dwelling. This cave housed a massive fish tank, and as soon as Chu Fu returned, she plunged into the tank, transforming her lower half into a fish tail. Yu Yi merely stated, "This is our residence." Before departing, staring at the cave, which contained nothing but a stone bed and the nearby fish tank housing that mermaid, Ji Wei felt a wave of sadness. She could not fathom why. It simply felt wrong. Reflecting on her luxurious abode in the Feng Ke tribe, adorned with beautiful decorations and surrounded by the tribe's people, she contrasted it with her current state of neglect. Silently, she retrieved her belongings from her spatial storage. Intending to adorn her empty dwelling, she cherished Yu Yi, and he cherished her. She could not allow such trivial matters to dampen her spirits. Noticing Ji Wei's movements, Chu Fu's eyes brimmed with deep scorn. Foolish female. Meanwhile, upon returning to his cave, Yu Hui emanated a chilling aura as he glared at Su Yin, who had accompanied him back. "Does your partner know how repugnant you are? No, wait, can you even stomach the lowly beast men of the mermaid tribe? What is it that they cannot endure to be with you in such a loathsome manner?" Listening to Yu Hui's disdainful words, Su Yin felt no surge of anger. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on him. Filled with love and longing, "You force my hand. You can be with anyone, but how can you not love me? Repugnant scum, go kneel before your mermaid master." How could the Kirin tribe tolerate such a disgraceful existence? "No, Yu Hui, my only master is you. Were it not for you, I would never have entangled myself with the witch of the mermaid tribe. You were the one who crippled my magical talent. I only regret not having eradicated you when I had the chance. Be good. We have many more years to be together. She is summoning me. I must return to the mermaid tribe." After Su Yin departed, Yu Hui slammed his fist down onto the stone bed with a resounding thud, allowing the pain to radiate through his knuckles. He would not let them escape. He would ensure they suffered. Unable to survive or die, the power of the contract prevented him from harming Chu Fu, but what of her only offspring, Yu Yi, the one who can only remind him of his sordid past? Yet still longs for a fatherless love, is a truly revolting wretch. Xianyu gazed at the brilliantly adorned cave, feeling an immense joy. The companions, Qing Tsong and the others, were indeed generous and supportive. Observing the exquisite dwelling before her, Xianyu marveled at her keen eye for beauty and ugliness. Once the companions had completed their splendid abode, she sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you all. This is truly beautiful." This elicited bright smiles from her amiable youthful companions. After finishing Xianyu's residence, they kindly assisted Feng Che in creating a delightful space of his OW and as a newcomer to the group. Xianyu was elated to join Feng Che and Qingcong in their playful endeavors, gathering energy fruits together. Suddenly, she recalled that it had been quite some time since she had seen her ailing mother, Ji Wei. Thus, she took a moment to make a trip to the particularly familiar cave, not forgetting to bring along her bodyguard, Feng Che, and her guide, Qingcong. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sight that met her. A frail woman with a pallid complexion sat within the cave. Was it truly only a brief time since she had last seen her mother? "Mother, how have you come to look this way? How long has it been since you last ate?" Ji Wei shook her head and weakly replied, "I eat well enough. It's just that your father needs some of my essence for his cultivation." The moment those words left her lips, Xianyu, Feng Che, and Qingcong were taken aback. The fiery-tempered Qingcong was the first to voice his disbelief. "I told you, anyone who gets close to them is doomed. Just look at your current state. You once defended them." Xianyu too displayed a look of disapproval, pondering how much essence could possibly reduce one to such a wretched state. Feng Che anxiously turned to Xianyu, wishing to return and inform the clan leader. For if this continued, Ji Wei would surely lose her life. Indeed, the contract forbids any intentional harm, but what if Ji Wei is willing? Can we truly stand by and allow her life to be forfeit? He wagered that the clan leader would never anticipate such a possibility. Jiwei, may I return to the Fengke tribe for a moment? Xianyu nodded, and Fengke transformed into the wind sparrow, soaring away. Xianyu slowly approached Jiwei, her complex gaze lingering upon her mother. Mother, do you realize that if this continues, you will die? Jiwei shook her head firmly, asserting, no, I will not die. Especially not because of him. He would never allow it. He merely seeks to grow stronger to protect me. What is wrong with that? Please don't speak ill of him. You are on the brink of death, and you still defend that wretched spawn. I have never encountered such a foolish woman. Qingcong could no longer tolerate Jiwei's naivety. You should not speak ill of your father. I am willing. I love him, and I want him to become even stronger. I desire for him to be happy, to find joy each day. Jiwei caressed her scarred chest as if entranced. Because of the Spawn's bloodline, his father did not love him, and the Ice Dragon clan refused to acknowledge him. You all ignore him, treat him coldly. No one likes him. No one shows him kindness. He only has me. If I do not treat him well, how pitiful he would be. Our disdain for him stems from his vile nature, akin to that of his detestable Merfolk mother. That is the primary reason. Look in the mirror. Does your current appearance not reflect his malice? Qingcong conjured an icy mirror before Jiwei, akin to how his father would strive only to improve the life of his mother. If anyone were to torment her to such a degree, he would fight fiercely. No, he does love me. He only wishes to grow stronger. What can he do? How can I bear to watch him grow despondent day by day? Even when confronted with her own wretched reflection in the mirror, Jiwei refused to waver. Qingcong turned to Xianyu, speechless, feeling utterly powerless. How could he persuade her mother? Xianyu regarded Jiwei with a cold, detached gaze, feeling an overwhelming desire for him to perish. She also wished to abandon any concern for Jiwei's fate. Such foolishness, such a disregard for life, was deserving of demise. Yet she had promised her maternal grandfather to care for her mother. Glancing at the protective shield over her heart, she took a deep breath. Have you never encountered a man? Is love absent in your life? Then let me provide you with a multitude of loving men. Xianyu stepped forward and struck Jiwei unconscious. Qingcong transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the sky, carrying both Xianyu and Jiwei. Jiwei, what are we doing? Why are we heading to the slave market? Oh, mother, since you lack men and favor that spawn, let us find you several more. A veritable horde of hybrids. The cold malice in Xianyu's eyes was unmistakable. However, won't this be inappropriate? After all, she is your mother. Qingcong expressed his reservations. Although the spawn was the product of a hybrid, at least he had inherited the Ice Dragon's innate abilities. Would it truly be kind to simply procure a few pure beast men? Her life was at stake. If nothing changed today, she would ascend to meet the beast god by tomorrow. Qingcong, we are not committing a crime. We are saving her life, do you understand? But hasn't Fengke already gone to the Fengke tribe to seek a better solution? If mother were willing to listen, she would never have entangled herself with that spawn in the first place. Moreover, my maternal grandfather had hinted at encouraging my mother to seek multiple partners. Then there are the Qilin clan, the Fire Phoenix clan, the Ice Dragon clan, and the Wind Sparrow clan from which she could choose, right? Qingcong pondered, realizing they need not exclusively seek lowly beast men. Who are you trying to insult? Love-struck fools are not welcome. You don't want them taking advantage of you. The four great clans generally adhered to monogamy, and not to mention, your mother already had a rather unimpressive partner. Jiwei, you are quite astute. You've thought of everything. Before long, they arrived at the nearest slave market, where Jiwei was bound within a nearby cave point. One could not deny the proximity to a high-ranking tribe had resulted in a slave market teeming with various beastmen. What kind of slaves are we searching for? How many should we acquire? Given that these were to be chosen for Jiwei, Qingcong took the task seriously. As Xianyu strolled through, she assessed, one that is handsome, articulate, intelligent, and not foolish if there happens to be a younger brother. I would prefer someone sharp-witted. I cannot have a mother who is a constant source of worry. Qingcong nodded. Her expectations were not overly demanding. After all, beastmen were seldom particularly unattractive, and not foolish implied they should not resemble her mother. Chapter 30. Comparing who is more absurd? In truth, it would be challenging to find someone that foolish. A beastman who could speak would be even simpler to locate. Qingcong approached a rather handsome slave and inquired, Can you speak? Please say something. Though his dismay, he discovered this request was rather difficult. Why did none of the slaves respond? Were they mute? Xianyu shook her head at Qing Tsong's antics. What a darling you are. Xianyu's keen eyes quickly spotted several attractive slaves. She stood before a striking fox beast man, androgynous in appearance. The spark in his eyes indicated intelligence. Thus, she had found the second potential partner for her mother. The first position was reserved for that spawn. Next was a rugged tiger beast man. Candidate number 3. Following that was a frail, willow-like goat beast man. Candidate number 4. Lastly, a silent lion beast man. Candidate number 5. In total, she had discovered 3 more appealing males, though their beast types remained unclear. Xianyu purchased them all. Assuming she was quite impoverished, she left the transaction to Qing Tsong. They also remembered to procure some herbs that Jiwei would need for the contract ceremony. Ultimately, Xianyu believed it was better for her mother to find life rather than be drained of her essence and perish. 7 distinct male beastmen were ushered into the cave where Jiwei was resting. They gazed at the bound woman, somewhat perplexed. You all are the companions I have chosen for my mother. Shortly, I will grant you ample time. Should the contract be successful, I shall remove your shackles as slaves. Upon hearing Xianyu mention the removal of their slave status, the 7 males became animated. Yet, as they glanced at the frail woman on the ground, they felt a sense of confusion. Was this truly 7 against 1? Can this woman endure it? Rest assured, my mother belongs to the Ice Dragon clan. Upon hearing this, several male beastmen felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky onto their heads. To become the partner of a woman from the Ice Dragon clan, transitioning from a slave, one must understand that the 4 great clans typically intermarry within themselves. Observing the expressions on these individuals' faces, Xianyu nodded with satisfaction, then proceeded to administer some medicine to Jiwei and placed 2 energy fruits in her mouth. Now, it is time for your bonding ceremony. As Xianyu spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Qing Tsong, and the 2 exited the cave, finding a corner at the entrance to squat down. Listening to the commotion inside the cave, Qing Tsong looked at Xianyu with hesitation. Is this truly all right? I have an unsettling feeling about this. What could possibly be wrong? Besides, look, especially you, who does not mind my mother perishing. These partners all wish for her survival. A female who almost killed herself with her own foolishness. A group of slaves who could be sold. What a match. 2 negatives may indeed yield a positive. Perhaps they will all find a way to live. 7 against 1. It seems they have a chance. Aren't you afraid that once your mother completes the contract, she might wish to end her life? How could that be? She is so kind-hearted. Moreover, would she have the heart to let you become a stray beast? Even a junior clan leader of the Ice Dragon clan elicits her pity. Why should she not be able to accommodate these 7? Do they wish to be slaves? No, they are simply forced into it due to their weakness. Did they desire to be weak? How could my innocent and kind mother bear such a thing? Xianyu's incessant questioning left Qing Tsong with an inexplicable sense of agreement. Isn't this essentially what Jiwei was saying? But what if your mother blames you? What can I do? I just want my mother to live well. Are you performing for her? Otherwise, why does every word sound so displeasing? Xianyu, with a smile, contemplated the next step. How to eliminate Yuji and his mother beast, avenging her father in the abyss. Never mind. The time for the 4 great clans to gather at the awakening place is approaching. Wait, didn't they awaken at 3 years old? Yes, so I was thinking, would you like to join the commotion and see if there are any partners from other tribes that you fancy? It would be wise to settle early. Is that so? Qing Tsong, you should not have reached adulthood yet. Hence, I mean to settle early and bond after you come of age. Oh, Xianyu nodded, interested in the commotion but not in finding a partner. For some reason, she lacked interest in a race that typically seeks only one partner. Perhaps she preferred multiple partners of different flavors. Then let us go join the fun together. The 2 sat at the cave's entrance. Accompanied by the sounds emanating from within, day turned to night, then back to day, and again to night, until the sounds in the cave gradually subsided. Xianyu and Qing Tsong engaged in a game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man, their vacant gazes fixed on the ground. I'm hungry. Jiyu, are you not? Shall we go hunt and have some roasted meat? Xianyu too felt a hint of boredom. Why should she remain there? Could it be that she awaited the impending slap of retribution for her misdeeds? Never mind. The world is vast, and food is paramount. Hunting was an effortless task for Qing Tsong, who possessed the ability to manipulate ice and snow. Before long, he had captured several delectable prey. Meanwhile, Xianyu rummaged through the vegetation to find an array of seasonings. How peculiar! She was unaware of how she acquired such strange knowledge, knowing that applying these would enhance the flavor of the roasted meat. As the aroma wafted through the air, and seeing Xianyu apply her odd concoctions to the meat, Qing Tsung marveled at how knowledgeable Xianyu was. Jiyu, you are amazing. You seem to know so much. Where did you learn all this? It's just something that comes to mind, perhaps from eating too much and remembering. Listening to Xianyu's nonchalant reply, Qing Tsung became engrossed in the roasted meat. That strange feeling resurfaced. Her memory seemed somewhat disordered. Why could she not recall ever having roasted meat with seasonings? Perhaps it was the fall she took in the Wind Sparrow clan that caused her current state. After finishing their meal, Xianyu and Qing Tsung returned to the Ice Dragon clan just in time for the grand spectacle. Ji Wei arrived back at the Ice Dragon clan with her 7 new beast husbands. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuji became infuriated and sought to kill Ji Wei's other beast husbands. Amusingly, at this moment, a female accompanying Yuji began to weep. Yuji Gij, how could your partner be so fickle? Even bringing you 7 younger brothers? Ji Wei's beast husband number 1 exclaimed, My lady, look at your beast husband. He dares to have other sisters, unlike me, who has only you. The second beast husband chimed in, My lady, look, he is about to strike me. I am so frightened. The third beast husband lamented, My lady, he is so vile, unlike me whose strength is so lacking. I'd rather die than live. My lady, how can he treat you so harshly? A person as lovely as you should be cherished. My lady, why does he look at him and not at me? Woo-woo, clearly I like you more. Good heavens. Qing Tsung was rendered speechless, observing Ji Wei, who was filled with compassion, as she consoled her 7 beast husbands. Silently, she gave Xianyu a thumbs up. Did you see that? A female behind Yuji remarked one by one. Ji Wei's beast husbands chimed in. By the end. Ji Wei looked at Yuji with disappointment. I treated you so well, offering so much of my essence to make you stronger, not for you to bully my other husbands. They are not as powerful as you. They are so fragile. You are still the junior clan leader of the Ice Dragon clan, with an entire clan behind you, while they have only me. You are truly malicious. They are pitiful, yet you still wish to kill them. Look at the woman behind you. Do I need to say anything? I could crush her with a mere flick of my finger. Yet I am willing to hear her speak. It's only about your happiness. Isn't it? Look at yourself. What a selfish person you are. I see through you now. You do not truly care for me. Do you? Otherwise, why can't you accept my other beloved men? You do not even worry about my sorrow. Yuji, you have truly disappointed me. I will no longer help you grow stronger. You will only harm my other husbands. Unlike them, who only wish for my happiness. After this declaration, sparks ignited in Yuji's eyes. Ji Hua appeared somewhat dazed. How bizarre did this conversation sound? Yet it felt oddly satisfying. His gaze swept appreciatively over Ji Wei's various beast husbands. Where did my daughter find these husbands? Although their strength may be lacking, it matters little in his eyes. Yuji was also weak. He would only harm his daughter. Ji Hua had heard from Feng Che that Ji Wei was almost drained of essence. Just look at that rosy complexion. It must be the result of her husband's efforts. Xianyu mused. Could it be the medicine and energy fruits I provided? Qing Tsung replied. I paid for the ingredients. The credit is mine, thank you. Yuji felt as though his union had become a joke. He had been tolerating the disgust of being with someone he did not like. Yet he never expected that Ji Wei would bestow such a grand gift upon him. Ji Wei could abandon him at will, yet he could never have children with other women, no matter what. In just a few days, draining Ji Wei's essence could lead to her natural demise. Since he had already succeeded to the position of junior clan leader, Ji Wei's death would have no consequence. He could almost be with the woman he loved. He endured. Ji Hua was present, and he could not act against Ji Wei and her husbands. He would wait until Ji Hua left before eliminating those bothersome males, then drain Ji Wei's essence, ensuring she obediently meets the beast god. Ji Wei, I love you. Have you forgotten our days of love? I simply love you too much to share you with anyone else. Will you stay? I cannot live without you. Ji Wei gazed into Yuji's passionate eyes and listened to his heartfelt words. Her inner turmoil evident. The 7 beast husbands beside her could no longer tolerate it. They were not fools. Staying meant death for them. My lady, is his love genuine, while mine is false? My lady, do you think I wish to be with you day and night? My lady, why is it that when I love you, I am willing to share you with my brothers? Asked it because my love is profound, while his is shallow and selfish. Exactly, my lady. He only cares for his own desires. Unlike me, who wishes for your happiness, even if it means suffering myself. My lady, please stay. If you truly wish to be with your beloved, what does it matter if I lose my life? I will die right now. One person speaks a line, and it is done. The understanding beastmen have already placed knives upon their necks. The glistening eyes, filled with sorrow and despair, convey deep affection yet hopelessness. Mistress, I love you. As long as you find happiness, I would gladly embrace death. There is no need for your most beloved beastman to take my life. One of the beastmen directly drew blood from his neck with the blade. Witnessing this scene, Ji Wei was alarmed and hurriedly struck the knives from several necks with ice blocks. Disappointment once more focused on Yu Qi, whose inner turmoil had vanished without a trace. Yu Qi, you are truly selfish. For your own happiness, you can bear to let them all perish. How have you become so malevolent? You were never like this before. I believe you need to reflect upon yourself. I have decided to take them back to the Feng Ke tribe. We shall speak again when you have learned to be kind and accommodating. Silence hung over the scene like a tranquil bridge, while Qing Tsong could hardly contain his admiration for Xianyu. When the daughter mentioned returning to the Feng Ke tribe, Ji Hua was filled with excitement, signaling to the members of his tribe behind him. One by one, a beast man who could not fly was rolled up on Ji Wei's back as they soared toward the tribe. Ji Hua wrapped Ji Wei securely, preparing to hoist Xianyu as well. But Qing Tsong took on that task. Qing Tsong transformed into a dragon, carrying Xianyu as they prepared to enjoy a brief sojourn at the Feng Ke tribe. After all, the Ice Dragon tribe was in disarray, offering little in the way of amusement. Xianyu, my opinion truly does not matter. How amusing. The two adversaries had yet to eliminate a single one, yet she felt that the beastmen she had found for her mother were quite commendable. Indeed, her mother's life was preserved, and her happiness was secured. Let them be foolish, as long as she found joy. Xianyu had Qing Tsong circle around Ji Wei, sensing the stable 8-partner patterns on her mother's form. She retrieved the slave contract and tore it apart. The few males, feeling the shackles of slavery dissipate, rejoiced, their eager gazes fixed upon Ji Wei. What splendid fortune! Not only did they acquire a strong, beautiful and innocent mistress, but they had also successfully freed themselves from the bonds of slavery. Ji Hua, carrying Ji Wei, observed this spectacle with confusion, asking, Xianyu, did you find all of your mother's beastmen? Xianyu shook her head. Especially that vile, conniving individual who seeks to ascend through treachery. He is certainly not one I found. Her discerning I had chosen well. These beastmen lacked the audacity to harm Ji Wei, and likely had no interest in doing so. After all, having traversed the path of being sold as slaves, they hardly favored women as delicate as a white flower. As long as they continued to rely on Ji Wei, it would be a boon, encouraging her to grow stronger, unlike that despicable Yu Qi, who consumed the soft rice while plotting sinister deeds. Xianyu, do not speak so of Yu Qi. He is still my beastman. Ji Wei's disapproving gaze fell upon Xianyu. Xianyu cast a glance at her beastmen, disinterested in engaging in a debate with the foolish girl. With the presence of these beastmen, it would not be long before Yu Qi's status in her mother's heart diminished to nothing. Indeed, upon hearing Ji Wei's words, the beastmen quietly schemed to expel Yu Qi from Ji Wei's affections. That individual harbored malicious intent toward them, a sentiment that could only lead to their mutual destruction. If they could eliminate him, perhaps they could unite their strength, but with the dragon of the sky possessing control over ice and snow, they seemed at a disadvantage. Xianyu's gaze often drifted toward these beastmen. Much like bait drawing fish to a hook, that despicable Yu Qi would not let these beastmen slip away. She merely needed to follow the beastmen venturing out, and perhaps she could seize an opportunity to capture Yu Qi. However, the main culprits in harming her father were that witch and the Merfolk. These two targets proved rather formidable. To eliminate the Merfolk, one must first contend with the Ice Dragon tribe leader, who, truth be told, could be considered her grandfather. Not only was she unable to defeat him, but she also sensed his indifferent attitude toward both the mermaid and UQI. It remained unclear whether her father wished for him to live or die. As for that ancient witch of the Merfolk, she had lived for countless years and was still a sorceress. Meanwhile, Xianyu was merely an immature ice dragon cub with the ability to control ice and snow, yet to come of age. Thus, one must question why she felt compelled to avenge her father. In terms of intellect, it seemed rather illogical. Surely, she was fortunate not to have become as foolish as her mother. Qing Tsung, how do you all cultivate your abilities to manipulate ice and snow? Xianyu inquired, feeling an utter lack of information on the subject in her mind. Perhaps it was because she had grown up in the Feng Ke tribe? Merely engaging in battles with other beasts and ferocious creatures, everything she could conquer naturally led to her growth. After contemplating, Qing Tsung spoke again. You must not imitate that hybrid fish, drawing blood from others. It is evident that this is not a legitimate path of cultivation. Who would want to learn from him? I wonder what he does with the blood. Does he drink it? As they conversed, Xianyu could not help but cast a curious glance at Ji Wei. Mother, what does Yu Qi do with your blood after he draws it? Ji Wei shook her head. I do not know. It is taken away to be processed. Goodness. You actually let him do that. Ji Wei, are you foolish? Upon hearing this, Ji Hua felt a pang of vulnerability. After all, she was his own daughter, his flesh and blood. He would not let Yu Qi, that vile individual, escape unscathed. Xianyu remained speechless, thinking, is he nurturing a flower that requires blood to thrive? How enchanting! Taken away for processing. Surely, the essence of life would not simply be consumed without a trace of its metallic taste. It seemed she had once heard their tribe leader mention that awakened individuals could gain unexpected rewards upon revisiting the place of awakening. What those rewards were had slipped her mind. Qing Tsung, in a rambling mood, divulged significant information. The place of awakening? Can anyone venture there at will? Indeed, Ji Hua affirmed. How could he not know that the place of awakening could yield secondary rewards? That place is painful enough on its own. Why would one prevent others from entering? It is well known that many younglings are kicked in there at the age of 3. Yes, the offspring of the 4 great tribes are quite resilient. Upon returning to the Feng Ke tribe, Xianyu once more took residence in the room where she had awakened after her fall, also clearing the adjacent room for Qing Kong. Unlike the Ice Dragon tribe, which preferred to dwell in caves, the Feng Ke tribe constructed their homes from wood, showcasing exquisite exteriors, luxurious interiors, and diverse styles. Unlike her experience in the Ice Dragon tribe, which was marked by neglect, Ji Wei received a warm welcome upon her return to the Feng Ke tribe, and even her beastmen were met with enthusiastic reception. Given Yu Qi's previous attitude toward Ji Wei, many tribe members felt that Ji Wei had made commendable contracts with her beastmen. Had Ji Wei heeded their advice, the Feng Ke tribe members might have even given Yu Qi a good beating and thrown him out. Upon hearing the news brought back by Feng Che that Ji Wei had lost too much blood, potentially leading to her demise, a significant portion of the Feng Ke tribe grew anxious. After all, many had either watched Ji Wei grow up or had grown up alongside her. Who could bear to see her suffer? Ji Wei's child, Xianyu, was not mistaken. Yu Qi was indeed a hybrid, unworthy of Ji Wei, let alone his vile nature. Chapter 31. Especially deserving, it seems that Ji Wei's previous lack of discernment has led her to be accompanied by 7 charming and sweet-voiced beast husbands upon her return. As for their absence from the 4 major clans, it is of little consequence. After all, the 4 clans generally adhere to monogamous principles. Thus, the 7 beast husbands are well cared for, especially considering that for the gifted Feng Ke tribe, even providing for them is merely a trifling matter. However, Xianyu was not mistaken. Each day that these 7 live, they remain in a state of trepidation, persistently trying to curry favor with Ji Wei. At times, their anxiety over lacking the formidable innate abilities characteristic of the 4 clans compels them to urge Ji Wei to diligently cultivate her strength. After all, the matriarch Ji Wei genuinely protects each one of them. Unlike the other beastmen in their tribe who toil daily to provide for the females, only to share the matriarch with other husbands. Moreover, those females are exceedingly delicate, which renders their circumstances quite pleasant. In their eyes, Ji Wei is beautiful, kind, powerful, and nurturing, ultimately safeguarding each of them. Their companionship with Ji Wei within the Feng Ke tribe fills them with joy. Fortuitously, Ji Wei may conceive offspring endowed with innate abilities. The male cubs, much like the Feng Ke, will embody their lineage. Even those without innate abilities, under Ji Hua's watchful eye, will not face disdain from the Feng Ke tribe. Eventually, when Ji Wei gives birth to her first male cub possessing innate abilities, The 7 beast husbands will suddenly realize that producing more offspring serves as a form of life assurance. Not to mention, the matriarch particularly enjoys procreation and nurturing her young. As they prepare to rendezvous with the other 4 major clans and journey to the Awakening Grounds. Xianyu rides upon Qing Tsung's back, harnessing the power of ice and snow to battle other beasts, accumulating wealth in the process. Unlike the scarcity of red crystals in the eastern continent, on the northern side, they are plentiful among the 4 major clans, creating a phenomenon where trade beyond the 4 clans resembles that of the eastern and western continents, while within the 4 clans, currency predominantly consists of red crystals. With an abundance of red crystals at their disposal, they control their innate spaces to absorb the surplus without triggering energy disturbances, unlike the lower-tier beastmen who only develop a personal space after reaching the 10th tier. Higher-tier beastmen awaken their innate abilities alongside their personal spaces, known as innate spaces. The larger the innate space, the greater the control over their innate abilities, with varying names such as Ice Domain, Snow Domain, Wind Domain, and Thunder Domain, reflecting their unique powers, as exemplified by Qing Tsung affectionately dubbing his innate space Little Tuanchuan. Initially, he confided in Xianyu that as he defeated more beasts, Little Tuanchuan grew larger. Leaving Xianyu bewildered, prompting her to inquire, who is Little Tuanchuan? Upon discovering the true nature of Little Tuanchuan, Xianyu felt her ice domain expanding. For instance, one day, when she accidentally fell from Qing Tsung's back, she learned to skillfully create an ice surface beneath her feet through perception, allowing her to fly. At least, flying while battling beasts became feasible, though the daily endeavor seemed tiresome. Without the energy stones from the beasts to sustain her, continuous flight would undoubtedly lead to exhaustion. Nevertheless, the duo battling the beasts did not neglect their meals, occasionally gathering energy fruits, in a short span. Before the assembly of the 4 major clans, Xianyu and Qing Tsung fought side by side, forging a profound friendship, solidifying their bond as brothers. Qing Tsung's understanding of Xianyu, with his explosive prowess juxtaposed against her sweet, soft demeanor, seemed incongruous. Were it not for her, the other males would not have fought with such ferocity against the beasts. This period marked the swiftest growth of Little Tuanchuan, leading one to wonder if Qing Tsung was avenging a stolen wife. Xianyu, oh, how delightful! A charming and resilient little chubby figure, they savored their last meal in the wilderness, feasting on a delectable quarry before joining the Fengke tribe on their journey to the Awakening Grounds. Accompanying them were Chief Jihua and many formidable warriors from their clan, as they needed to take all the 3-year-old cubs along. In truth, if they did not embark on this journey before the age of 3, they could still awaken their innate abilities later. However, awakening earlier greatly benefits the cultivation of those innate powers. Thus, each year, the tribe assesses how many cubs require awakening and sets forth together. Moreover, prior to entering the Awakening Grounds, the 4 major tribes would not merely unite but seek opportunities to gauge their overall strength against one another. For now, the Ice Dragon tribe evidently lags behind, primarily due to events that transpired years ago. As their current chieftain's spouse is merely a mermaid, it is worth noting that the new deputy chieftain is the offspring of that mermaid. Originally, all 4 tribes were comprised of high-tier beastmen endowed with innate abilities, a privilege not shared by lower-tier beastmen. Consequently, the powerful lineage typically leads to internal consolidation within the 4 tribes. Even if a male cub born of a mermaid and an ice dragon awakens the ice dragon's innate abilities and can transform into an ice dragon, the mermaid blood coursing through him ultimately hinders his prowess. For example, while his peers' innate spaces may number in the hundreds, his is limited to mere tens. What of hybridization? Especially when he faces bullying within the tribe. It ultimately stems from his own weakness. The notion that he seeks Ji Wei's blood to bolster his lineage is merely a guise. Others may claim to value bloodlines while he secretly desires Ji Wei's essence to replace the mermaid's blood within him, hoping to significantly enhance his innate abilities. However, it is noteworthy that while he pursues the strength of the bloodlines within the 4 major tribes, he harbors a profound disdain for their obsession with lineage. He detests Ji Wei's soft demeanor, yet finds himself enamored with a female from the mermaid tribe. Thus, it comes to pass that the Ice Dragon tribe encounters the Fengke tribe along their journey. With his gaze fixated on the 7 beast husbands surrounding Ji Wei, malice evident in his eyes. Having been thoroughly brainwashed by the 7 husbands, Ji Wei's previous affectionate gaze towards him has entirely dissipated, replaced by deep-seated loathing, as her beast husbands eloquently express. love necessitates daily companionship. How could he fail to seek her out despite the mere distance between the Ice Dragon tribe and the Funke tribe? Proclaiming love yet exhibiting no concern for her potential loss of essence before the beast god, why must he strive to become powerful? Does not possessing noble bloodline make it easier for the matriarch to grow stronger? If he truly loves her, should he not allow her to protect him? His jealousy manifests in a desire to render her powerless, revealing that his love is insincere. Unlike them, who are unbothered by her protection, they merely wish for her happiness. Every minor injury she sustains pains them deeply. How could he bear to let her harm herself? In a relatively brief span, under the relentless onslaught of the 7 beast husbands, he mistakenly believes Ji Wei to be infatuated solely with him. Upon their next encounter, however, Ji Wei's eyes are filled only with profound disdain. To her, he is transformed into a venomous hybrid, exploiting her under the guise of love, a mere waste. Noticing the female mermaid by his side, Ji Wei scoffs derisively. Observing his feigned affection as he attempts to perform for her, she haughtily declares, "Truly, you are the product of a mermaid, and you and your companion are indeed well matched. Alas, you have already bound yourself to me through a mating contract, rendering you incapable of siring offspring for life. But perhaps that is for the best. The world shall not witness the emergence of another hybrid waste like you." He gazes at her in disbelief, unable to fathom the transformation Ji Wei has undergone. Clenching his fists in anger, he retorts, "What of the offspring you have with your other lowly beast husbands?" Before Ji Wei can respond, the 7 husbands chime in, "Of course, they are our beloved children. They shall have a strong and loving mother and a father who cares for them wholeheartedly. Indeed, it is those who are unloved that are the hybrids and bastards. Our children with Ji Wei are our most cherished treasures." Observing the fury rising in his face, Ji Hua bursts into laughter, proclaiming, "Indeed, in the Funke tribe, who dares to bully my grandson Ji Hua? Even from the other 3 major tribes, I shall not permit my grandson to be wronged. I, Ji Hua, am certainly not the type to neglect my grandson. Rest assured, even if my grandson were to be born one after another, this so-called mongrel is only deserving of you. I shall not vie for titles. Having been bullied since childhood and overlooked by my father, the feeling of helplessness, with no one to turn to, washes over me once more." He trembles all over, fiercely glaring at Ji Wei. His words, a mix of half-truths and desperate pleas for sympathy, become the sharp swords that Ji Wei and his companions wield against him. Alas, he misjudges Ji Wei, who is merely a beast husband, echoing his grievances when Ji Wei speaks ill of him, and occasionally reiterating his lamentations. It is the 7 astute beast husbands who discern the pain within those words. Not the foolish GWEI.as for Ji Wei's utterances, they are merely the result of a few beast husbands engaging in a cycle of mental conditioning. Ji Hua, the clever and resourceful leader of the Funke clan, is fully aware of the hardships Yu has endured in the Ice Dragon tribe. When Ji Wei insisted on marrying Yu, he believed that an improved situation would inspire Yu to harbor some gratitude towards Ji Wei. Thus treating her well, little did he anticipate that this malicious individual would seek the life of his own daughter. How can he presume that the world owes him something simply because he has faced some hardships? From the very beginning, Ji Hua has looked down upon Yu. If you believe the world is unfair to you, then strive to become strong enough to compel it to be just.